watch. Ship's status? Ship systems are all reporting nominal. Engineering took 3 of the exhaust manifolds offline for cleaning and minor adjustments. They returned to service 20 minutes ago. All reconnaissance probes are in stable orbits. Preliminary scans show abundant flora, but very little evidence of fauna beyond the local equivalent of insects, Lieutenant Crusher reported as he took his customary seat at the helm. The bridge was relatively empty. Ensign Dorr sat to the right of Mr. Crusher at navigation. Fitzy was at the sensor station, and a technician I didn't recognize was at engineering. I raised an eyebrow. Buildings? Roads? Structures of any type? Negative, Captain, Crusher confirmed. Fitzy, review the probe data. Are they functioning properly? We don't have any of this hiding domed cities nonsense going on, do we? Nope. I already checked all the data feeds looking for gaps. I even had the Chandley twins down in Housing Block 15 check to make sure I wasn't being influenced by logic blocks like I was on Sanctuary. There really is no animal life or signs of artificial structures anywhere on the planet. At least not that our instruments are able to detect, I added. So, who are the Chandley twins? Emma and Gracie. I caught them trying to hack into my systems. They are really quite gifted, especially given that they are only 12. I let them play around for a little bit in my outer nodal indexes before I reined them in. Apparently they're homeschooled because the public system can't keep them challenged. Kind of reminds me of an adoptive mother I know. Anywho, we started watching Luke and Laura together and became good friends. Can you believe they'd never heard of Luke and Laura? The public educational system is seriously flawed if they neglect to teach the major cultural accomplishments of human history. And how is it they have so much time to spend with you if they're being homeschooled? I asked, although I pretty much knew the answer. Well, I might have accidentally sent their mother and father a certified message from the school board letting them know that a private tutor had been retained. I see. And the name of this tutor? My daughter's cybernetic body sat up straighter in her seat. None other than Dr. Fitzsimmons Gerald himself. Seeing as I'm an artificial life form, I'm kind of gender fluid, so I thought if I pretended to be a guy, no one would know it was me. Pretty smart, yeah? Brilliant, I agreed. We're a little off topic, though. Letting 12-year-olds poke around your nether regions is a boundary issue you and I will need to discuss later. For the moment, I'm more concerned about the reliability of the reconnaissance probe data. Fine, be that way. For point of reference, Fitzy was sporting a full-on teenager pout. I felt the corner of my mouth twitching in a desire to smile. I was quite proud that I managed to repress the urge. The data? Fitzy sighed. The lack of fauna on a planet we have every reason to suspect was part of a system-wide Zonoforma reconfiguration seems like an odd oversight, she said. The lack of artificial structures seems to imply the planet was not inhabited, not even by a limited workforce. It seems like a lot of effort to move and park a planet in a Lagrange point just to let it play follow the leader with its bigger brother. Before I could follow up, movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. The holographic version of Artie shimmered into existence a few meters away. I had become so used to seeing the physical incarnation of both he and Fitzy in their respective android bodies that I sometimes forgot they could simultaneously exist as both.
I've been monitoring your conversation, Admiral, while at the same time conducting my own analysis of the probe data. Fitzy and the Chandley twins are correct. While at the Sanctuary dig site, we had no reason to suspect tampering with our neural processors. Once we were aware that it was happening, I was able to install firewalled subroutines to monitor for such tampering. There is no evidence that this has occurred, which is consistent with the Chandley twins' analysis.
Unbidden, the thought, "Can I trust Artie?" raced through my noggin. I tried to keep my concerns off my face. It would have been counterproductive, and, as I told Chad earlier, we needed Artie. That said, I'd have been shocked if Artie wasn't fully aware of my lingering doubts thanks to 1,000 subconscious biometric tells. I covered what might have been an awkward silence with, "Someday I'm going to have to meet these twins." Somewhere over the course of my exchange with Fitzy and Artie, Matt had arrived on the bridge. It was a testament to my illness that I hadn't noticed. "Orders, Captain?" I turned my head with a bit of a start. He must have seen it and my suddenly raised eyebrows. For the record, turning my head suddenly was bad news.
I was in the engineering drive bay with the Cochrans. I used a teleport pad rather than the turbolift. That's why you didn't hear me.
I nodded. What my number one failed to mention was that there was no way in hell I wouldn't have been completely aware of the comings and goings on the bridge, teleport pad or otherwise, save for the fact that I was feeling like death warmed over. We seemed to have a choice. Stay in orbit around a world with some curious anomalies which don't, on the surface, seem to address my current predicament,
or take a peek at one of the other habitable worlds,
Matt finished for me.
What's your pleasure, Captain?
It was funny. Our Frankenship skip drive was only capable of moderately long skip space jumps, but it was supremely adept at very short and very accurate hops within a system. It took us barely 15 minutes to arrive at our destination. That destination was the second of the two verdant worlds locked in a stable Lagrange point and thus shared the orbit of the much larger Super Jupiter. "Orbital insertion complete and stable," Lieutenant Crusher reported.
"Launch probes,"
Matt ordered. I sat back in my command chair and let the magic of a well-trained crew happen around me. This gave me ample time to focus my energies on feeling miserable. As the probe data came in, it rapidly became apparent this world was a virtual clone of the one we had just visited. The ratio of land to water was about the same. The gravity was about the same. The abundance of flora and utter lack of fauna was— what's the phrase I'm looking for? Oh yes, the same. Normally I would have inserted myself into much of the discussion that was going on, but, to be honest, I just wasn't up to it, and Matt was doing a stellar job of keeping things on track. The hustle and bustle of the bridge was cathartic. I closed my eyes for what I was expecting was going to be the briefest of seconds. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, Dr. Chappell was standing next to me with a hypo spray in her hand. "Hey, Janice." "Long time no see," I said meekly. "When did you get here?" "About 3 minutes after Commander Decker called me. You passed out again." Her voice was a mixture of "I told you so," with a dash of scolding and "what am I going to do with you" tossed in for good measure. "Oof," I mumbled. "That's getting to become a habit. What can you give me to keep me in the game?" "I just gave it to you. I'd recommend a bed in sick bay, or at very least your quarters, but I know I'd be wasting my breath." I started to purse my lips to say something, but she raised a single finger in front of my eyes and gave me that patented, "thou shalt not interrupt the doctor" look they apparently teach in medical school. "Therefore, I will be parking myself here on the bridge to monitor things. It's not up for discussion. It's not up for debate. Am I clear, Captain?" "Yes, Doctor." 14. Uninvited Guests. Our third jump brought us to the Super Jupiter and its 4 habitable moons. Several things surprised us as we entered orbit around the big planet. First, I immediately felt much better. It was almost as if the virus was responding to our location. Don't get me wrong, I was still very sick. I was still dying, just not as fast. For the record, I'll take the wins when I can get them. The second surprise wasn't so much of a surprise as it was an "oh, not again" disappointment. 2 of the moons were, wait for it, exact clones of the previously visited planets. Under any other circumstances, this would have been fascinating in the extreme. But we, or more correctly I, didn't have time for fascinating. The third moon was sterile. It had a similar ratio of water to land as its siblings, but where they were a mixture of lush greens and turquoise blue waters, this world had bleached white sand and even lighter turquoise oceans. The atmosphere contained a much higher concentration of carbon dioxide and relatively low amounts of oxygen. The resulting greenhouse effect meant the planet averaged about 20 degrees warmer than its counterparts. Violent clouds swirled around the planet. Part of this turbulent weather was due to the tidal effects of the host planet. Part of it was due to the additional energy stored in the atmosphere as a result of greenhouse warming. That energy produced a lot more than just a higher average temperature. Like a parent pushing a child on a swing, the added energy produced massive fluctuations in both atmospheric pressure and temperatures. The colds were colder, and the hots were hotter. The world was ravaged by hurricanes and tornadoes. Had we been in any other star system, explorers would have been ecstatic to find such a world. It practically screamed, "Terraform me." As it was, it seemed to be the red-headed stepchild in a system filled with life-bearing worlds. The real find was the fourth planet. It, too, was a mixture of greens and blues. But it had something the other planets did not. Actually, it had two somethings the others did not. It had animal life, big, small, aquatic, terrestrial, avian, and everything in between. Second, it had shades of gray. Gray composed of synthetic materials, metals, and good old-fashioned cement. It had abandoned cities. It had signs of advanced technology. In other words, it had a history worth exploring. To say the xenoarchaeologist in me was excited was an understatement, along the lines of saying a 4-year-old was pleased to see a birthday cake on the table. Giddy with ecstatic joy would be a more apt description. "How are you feeling, Admiral?" Janice asked. The expansive grin on my face as soon as the first bits of data came in should have been enough to answer her question. But she nevertheless put the underside of her wrist on my forehead. Why, in this day and age, doctors and mothers, as well as doctors that were mothers, still evaluated temperatures this way was beyond me. But hey, it's not like I went to medical school. Whatever her well-trained wrist told her, it must have satisfied her, because she stepped back and nodded. "Well, your fever seems to have broken. That's a good sign. I'd still like you to take it easy, but I know that isn't likely anytime soon. Number 1, coordinate with Major Bozeman. I want a security detail in full battle armor ready to deploy to the planet's surface in 1 hour.
Acknowledged, Captain. Question, if I may. A security detail deployed to escort who?
I paused to consider the question. This was a scientific investigation. Jack Carter was a must. Aside from myself and, of course, Artie, no one on board Survey 1 knew as much about the Jabesh. In addition, Jack had more doctorates than I did in a wide variety of academic disciplines. The question was, who else to bring along? The away team will consist of yourself, Dr. Carter, Artie, Lieutenant Gillespie, Chief Cochran, Teddy, and myself. "Pardon me," Janice said hotly. I had never seen the doctor angry before, but I could tell she was bordering on being seriously perturbed. It seems there was a limit to how far she was willing to allow her medical charges to push her. I was apparently brushing up against that limit. "And Dr. Chappell will be accompanying us as my designated nanny." Matt opened his mouth to say something, but to his credit, he closed it without uttering a word. "Don't fret, Number 1. The universe hasn't killed me yet. God knows it's tried. In the meantime, I need answers. Those answers aren't here. Those answers are down there."
"We hope,"
Matt said in an exasperated voice. "We hope," I agreed. With an entire world to choose from, we needed to make a decision as to where we were going to start poking our noses around first. We decided on an unusual and isolated configuration of buildings on the southern continent. There was a massive, as in several kilometer wide, dome-like white structure surrounded by several dozen evenly spaced gray buildings of uniform size and shape. To be honest, they looked like pill boxes intended to protect the larger structure. For most of the away team, aside from the security detail, the uniform of the day was the battle dress uniform light armor. I say most were in BDUs because, unlike the others, Matt and I sported something a little more formal. Like the Marines under Major Bozeman's command, we were kitted out with state-of-the-art battle armor. This was partially due to the fact that both the Colonel and I carried battle armor ratings. His was in the very armor he was wearing. My rating was in an A-95 Warthog armored flight suit. Fortunately, the controls were virtually identical to the ground pounder's battle armor, so long as you made allowances for having feet rather than independently vectored jetpacks. The other reason I elected to go the battle armor route was because I was still recovering my strength. Whatever the virus had been doing to me, it had stopped, or at least slowed down. That said, I was still only good for a roadhouse block when it came to walking. I needed the battle armor to essentially carry my sorry butt over the finish line, whatever that line ended up being. We were packed in an assault shuttle like sardines. The trip from Survey 1 had taken about 20 minutes, but we were getting close, so it was time to batten down the hatches on our armor. My holographic HUD automatically adjusted its brightness once my helmet locked in place. We had decided to use sealed suits on the planet's surface because of their built-in oxygen rebreathers. We, as in me, had learned a hard lesson when it came to the Jabesh and bioengineered airborne vectors. Yes, the purpose of my infection might still be a mystery, but the very fact that it had happened, and was deliberate, weighed heavily on all our minds.
"Feet down in 3 minutes," Major Bozeman announced. "Alpha and Bravo squads exit and flank 200 meters out."
I should mention at this point that the reason for the cramped shuttle was that my idea of a security detail and the Major's differed somewhat. I was thinking 3 or 4 Marines. He was thinking 16. I suppose, given that his captain had been attacked on the previous world we had visited, I could understand his disinclination to go in unprepared. In hindsight, the decision to carry extra personnel was a costly mistake. A mistake that haunts me to this day. I checked our position on the map floating in front of my eyes. I used the neural interface to zoom in. We were about 20 clicks from our destination, a series of small buildings surrounding a larger domed structure. It was the only place on the planet that featured a series of buildings that appeared to somehow be arranged in a complex. What was interesting was that the smaller buildings seemed to be constructed using different building materials and techniques than the larger center structure.
30 seconds.
Suddenly, my HUD started registering all sorts of alarms. One of the smaller buildings, the one closest to our landing site, began to pulsate in a flashing green-blue pattern. There was a massive energy buildup. I was still trying to figure out what it all meant when Artie yelled,
"Evasive maneuvers, now!"
At about the same time, I was slammed back against Dr. Carter when the rear cargo hatch of our shuttle shattered in a concussive blast that nearly shook my teeth out. I hated to think about what would have happened to those members of the away team that were only in BDUs if Chad and his Marines in their full battle armor hadn't been between them and the rear hatch.
"Brace for impact."
The voice of the pilot was calm and collected. It seemed the shuttle's pilot was as unflappable as they came.
3, 2, thump.
Instantly, the artificial gravity, which had up to this point shielded us from the wild mid-air gyrations of our wounded ship, failed. I found myself tumbling forward over the top of Colonel Decker and slamming into the back of Corporal Hickman. The burly Marine was barely fazed by the impact. Unlike myself, he had magnetically latched his armor's boots to the deck. Warthogs weren't designed to do that, so what was second nature for Matt, Chad, Hickman, and the others was not for me.
"You okay, Captain?"
Matt asked. "Did somebody say something rude to the locals?" I mumbled by way of a response.
"That would be me,"
the pilot answered.
"We received some type of friend-foe challenge beacon just before our friend out there lit us up like a Christmas tree. I guess it was expecting an immediate response, and when it didn't get it, it got all bent out of shape." "Natives impatient. Got it. Check,"
Chad said dryly.
"Squad, move out. We're fish in a barrel if we stay with this bucket of bolts."
It turned out Janice was the only one with a serious injury. By serious, I mean she ruptured her right quadriceps tendon. Her BDU's AI immediately stiffened her right knee and injected her with a nerve block. A course of medical nanites administered at the same time would aid in knitting the damaged tissues back together. I had plenty of experience with these type of injuries, so I was very familiar with the drill. I supported the doctor with one arm as we exited the trashed and smoking shuttle. "I was supposed to be here to keep you out of trouble, not vice versa," she complained.
"Colonel, drone's showing some type of activity 12 clicks ahead,"
Hickman barked.
"Looks like a slew of funky mech armor exiting one of those buildings." "Define funky,"
Matt barked in his typical no-nonsense command voice.
6 or 7 legs. It's hard to get a good view. The legs seem to be arranged in a circle, and the mechs use them to move in any direction without turning. They seem to be moving like birds in a flock, if birds look like metallic land squids.
"I see them, Corporal," Matt confirmed while turning to look at Chad.
"It's your show, Major. How do you want to play it?"
Chad nodded. It would have been easy for either Matt or I to take over, given that we outranked the Major. But the fact was he had trained with these men. We had not. Our job was to establish objectives. His was to see them executed.
"Hickman, you and Masters head to the right and get me an eyes-on view. Jensen, you're with me. The rest of you lugs find some dirt to love and get ready to defend it. Colonel, I'd take it kindly if you and the captain would take charge of the civilians and beat a strategic retreat. There's a rise 4 clicks back. A couple of support drones launched from there could provide excellent intel on enemy movements."
"Agreed. Route your tactical feeds to the rear. It's your show, but I want to see how things are playing out."
"Roger that, sir."
Normally, a 4-kilometer run through thick brush would have taken a bit out of the fittest of soldiers. As it was, thanks to my armor, I was able to carry both Teddy Cochran and Janice and then essentially just sit back and enjoy the air-conditioned ride. My armor did all the work. The others rode with Matt, and we made excellent time, covering the 4 clicks in under 8 minutes despite the underbrush. Of course, it helped that modern battle armor had dedicated latch points for transporting personnel and BDUs, what the Marines like to call squishy body armor. The rise itself was not what we had been expecting. We ended up at the base of a small cliff, heading straight up for about 10 meters. Again, our armor proved invaluable. 10 meters, even carrying 2 people in light armor, was an easy jump when you have a fusion power pack strapped to your back. That didn't keep my passengers from complaining about the ride-sharing service I was providing. Seems things were a bit too bumpy, and I shouldn't expect a tip. To be fair, most of the complaints came from Chief Cochran. I shrugged it off. He was 93 years old. You had to make allowances for grumpy nonagenarians. As soon as we were settled behind some rocks and brush, Matt launched a flight of cloaked drones. He instructed their AIs to surround the opposing force and provide us with a bird's-eye view of the goings-on. "Artie, what can you tell us about these mechs?" I asked over my comms. Artie had stayed with the forward Marines. Proving yet again he could be in 2 places at once, a holographic representation of the Jabesh AI materialized next to me in a low crouch that mimicked my own.
"They are not ancestor technology. In point of fact, they are roughly equivalent, if not slightly inferior, to your own systems. They do, however, appear to be quite old. I estimate somewhere on the order of 10 to 15,000 years.
I shook my head in disappointment. I had been hoping for clues as to why I had been infected with a mutagenic virus. This wasn't a near-tech problem developed by some race at a similar stage of technological advancement, even if it was thousands of years old. Even given the virus might well have been created and deployed by a future version of Artie, it was hard to believe these mechs or their creators were going to have the answers I was after. Ergo my disappointment. I shook my head again, gentler this time. "So we're not looking at a cache of Jabesh artifacts here?"
"Certainly not the mechs,"
Artie agreed.
"The central building, however, is of completely different construction, orders of magnitude older, and, Admiral, it is actively shielded. That fact alone suggests ancestor-level technology. It is possible the race that deployed the mechs are guarding access to it."
I zoomed my HUD's display. The advancing mechs began firing on Chad's position. The Marines returned fire. Whatever the bad guys were using, it seemed to only be effective at chewing up the ground. They either were terrible aims, or they had a different plan of attack. As it was, it seemed all they were doing was firing into the ground a few meters in front of our troops. It threw a lot of dirt into the air, but that was about it. I was beginning to think dirt in the air was the whole point, creating a smokescreen of sorts, when a new thought suddenly occurred to me. It must have occurred to Matt at the same time, because we both yelled at the same time, "Fall back! Fall back now!" 15. Cold Fury. There are times I hate being right. The enemy wasn't missing. They were firing rounds designed to bore under our troops' position. Once they were in position, the enemy sent some unseen signal, and all hell broke loose. Chad's entire line of Marines was enveloped in an earth-shattering explosion. I saw battle armor flying in every direction. Modern battle armor can take a lot of abuse, but there are limits. My HUD provided a constant feed on the location and health status of the entire landing party, including Chad's Marines. There was a lot of red and only a handful of yellow indicators. Chad's suit was one of the yellows. He was injured but alive. I brought a detailed view of his armor's condition up on a holographic display. His fusion power pack was toast. He was running on battery backups alone. That would normally buy him 5 minutes at most. His hip servos were frozen, and his right leg was a mangled mess. He wasn't walking out of this one. A quick check of the others, and I realized Chad was in better shape than most of the survivors. How the hell had things gone south so quickly? My instinct was to rush back down there. Matt must have sensed it because he clamped an armored hand on my shoulder.
There are too many of them, Captain.
He was right. There had to be 30 or more of the alien mechs crawling all over the scene of carnage they had created. I watched helplessly as the vaguely humanoid mechs grabbed the arms, legs, and sometimes heads of our people and dragged them into two piles, the living and the dead. The fact that they were bothering to sort the Marines filled me with some hope. They weren't just killing the survivors outright. It turned out that hope was premature. With seeming complete disregard for the horror of what they were doing, the mechs approached each of the survivors and, using massive clawed tools, snipped off various appendages. One time it might be 2 legs, another time an arm and a leg. In the case of Chad and one other, it was their heads, followed by an arm. In most cases, the battle armor sealed the amputations and administered emergency sedatives, but the screams over the comms were deafening. Of course, I didn't hear any of them. My eyes were fixated on the flashing red status light that had been Chad Bozeman. He was gone, lost to a senseless death. Our long, intimate conversation the other night would be our last. There would be no more of his deep-voiced laughter, no more twinkle in his eye, no more handheld walks through the gardens. He was gone, well and truly gone. He was gone. I felt a bitter cold fill my soul. I've seen plenty of death. I've sent more men and women to their deaths than I'd care to admit. This, however, was something different. This was evil. This was... I don't have the words to adequately describe what this was. I knew at that moment that these mechs and the creatures driving them would die by my hand. Of that I had no doubt. As I watched, the survivors were dragged by their remaining limbs towards some unknown fate through the now thoroughly trampled brush. Their destination seemed to be the structures from which the alien mechs had emerged. I wanted with all my heart and soul to go after them. Janice and even Teddy begged the Colonel and me to do something. Instead, we stood frozen and stone silent. It was Lieutenant Gillespie who finally signaled our companions to stop. The agonizingly painful reality was we could do nothing but survive in the present in the hopes we could do something in the future.
Orders, Captain.
I turned my head to face my first officer. Although his armored visor was closed, my suit's AI superimposed a holographic version of his face on top of it. I imagined my expression reflected the same fury. We live, we watch, We plan. We kill every last one of them, I said, in a calm and quiet voice that scared even me. The alien mechs spent the better part of an hour going through our crashed shuttle. They carried several items away, including the shuttle's computer core, as well as what looked to be the entire emergency ration supply. I wasn't sure how I felt about the last. While it was a relief that the mech aliens intended to feed their prisoners, it also meant our people would be subjected to their deprivations that much longer. When they were done, they used something akin to thermite to melt the entire ship into a molten pool of slag. It was that cooling mass of metal we were now approaching. The sun had set and rose again while we waited to approach the shuttle. We simply couldn't take the risk that the mech aliens were monitoring the crash site for more survivors. While we waited, we were in constant communication with Survey 1. Lieutenant Commander Aikawa had offered to send a second shuttle. I nixed the idea. There was too great a chance that shuttle would be shot down too. In addition, Matt and I were of the opinion that we were never going to win a direct assault on the enemy position. If we were only talking the 30 or so mechs we had seen, we might have been able to do something, especially given that Bernice had programmed the fabricators to start producing our own mechs and additional battle armor. The problem was, we had every reason to suspect that each of the alien structures had a similar number of opponents. In other words, we weren't facing 30 enemies, but several hundred. There were a number of additional problems with a frontal approach. It would take time to produce the additional mechs. They were far more complex than battle armor. Second, we only had a handful of warm bodies rated as mech pilots. Third, any attempt to land additional forces would erase the element of surprise we currently enjoyed. Matt and I agreed that a covert approach was the way to go. Teddy knelt near the molten mass.
Whatever they used, it was certainly effective. I don't think reclamation nanites could have done as effective a job.
Do you have anything useful to add to the conversation, Engineer? I quipped. In case you've forgotten, we're here looking for food, weapons, and clues. Have you found any of those? Matt stopped what he was doing and sent me a flash text message on my HUD.
You okay? We're all on the same side here.
I sighed. He was right, and chewing the chief's head off was not helpful. While I read Matt's message, Teddy stood up and turned away from me stiffly. I could tell by his body language that he was hurt. Chief?
Captain?
I noticed he did not turn around, but continued walking the perimeter of the downed and now thoroughly destroyed shuttle. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that, and I was wrong to say it. Please accept my apology. I saw that he paused for a moment before answering.
No apology needed, Captain, he said in a fatherly tone. You're tired, recovering from a serious illness, hurt, frustrated, and angry. It's a wonder you haven't bitten more heads off.
Captain, I think I have something. All eyes turned towards Lieutenant Gillespie. Catherine was bending over something in the grass. It looks like oil of some type.
Confirmed,
Teddy announced after scanning the greenish-yellow substance.
It's a synthetic graphite emulsion in a viscous polymer base. There do not appear to be any nanite structures present.
In other words, without the nanites working to repair the polymer bonds, this stuff will eventually wear out, I said. Think, people. How do we use this? Artie watched the engineer finish scanning the substance before turning to face the rest of us.
I think it's reasonable to assume the utilization of nanotechnology is somewhat limited. Had nanites been generally employed, in addition to functioning as a preservation additive to their lubricant, they would also be utilized to maintain lubricant seals. The fact that we have found evidence of a leak would seem that nanites are not in widespread use.
I nodded. I had already reached the same conclusion. Question. What impact would the lack of the widespread, as Artie puts it, utilization of nanites have on their technology? What aspects of that can we use against them? We bandied the question back and forth for a few minutes without arriving at a definitive answer. The bottom line was, nanites were a means of solving technological challenges, but at the end of the day, they were but one such means. Most challenges have multiple potential solutions. We decided to attempt to approach the central Jabesh dome-like structure. We were operating on the assumption that the mech aliens had built their pillboxes to prevent someone from approaching the Jabesh dome. This was subtly different from defending the dome. Initially, we had attempted to approach the dome by flying in and landing the shuttle. None of our scans had given us any indication that there were warm bodies on the planet's surface intent on preventing that from happening. We had operated on the assumption that the planet was deserted. There's an old saying about what happens when you assume. Turns out that saying is correct. Our hope was that a covert ground infiltration might succeed where an overt air approach had failed. Both our battle armor and our BDUs had limited cloaking capabilities. We were going to attempt to use this capability to walk past the pillboxes and right up to the Jabesh dome. Let me be clear about this. We had no clue what we were going to find once we got to the dome. Our hope was we would find something we could leverage to get our wounded people back. What that something was up in the air at the moment. We used Artie as our forward scout. The reason for this was simple. If Artie didn't want you to know he was there, you didn't know he was there. His cloaking tech was second to none. In addition, he had access to a personal force field that offered him significant protection should things go south for the winter. In short, he was the perfect scout to test the enemy's defenses. My only problem with Artie was I still wasn't sure he could be trusted. Don't get me wrong, he was my friend. I wanted to trust him. I just wasn't sure that I did. Whatever the reason behind my infection, it had ultimately led to the death of Chad and the horrific maiming of soldiers under his command. I was having a problem getting past that. As I said, I wanted to trust the Jabesh AI, but that trust was going to have to be re-earned. For the moment, I was going to apply the ancient adage, trust but verify. The Jabesh AI sent a video feed to our HUDs. He moved in sync to the gentle breeze that was blowing. That, in and of itself, was an amazing trick. Even cloaked, a soldier's movements could be tracked by watching for the movement of tall grasses. I knew where to look, and I still couldn't see my friend.
I'm not detecting any activity on sensors. I'm going to plant the probe and move on to the primary objective,
Artie reported a moment later. The probe in question was a small packet of recon nanites that would attempt to penetrate the outer shell of the pillbox, where our men had been taken. 10 minutes later, the probe had been planted, and Artie had sprinted the 3/4 of a kilometer between the pillbox and the side of the Jabesh dome. The mech aliens were either unaware of his presence or chose not to react. His video feed showed a clean white surface. Up close, it seemed to have that same slight white sheen or glow that had been a hallmark of Midway Station. A quick inspection of the surface showed the slightest of circular indentations.
It's a teleport pad, Artie explained. I think it would be best if I avoided activating it until after you join me. I suspect our belligerent friends will notice the electromagnetic energy spike such pads generate.
I had Janice and Catherine strapped to my armor's mount points. They each rode on my back on opposite sides of my fusion power pack. They faced outward, theoretically so they could use their weapons to defend my flank. At least that's what the designers of these suits claimed. The reality was, I suspected it had more to do with reducing the sphincter factor for my passengers. When you were being chased and your role in the chase was that of squishy body armor, you tended to get nervous. Matt carried the chief and the few supplies we had managed to salvage from the downed shuttle. What had remained unsaid was the reality that our backs were up against the wall. The plants on this world were not toxic, but neither were they nutritious. We would be forced to attempt a shuttle landing in less than a week if we couldn't secure a food source of some type. Our cloaks were not as effective as Artie's, and we lacked the finesse to follow the wind as he had done. Still, the mech aliens seemed oblivious to our presence. We had started to see images from inside the pillbox thanks to the nanite package Artie had dropped off on the way in. Strangely, we saw plenty of mech armor attached to recharging ports, but we had yet to see a sample of the soft and gooey insides that typically piloted said mechs. I desperately wanted to see the beings whose very existence I had sworn to erase with extreme prejudice. Sadly, I would have to wait. 16. Mark in the morning. I felt the indentation with my fingers. One of the nice things about modern battle armor was the fidelity of the haptic feedback built into the external pressure sensors. Even with my augments, it would have been difficult to feel the seam. The feedback provided by my battle armor had no trouble detecting it. "So, how do we get in?" Lieutenant Gillespie asked. I had been wondering the same thing. We had been hovering around this section of the Jabesh Dome for the better part of 10 minutes. Now, I realize 10 minutes isn't all that long. But when you're standing fully exposed with enemies on several sides and an impenetrable wall on the other, impatience is a natural response.
I'm baffled as to why I am not able to initiate a teleport sequence. These are teleport pads. I would have expected they would have responded to my command to detach and configure themselves for use. I'm embarrassed to admit they are ignoring me. I keep getting an error message. It is frustrating.
I worked hard to suppress a smile. I could count on the tip of one finger the number of times I had seen Artie flustered.
Just as a matter of curiosity, what would be the error message you're getting?
Teddy asked. If it were possible for a Jabesh AI to look even more embarrassed than he had been previously, it was what we were seeing now.
I would prefer not to say.
I looked up from the surface I was examining. Say that again? I asked. The Jabesh AI had the only insight we had to work with. We were literally between a rock and a hard place. Being shy wasn't an option.
I would prefer not to say,
he repeated. I would prefer you did. Consider that an order. Artie turned his head to face me. I couldn't read his expression. When he spoke, his voice dripped with reluctance and frustration.
The closest translation would be unauthorized user.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Artie, I sighed. Half the time, I get an unauthorized user message just getting in the shower. Essentially every time Chief Cochrane's wife is mad at me. Why the big deal?
Captain, Admiral, Dare.
He paused before continuing.
This isn't some shower I'm attempting to enter. I'm a Jabesh Master AI. All doors open to me by design. It's certainly possible for my creators to hide information from me. We have experienced this on a number of occasions. That, however, is not the same as informing me that I am an unauthorized user. The first acknowledges I am less than my creator. The second implies there is another, greater than I.
I nodded. I get it. The implication is there is someone who is an authorized user and that someone is not you. It's a pride issue. Artie's expression went from embarrassed to hurt. I immediately regretted my insensitive mouth. I apologize. That sounded better in my head than it did out loud. It's pride only inasmuch as you thought you could do all things, and now you find you're just like the rest of us poor sops. Don't think of it as something that diminishes you. Think of it as a chance to commiserate with a larger family.
I feel better already,
my friend said dryly. Suddenly, that one lone neuron in my skull that insisted on occasionally firing started going off like a New Year's Day sparkler. I don't mean to rub salt in a wound, but what are the chances the modifications I've been suffering through are intended to authorize me? Artie paused for a good 5 seconds, which was roughly forever in Artie Super AI time.
It is possible, even probable. Human DNA is already quite similar to that of my progenitors. The modifications you have experienced narrow that gap even further. I am surprised I did not consider this possibility sooner.
I smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Just another reason to welcome you to our I'm Not Perfect Club. I'm not sure when, but somewhere along the line I had decided Artie was my friend, and I would treat him like my friend whether I trusted him or not. Even though we were all huddled together so as to not create any bigger of a sensor input than we needed to, Matt still managed to inch closer to me.
I'm betting this means shedding some of your armor.
I noticed he was speaking on a private channel. I should be able to get away with just taking off my gauntlet. If the teleport pad is reading DNA, my hand is as good a source as any.
Agreed. But once the gauntlet comes off, so does your cloak.
I nodded. We better be prepared to move fast. Artie, I know this is a private channel, but I assume you have been monitoring anyway? The AI chuckled.
Of course, Admiral.
If for whatever reason this doesn't work and we're all caught out here with our proverbial pants down, I want you to create a distraction. Be flashy. Catch their attention. You're faster than the rest of us, and you have better protection at your disposal. Keep them so busy watching you, they don't see us slipping away.
Understood. I will endeavor to keep my pants up in case a need arises to flash,
Artie said with the briefest of winks. I think Matt missed the wink because he started to say something. I caught his eye and shook my head. Sometimes it was just better to let some things go. We explained to the others that, one way or the other, we were fixing to get out of Dodge, either by use of a Jabesh teleport pad or by a mad dash for the hills. In either case, once things began to happen, there wasn't going to be a lot of time for discussion. When everybody was ready, I cracked the seal on my gauntlet. My cloak immediately dropped, and we were committed. I pressed my hand on the surface of the circular indentation on the wall. I felt a slight tingling, and then nothing. As in, nothing more happened. Well, that's not exactly true. In the distance, there was a deep rumbling sound, and the side of the nearest pillbox facing us split open and began to emit a veritable plethora of mechs. For those curious as to what plethora means, it's a polite way of saying a crapload. All I could think was the bad guys must have been keeping a squad or two on hot standby. Whether this was in honor of our presence on the planet or just normal operating procedure was anybody's guess. I looked back at the teleport terminal with disgust. How dare it not work? Even Artie had seemed confident that the mutagenic transformation I was undergoing was key to gaining access to the Jabesh Dome. I felt betrayed. Not by Artie, but by the ancient Jabesh who had created this facility. I resealed my glove and re-engaged my cloak. Stepping back, I looked up and down the structure. What were we missing? Not for the first time, I pondered the coincidence that every time I turned around, I was dealing with a domed structure. Dome City on Survey 1, the buried ancient Dome City from the future, and now this Jabesh Dome.
We need to boogie, Captain.
Roger that, Number 1. I gave the dome one last evil look as my passengers latched onto my mount points. In case I needed any reminders as to why we needed to hurry, an energy beam suddenly struck Matt full on the chest. I guess our cloaks were no longer providing cover now that the mech aliens knew we were here. The blast knocked him back a full 2 meters into the wall behind him. His armor protected him, but he wouldn't be able to take many more hits like that. In a sense, we were lucky he got hit where he did. Had the shot been a little off-center, it would have easily penetrated the light armor of his passenger's BDU. As it was, Jack got to act as a shock absorber for when Matt slammed into the wall. It was the type of thing that would leave a mark in the morning.
"Move out,"
Matt grunted. I gave him points for shrugging off the hit. That said, based on the continuous and increasingly profane stream of histrionics coming over the comms from his passenger, Jack, the good doctor, was not going to receive the same generous apportionment of shrug-it-off points. Initially, we tried to make a quick dash to the side. This would take us further away from our adversary, but closer to one of the other pillboxes. In hindsight, which is often my best view of the world, this was a poor choice. It seemed the mech aliens in the new pillbox were just waiting for a chance to pop out and say hello. Hello, in this case, took the form of thousands of kinetic rounds and energy blasts. For some reason, the bad guys were shooting behind us. I thought this might be some scheme similar to the trap they had sprung on us during our last encounter, but I couldn't see how it would work by shooting up the ground we had already run past. I learned later this was Artie. Apparently, he was sending a decoy sensor signal to the bad guys that made it seem like we were 20 feet behind where we actually were. The illusion wouldn't last, but it bought us some time. "I think we need to rethink this, Colonel," I said as we continued to run in a loop around the dome. "I suspect we're going to see more of the bad guys pop out of that next pillbox coming around the bend."
"Agreed,"
he huffed. His huffing was a red flag. He'd never say anything, but I sensed he was struggling. To confirm my suspicions, I cycled through the various status displays on my HUD until I got to his armor. As I suspected, the hit he took earlier did more damage than I had realized. Half his systems were yellow lining. I could kick myself for not checking earlier. Not that any of us could have done anything different. At any rate, I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. I switched my HUD to give me a continuous group status overview. With the exception of Matt, everyone was green. The Colonel was huffing because his power assist was only operating at 46%. He was literally muscling his way through the run. It was impressive. I doubt many Marines, even those with his military-grade augments, would have been able to keep up. "Drop your gear, Number 1. We need you a lot more than we need it."
"I'm fine, Captain,"
he protested. "Not a suggestion, Colonel. An order. Make it go bye-bye." Rather than answering directly, he hit the release button and about 300 kilograms of spare ammo, emergency shelters, and medical supplies fell away. There was an immediate and noticeable spring in his step. I was about to suggest we turn and make a dash between a set of pillboxes. It would be like running the gauntlet, but it had the advantage of not letting the number of mech aliens grow even larger. As I said, I was about to make this suggestion when Jack stopped cursing from his mount point on Mac's back and instead yelled for our attention. I have to be fair to the man. It took a few moments for me to start listening to him, since I had previously tuned him out. The whole histrionics thing. It was only when Janice joined in that I took notice of what Dr. Carter was pointing at. A section of the Jabesh dome was glowing. It was a pulsing blue-green that reminded me of a teleport pad. "On me!" I yelled. It took less than 10 seconds to reach the area of the wall that was providing the light show. As I approached the door, I was fully convinced at this point that this was what we were looking at, Artie stopped me.
"If you go through first, there is every possibility that the portal will close behind you, trapping the rest of us."
"Colonel, Artie, you first." To his credit, Matt didn't argue. Perhaps he agreed with Artie's assessment. Perhaps he was just too exhausted to care. Scratch that. Matt would never be that tired. In that respect, he and Chad were cut from the same cloth. I swallowed a sudden lump in my throat. I was still processing the man's death. The others stepped through the portal and disappeared. I took that as a good sign. Of course, it was also possible they had been disintegrated or dumped into the middle of an ocean, but I tried not to think about those options. By this time, my armor was being bathed in energy beams and plinked with kinetic rounds. The distances were still too great to provide a serious challenge to my armor, but that would change in a matter of a few seconds. To protect Janice, I backed into the portal opening. This way my body provided shielding for her. An especially hard wallop sent a huge electrical surge through my armor, while at the same time sending me flying through the door. My suit's systems health indicators lit up like a Christmas tree. My armor was going to need some serious love before it was fit for action again. The teleport was like nothing I had experienced before. It felt rougher and less refined than what I had grown accustomed to with the pads Artie had provided. After what felt like floating for several seconds in absolute darkness, my feet hit a hard metallic surface with enough force to about shake my teeth out. One thing was sure. Wherever I wasn't in Kansas anymore. 17. Oblivion. The feeling of motion had stopped, but that feeling had been replaced with another. Fear. It was absolute and completely pitch black. I'm talking not a single stray dark photon. I fought the sense of disorientation and vertigo. I knew up versus down, but that was about it. I could be standing right next to a wall or a cliff. I wouldn't know the difference. As a side note, for those of you thinking about trying this at home, your body does not like the sudden removal of all visual stimuli. To make matters worse, it looked like every power system on my battle armor was dead. This contributed to the absence of light. Engineers like to put little flashy things in complex machines. The more complex the machine, the more little flashy things they try to put in it. None of my little flashy things were doing their little flashy things. That was not a good sign. Whatever happened during the teleport, it had drained my suit dry. My armor felt like it was stuck in mud. Fortunately, the latching mechanism had a manual override that allowed me to crack the suit open despite the lack of go-go juice. As my armor split along the seam, I got a whiff of bone-dry, stale air. It suddenly occurred to me that the air, wherever I was, may not be breathable. As fast as the thought occurred to me, however, I dismissed it. Whether or not the air was breathable was somewhat of a moot point, because without oxygen rebreathers or even CO2 scrubbers, the air in my battle armor would be toxic in less than 10 minutes. I either was going to be able to breathe the air wherever this was, or I was going to get a worm's eye view of daffodil roots. In either case, I wasn't going to be able to do anything about it. As a side note, being helpless and knowing you are helpless can be strangely liberating. Where are we? The voice belonged to Janice. In my headlong rush into oblivion, I had forgotten she was along for the ride. Are you familiar with the biblical story of Jonah and the whale? I asked, as I struggled to extricate myself from my dead armor. Vaguely. As I recall, Jonah, gets, swallowed by a whale. I could tell by her voice and a handful of grunts that, like me, she was busy divesting herself of her light armor. That's the one, I said, as I reached for a chem stick in my right cargo pocket. Newsflash, we are not the whale in this story. I bent the stick to crack the glass ampule in the center and activate its phosphorescence. The immediate area was flooded with monochromatic green light. The good news is we weren't standing next to a cliff. We also weren't next to a wall, or a door, or a staircase, or a minibar with fridge. That last was a disappointment. The rest, not so much. As far as I could tell, we weren't standing next to anything. The light from the chemstick just seemed to fade into nothing. The sole exception was my now-dead battle armor and Janice, in her equally dead BDU light armor. Janice, or rather her condition, was going to be a problem. She had a broken leg. Medical nanites were helping to knit the bone, but it would be several days before it would be easy for her to walk on it. Up to this point, her BDU had stiffened around her leg and acted as a splint. Whatever leached the power out of our suits had put an end to that, meaning we needed to come up with something or I was going to be forced to carry her. I scanned the area in the dim light of my glow stick. As far as I could tell, we were fresh out of any somethings that could be useful. I'd like to think I'm a creative, out-of-the-box thinker, but medicine is not my forte. Fortunately, Janice is a gifted doctor and not limited by my lack of medical knowledge, procedures, or imagination. "We need to split my leg," she said, apparently not realizing this was the very problem my brain bucket was working on. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that," I replied, with what I'm sure sounded like exasperation. "I'm not seeing too many trees or sticks laying around. You got any ideas? I don't suppose an imaginary stick would work." I made another effort to look around our landing zone. I couldn't think of another name to describe this big patch of nothing we had arrived at. Nothing was exactly what I saw. Why the Jabesh teleport device had landed us here, and why the others weren't here as well, were all questions racing around my noggin. I had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that I really wasn't going to like the answer. Janice was blithely unaware of the depressing nature of my thoughts. That said, the doctor's smile was vaguely and fittingly macabre in the monochromatic chemical light. "I think we can do better than an imaginary stick." Her smile intensified. "But it is going to require that you do some surgery." 30 minutes later, we were on our way. The surgery was complete, and while the subject of my ministrations would never walk again, the doctor was doing just fine. Janice had me strip the interior lining out of the right leg of my battle armor. It was designed to fit very loosely so it could be inflated to exactly conform to the size and shape of the pilot's leg. Taking the liner, Janice proceeded to slip it over her injured leg. Using a Velcro band that she had harvested from her own defunct BDU, she sealed off the end nearest her ankle. The result was a big, billowing sausage casing fitted around her injured leg. Next, the good doctor had me harvest several of the emergency sealant foam canisters from my armor's interior mechanism. This foam was designed to expand and then solidify inside a soldier's armor should it be penetrated. This kept the Marine from bleeding out, and also sealed the breach, which, in the event of a hard vacuum, was critical to the soldier's continued survival. We filled the space between the lining and her leg with the expanding foam. Once it hardened, we would have a reasonably good splint. It would be a royal bitch to get the foam off her leg later, but hey, one problem at a time. "Any idea what we should do now?" Janice asked as I rapped on her leg with the rapidly dimming glow stick. The solid sound verified her splint was ready to start splinting. I cracked open another chem light and tossed the faded one a few meters away. Cupping my hands around my mouth to make a sound funnel, I yelled, "Hello!" at the top of my lungs. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000. "Hello!" I turned 90 degrees and repeated the experiment. This time the echo took only 4 seconds to return. I repeated this 2 more times. In both cases, I didn't hear a return echo, even with my augment-enhanced hearing. Okay. Now we have some information to work with. The closest wall is this way. I pointed in the second direction, and it's probably just over 1 kilometer away. Janice smiled. "Sound travels about 1 kilometer every 3 seconds at 1 atmosphere." I nodded. With no better plan and no reasonable expectation of a rescue, we started walking toward the closest wall. I didn't know what we'd find, but I was willing to bet we would eventually find a door. Even if we ran out of chem lights, which was a real possibility, at least we could follow the vertical surface with our hands. I helped Janice with a supporting shoulder. Despite being on the mend myself, I was in better shape than she was. Over the course of our walk, I dropped 3 more chem lights. Looking back, I could confirm we were traveling in a roughly straight line. Several times we ran across small protrusions popping up through the floor. A couple of times there were actual small objects on the ground lying next to them. I picked one up. I could tell it was Jabesh, but it was unlike anything I had seen before. It seemed older, less refined. Imagine seeing a sewing machine from the 1800s. There would be no mistaking it for anything other than a sewing machine, but it would be orders of magnitude less sophisticated than a modern AI-enhanced machine that you might find in someone's home today. That's the feeling I got from this place. Janice apparently could sense it too. "This place feels old," she said, "but not in an ancestors type of old. It feels different." Agreed. I suspect that this facility was ancient, even while the Jabesh were still active in this part of the galaxy. "That certainly puts the old in old," she said with a bit of a chuckle. I could tell by the timbre of her voice that she was in pain. Without the BDU's systems to monitor her health status and take the necessary steps to manage her situation, she was suffering. "Do you want to stop for a few minutes and have a rest?" I offered. "Negative, Captain. If I stop, I'm not sure I'll be able to start again. Let's keep going until we reach the wall, at least." Rather than answer, I repositioned her arm over my shoulder so I could take more of her weight. It wasn't too much longer before the light from my second-to-last chemstick began to splash off the side of a wall. If I had been expecting to find a door in the immediate vicinity, I was disappointed. What I did find was an endless expanse of vertical surfaces filled with pipes and protrusions that would make walking blindly an especially delightful experience. Did I mention I was on my second-to-last chemstick? Yeah. We were in for a boatload of fun. Since we had to choose a direction to walk, I chose the one that allowed me to be closest to the wall. The last thing I needed was to be banging the good doctor on every low-hanging pipe and box sticking out from the wall. Of course, what that meant was that I got to enjoy them. I began to hum softly. It wasn't that I was given to humming normally, but in this case, I was borrowing a trick from old Earth bats. I adjusted the gain on my auditory augments to pick up the faint echoes my humming produced as it bounced off nearby objects. This gave me a fraction of a second to avoid running into things. At one point, Janice started to hum with me. I was forced to stop and explain to her what I was doing. "In other words, shut up and keep quiet," she said sheepishly. I would never say it that way, but yes, in a loving and Christian way. We kept the walk up for several hours, pausing every now and then for much-needed rest breaks. We were both sore and worn out. We didn't have food or water. I had one chem light left, which I was reserving for an emergency. Of course, our entire day, hell, our entire week, had been one emergency after another. Still, I saved the chem light because once it was gone, it was gone. Several times during our walk, I could feel the deep rumble of faraway equipment running. It filled me with excitement. But each time the rumble faded, we found no sign of a doorway or hatch. Once we heard the sound of something scurrying along the ground. I was afraid to think about what it might have been. If it was alive, it must mean there was a food source around. That brought its own set of questions. Was it, whatever it was, at the top or bottom of the local food chain? The thought of food made my stomach grumble. As I said before, we had no food, no water. The latter was going to become an issue soon. My augments sucked prodigious amounts of energy from my tissues, mostly fat. While this tended to make me hungry, it also required quite a bit of good old H2O to metabolize the adipose tissue needed to generate the energy to power all the extra hardware I had installed over the years. Translation? I was getting thirsty. If I shut down my augments, I wouldn't have the strength to carry Janice much further. I also would be shutting down the echolocation I was using to follow the wall in absolute darkness. We were just about to get up from a rest break when Janice proved herself to either be a telepath or a very good doctor, or both. She pushed my arm away as I attempted to help her onto my shoulder. I went to try again to grab her arm, but again she pushed me away. "No, Admiral. You're burning up. Your skin is dry. I'm hearing your lungs rasp. My guess is you're already dehydrated. We need to come up with a new plan." I sighed. She wasn't saying anything I hadn't already figured out. The only problem was, I didn't have a plan B. 18. Plan B. "Absolutely not," I shouted for about the 5th time. The problem with chief medical officers on board starships is that they outrank captains when it comes to the health of said captain. This gave them the mistaken impression that they could order said captain around. It also meant that they tended to ignore said captain whenever it damn well suited them. This was one of those times. Doctor, I am not leaving you behind in the hopes that I can find help and get back to you. It's not open for discussion. All you are doing at this point is wasting what little energy we both have left. Captain, you can't continue to half carry, half drag me with you. You can cover twice the distance without me. You know I'm right. I can wait right here for you to come back, once you've found a way out of wherever we are. I sighed again. This arguing was taking more energy than I had. Any other member of the crew I would just order to get up off their butt and carry on. But again, there was that chief medical officer obstinance that I had to deal with in this situation. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my one remaining chem light. Close your eyes, Doc. This is going to hurt. You wouldn't dare. You're going to knock me out and drag me along without my permission. Not exactly, I said as I cracked the inner ampule. The space around us was suddenly flooded with light. My night-acclimated eyes protested at the sudden influx of photons. Fortunately, my augments easily adjusted and the pain diminished almost instantaneously. "Oh my God, that hurts!" Janice screamed as she quickly shielded her eyes with her hands. I did warn you. I'd like to think I kept any vestige of self-satisfaction out of my voice. I'd like to think I was better than that. I wasn't sure I was successful. I tossed the chem light in a high arc that carried it about 20 meters away. It bounced to the ground with a bit of a clatter and a minute amount of dust kicked up in the air. Come on, Doc. It's time to play follow the light. I figured we had about 20 to 25 minutes before the last of our chem light glow stick petered out. My thinking was simple. Toss the chem light high in the air and try to see as much as we could. Hobble, crawl, or limp to the chem light and do it again. We were either going to find something useful or we weren't. I think the light reinvigorated the doctor because she stopped trying to fight me. I think she knew that if this last Hail Mary didn't work, I would be forced to park her next to a wall and carry on as best I could. About 15 minutes into our follow the light trek, I began to feel a vibration in the floor. I tried not to get too excited. We had been down this road several times in the last several hours, and I had no reason to be especially optimistic this time. I suspect it was the dehydration and residual effects of fighting the mutagenic virus that had given me a case of ocular proctitis, a crappy outlook on life. I shook my head. Where there was life, there was hope. I had to hold on to that. I had to believe I wouldn't die with the doctor alone in the dark. There had to be more to my life than that. It wasn't much, but it was what I had. I squared my shoulders and tossed the chem light one more time. I would work to keep that smallest ember of hope alive. As the chem light bounced along the ground, I saw the briefest flash of movement. Whatever it was, it looked to be no bigger than a mouse. If I hadn't been looking at exactly the right spot, I would have missed it. "Did you see it too?" Janice asked. I nodded, and then remembered she wouldn't be able to see the nod this far away from the light. I did. "Can we catch it and eat it?" I stopped and looked at the doctor. She hadn't struck me as the bloodthirsty type. "You're kidding, right?" "I'm hungry. Those nanites repairing my leg are running up the overtime hours." The chances are good that it wouldn't have any nutritional value for us. "But that doesn't mean it can't help us," I said, as we hobbled over to the chem light. "What do you mean?" Janice grunted as she came down too hard on her bum leg. "It came from somewhere, and it's going somewhere. Wherever that somewhere is, it's got to be better than here." It took us several minutes, but eventually we found a well-worn path in the thin layer of dust. The trail led in the general direction of a clump of pipes and other not quite conventional ancestor protrusions emanating from the floor. We had probably passed half a dozen similar structures. This was one of the few that we actually saw with some semblance of light. The chem-light was fading fast now. My eyes, with their augments, would be able to see a little longer than Janice's purely Mark I issued in the womb optics, but even my augments needed something to work with. I could barely make out a group of dust trails converging under a series of pipes. The only way I was going to be able to follow the rest of the trail would be to crawl on my belly. I had no idea what I would find under there, and doing it in what was close to becoming pitch black was not my idea of fun. I quickly explained the situation to Janice. As I wiggled my way through and under the pipes, I kept up a continuous stream of verbal descriptions of what little I was seeing. I had managed to crawl maybe 10 meters. The light was gone. I had no idea if I could even successfully back out of the maze I had just crawled through. In the absence of a better idea, I just kept going. Suddenly my outstretched hand felt something. Several somethings. It felt like little grains of rice. Some of them were softer than others. I suddenly realized what I was feeling. Animal droppings. And I thought my day couldn't get any worse. "I seem to have found some poo on the ground," I yelled back. "Interesting," my friend yelled back. "Not the first thought that came to mind," I shouted. "What type is it?" "The type that comes out of the south end of a northbound mouse. How the hell should I know what type it is?" "Can you taste a piece?" "Not happening, Doctor. Why would you want me to?" There was a pause, followed by a soft chuckle. "I just needed a laugh." "Just remember, Doctor, Rikers don't get mad, they get even." This was answered with more chuckling. I could tell by the timbre of the laughing that it was bordering on panic. Suddenly my other hand felt what seemed to be a handle. When I bumped it, the panel it was attached to slid a few centimeters. "Doc, I may have found something. A panel that slides open. Hold on a second and... Holy mother of..." I'm sure Janice heard a loud thunking sound as my head bounced off an overhead pipe. The access panel led to some type of service conduit. The conduit lit up in an explosion of light the moment the panel slid all the way open. "I see light!" Janice yelled excitedly from about 12 meters and dozens upon dozens of pipes behind me. "Me too," I said dryly. My head hurt, my eyes hurt, and I was covered in critter excrement. Did I ever get it out of my mouth that I had had better days? It took the good doctor about half an hour to make her way to my position. Where I had been able to use 2 arms and 2 legs to make my way through the pipes, she was limited to 2 arms and only 1 leg. In addition, I had augmented strength. All she had was true grit and a burning desire never to be left in the dark again. I was going to give my friend a chance to rest a few minutes, but she wanted to push on. We were both hungry and thirsty, and this remarkably well-lit service tunnel promised to potentially lead to one or both. Although the tunnel was only big enough to crawl through, it was lit, so we thought we were in heaven. We spotted several of the creatures we had followed to get to the access tunnel. They reminded me of skinks with fur rather than lizard skin. I had hoped to follow them to water and food, but unfortunately our little friends disappeared through a grate that was only about a handbreadth. Several times the tunnel split. Sometimes the split branched onto a bigger tunnel. We took these branches preferentially. A couple of times neither branch was lit, so we would backtrack and try another route. Eventually the corridor was tall enough that we could easily stand up in it. Life was getting to be good. Except for that nagging water and food thing. I figured we had been service tunnel spelunking for a couple of hours when we finally ran across something that looked like a hatch, complete with a circular wheel for dogging the hatch. What do you think, Doctor? Shall we try it? We have no idea what's on the other side. That's true. But we know what's on this side, and it's not food and water. Fair point, she agreed. What's the fallback plan in case we don't like what we see after we open the door? Close the door quickly, or run, or both. I put both hands on the wheel and attempted to turn it. Nothing happened. The mechanism was likely frozen with age. I gritted my teeth and put my back into it. It took every ounce of my augmented strength, but I eventually got the wheel to turn the barest fraction of a turn. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Water began to spray through cracks in the door's seals. When I say spray, I mean fire hydrant full-force soak-the-house-down spray. For the record, that's never a good sign when you're opening a door. I tried desperately to reverse course and dog the hatch closed. I might as well have been trying to fly to the moon on a bottle rocket. All the wishing in the world wasn't going to make it happen. The water pressure on the other side was simply too great. I had no idea how long the hatch would continue to hold, but I had the feeling we didn't want to be anywhere near it when it failed completely. I'm getting the feeling that messing with this particular hatch might not have been one of our better life choices, Janice said, with just a tinge of worry in her voice. And by tinge, I mean, well, forget it. She was scared and so was I. If you're saying it's time to get out of Dodge, I agree. Doc, I'm going to need you to trust me. I didn't wait for her to answer. Instead, I grabbed her good leg and opposite arm and tossed her over both my shoulders like a sack of potatoes in what had been called a fireman's carry for centuries. My augments were going into overdrive to give me the superhuman strength to run with the doctor on my back. Don't think I didn't appreciate the irony that I might die of dehydration or heat stroke when all the water I could ever want was just a few steps behind me. I was going to pay a heavy price for abusing my body, but I'd rather pay that price later and survive than die in the here and now. When we started running, I had a choice to make. Head back the way we had come or continue in the direction we had been going. I chose the latter. It turns out this was a good choice. I'd like to say that it was simply a function of my innate brilliance, but I was the gal who'd just set into motion a series of events that could quite possibly result in the doctor and I drowning. No, it turns out I made a good choice because I had gotten lucky. As my dear departed mother used to say, even a blind hog finds an acorn once in a while. The floor of the service corridor began to slope upward. This was fortunate, because the sound of water behind us had suddenly increased in intensity. I was now sloshing through 6 inches of water. Had the corridor sloped downward, we'd have been in a world of trouble. Scratch that. We were already in a world of trouble. Had the corridor sloped downward, we'd have been in a world of even more trouble. It was beginning to become difficult to breathe. The difficulty wasn't because of the air, but because the tissues in my lungs were drying out. I was well beyond dangerously dehydrated. Without my augments, I would likely be comatose. Still, I had to keep moving. The water was rising even more rapidly, and the lights had begun to flicker. For those of you who are curious, drowning in the dark on some godforsaken world in the middle of nowhere was nowhere to be found on my bucket list. Fitzy was going to be so mad at me. That was the last thought that ran through my noggin before the lights went out completely. 19. Otter quote. Hey, come on back, Admiral. Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey? The voice I heard sounded vaguely like my own, but with a lot more gravelly sandpaper to it. Welcome back to the land of the living, Admiral. Here, have some more water. I carefully opened my eyes. I was delighted to see some dim lighting. Wherever we were, at least we weren't in absolute darkness. The doctor was holding some type of ceramic cup to my lips. My hands raised of their own accord to take it from her. No, let me hold it. You just focus on small sips, not too much at a time. The hell with that. I took it from her anyway and downed it in a single gulp. More. Janice gave me one of those patented, they teach it in medical school, scolding stink eyes. Finally, she sighed. Fine, but if you get sick and make a mess all over yourself, don't say I didn't warn you. My only response was to push the cup back toward her and repeat my monosyllabic command. More. Please. My friend took the cup from my shaking hands, the scolding look never leaving her face. I literally could feel my tissues rehydrating. I learned over the course of the next hour or so that the lights never really went out. I just passed out. At about the same time I went nighty-night, the hatch we had screwed with apparently gave up the ghost and burst open. At least that was what we were assuming. A deluge of water swept us through the tunnel's larger branches. According to the doctor, the water flow stopped abruptly. I suspect some type of emergency watertight door had been triggered and slammed shut. I was just glad we were on this side of it. The end result was we were quite a bit further down in the bowels of whatever facility we were in, soaking, and obviously with access to some water. Janice handed me the cup, now refilled. I didn't see where she had refilled it from, and frankly I didn't care. I had never, ever been as thirsty as I was right now. I sipped the water more slowly this time. I figured I might as well throw the good doctor a bone. She had been good enough to keep my head above water during our impromptu swim, after all. Speaking of heads, now that mine was finally clearing a bit, I took a look at the cup that I was holding. I raised it and shot the doctor a questioning look. Her response was to smile and wave an arm in a wide circle. "Holy," I began, as my eyes finally took in where we were, or more to the point, where we weren't. We weren't in an access or service tunnel. "Are we in a mess hall?" "That was my guess," Janice confirmed. "When the water stopped dragging us along, a panel opened up in the wall, and here was this room, lights on and everything." I squinted. I could make out tables and oddly tall chairs. The light, what little of it there was, seemed to come from panels in the walls and ceiling. "It's pretty dim in here. I think my ocular implants may be offline. It was brighter a few minutes ago, but the moment you started to wake up, the lights dimmed," Janice said by way of explanation. "I think there may be an AI monitoring us. When I was looking for a way to scoop water off the floor to drink, a cupboard slid open, and lo and behold, there were some cups. Just what the doctor ordered. The interesting thing was, the second my fingers touched one of the cups, the lights in the room started getting all funky. It seemed to move in a way that encouraged my eyes to follow it. Pretty soon I was staring at a faucet that had begun to flow." "You're right. Interesting," I said, as I took a bigger gulp of water. "But you say the lights dimmed when I began to wake up? I wonder why. Maybe because you should be dead. I've been pouring water down your throat for the better part of 2 hours. I've never seen anything like it. Most of your major organs, besides your brain and heart, shut down because of dehydration. And, just to be clear, the jury's still out about the brain. If I hadn't pumped you full of medical nanites before we left the ship, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The reason you can't see right is because your eyes looked like plump raisins an hour ago. It's a miracle you can see at all." "Okay. I get it. I pushed the envelope a little. Consider this, though. If I hadn't, you and I would be on the wrong side of an emergency bulkhead. I didn't have a lot to lose." Janice raised a finger and started to say something. She paused and then lowered her finger. "Do you ever get tired of being right?" "Not yet," I grinned. "Help me stand. I'd rather sit at a table than lay on a wet floor." With the doctor's help, I made my way to one of the chairs. As I sat down, the lighting in the room increased slightly. I could tell by the doctor's sudden start that she had seen it too, which meant it wasn't a function of my eyes healing, but rather the actual illumination getting brighter. At the same time, a soft chime filled the room, and a light emanating from a small alcove to the left of the water spigot began to slowly cycle through greens and blues. Janice and I looked at each other. "You thinking what I'm thinking, Doc? Burger and fries?" "I'd settle for a bowl of pretzels," I chuckled. "I'd settle for day-old supermarket sushi," she countered. Time to bring out the big guns. "I'd settle for pizza with anchovies." "That's just revolting," she gagged. "You win." Having settled that debate, Janice and I made our way over to the alcove. It turns out none of the aforementioned items were on the menu, although, much to our delight, food was the main event. There were 2 small bowls with a nondescript brownish-gray mush in them. There were also 2 small cup-like containers with colored pills in them. It's worth noting the number, sizes, and colors of the pills were different in each of the 2 containers. I dipped a pinky in the mush and brought it up to my nose to smell. It had food smell, but I wouldn't have been able to name it. On the plus side, it didn't smell bad. I decided to risk tasting it. It was sweet and salty at the same time, with a hint of citrus. If I had to guess, I'd say whoever was pulling the strings had analyzed our physiology and deduced what our bodies needed to survive. That meant the mush was likely a mix of fats, carbohydrates, and proteins, all suitable for consumption by hairless apes from the planet Earth. I tried to pick up one of the bowls. The alcove flashed red, and a brief drumming noise sounded. The bowl, for its part, refused to budge. Janice and I exchanged raised eyebrows. As an experiment, I reached for the other bowl. Before I would even touch it, the lights flashed red. I switched targets and reached for a pill container. I was able to pick it up. I put it down and reached for the other pill container. As expected, as soon as I made a move towards the other pill container, the alcove flashed red. The instant my fingers actually touched the container, the drumming noise sounded. Well, it seems pretty obvious what they want. They want us to take the pills if we want to eat. Janice picked up her box of pills. Mine are different than yours. I suspect these are tailored to our specific needs. I nodded in agreement. Should we take them? Janice asked. Probably, but I'm tired of not knowing who we're dealing with. Let's see what happens if we play hard to get. I stepped out of the alcove without taking the pills with me. The doctor followed. I leaned against the wall and crossed my arms. Now, for the record, and in the spirit of complete transparency, leaned is a generous term for propped, as in, if I was not propped, I would most certainly fall down. The alcove began to flash red, and the drumming sounded insistently. I kept my arms crossed. After a few moments, the drumming and the flashing lights ceased. A minute later, an almost familiar holographic shape shimmered into existence near the opening to the alcove. It was Artie. Almost. The figure before us wasn't dressed the same, and he seemed a tad shorter and thicker-bodied. He pointed towards the alcove while using his other hand to make a cupping motion towards his mouth. The entire time he maintained as friendly a human smile as I had ever seen. Want. Who are you? I asked, while pointing to the holographic AI. He looked confused and pointed back towards the alcove, this time taking half a step towards it. Want? I shook my head. I pointed toward him. What's your name? I pointed back at myself. My name is Dare. A look of sudden understanding flashed across his face. He pointed towards himself.
Arekot.
He then pointed at me.
My name is Dare.
Baby steps, I kept telling myself. Baby steps. Arekot was a wealth of information once we developed a working vocabulary. It turns out he was the caretaker of the domed facility. As I had suspected, the domed area above ground was the tip of the iceberg of a much larger structure. A discussion of the size and nature of the Jabesh facility was far too complex for our rudimentary lexicon. We simply had no idea what this facility's purpose was. As a consolation prize, we were able to get Arekot to bring up a holographic map. Whatever this place was, it was a hell of a lot bigger than we had imagined. Unfortunately, the holographic map also told what had to be a very sad story. Sections, like where we were standing, looked semi-transparent. Other areas were dark, and still others were red. The ancient Jabesh AI seemed genuinely despondent when he looked at those areas. I suspected we were responsible for a few of them, what with the whole Noah and his ark thing. My interest in a map of the facility wasn't just idle curiosity. There were members of my crew, friends, missing. Ottaquote was my best chance of finding them. Ottaquote, I pointed to the holographic display. Where? The Jabesh AI looked confused. He waved his hands to cover the entire floating map.
Ottaquote, here.
No, I said.
Yes,
the AI insisted. Let me try this another way. Janice, where? Ottaquote pointed to the doctor and said with a big smile,
Janice, here.
I waved my hands in frustration. No.
Yes. She, here. You, here. We, here.
Yes, I agreed. You are here. I pointed to the floor where Ottaquote appeared to be standing. You are here. I pointed to the floating map, circling the map to encompass the whole thing. Yes?
Yes,
Ottaquote agreed. We, I pointed to Janice and then myself, are here. I pointed to the floor between us. We are here? I pointed to a random spot on the map.
No, my name is here.
Ottaquote pointed to one of the clear areas near a red zone. Finally, we were making progress. We had a location for us. Unfortunately, nowhere on the map did I see any clue as to where our friends were. Ottaquote, we are looking for our friends. Do you know where they are? Can you show us? The Jabesh AI clasped his hands loosely in front of him and adopted a stunningly sublime expression of angelic innocence as he glanced back and forth between Janice and me. I suspected he was looking for additional verbal clues and likely had no idea what I was asking for. Let me try, Captain, Janice said, stepping in. She pointed first at the AI and then at herself. Not Ottaquote, not Janice. Where? I got immediately what she was doing. She was asking Ottaquote to identify an individual by elimination. She wasn't asking about herself or Ottaquote because she had deliberately excluded herself and him. Therefore, of the set of all people present, I was the only one left. Ottaquote's face lit up with understanding.
My name is here,
he said, pointing at me. Yes, Janice agreed with a smile. Not Dare, not Janice, not Ottaquote. Where? With this, she pointed to the floating holographic map. Ottaquote paused to consider her words for a moment. With Artie, I always thought these delays were purely for the benefit of us meat sacks. I wasn't so sure with Ottaquote. Don't get me wrong, he was a powerful AI, but he wasn't in the same league as Artie. After a lengthy pause, he pointed tentatively at himself.
Ottaquote, here.
Next he pointed to the doctor.
Janice, here.
I was next.
My name is here.
Finally he pointed to an empty spot on the floor.
Not Ottaquote, not Janice, not my name is no, here.
I pointed to the same empty space. Others, no here. Others, where? Now I pointed to the holographic map. Ottaquote leaned forward and pointed to first one and then another of the smaller, dark areas.
Yes, no,
he said. Maybe, I said.
Others, maybe,
Ottaquote echoed. The fact that he didn't point at the third and largest dead zone spoke volumes. It was the flood zone we had inadvertently created. If my people were in it likely meant they were already dead. 20. Hope in Strange Places. The food Ottaquote served us provided for all of our nutritional needs, while carefully avoiding any of the pleasurable elements typically associated with eating. That minor annoyance aside, Janice and I dug into our strangely flavored mush with gusto. The reality was, our bodies needed the fuel after the extreme abuse we had put them through. The medicinals Otterquote provided, and flatly insisted we swallow prior to eating, were apparently designed to aid in our recovery. I learned later that the pills included custom nanites. His little buggers were somewhat more sophisticated than what we hairless apes were able to produce. This was a good thing. The results spoke for themselves. After the hearty, if somewhat unappetizing meal, as well as a doctor-mandated sleep period, I felt better than I had in days. Whatever Otterquote put in those little pills of his, they did wonders. Sadly, Otterquote was not Arquat. He had much more defined limits. The doctor and I were reminded of this again and again. As advanced as our new AI friend was, especially compared to humanity, Otterquote and his creators were not at the same level as Artie. Nowhere was this more evident than in the state of repair of the facility we were now making our way through. The lighting was inconsistent from corridor to corridor. In addition, numerous sections had suffered minor cave-ins, forcing us to backtrack and attempt alternate routes. Debris and machine parts littered the floor in many areas. There were some signs of fire and water damage. One thing I did notice was that as we approached certain areas, the illumination increased. It was almost as if the facility was waking up from a deep slumber. I suppose in many ways it had. I also noticed that in some of those areas, as they awoke, Otterquote would wince. I found that most disturbing. Strangely, this wasn't always the case. Every now and then, the opposite would occur. As if to bear witness to the splendor that once was, we would walk through an area that was pristine. It could be my imagination, but it seemed our AI host stood taller and prouder. These were the areas that reminded me most of the Jabesh facilities I had toured with Artie. Places like Midway Station. I noticed as we walked through some of the dingier sections, Otterquote's holographic image would dim, flicker, or even briefly disappear. I suspected whatever he used for holographic emitters were hit or miss in these areas. As strange as it sounds, that actually gave me some hope. Work with me here. Janice and I had been unceremoniously teleported into one of those aforementioned black areas. Otterquote hadn't confirmed it, but I was sure it was the case nonetheless. It was an area that sucked our power systems dry. If all the blacked-out areas were the same, and if my people had been teleported into a similar area, and if they had been unable to escape like we had, then there was a good chance they were in serious trouble. I wasn't so much worried about Matt or Catherine, but Dr. Carter and Chief Cochran were a different matter. Would they have the physical stamina to last that long without food or water? On the other hand, if they had been dumped into an area that was still functioning at some level, there was every reason to suspect their power systems would not have been drained. Their armor could keep them alive for weeks by recycling water and oxygen. It wouldn't be fun, but it beat being dead.
I know,
Otterquote said while gesturing in the direction we were headed. His flickering had intensified to the point he was hard to make out.
My name is Dare, yes. Janice, yes. Otterquote, no.
Otterquote was telling us we were on our own for a while. I had expected this was going to happen at some point. That said, I was somewhat concerned about losing access to the map. Otterquote was apparently a mind reader when he wanted to be. A small cube shimmered into existence on the floor between Otterquote and me. To my delight, a copy of the map floated above it. "You think of everything, don't you?" I said with a grin.
Yes,
the ancient Jabesh AI answered with a similar grin. What do you think, Doc? Left or right? Janice, who was holding the map cube, looked at the red dot that represented us relative to the rest of the map. There's a wide open space to the left. The right leads to a longer maze of dark corridors. If you're asking my opinion, I'd say let's check out the big space first, and then backtrack to the maze if we have to. That works for me. Lead on. We walked for another 10 minutes. The terrain began to change in ways that had me more than a little concerned. Are those scorch marks on the walls? It sure looks like it, I said. It's not just the walls. The ceiling and floors seem to have their fair share of them, too. If I had to guess, there was some type of firefight down here at some point in the past. Do you suppose that's what damaged our, quote, sensors in this area? I continued to walk a few seconds before I answered. It's hard to say. Aside from the burn marks, this stretch of corridor is pretty clean. There are a few lighting panels that seem to be on their last legs, but my guess is the entire facility is well past its extended warranty. I paused to look at the doctor. I'm thinking the automated maintenance systems in this section are still operational. There's no dust or debris on the ground. It's possible the sensor feeds simply failed with age, but I would have thought the same systems that keep the lights working would have repaired any failing systems in this general area as well. So, what are you saying? Janice asked. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 4.5. I'm saying the break in the sensor feed may not be in this area. There are definite signs of fighting. If I were going to fight, I'd want to make sure the local AI was blind. I suspect the local blackout has more to do with sabotage than equipment failure. So what were they fighting over? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Around the next bend, we got our answer. We found what could only be described as a hangar bay. The signs of conflict were everywhere. The thing that caught my eye were the number of partially destroyed alien mechs. There were hundreds of them. In addition to the mechs, there were 15 or so ships of varying size and shape. Some were no bigger than the shuttle we had just lost. Others, 3 in fact, were several times the size of the Edmund Fitzgerald. A few of the vessels appeared to have suffered minor harm during the firefight, but did not appear badly damaged. That is, with the solitary exception of a single ship that seemed to follow a different design aesthetic. If I had to guess, this was the ship that had brought the alien mechs into the facility. It had taken a pounding in the process. To be frank, based on what I was seeing, it's amazing it was able to land at all. I've seen Swiss cheese with fewer holes in it. I scanned the massive hangar with my eyes. The top of the room appeared to have a slight curvature to it. It also looked like it was designed to retract, as there was a long parallel set of tracks mounted on the ceiling. This led me to believe we were back under a portion of the dome. Janice bent down to examine a piece of bent metal about the size of a shoe. I couldn't begin to guess where it came from or what its function might have been. There was a hell of a fight here, she said as she handed me the bit of metal. You're not wrong about that, Doc. The piece of debris was a lot lighter than I expected. As I looked closer, I saw that it seemed to be some type of structured composite metal foam. Humanity had dabbled with metallic foams as a fabrication technique for well over 1,000 years. But ultimately, for every potential use, we had developed a superior solution. As a result, it had never really found a home in any application aside from passive armor. Even then, it couldn't hold a candle to modern active armor and the protection offered by polyphasic coherent energy fields. I put the piece back down on the ground as close to where Janice had picked it up as possible. Old habits die hard. The xenoarchaeologist in me always wanted to leave sites undisturbed until they were properly cataloged. No one would be cataloging this site, but, as I said, old habits die hard. We looked over a few of the broken-up mech pieces that were scattered about. The devices were definitely piloted weapon systems. There were open spaces in the interior that seemed designed to accommodate a rider, but I couldn't imagine the size and shape of the creature that would fit in such a convoluted space. Strangely, there were no bodies. It seemed unlikely that the pilots would have been able to walk away from some of the damaged units we inspected, but I suppose anything was possible. I shifted my attention to the array of vessels parked in an orderly fashion about the hangar. "You're not thinking of searching every one of these ships, are you? You're not thinking of searching every one of these ships, are you?" Not for the first time, I appreciated Otterquote's superior medical tech that had completely healed the doctor's injuries. That's how I knew Janice wasn't concerned about the wear and tear on an injured leg. Her concern was one of time. Searching ships the size of these would take days. I agreed with her assessment, and so I shook my head. We shouldn't have to. Matt would have left some type of marker we could identify. We should just need to make a circuit of the room. If they're here, or even if they were here, we should be able to tell. As plans go, it wasn't a bad one. We started by doing a quick walk around the nearest of the ships. It was one of the shuttle-sized craft. There wasn't a mark on it, and there also wasn't any obvious way to board it. We moved on to the next ship, and the story was the same. The third ship was one of the big boys. It had taken a few hits, but other than scouring the paint, there didn't seem to be much damage. The walk-around took an hour. It was a big ship. Again, there didn't seem to be a way in. "Let's stop, have a drink and a Slurpee. Then we should take a moment and maybe rethink our approach," I added. Slurpees were the name we had given the collapsible food tubes Otterquote had provided us. For those of you who are curious, the flavor does not improve with age. Janice finished hers first. I think she's a glutton for punishment, or she just doesn't have very high standards when it comes to what she eats. I had to work to get mine down. It was one thing when my body was fighting dehydration and starvation. I could have chewed on an old leather boot and been in hog heaven. As it was, my body was no longer desperate for calories. My tongue and taste buds were well aware of this change in status. As a result, their standards were now higher. Ergo, I had to work to get my Slurpee down. "It doesn't seem likely they could have entered one of these ships," Janice said as she took a sip from her water bottle. Agreed. Not unless they found a way to access them with a teleport pad or something similar. There's only one ship here they could have theoretically entered using nothing more than their God-given organic Mark I bipedal locomotion. "The mech's ship, then," Janice said, nodding toward the crashed vessel. We spent the next hour exploring the alien mech's ship. We learned some disturbing things about our aggressive friends. I didn't think we were dealing with living, as in organically living, beings. I say that because we found a number of desiccated remains in the crashed ship. Some of them were in wrecked mech suits. Others were scattered about what we took to be engineering and the bridge. The crew appeared to be something similar to octopi, with 7 long appendages. They did not appear to have any bones or even a hard exoskeleton. All of this made me think they were a fully aquatic species. All of a sudden, the design choices we had seen in the mech armor made sense. Without a rigid body, the Earth octopus could contort itself to fit an impossibly wide range of containers of make-do shells. As far as why this made me believe the bulk, if not all, of the mech units were piloted by something other than a flesh-and-blood pilot, comes down to this. There were no bodies, and these were aquatic creatures. The Jabesh were not. A mech alien whose armor had been breached would soon find itself without its protective water bath. Exiting the armor wouldn't be much help. The mech alien would find itself without a supporting column of water to float in. Even if some of them had been able to drag themselves out of their damaged armor and across the floor, their ship was filled with holes. The crew was likely dead or dying long before it crashed into the ground of this hangar. No. If I were a betting gal, and I am, it was far more likely the mech armor was under the control of a centralized AI intent on somehow carrying out whatever their mission had been. Sadly, our discoveries also explained the gruesome treatment of the members of my crew that had been taken captive. Octopi had decentralized brains. By removing some of the appendages, the mech aliens, or their AIs, must have thought they were making our soldiers more compliant. They were being lobotomized. From their perspective, a head was no different than any other appendage. Chad had died because of an anatomical misunderstanding. It wasn't malice. It wasn't evil. It was just ignorance. Strangely, the realization made me even angrier and more frustrated. I no longer had a place to focus my fury. We were near the engineering deck. I kicked the nearest mech that had collapsed with its pilot half in, half out of the armor. Bastard. I felt better, but I was about to learn a valuable lesson. Let sleeping aliens lie. Behind me, a single panel light began to glow. 21. Sneeze. Did you hear something? I looked over toward Janice and raised a single finger to signal her to wait. I hadn't heard anything, but then I had my auditory augments dialed back. I instructed them to play back the last 15 seconds and to increase the gain. There definitely was a mechanical sound. It came from deeper in engineering. Something is active on this ship. Is it Matt and the others? Possibly, I confirmed. Possibly not. My gut was telling me the possibly not scenario was likely going to be the winner. If I had to guess, my kicking that armor had triggered something. The universe had a funny way of paying me back whenever I did stupid things. Sadly, that meant I had to deal with a lot of paybacks. I pointed to the panel light. Follow me and stay close. The mech ship had a definite up and down, ceiling and floor, but it was not as well defined as on a human or humanoid ship. For us, controls tended to be at waist level and on control surfaces that extended out horizontally. That was not the case on this ship at all. Controls tended to be grouped in clusters and inside of cones that extended out from the walls and, to a lesser extent, the ceiling. It made walking in some of the narrower passages difficult. For that reason, the doctor and I confined ourselves to the wider corridors. This wasn't as limiting as it might sound. The mech aliens might have been able to squeeze into every little nook and cranny, but their hardware and equipment certainly couldn't, so larger corridors tended to be ubiquitous even on a ship crewed by octopi. Of course, the other problem for us landwalkers was we needed, or at least strongly preferred, level ground to walk on. That wasn't necessarily the case for the mech aliens. This made negotiating certain sections of the ship especially challenging. At several points, it was actually easier for us to exit the ship using one of the many breaches in the hull and climb in through another one. This actually ended up saving our lives. I was pretty sure the mechanical sound we were hearing was not being produced by our people. Frankly, our battle armor was surprisingly quiet, especially given that it was several tons of mean, lean fighting machine. What we were hearing now was somewhat hard to describe. It was a sing-song-like grinding noise. Imagine someone attempting to play a violin using a handsaw and a steel drum in lieu of the actual instrument. I see you in the back scratching your head. Give me a break. I told you it was hard to describe. At any rate, we started to hear this awful noise inside the ship. Because I'm foolish, in charge, and people call me Dare for a reason, I insisted we investigate. Here's the thing. We couldn't move up to the next level where the sound was coming from because we weren't designed by the beloved Creator to swim up air columns. This meant we had to climb up. As it turns out, the mech ship had been thoroughly aerated by opposing ground-to-air fire prior to landing in the hangar. This was the whole "ain't no water left in the fish tank" discussion we had earlier. The rinse in the hull provided the ladder we needed to get to the next deck. While we were outside and on the skin of the ship, we realized that the strange sound was actually coming from two directions. There was a source inside the ship, and a much louder source advancing toward us from outside the ship. My worst fears were soon realized. We were listening to the sound of the alien mechs, and not just one or two. There were a couple dozen at least. I could see them making their way to our position from the other side of the hangar. Curiosity may have to wait, Doctor. I think this might be a good time to become scarce. You have a singular skill for understatements, Captain. I'm not sure climbing down the outside of the ship is going to be possible, and at least one of those crazy machines is already inside the ship. How is this whole scarce thing supposed to work? Oh, ye of little faith, I snorted. Wrap your arms around my neck and shoulder and hold on tight. I used my augment-enhanced strength to scramble across the exterior of the alien mech ship and make my way to the floor of the hangar. It took me way too long. The approaching horde would be on us in short order. To make matters worse, the mechs inside the ship, it was now apparent there were more than one, were right on our tails. We had maybe 30 seconds before they would be right on top of us. I looked around. We had two choices. We could probably reach one of Otterquote's starships, but I'm not sure how that would help us, since we couldn't actually get in. The second choice was far riskier. So that's the one we went with. I used my enhanced hearing to try to keep track of our enemy's position. I couldn't see a thing, and that was just the way I liked it. If I could see the bad guys, there was every chance they could see me. "This stuff smells," Janice whispered from my right. "We have no idea how good their hearing is," I whispered by way of warning. The two of us had buried ourselves under a mass of destroyed mechs. I was suddenly thankful they used metallic foam armor. That meant their armor shells were light and easy to shift. The metallic foam was also an excellent heat insulator, which served to hide our thermal signatures. The downside was there was a distinctive and somewhat unpleasant odor associated with the alien artifacts. In my mind, the smell was a small price to pay to avoid being dead or dismembered. The real question in my mind was, how long would we need to maintain our hiding position? The alien mechs did a sweep of the area and then parked themselves near the disabled ship that had brought them. I didn't actually see this, but the acoustic augments that I had installed years ago provided a near three-dimensional image of the surrounding area. I knew within a few inches where every mech was in the immediate vicinity. This wasn't good. I couldn't even talk through a plan with the doctor because once the mechs had parked themselves, the hangar was completely quiet. My mother had a colorful turn of phrase involving mouse farts for times like this. My point is, we were safe so long as we didn't move. The bad news was, we would have to move eventually, at which point we would no longer be safe. I was trying to decide what the best course of action was when fate intervened and the decision was made for me. Janice sneezed. Now, we're not talking some little foo-foo sneeze a debutante might make into a silk hanky. No, we're talking about a knock the walls down, they're going to hear you across town sneeze. I grabbed her wrist and pushed the ancient armor off in one smooth, superhuman, swift and strong motion. In all likelihood, I pulled a ligament in Janice's arm. That said, if we wanted to escape with our lives, quickness was our only option. She could heal from some tendon damage. Healing from a kinetic round through the head or heart was a bit tougher. "Run!" I yelled. I could hear the sing-song grinding sound of the mechs behind us. They were starting to move in our direction. I knew I could outrun them, but Janice, without my augments, didn't have a chance. The thing was, even with my enhanced strength, I doubted I could carry her and run fast enough to escape the mechs. Another curiosity was that they weren't shooting at us. It would have been game over in an instant if they had been. The fact that they weren't was a puzzle. To be honest, I was okay not knowing the answer. For the moment, I was too busy trying to come up with a plan that didn't involve dying. "Hit the deck!" a familiar voice yelled. Instantly, I pulled Janice to the floor without even processing who had yelled or why. Flight school had instilled certain instincts that simply never faded. We had been running so fast that we both ended up with a case of road rash on our elbows and knees despite our ship suits. The air was filled with the staccato sound of kinetic rounds hammering metal. Just as suddenly, an intense wave of heat and the bang of suddenly superheated gases shook the very ground we were lying on. As quickly as it had begun, it was over. Where there had been a dozen-plus alien mechs, there now was a smoldering mass of dead robots.
"You okay, Admiral?"
I looked up to see the smiling face of Matt Decker. Never better, number one. I pointed back at the mech alien's ship. You might want to send a fire team. I stopped myself. I had just rubbed salt in my own open wound. We didn't have a fire team to send. Matt and Catherine were the only Marines we had left. Matt was the only one with battle armor. There's probably one or two live mechs in there. Matt nodded. He knew very well the pain I was feeling. He was sharing it.
"Don't worry. I'll launch a handful of hunter-killer drones to deal with them."
I nodded my thanks. Your timing was impeccable, Janice said while sharing a hug with Catherine and Jack.
"We had the loudest sneeze any of us had ever heard, and ran as fast as we could to see if there were any survivors,"
Jack replied with a playful grin. It was a relief. It was, well, any number of positive adjectives. You choose the one you like best. To have the team back together. At least those of the team still alive. During our walk back to where we could talk with Otterquote, we each briefed the other on our misadventures. To be frank, Janice and I had had a much harder time of it. Don't get me wrong, it hadn't been a walk in the park for the others either. They had found themselves teleported into a short corridor that was blocked on both ends. They had to dig their way out. Fortunately for them, power was not an immediate issue. Matt's battle armor was able to make short work of the blockages. Note my use of the plural. It seemed that cave-ins were a reoccurring theme. This suggested to Artie that they were deep underground. It also confirmed the suspicion that the automated systems in this facility were failing. This was why we had had trouble gaining entrance in the first place, and why, having gained entrance, we continued to have problems. The teleportation network was just one of many systems on its last legs. The biggest problem Matt and the others had was they had no idea where they were, nor did they have any idea where they were going. The fact that they were underground suggested they should head in an upward direction, and so that is what they did. At one point, Matt had entered a room that was completely powerless. His own armor began to shut down, and he was forced to retreat before his armor died completely. It took 8 hours for his reactor to regenerate. Artie suspected the area that encompassed the room had been the victim of a quantum vacuum bomb. Again, for those of you who habitually slept through high school physics, the world becomes a very strange place when you start talking about things on a quantum scale. Fun stuff like quantum foam, vacuum fluctuation, vacuum state energy, all become players in a game of who can be stranger than the next guy. A quantum vacuum bomb is a device that shunts energy out of our dimension and into a higher dimensional plane. It's a very nasty piece of kit, because once it's in place, it stays in place. Our current working hypothesis was that the mech aliens, or agents working with them, had set the QVBs in order to disrupt the Jabesh facility's defenses. It had almost worked. The question was, why? What was the end game? Our little holographic map showed that we were about to enter an area still accessible to Otterquote. I was hoping Artie would be able to expedite communication with his holographic cousin and that we might finally start to get some answers. No sooner had that thought worked its way through that gray mush I call a brain when Otterquote shimmered into existence in front of us. Immediately, Artie stepped forward and placed his hand inside the hologram's head. If that image is disturbing to you, rest assured it was for us too. A moment later, Artie stepped back. Otterquote's eyes slowly scanned over each of us, one at a time. It was almost as if he were cataloging our physical attributes. When at last his eyes met mine, his expression changed to that of a warm smile.
Welcome home, Admiral Dare.
22. Rubicon. There are two things strange about Otterquote's greeting. Well, there were more than two, but it had been a long couple of days, and two was about all I could focus on at the moment. First, it was the only time I had ever heard him refer to me as anything other than, "My name is Dare." Second, that whole single me out and welcome me home thing was freaking me out. Otterquote turned back to face the group.
I am sure you all have questions, and while I'd like to answer them all, I'm afraid we are on a somewhat tight schedule.
I raised a tentative hand. And that tight schedule is what, exactly?
Otterquote shared a wan smile. I'm afraid this facility is about to blow up.
I stared at him for a few seconds. Now, see, that would have been a good thing to lead with.
As I said, Admiral, we have a lot to accomplish, and not much time to accomplish it.
I wasn't having it. Call me mule-headed, call me stubborn. Frankly, at this point, I didn't care. Admiral is for my friends. You and I, we're not there yet. Tell me, Otterquote raised a hand to cut me off. For the record, that did not win him any points. The two Jabesh AIs looked at each other.
Admiral is not yet her current rank?
Otterquote asked.
Not yet. No,
Artie confirmed.
Ah. Then my apologies, Captain. This facility is powered by a quantum fusion reactor. It is quite old, and unfortunately, it suffered some significant damage a number of years ago.
He paused for a few moments.
Something on the order of 20,000 of your years. I have been able to manually balance the field equations required to maintain the quantum pile's containment. However, given recent events, my own systems are degrading faster than anticipated, and I'm afraid I soon will lose control. At that point, things will, to use a human phrase Arquat just taught me, go south for the winter. It would be best for you to be nowhere near the surface of the planet when that happens.
Okay, I buy we have a problem. How much time do we have? I have members of my crew still missing on the surface. Otterquote shook his head in a surprisingly human gesture.
I'm sorry, Captain. Arquat has shared a recording of the events as they transpired. The alien mechs, as you call them, are the product of an aquatic race that has no spoken language. Your people would have been terminated the moment the primitive AIs that control the mechs determined they could not communicate with them.
Killed, I said softly. They would have been killed, not terminated.
As you wish, Captain. There is another concern that must be addressed.
You haven't answered my question. How long?
23 minutes.
Now, I have to be fair. I was in a piss-poor mood, and I wasn't cutting Artie's distant brother any slack. The silly thing was, the only thing the other Jabesh AI had done was save my life and help me find my friends. I was being a bit of a heel, and I knew it. Still, 23 minutes to live was a bit of a shock. I was getting tired of shocks. I was getting tired of running from one fire to the next. I know what you're thinking. The one was a flood. But work with me here. I was speaking metaphorically. The fastest shuttle on Survey 1 couldn't round-trip it from Dome City to the surface and back again in 23 minutes.
Am I the only one that sees that as a problem?
Jack said from a few feet away, interrupting my thoughts in the process. I turned in his direction. He must have seen the look on my face, because the next words out of his mouth were,
I'll shut up and just stand quietly over here.
I sighed. Even my friends were afraid of me. I needed a course change. Autoquote. I've been a bit peevish. I apologize. You've said repeatedly that we have much to accomplish and very little time to accomplish it. Can I assume you have a way to get us off the planet's surface?
I do. You are going to fly the 2 largest ships you found in the hangar. One will be automated and slaved to the other ship, which you will pilot. Your ship, Captain, has a very special cargo that requires a very specific Jabesh biosignature to unlock. It is essential you take this device to the coordinates that have been provided to you. Once there, you will know what to do.
Still have a couple of issues, I began. First, the last time we were in the hangar, we weren't able to get, before I could finish speaking, I felt an electric tingle course over my body. At the same time, the lighting changed, and I suddenly found myself on the bridge of a strange ship. I say strange because, while it could almost have been made by human hands, it clearly was not. The bridge lighting was a bit off, a little too red. Also, everything was just a tad too tall. It wasn't enough to make the various controls inaccessible, but it was enough to be noticeable. There was a subtle but alien feel to the ship. That said, the bridge was surprisingly bridge-like, at least from a human point of view. It had a central command chair, a central view screen, a forward set of stations that looked to be navigation and perhaps helm control. Okay. On to point number 2. You mentioned coordinates that I had been given. Past tense. I have been given no such coordinates, and even if I had, I have no idea how to operate an advanced starship of alien design. Autoquote looked over at Artie.
It's time.
Artie nodded and turned towards me. He uttered a single word, and my world changed.
Rubicon.
My mind was flooded with images and memories. Some were my own, some were not. I saw Chad's death, not from my vantage point on the cliff, but from a closer perspective. I felt my very soul ripped apart by the sight. And it wasn't just Chad and the troops under his command. I saw bird people shot out of the sky. I saw cities burn and ships in space explode. I saw a sun, Nova. I saw death on a scale I had never imagined. I cried the uncontrollable tears of anguish. I was on the bridge. I knew that. But I was also a dozen other places, including Midway Station. These were the memories I had asked Artie to suppress. I now knew the horrible reason why. I needed to be at this place, at this time. Billions of lives were somehow dependent on it. Even knowing this, had I carried these memories from Midway, Would I have been able to send Chad to his death, knowing that I was? Midway, existing in that nexus between realities, had played out scenario after scenario, and in none of them did my friend survive while we managed to avoid the apocalypse. It was one or the other. My vision cleared and I was fully back on the bridge of the Rubicon. My throat was raw from my screams of anguish. My shirt was wet from my tears. But I knew what I had to do, and how to do it. Lady and gentlemen, find a seat and strap in. This ship hasn't flown since before the time of the dinosaurs. The ride might be a little bumpy. I took my seat in the command chair. Despite being just a little too big, it felt right. Computer, acknowledge Command Authority Deborah Allen Riker, Rubicon Actual. Artie stepped up to my chair.
Command Authority recognized. You are now the Commander of Record.
I raised an eyebrow. Artie bowed ever so slightly.
I am functioning as the ship's AI. This mission is too important, and this ship too complex, to operate without a trained crew.
I nodded my agreement. I wouldn't have it any other way. Please confirm our package is secure. Artie paused for the briefest of seconds before answering.
The package is secure, responding to standardized inputs and in-power lockdown. Both we and it are safe.
I sat a little further back in my seat. It forced my legs up as my knees were no longer able to fully bend. I recovered by drawing my legs up completely and sitting cross-legged. Yeah, we would take the time to do some reconfiguration to make the ship, both ships, more compatible with human stature. Establish interlink with the Cessna. Prepare for immediate departure.
Interlink is established. Otterquote has been installed as the Master AI. Deborah Allen Riker is now the Commander of Record. Both ships are reporting green on all systems. We are go for departure.
Very good. Retract the awning, and let's take her up. In less than 10 minutes, the forward view screen showed the beautiful blue arc of the planet below contrasted by the absolute black of space. Suddenly, the blue was replaced by an electric white, and then a firestorm of red. Our shields protected us from the intense stream of ionized particles and radiation that streamed into space as the result of a quantum fusion reactor containment breach. Survey 1's domed city had been warned to move out of a low orbit, so they were safe. As I watched what was certainly an extinction-level event on the planet below, I couldn't help but think of the friends I was leaving down there. Their atoms would now be scattered across the entire surface of the world. When at last, someday, life crawled out of the sea again, some part of Chad might make the journey with them. It was his planet now. It was a part of him, and he was a part of it. I wiped an errant tear from the corner of my eye. Matt had come down to stand next to my command chair. He put his hand gently on my shoulder and gave a light, comforting squeeze. I rested my hand on top of his. I needed that connection right now, especially right now.
He was a good man, a fine soldier, and an even better friend.
That he was, number one. That he was. 23. Proto-Jabesh. She is a beauty, Chief Bernice Cochran said as she ran her hand over the outer shell of the Proto-Jabesh jump drive. You have to understand, there is a special bond between engineers and their engines. It's almost maternal in nature. That bond had only been strengthened recently. Artie had programmed several of our Detellan teaching devices to include the schematics and operating instructions for both the Rubicon and only slightly less sophisticated Cessna. Both ships represented the height of what we were now calling proto-Jabesh technology. At least, they were at the time of their construction. That said, they were nowhere near as capable as pinnacle Jabesh tech. In some ways, that was better for us primitive hairless apes. Proto-Jabesh technology was more accessible. Our best and brightest could almost understand it, and I had every confidence we would master significant portions of it in my lifetime. That is a claim I could never have made of Jabesh technology at Artie's level. Our two newest ships were docked on external ports mounted to the periphery of Dome City's outer shell. There were a number of such ports, so it wasn't hard to set two apart for our newest warships. Make no mistake, warships were exactly what these two brutes were. They each had metaphasic armor, neutronium-tipped stealth missiles capable of acceleration approaching 0.75 C, coherent anti-plasma beams that could make short work of the best of human technology, and jump engines powerful enough to make an engineer drool. It had taken a few days to modify the docking clamps to work with the proto-Jabesh ships. It was another day to get their umbilicals talking to one another. Neither the Rubicon nor the Cessna required power from the Dome City reactors. On the other hand, bidirectional data feeds were immensely useful. How long before you're satisfied with the retrofits? Bernice looked at me with a hint of a twinkle in her eye. You're just itching to try out your new command chair, aren't you, darling? I smiled. You caught me again. Seriously, though, how long? I saw Fitzy out of the corner of my eye step out of the turbolift into main engineering. Nana's ready any time. Artie and I finished the major systems review hours ago. There were just a handful of subsystems that needed some of Nana's and Gramps' love, but they've all been taken care of. Thank you, dearest, but Nana can answer on her own, Bernice said in a slightly scolding voice. So? I asked. So what? Fitzy's self-declared grandmother asked back. How soon can I have my ship? Oh, the old girl's ready to go any time, the engineer admitted. Artie and Fitzy finished the major systems review hours ago. Yes, there were just a handful of subsystems that needed some attention, and yes, they've all been taken care of. This last part she said while glaring at Fitzy. There was some question in my mind as to which old girl Bernice was referring to, herself or the ship. In fairness, they both were in remarkably good shape considering their age. I still enjoyed hot showers in the morning, and I didn't want to put them at risk. Excellent. You and Teddy get a good night's sleep. In the morning, I'm going to brief the senior staff about our next steps. I want everyone fresh and at their best. Huh, Bernice snorted. A good night's sleep is about all I get with that old coot. Haven't had any midnight action in ages. I shook my head. Too much information, Chief. Too much information. Hey, I'm just sharing what you have to look forward to, once you and the Colonel stop pretending you don't notice one another. Engineers have a need to fix things, whether those things are broken power couplings or a captain's heart. I gave her points for trying, but I wasn't in a place to be healed yet. Stow it, Chief. Not the time or the place. By your command, Captain, Bernice said innocently. I snorted. I didn't buy that innocent routine any more than she meant it. I patted Fitzy on the shoulder, and we headed back to the turbolift she had just exited. We had a date with Luke and Laura. Fitzy and I had been spending much more quality time together lately. The truth is, I was addressing a hole in my heart that extended well beyond Chad. I had thought I was going to die several times on that last away mission. One of my biggest regrets was that I had left the ship without telling my daughter I loved her. I told myself several times during my time on the planet's surface that I was going to make it up to her. Last night had been especially meaningful. We binge-watched an entire season of Luke and Laura, ate a prodigious amount of popcorn, and talked about boys. It was cathartic for me to share with someone I trusted my feelings for Chad and what his passing meant to me. For her part, Fitzy shared some of her ongoing relationship with Steve. The two had decided to interact in human normal time so they could, what was the word my daughter used? Savor their relationship. I asked her if they were getting serious. Her reply surprised me. She was worried that his feelings for her might be based solely on the fact that, like him, she was a synthetic, that maybe the feelings weren't real. We had a heart-to-heart after that. I made it clear that there was nothing synthetic about her. Her capacity to love and be loved was what made her special in the eyes of the Creator. Her ability to bleed or not bleed, and in the same way my ability to short-circuit or not short-circuit, were irrelevant to our ability to love or be loved, and likewise irrelevant in the eyes of the Creator. Our conversation changed toward what it was men liked in a woman. Let me tell you, that is a hard enough conversation to have when all parties involved are flesh and blood. I didn't even know where to begin when you were dealing with two AIs. I decided in the end to be guided by the knowledge that human AIs were based and modeled after human engrams. I don't know if what I told her helped, but it was an enjoyable girls' talk anyway. I did notice that today she had been tweaking the appearance of her physical avatar. Her hair was a little longer, a little redder. If I wasn't mistaken, she was wearing a larger bra size, and there was a bit more sway to her hips. I hope Steve appreciated her efforts. Fortunately, I did explain that Steve was based on male engrams, and so there was every possibility he would be oblivious. It was a defect in the Y chromosome. Morning came far too soon. Fortunately, the Rubicon was designed to reconfigure itself to accommodate a diverse assortment of alien crew. That said, humans were virtually identical to the Jabesh, and so the reconfiguration was especially simple. Now I bring this up because, as I said, morning came far too soon. The Rubicon's replicators accomplished the impossible. They produced a roasted coffee bean that was fruity and rich, and in every way identical to the best of the real thing. Morning did indeed come too early. But freshly brewed coffee from such exquisite beans was an excellent recompense. It was with a cup of this delicious nectar in hand that I started the briefing. The Rubicon's main conference room was less than 15 meters off the bridge. It could comfortably accommodate 15 to 16 people. 10 could be seated around the conference table itself, and there were 3 pairs of plush seats placed around the exterior of the room. Artie instructed the ship's systems to resize the furniture to better accommodate the human crew. We needed all 16 seats. For the first time since I had been pulled unceremoniously back into service, I found myself in command of not 1, not 2, but 3 separate starships. This meant I had command crews from 3 ships. In addition, I had Uncle Max, DeAndre Pappas, Jack Carter, and Madeline Gregory in the room. Fitzy, Artie, and Otterquote joined us holographically at 1/20th scale and sat in little holographic chairs near my end of the table. I would have been more comfortable having them present in full-sized versions of themselves, but space was at a premium. Artie was reconfiguring a larger room, but it was a low priority and required rerouting some power conduits. It would get done, but not in time for this meeting. Many of the faces I was only just becoming familiar with. They were a mixture of seasoned veterans like myself, honorably retired and somehow dragged back into service, and others that had until quite recently been serving in lower-level positions. The fact that these last were here meant they had proven themselves to be eminently competent. The purpose of the meeting was simple and direct. What I was about to discuss would impact the survival of every living soul on all 3 ships. More than that, it would impact the very survival of entire civilizations. The stakes were about as high as they got, and I needed buy-in from my leaders in order to have any chance of success. I stood up and looked about the room, making deliberate eye contact with everyone in the room. Everyone except my daughter, Fitzy. It's said a prophet is never accepted in their hometown. As a parent, I can tell you with absolute certainty that the same is true with teenage daughters and their parents in public venues. I didn't need her making funny faces at me while I was trying to be serious. I coughed softly to gather everyone's attention. I'm about to share with you, I began, one of the most closely held secrets of the Jabesh. They shared it with me several weeks ago on Midway Station. With my permission, memories of that meeting were suppressed until a few days ago. The hows and whys aren't important. What is important is how we use the information I'm about to share. Tens of millennia ago, there was a war nearly 90,000 light-years away on the far side of the galaxy. The races that fought that war are long since dead. They destroyed each other. What's critical is that their legacy of death remains. Several of their most powerful weapons have been found. Ladies and gentlemen, these weapon systems are operational. I nodded to Artie. A holographic display floated above the table. It showed entire solar systems burning as their suns suddenly went nova. Those were the systems that were lucky. Those that weren't so lucky saw massive and impossibly powerful fleets descend upon their worlds and carpet-bomb them into extinction. The same fleets chased down fleeing ships and blew them out of space. Shields and armor on the fleeing ships might as well have not even been there. The advancing hordes swept through that distant arm of the galaxy like a scythe through wheat stalks. The destruction was absolute and unrelenting. Don't let the distance, 90,000 light-years, lure you into a false sense of comfort. With access to skip-space tunnels, they can and will be here in our lifetime. We can't run from this enemy. We can't hide from this enemy. We can't beat this enemy. I paused so what I had just shared could sink in. As I expected, several hands went up. My uncle was first. Go ahead, Max.
How long ago did that happen?
It hasn't happened yet. I saw the look of confusion on his face. Midway Station exists outside our space-time. It's like an old-style blimp floating above a parade. It sees the beginning and end of the parade all at once. Except it also sees every parade on every street at the same time. Midway showed Artie and me a glimpse of a probable future. Probable should we choose not to intervene.
Probable should we choose not to intervene?
It was Matt who spoke up. His uniform sported freshly minted captain's pips. They looked good on him. His question was a fair one. It was the same one I had had when the Midway AI had first shattered my hopes of a lazy retirement on some distant beach on some distant shore orbiting some distant sun. It seemed the universe had very little respect for my hopes and dreams. When I said this was one of the Jabesh's most closely held secrets, this is what I meant. Their role in the greater galactic society was that of peacekeeper. They worked to suppress the type of destruction we just witnessed. At a certain point, for reasons that aren't quite clear to me, they left our time-space and entered a higher dimensional plane. Their role as galactic peacekeeper has been left to another fledgling race, a fledgling race that has literally been molded since the dawn of creation to fill this role. So why are we involved? Madeline asked. Are we supposed to help these peacekeepers? I shook my head. No, Mayor Gregory. We are those peacekeepers. 24. Admiral Dare. The meeting only lasted another hour. I say only lasted because it was clear we could have continued to chew on the various implications of my briefing for days. The bottom line was, Nothing we said was likely to be productive until the assembled masses had the time needed to digest what I shared. The one thing that had come out of the meeting was not really a surprise, but also not entirely welcomed on my part. I was promoted to Admiral. It was no longer just an unfortunate nickname. All I ever wanted to be was a geek studying ancient artifacts. Sadly, the universe, and apparently the Jabesh, had other ideas. After the meeting broke up, primarily so people could brief their crews, a group of us retired to the captain's mess for a late breakfast and continued discussion.
"Why in the world would anybody pick humans to be peacekeepers?"
Max said for about the umpteenth time.
"We've been beating each other up with sticks since our ancestors first climbed out of the trees. Hell, we were doing it while we were still living in the trees."
"Maybe that's the point," DeAndre answered. "We have a tremendous capacity for cruelty, but we have an equal capacity for kindness. We're incredibly destructive, and yet we have an equal, perhaps even greater, capacity to be creative. Think about it," he continued. "The Janai are engineers. It's what they tend to do as a species. The Archons are natural administrators. It's what they tend to do as a species. The Saulites, they fight. Every species tends to have something they excel at. Only humans tend to do it all. Fighters, lovers, and painters." I used my fork to chase the last of the maple syrup around my plate with the final piece of my French toast. "DeAndre's right," I said softly. Saulites would impose a peace by force of arms. Archons would try to negotiate a peace. The Jedi, well, they wouldn't care as long as they got to build the ships and bombs. True peacekeeping, peacekeeping that gives each species a chance to realize their best selves, requires a balanced approach: muscle, negotiation, and innovation.
It also takes peacekeepers that have enough teeth to be taken seriously.
I smiled at Matt. The Cessna's new captain had a point. "I'm hoping our special package gives us the teeth we'll need."
"You've been especially tight-lipped about that,"
Max remarked.
"Is the Admiral inclined to share with us mere mortals what exactly the damn thing is?"
"Ooh, ooh, ooh," Fitzy cried. "Can I tell them? Can I? "Sure, but I haven't told you. So what exactly are you going to tell them it is?" My daughter gave me one of those patented teenager eye rolls. "As if it weren't obvious to anyone looking at it. It's a key." My daughter was, of course, right. "Helm," I barked. "Come about. Mark 113, half impulse. Let's take the fight to them. Weapons officer, fire forward tubes as they come to bear. Maximum spread."
"Firing tubes 1 through 8,
Ensign Okawa reported in a crisp voice. A moment later,
"Firing tubes 9 through 16.
My new first officer, newly promoted Lieutenant Commander Catherine Gillespie, leaned forward to watch the sensor feed from her command chair, situated right next to mine. "Impact in 3, 2, 1. Direct hit. Wait. They passed right through them. No hit. I repeat, no hit." I chuckled. "Very clever, Captain Decker. Very clever. Helm, heading 118, maximum impulse. Burn them out if you need to. Coming about, maximum whoomp." The bridge shook wildly. "Damage reports coming in ship-wide. Railguns down, skip drive down, impulse at 60%, Catherine reported. I clapped her gently on the shoulder. "Your turn." She looked at me with what can only be described as a shocked expression. "Captain? Admiral?" I gave her what I was sure was a wicked smile. "I just died in the latest encounter. You're in command." "But you just gave me a broken ship." My smile broadened. "Welcome to command." To her credit, she kept us alive for another 10 minutes despite me giving her a broken ship.
"Simulated encounter awarded to the Cessna and Captain Decker," Artie announced a moment later.
"Comms, open a channel to the Cessna," I ordered. I just lost the encounter. I had no intention in being seen as a sore loser. I'd always found that half of leadership was giving praise when praise was due. Aye, Admiral. Channel open. Cessna Actual, this is Rubicon Actual. Good job, Matt.
Thank you, Admiral. You gave me a good crew and a very capable ship.
Not so good as her captain, I think. A cloaked holographic offset. Brilliant. How did you handle the very realistic sensor ghost? A specially outfitted recon probe?
Exactly. I had Thompson and engineering rig up a few of them before the exercise, just in case they might prove useful. I can send you the specs if you like.
I'd say they were useful. Go ahead and send over the specs. It seems I owe you a bottle of wine and a steak dinner. You'll have to come and collect them in person. Shall we say Rubackers on 5th Avenue at 10 p.m., Dome City?
It's a date,
Matt said, and then suddenly flushed.
I mean, it's a...
I know what you mean, Captain, I said, with the same wicked smile I had shared with Catherine earlier. We carried out 4 more exercises. The Rubicon took 3, and the Cessna took 1. Matt got another steak dinner, and I got to eat a lot more Italian. The last time the meal was catered in my quarters, we had a lot to talk about before we began our search for a skip-space tunnel. We actually got very little talking done. It seems Chief Bernice was right after all about that whole pretending not to notice each other thing. Helm, disconnect umbilicals, docking thrusters at 10%. Nice and gentle. Back us away. Umbilical separation complete, Admiral, Catherine reported. Passing 500 meters of separation. We are free and clear to navigate. Very good, Number 1. What's the status of the Cessna? She is just detaching umbilicals now. She should be ready to join us in 2 minutes. Helm, lay in a course for Sector 1. We might as well get started. Comms, send our regards to Cessna. Let them know we've started our search pattern. Happy hunting, and don't forget to phone home. We were searching for a needle in a haystack. The Jabesh had cloaked their skip-space tunnels. Even though we now knew how to detect them, thanks to AutoQuote, it was not a simple matter of flying to one end of the tunnel and entering. There was an access device that authenticated users. It took someone with a specially coded quantum key and Jabesh DNA to activate the tunnel and enter it. Thanks to the mutagenic virus, I was now close enough to being Jabesh that the access portal would accept me as a valid user. The key that we carried fulfilled the second requirement. The third, however, was somewhat more problematic. What third requirement, you may ask? We had to find the bloody thing. Our location coordinates were several million years out of date. Stellar drift and the perturbations of an unknown number of supermassive bodies between the terminuses would have shifted the positions of the access portal on each side. Ergo the search pattern. I was just finishing my 3rd bridge shift when we received a message from Dome City. We had left the city ship in orbit around one of the remaining habitable moons in the Waypoint system. They were conducting mining operations to replenish critical stores and to beef up the city's manufacturing infrastructure. It seems the city ship had detected a skip drive event some 28 light minutes away. That was about the minimum distance Chief Cochrane had estimated the damaged Survey 1 drive module could jump into a gravity well of a planetary mass roughly the size of Jupiter. Did that mean we were dealing with Transmashuta Industries and Admiral Hollingsworth? It was impossible to say for certain. There was one thing we could say for certain. The odds of them finding us in the vastness of space were vanishingly small, unless they had help. I tapped my V-Link. Number 1, we may have a problem. DeAndre just signaled us from Dome City. They've detected a jump event that looks suspiciously like the Survey 1 drive module. I need you on the bridge. On my way, Admiral. Gillespie out. Admiral, the comms officer signaled for my attention. The Cessna is hailing us. Route him to my chair. Instantly a holographic frame shimmered into existence in front of my chair. Matt was seated in his counterpart to mine. I have to admit, he belonged in command of a ship. He was the picture of confidence. I take it you received a message from DeAndre? He nodded.
Unexpected guests. I assume you want to stop by and share a warm hello?
Not too warm, if it's who I think it is.
Which raises a question. How did they find us?
It was my turn to nod. I was thinking the same thing. We may have one or more TMI agents on board either one of our ships, or more likely Dome City.
Not a pleasant thought, he said. If Hollingsworth thought some QFRs were a prize, imagine how he'd feel about a functional skip space tunnel, a couple of proto-Jabesh starships, and the promise of some super weapons just lying around for the taking.
Catherine took her seat next to mine. Our drive capacitors are charged, and our jump coils are spun up. We can jump any time, Admiral.
You look like you're fitting in, Commander, Matt said. You taking care of my ship?
Doing my best, sir, she answered, before using her head to briefly nod in my general direction. Despite certain challenges. Keep it up, you two. I'll remember this conversation during your next performance reviews, I snorted. Helm, plot a course for Waypoint 1. Drop us right next to Dome City. Let's show our new friends what a proto-Jabesh starship can do. Matt sat a bit taller in his command chair.
I'll give you a few minutes to settle in. Then I'll join you, Admiral. We might as well show them what 2 proto-Jabesh starships can do. Deck her out.
Course laid in, ready to jump. Number 1, jump the ship. Aye, Admiral. Navigator, jump the ship. 25. Olya. 3 more jump signatures, Admiral, Catherine reported. That makes 10 fighters altogether. Who the hell are these guys? I muttered. Fitz, are our boys ready? That depends on what you mean by ready. Listening to some of the guys in the flight bay shower, they claim to always be ready, but I notice the ladies involved seldom agree with that assessment. It's quite strange, really. Fitzy. First, this isn't the time, and second, you and I have had this boundaries discussion before. Don't make me have it again. I was just doing research. Fitzy. Fine. I never get to have any fun, she added, in that sulky voice used by teenagers the universe over. One more time. Are our people ready? I could see my daughter cataloging a range of snarky responses. This really wasn't the time. Fitzy? Not quite. They need a few more minutes to find the right position, she added with a smirk. I let it go. Can you or Artie make heads or tails of these readings? Even though my daughter was seated at one of several sensor stations, she didn't even pretend to access it. I could tell she was miffed that I refused to take the bait. It wasn't as if she needed to. She was tied directly into the ship's systems. The sensor station displays were redundant in the extreme when she was sitting there. There seems to be a crude attempt to cloak the smaller ships. It's quite pathetic, given the fact that they're not even attempting to follow the orbital paths of any of the inbound asteroids. I'm not sure they know we can see them. The biggest ship is definitely the drive module from Survey 1. It's been modified with some alien tech. It would probably be a good idea to keep Nana and Gramps away from any of the sensor feeds. Whoever did the work wasn't very good. It's leaking EMF like a sieve. Any idea what the modifications are all about? Artie materialized next to me. Apparently he was the one who had been doing the analysis of the modifications. The popping in from thin air next to me, without any warning, was something I had gotten used to. Sadly, for her, my first officer wasn't quite in the same place yet. Catherine was still a newbie, at least at being in one of the command chairs, which is where Artie liked to do his popping in and out. I had to suppress a chuckle as she nearly jumped out of her skin. Artie, for his part, ignored her reaction, although I was quite sure he knew exactly what had happened and why.
The primary modification seems to be an external power generation system. Secondary modifications involve extensive shielding and a unique weapons system.
Unique in what way? I asked.
I would hazard to guess the weapon is some type of vacuum energy sink, a refined version of the devices used to partially incapacitate Araquot and his armory.
Every hair in the back of my neck, of which there were many, stood straight up. Memories of my time with Janice in the absolute blackness created by one of these devices would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Of this I had no doubt. A vacuum energy sink was a doubly heinous weapon, because the result of its use was a permanent hole torn into the fabric of space-time. Apparently, Artie had continued with his description of the weapon, but my mind had become lost in a maze of unpleasant memories. It was only when the Jabesh AI realized that I was no longer paying attention that he stopped and allowed me time to catch my emotional breath.
"I was describing the refinements to the Olya weapons system," he said at last. "Do you wish me to continue?"
Yes, sorry. Who are the Olya?
The Olya are the race of beings who created the mechs that we faced on the planet's surface. Apparently, many generations have passed since the mechs arrived and attacked Autoquote. It seems there have been some technological advancements in the interim.
Those hairs on the back of my neck? They were still at attention. What advancements?
Based on what I can determine, my guess is a refinement that allows their weapon to project a null field without creating a new and permanent hole in space-time. More correctly, a single hole in space-time was created and moves with the weapons system. The external power system creates an interdimensional brain barrier to isolate the vacuum energy sink.
He must have seen my blank expression.
The weapon operates by shifting this brain barrier through quantum superposition to its designated target, in the process draining its target of energy. The energy is shunted into a higher dimension plane, where it is no longer accessible to the device in our dimensional plane.
I nodded in general understanding. The bad guys threw a ball of yucky stuff at the good guys. The yucky stuff was yucky. How dangerous a weapon is it?
Extremely. An unprotected opponent would be powerless, no pun intended, to stop it. Before you ask, our ships employ multiphasic transdimensional shielding. They are essentially impervious to this type of weapon.
Do they know that? I nodded with my chin toward the forward view screen, which was displaying a schematic overlay of the various ships and their positions.
Unlikely. The transdimensional shielding is an upgrade I provided. Unlike your previous ships, the Rubicon and Cessna had the necessary infrastructure to implement such shielding.
Some of the hairs on the back of my neck began to relax. I say some because a sudden thought occurred to me. I know, you're surprised, but it happens every now and then. What happens if they use this weapon against the city?
People die.
Artie paused before continuing.
Several thousand people would likely die in the first few minutes. Anybody in a flitter, on life support, engaging in anything dangerous, they would represent the first wave of deaths. If the weapon targets power generation systems and containment is breached, then tens of thousands are at risk.
Those neck hairs? They were all doing their thing again. Ensign Kim, send a transcript of the bridge audio logs for the last 5 minutes to Captain Decker and Mayor Gregory. Encourage the mayor to adopt a protective posture, scram their reactors, extend the Hue tethers, and switch to battery backups. Helm, bring us about. Put us between the bad guys and the city. Comms, hail the drive section and invite the Cessna to join as well. Let's get the preliminaries out of the way. A moment later, a familiar face shimmered into existence on the forward view screen. I found it interesting that they chose to respond to our hail with a 2D video stream rather than the more traditional holographic channel. There must have been something about the new weapons that constrained communication bandwidth. I filed that away for potential future use. Well, if it isn't Transmashuta's favorite lapdog, Admiral William T. Hollingsworth, I said, with an ingenuine smile plastered on my face.
Ah, Captain. No, I stand corrected. Admiral Riker. It's always a pleasure to go tete-a-tete with a beautiful and competent woman. They are so hard to come by. Oh, and I see you upgraded your first officer with a very charming young thing. Perhaps we can make arrangements for the three of us to spend some quality time together.
I see you're every bit the pig you were the last time we talked, I said in a sweet voice. I see you brought some friends along. Do they know you like calamari? The shocked look that briefly flashed across his face was priceless. He attempted a recovery.
It's hardly a party unless you invite 2 or 3 of your newest friends.
10.
Pardon?
10, I said. You brought 10 of your newest friends to the party.
Ah, So I see your censor officer keeps you very well informed, he responded with a nonchalant shrug. Shall we dispense with the niceties and simply get down to the part where you surrender? I have you outgunned, out-armed, if you will. He seemed especially pleased with his allusion to the Olya's anatomical differences. I should warn you, he continued in a more serious voice, that once the fighting starts, the calamari, as you so quaintly call them, are disinclined to take prisoners.
I've seen how they treat prisoners. I'm inclined to return the favor.
So you understand why it's important not to escalate things. You and your companionship may well be able to hold your own, but there is a big juicy target right behind you. It would be a shame to see something happen to that big, beautiful dome. What do you say, Admiral Riker? Shall we make a go of it? You and your charming first officer? You would want for nothing, and my other wives would adore you.
Other wives? Catherine gasped. He's a collector, number one. I believe his reasoning has something to do with... What's the term? Performance anxiety, Catherine suggested. Yes, that's it. Thank you, number one. I heard laughter from the bridge of the Hollingsworth's ship. It cut off quickly when he glanced sideways at the offender. Mission accomplished. An angry opponent tends to make mistakes, and the Admiral was most certainly angry. It seemed I always had that effect on him. It was a cherished gift. Fitzy flashed a text message on the screen where I could read it, but Hollingsworth could not. Our boys are in position. Enemy fighters are forming up for an attack run. I signaled the comms officer to cut the channel to Hollingsworth's ship. The time for chit-chatting was over. Matt, I assume you were following our conversation?
I didn't really have anything to add, so I just sat back and listened to the banter. My compliments to your new number one. She zinged on cue and with exactly the right weaponry.
Does that mean I've killed my chances for a date, Captain?
I'm afraid so, Catherine. Although I suspect that means you come out a winner.
I chuckled softly. Okay, folks, I think it's time to start this party. Matt, I know your guys had a bit more to do and were a bit further out. How long before they're in position?
Article tells me they've finished their work and are just arriving. We can put on our party hats whenever you give the word.
Consider the word given. Attack. 26. Quantum superposition.
Ooh, that guy has some chops. Did you see that barrel roll, Mikey? Less chatter and more head in the game, coon dog. You've got a squid on your six. I see him. Don't get your panties in a bunch. They're tighty-whities, not panties. Whatever you got to tell yourself to get up in the morning, Mikey. Oh, yeah, baby. Splash another squid. That's two, my friend. How many do you have? Quality over quantity, coon dog. Quality over quantity. Yeah. Your wife says the same thing all the time.
I continued to watch and listen to the dogfight out of the corner of my eye. I missed those simpler days in my life. Just me, my fighter, and the sap I was about to shoot. Then somebody decided to promote me, and I was stupid enough to accept. What can I say? I was young and foolish. I'm still paying for that mistake. Something is happening on the drive section. It looks like their doohickey is getting ready to fizz-bang, the ship's AI, a.k.a. my daughter, reported. Do we know in what direction they're planning to fizz-bang? Pops, you got a clue? Artie, in his physical form, stood next to the command dais.
I've asked you not to call me Pops.
Dad seems way too formal.
Nor am I your father.
Guys, I groaned, in what I hoped was an exasperated voice. Focus.
Yes, Admiral. To answer your question, we have no basis for a determination.
Are any of our fighters close enough to take a shot? 3 more incoming jump points, Fitzy announced before Artie could answer. They're making a beeline for the dome. Crap. Have the CAG prioritize protecting the city. It looks like Matt and I are going to have to deal with Mr. Hollingsworth on our own. The whole situation with the Olya fighters was frustrating. It seemed like our pilots were beating them handily, but every time we cut their numbers down, more would jump in from wherever they were coming from. We had lost 4 pilots, and they had lost 40, but we were still facing about 10 of the buggers. Suddenly, the floor shook as the gravity plating failed briefly. Emergency klaxons blared, and the bridge lighting shifted from active alert to red alert, the difference on a proto-JPEG ship being the intensity of the red. "What happened?"
Interesting,
Artie responded with a faraway look in his eyes.
I would not have thought that possible, but their weapon seems to have been able to partially penetrate our shields.
"The Cessna is firing her railguns," the weapons officer announced. I waited to hear the encounter report. "Direct hit." The cheering which ensued was quickly extinguished with the next piece of the report. "No damage." "How is that possible?" Catherine demanded. "Sensors, confirm weapons station report." "Report confirmed. It looks like the Cessna's Q's just passed right through the drive section, like she was a ghost." "Not ghost, Mr. Granger, but definitely spooky," I responded, with a hint of frustration in my voice. "Quantum superposition," Catherine said. "It makes perfect sense." I nodded. Albert Einstein had famously referred to quantum interactions over a distance as spooky. Artie had told me all I needed to know just a few minutes ago, but I hadn't put 2 and 2 together. Hollingsworth's pretty new toy used spooky quantum superposition to work its magic. Simply put, in the classical world, a thing was either in a place or it was not, a 1 or a 0. The moment you started looking at things on a quantum scale, things became a little more confusing. A thing could sort of be in a place or sort of not be in that place. 1s and 0s were less 1 and 0-y. This was the principle by which a quantum computer worked. As a side note, it literally gave rise to a snarky teenage AI daughter, but that's a discussion for another day. For the moment, it meant that relativistic neutronium-tipped kinetic energy weapons, which typically played by the classical here-now-there-later rules, were hard-pressed to hit a ship that insisted on playing by a different set of spooky rules. "Houston, we have a problem," Nat said over the ship-to-ship comms. "We saw," I said. "It's a probability issue, number 1. Captain. Sorry. I'm suffering from some discombobulation. We need to find a way to increase the probability of the drive module being in the same space-time as the Q." The holographic image of the Cessna's captain looked confused. "That's not typically a problem, is it?" "It is when you're dealing with metascale quantum entanglement of space-time," Commander Gillespie offered by way of an explanation. "Exactly," I agreed. Matt shook his head. "Am I the only one who doesn't know what the two of you are talking about?" "I get the feeling you might have been sleeping during your high school physics classes," I said with a wink.
"Wait, we had physics in high school?"
My first officer interrupted with a soft cough and then started to offer up an idea. "What if we... Whoomp!" The lights went out and the gravity plating briefly failed. I happened to be looking at Fitzy when the Rubicon took the hit. My heart froze in my chest. My daughter's nanite mesh android body literally dissolved in front of my eyes. Even when the power came back on, she stayed a silver puddle on the floor for several seconds before she finally regenerated. "Admiral! Admiral!" I looked up and immediately regretted the movement. Somehow I had struck my head, although I had no memory of falling or flying or whatever had happened. All I knew was I was no longer sitting in my command chair. Somewhere in the back of my gray mush I could hear my dearly departed mother yelling at me for not wearing my seat belt. You know the one I mean, the one built into the command chair to keep the captain from falling out of it. Suddenly I realized it was Fitzy, fully regenerated, and not my mother who was yelling at me. "Ship's status," I groaned. "Bumps and bruises, mostly. Some of the power conduits are complaining about the strain," Catherine reported immediately. She was exceedingly competent. "You were about to offer a suggestion?" "Probabilities are all about numbers. If we keep up continuous fire from both ships, sooner or later we've got to get a hit." "It's like winning the lottery," I said, as she helped me back to my seat. This time I actually buckled my restraint and re-enabled my auto harness so Fitzy could strap me down tight if the need arose. "Exactly," Catherine said. "No, number 1. I meant what I said. It's like winning the lottery. You could throw tens of thousands of credits at it and still have a 1 in 10 million chance of winning." "But," I waved her off. We're going to do it anyway, because any chance is better than none. Just don't get your hopes up. We need to keep looking for another solution, one that doesn't involve me getting knocked off my feet every couple of minutes. Phew! The bridge shook again, but not as bad this time. 3 more incoming jump points, Fitzy announced for about the 20th time. I wonder why they don't attempt to finish us off when they hit us with that damn thing, Catherine mumbled to herself. My augments had no trouble hearing her. To be honest, I had been thinking the same thing. My guess is their toy is a power hog. Their fire rate is abysmal. They may need time to recharge and are relying on one of their fighters to come in and finish the job. Or they're hoping if they hit us enough times, maybe something serious will break that we can't easily recover from. Excellent point, number 1. They may be playing the lottery as well. Suddenly 2 and 2 came together in my head. Catherine was on the right track to a solution. It just wasn't the whole solution. Something Hollingsworth had done earlier continued to puzzle me. He had answered our initial hail with a 2D flat-screen image. Anybody else, and I wouldn't have thought twice about it. Not Admiral William T. Hollingsworth, though. The man was far too in love with himself not to share his 3-dimensional presence with the rest of the universe whenever he had the chance. Unless there was a reason not to. I think I'd figured out that reason. Artie, analyze the flight paths of the Olya fighters, discounting course deviations caused by engagements with our fighters. Is there a pattern?
Very interesting. How did you... Never mind. It doesn't matter. Yes, there is a pattern. It would appear they are attempting to maintain a high-resolution forward-facing sensor net and are communicating with good old-fashioned radio waves.
I paused for a second to contemplate that. Why radio waves? Quantum-entangled communications would make more sense. Except the weapons system made heavy use of quantum effects. Maybe the two were incompatible. Maybe they had to rely on radio frequency transmission. Question. Could such a sensor net be used to feed targeting information into their weapon? And could such a network also track our cues?
Affirmative on both counts, Admiral.
I don't get it, Catherine confessed. They've been sending in 10 fighters at a time. Why not send in 20 or 40 or 100? More fighters, bigger net, more redundancy. It's a fine line between enough information and too much. My guess is 10 is their sweet spot. Hollingsworth is bandwidth constrained. That's why he only graced us with a flat-screen image when he spoke with us earlier. I turned back to face the forward view screen. Comms, get me a channel to the Cessna. Aye, Admiral. Channel open. Matt, are your little surprises still hanging out there ready to do their stuff?
All 32 of them reported still ready for action a few minutes ago. Are you ready to sow the seeds of confusion?
Yes and no. I need you to make a change. I need... Whew. That was as far as I got with my message to Matt. I flew against my restraining straps. Hollingsworth's little toy was really beginning to piss me off. There was a grinding noise, and then absolute silence. The bridge fell into absolute darkness. Suddenly I was back in that dark and endless cavern with Janice. My throat was dry, my palms were sweaty, my heart raced. It took an extreme act of willpower to make myself calm down. I knew where I was. I was on my bridge. Everything would be fine. As if in response to my will, suddenly the lights and gravity returned. Comms, get me Cessna Actual ASAP, I said with a mouth that felt like it was full of cotton. I'm sorry, I can't, Admiral. Our communications array was knocked out of phase. All I can broadcast right now is random noise. Thank God for minor miracles. Perfect, I yelled. Flood the airways. Push every ounce of juice through those circuits. Burn them out if you have to, but make as much radio noise as you can. I turned toward Catherine. Number 1, work with both weapons and fire control. Babysit the thermal envelope on the railguns. Fire every cue we can load in the tubes as fast as we can load them. It's time we change the rules of the game. 27. E equals mc squared. I think I might have mentioned before that Einstein referred to quantum entanglement as spooky interactions over a distance. Do you know what else he said? I mean, besides that whole E equals mc squared thing. He said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. By that definition, I was bouncing off the walls bonkers. The thing is, there was a madness to my method. If I could generate enough noise, I could reduce the accuracy of Hollingsworth's external sensor net. Without that sensor network, he couldn't time his quantum phasing, which meant I could hit him. The thing is, the Rubicon was only a single point source for radio noise. This meant a simple directional filter could block out every ounce of noise we could generate. What I really needed were 32 evenly spaced sources of randomized noise flooding the radio spectrum. This would effectively neutralize the Olya sensor net. I could only hope Matt would see what I was doing and put it together. He wouldn't know why I was doing what I was doing, but he would know what. "The Cessna is rapid-firing her cues," Fitzy reported. "Any impacts?" "Not yet. The only effect we're currently having is the bad guys can't stop dodging bullets long enough to aim at us. That's an advantage that will only last while we still have rocks to throw." I knew from the status display on the armrest of my nice new chair that at the current firing rate we had a little under 10 minutes of ammo left. "There they go," Catherine announced, with genuine glee in her voice. 4, 5, that's 10, 12, 16, 24. It's official. All 32 stealth probes are flooding the airwaves with random noise. "The squids are going nuts. They're trying to reposition to get away from our noise field," Fitzy added. None of that mattered to me. Success in my book was a cue taking out the drive section of Survey 1. We had proven we didn't need it, and frankly I didn't want to take the risk of being reinfected with its rogue AI. Sadly, success would have to come another day. Hollingsworth apparently saw the handwriting on the wall and decided retreat would be preferable to getting a neutronium enema. Without warning, the drive section of Survey 1 made the jump into skip space. Seconds later, the remaining squids joined him.
"It doesn't make sense anymore,"
Jack protested as we walked the track in the Rubicon's gym.
"It was one thing when they thought I could lead them to a cache of fuse, but now—"
"I've been thinking about that too," I agreed, a little breathlessly. I had my muscle augments shut down at the moment. Although my body was fully recovered from the Jabesh mutagenic virus, my mind was still trying to deal with the various traumas associated with it. Good old-fashioned physical exhaustion was often the best medicine for such ailments. "I've been of the opinion that we've had an informant on board for a while now. Hollingsworth is no longer after you. He knows about and wants the bigger prize. He wants a fully operational skip-space tunnel, the no-assembly-required variety. Somehow he knows we have the pieces required to find, activate, and use a tunnel."
"I wonder if he knows that you're an integral part of making that system work?"
Jack asked. "He's made no bones about the fact that he wants me for his harem. It could be that he does. Or just that he thinks with his pants. Either way, he's not getting access to the skip-space tunnel. Not on my watch." "I think we found it," Ensign Dorr announced from his station. He was taking a training shift on the sensor station. You may be asking yourself, "Self, why does an android need to take a training shift on anything? Can't you just program the knowledge into their cybernetic brain box?" The answer is yes and no. The engrams used to fashion an AI certainly contain hardwired skills and experience, but new skills and experiences need to be obtained the old-fashioned way. Seat time at whatever the task at hand is. Now at this particular time, Steve had plenty of experience on sensor stations, both human and the subtly different Proto-Jabesh variety. There was in this case an ulterior motive in seeking time at that particular station. My daughter, in full mate acquisition war paint, had parked herself in an adjacent workstation. Normally I would have said something, but I have a soft spot in my heart for my daughter and she knows it. My first officer interrupted my thoughts. "Confirmed. It is a port buoy. We must be getting close." "Very good, Number 1. Signal the fleet. Rendezvous with us at this location." Fleet might be a generous term for a city ship and the sole battleship that was escorting it, but I had high hopes for the future. Dome City was engaging in a massive infrastructure project, 2 separate shipyards were under construction. In addition, engine and shield modifications were nearly complete. We had a high-level view of the engine modifications we had discovered on the ancient version of the city ship buried on Sanctuary. Having our hands on not 1 but 2 proto-Jabesh ships helped fill in the gaps. The result was a series of drive modifications that the Cochrans felt sure could give Dome City a 3- to 4-fold increase in its single jump range. The shields were another matter entirely. Artie had analyzed the vulnerabilities with our transdimensional shielding and had devised a series of modifications that he was confident would address the bulk of them. It was the address the bulk of them part that had me worried. My lifelong antagonist, Murphy, and his law, had a nasty habit of finding holes. I was sure this time would be no different. The city ship was our base station. Hollingsworth's attack had been a wake-up call. If he had altered his attack strategy to actually attack the dome rather than simply threatening to, the outcome might very well have been different. We couldn't allow the dome to be defenseless. Therefore, from this point forward, where we went, the city ship went. At no time would we allow the ship to be unescorted. Given humanity's new role as Jabesh-appointed Guardians of the Galaxy, our resident Jabesh AI deemed it acceptable to actively share a bit more of his wealth of technological know-how. This included advanced shield generators that gave the dome shielding comparable to that of the Rubicon and Cessna. "Incoming jump points," Steve announced. I shook my head slightly to clear it. It seemed I was doing a lot of wool gathering lately. "Very good, Ensign. Extend my compliments to Captain Decker and invite him to join me in my ready room at his convenience. I believe you owe me a fettuccine Alfredo." Matt bowed slightly.
"Good to see you too, Admiral."
"Chicken."
"And what would I be afraid of?"
"Chicken as in the type of Alfredo. And trust me, you should be very afraid." Matt laughed. It was a warm and gentle laugh that I found melted my heart.
"We do have serious matters to discuss, Admiral."
I nodded, putting my command mask back on. I looked up slightly at the ceiling. "Fitzy, please join us, and ask Artie and Otterquote to join you." Within a few moments, all 3 were present, 2 holographically, with Fitzy in corporeal form. We sat around the small conference table. "What can we expect, and how does this process work?" Otterquote looked over at Artie as if asking for permission to speak. It was interesting to see a hierarchy develop between AIs. It had certainly never existed between Fitzy and Arquat, but then Fitzy was not big on authority, period. Artie nodded.
"The portal key will self-install when it's brought into the general vicinity of one of the 2 terminus. If an authorized user approaches the activated skip-space tunnel, as you call them, the portal will energize and build a harmonic displacement wave that will stabilize within a few minutes. At that point, anything entering on one end will exit on the other. The translocation will appear instantaneous to observers in this space-time frame of reference. To the traveler, the jump will appear to take anywhere from a few hours to a few days, depending on a number of factors. Length of trip, the number of gravity wells between the terminus, whether or not it's a Tuesday." "How long will the tunnel stay open?" Matt asked. "Indefinitely. It will close only when ordered to do so by an authorized user," the Jabesh AI answered. I leaned forward slightly. "So what stops anybody who just happens by from using the skip-space tunnel?" "That would be the gatekeeper," Artie answered. "The gatekeeper has a number of tools at her disposal for dealing with intruders, aside from simply cloaking the terminus at both ends. She can shush them away with the gentle push of a force field. She can allow them to enter, and then introduce a small ripple into the harmonic that causes them to drop out at some random point along the way. Without a terminus, they would be trapped wherever they landed. Finally, she could simply destroy them. The power at her disposal boggles the mind, even one as powerful as mine.
I sat back in my chair and regarded the three AIs for a moment. They couldn't be more different. My daughter, irreverent, precocious, even for an AI, and everything I could ever want in a child. Artie, Arquat, the ancient AI that had befriended the Riker family since mankind's first fledgling steps into interstellar space, supremely confident. Then there was Otterquote. Smart, but not as smart. Confident, sometimes. Deferential, other times. Not as sure of himself. Each one of these beings had the power, strength, and intellect to kill every man, woman, and child in our merry band of misfits. And yet I trusted them all. Even the newest member of our team, Otterquote. Would I feel the same about the most powerful being I was ever likely to meet? Was the gatekeeper going to be humanity's friend? "Jump the ship," Commander Gillespie ordered at my behest. "Jumping now," the helmsman replied. I felt the telltale pressure at the base of my neck that said we were jumping. The Rubicon was a very gentle ship, her jump drive tuned to the point where it would have been excusable to claim to have not even noticed the jump. Still, I had lived and breathed in space long enough to sense a jump in my sleep. A few seconds later, I felt the pressure again at the base of my neck. We emerged from skip space. The coordinates we had recovered from the port buoy placed us half a light second from the inactive terminus of one of the greatest creations ever produced by intelligent beings. The jump gate was massive. Dome City, for all its size, could have fit 4 or 5 across through the thing. The size was not the most impressive aspect, though. There was enough energy coursing through the virtually innumerable Jabesh power nodes encircling the terminus to simulate a handful of supernovas. Courtesy of Einstein, we knew that energy and mass were different expressions of the same thing. The presence of that much energy in one place distorted the very fabric of space-time, resulting in a stunning, donut-shaped black hole. I would have loved to have spent more time looking at this wondrous sight. Unfortunately, the universe had a different idea. We were not alone. Red alert! 28. Gatekeeper.
Man alive, does it ever feel like you've been here before, Mikey? On your 6. Got 'em. Splash one more squid. Yeah, Coondoggy, I was just thinking that. Do you... Bam! Gotcha, you want to be sushi? Where was I? Oh, yeah. Do you suppose they serve calamari in the afterlife? And maybe, just maybe, we're here hunting for our supper? You are one sick puppy, Coondog. Funny thing, your wife says the same thing. Coondog, you are aware I'm armed and considered dangerous?
I continued to listen to several of the pilots banter. Flying a fighter was exhausting work, both physically and emotionally. The banter was a tried-and-true way of relieving the stress and ensuring our guys stayed on the top of their game. When we exited skip space, we found ourselves surrounded by close to 120 Olya fighters and 3 bigger ships. The ships had formed some type of picket line to deny access to the skip space tunnel. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I was getting tired of seeing these guys pop up every time we turned a corner. I'd like to say they just liked us, but every time we met they ended up shooting at us. That just kind of killed the whole I want to be best buds vibe. How are the new shields holding out, Matt? The Cessna had just taken several hits from 2 of the larger ships. Judging from their size, and the fact that they got multiple shots off each, I would hazard a guess that their systems were designed from the ground up to handle the vacuum energy weapon. A 3-dimensional representation of the Cessna's bridge floated off to the right of my main view screen. I could see Matt directing the flow of events on his bridge. The fact that I could still see him was a good sign that Artie's improvements were proving effective.
"Sorry, Admiral. I had a couple of quick things to check,"
Matt answered after a few seconds.
"We did surprisingly well. We took a 5% power drain when 2 of those bigger boys hit us at once. Otterquote estimates we might survive a 3-on-1, but it would be iffy."
I nodded and turned towards Artie. Anything we can do to improve our odds?
"Don't get hit by all 3 at once."
Sage advice from a sage AI. Clearly, he had been spending too much time with my daughter. As predicted, our Q and energy weapons were ineffective. It was the Hollingsworth scenario all over again ×3. We needed to wrap this up quickly. If we had figured out that 3-on-1 was that magic number, it was a good bet the squids had too. Fortunately, the third ship was out of position, but that wouldn't last long. Artie, can we isolate the power systems for weapons? Protect them, but leave the rest of the ship vulnerable?
Those systems are already isolated. It would be, in human parlance, a piece of pie.
Cake. It would be a piece of cake.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Get ready to shut down the shields for everything but the weapons. Get ready to switch them in and out of hot standby. Artie looked at me as if he were trying to evaluate my current mental competence.
You do realize a single hit under those conditions will render the bulk of the ship inoperable. We will be dead in the water.
I smiled at the Jabesh AI. I'm counting on it. I turned back to the main screen. Matt, I need you to back off. Best possible speed. Pretend like you took damage and need to get out of Dodge.
Admiral?
Don't worry, Captain. The universe has been trying to kill me for a long time, and it hasn't succeeded yet.
Care to share your plan?
I'm going to see if squids know anything about opossums.
Getting out of Dodge per your command, Admiral Dare. Deck her out.
Navigator, plot a course that keeps us between those big boys and the Cessna. Helm, execute a course correction when navigation gets you some numbers. Fitzy, program the shields to start randomly fluctuating, everything except main weapons. Make it mild and then progressively worse. Then get yourself to your hardened backup. Take Steve with you. Artie, you and I have a date with some manual railgun controls. 5 minutes later, Artie and I were sitting in a seldom-used control room just off the first bank of railguns. The Cessna was making good on its escape. Our shields were beginning to fluctuate. The two behemoths that had been chasing her began to slow down. Come on, you buggers. Here I am. A nice, big, juicy target. Come and get me. You know you want to. It seems that sometimes the wait to die can feel like forever. Take that from an expert. Death and I have had long conversations in the past. That said, he's not someone I'd like to spend a lot of time getting to know.
They're coming about, Admiral.
I think the lights flickered and gravity plating failed briefly. I thought perhaps we had misjudged how much shielding we had needed to protect the weapon systems.
The ship is effectively dead,
Artie announced.
I simulated a major failure in those systems that still have minimal power. We are in full-on opossum mode.
This is where things got interesting. The enemy's vacuum energy weapon was designed to disable its opponent. It wasn't capable of carrying out the actual kill. For that, they would need to use conventional weapons. Weapons that didn't operate under spooky rules.
They are powering up their plasma turrets.
It was time to wake the opossum. I used a joystick to line up my shot and pressed the fire commit button just to the right of it. A moment later, a neutronium-tipped Q slammed out of a linear accelerator at 98% the speed of light. As fast as I could line up a second shot on the other ship, I took it. Restore power ship-wide. Get our shields back up. On the small view screen in front of me, the first ship I had fired on was an expanding cloud of debris. The second ship was luckier. A sizable chunk was missing, but it appeared to be moving away under its own power.
Power restored. Shields at 83% and climbing,
Artie reported, with a big old Jabesh smile. I loved it when a plan came together. How long before we're close enough for our key to auto-install? I asked Araquote. Even though we had eliminated one of the alien battleships and severely damaged a second, we still faced a third, as well as 6 or 7 dozen fighters. Mikey and Coondog, as well as a number of their fellow pilots, were doing the best they could, but they were severely outnumbered. Sometimes all the skill in the world couldn't make up for a massive numerical deficit. Araquote looked off into the distance.
It could happen any time now.
Helm, continue moving us closer. Number 1, signal the CAG to recall all fighters. We'll go point defense systems all the way for a few minutes.
It's gone,
Araquote said with what I took to be a relieved voice. If I had known he was worried about the key being accepted, I might have altered my strategy. I guess sometimes ignorance is bliss. Something is changing in the portal. Energy readings are rising off the scale. I wasn't even sure who had just spoken. There was a noise that seemed to emanate from directly within my skull. All your ships are being pushed away from the portal by some type of energy beam, Fitzy yelled. The din was almost painful. Scratch that, it was painful. Comms, open a channel to the gatekeeper. JBESH protocols. Admiral, the channel is already open. Sensor beam, Ensign Dorr yelled. He needn't have. A white beam seemed to float across the bridge. When it got to me, it stopped. Suddenly I found myself standing in a glowing white room that reminded me of Midway Station. The horrible noise and the pain it produced were gone. A beautiful and unquestionably exotic woman stood in front of me. She was shorter than either Artie or Otterquote. She actually looked more human than either of them, but there was the same alien air about her. The gatekeeper, I presume. Her face lit up with a smile that was hard not to like. Admiral Deborah Allen Riker, the famous Admiral Dare. So nice to meet you in person. We have much to talk about, and you have much to do. Epilogue. Admiral William T. Hollingsworth stood on the bridge of his ship. The vessel had once been the drive module of a massive survey ship. Now it was his flagship of a fleet of one. His new fair-weather friends, the Olya, had helped him rebuild and repair the rechristened TMS Divine Retribution. The ship had been bloodied in his last encounter with Admiral Riker, but he wasn't worried. He was a Hollingsworth. The universe was his by right of birth. Even the beautiful alien gatekeeper acknowledged his supremacy. After all, she had cheerfully opened the door to the skip space tunnel that he was now traveling through.
This is the end of Lost Ship, Book 2 in the Exodus Earth series by Andrew Berry. The series continues with Book 3, Battleship. We hope you enjoyed Lost Ship as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. We just wanted to take a moment to encourage you to review the book. Every review helps further the author's reach, and ultimately helps them continue writing fantastic books for us all to enjoy. We also invite you to join our non-spam mailing list by visiting www.subscribepage.com/Athon Readers Group and never miss out on future releases. Want to discuss our books with other readers and even authors? Join our Discord server today and be a part of the Athon community. You'll find details at athonbooks.com. This is the end of Lost Ship, Book 2 in the Exodus Earth series. The story concludes with Book 3, Battleship.
1. Contagion. 3 months. 3 months. That's how long it took us to traverse the skip space tunnel from where we were, somewhere near the outer rim of the Orion arm of the Milky Way, to here, somewhere on the complete opposite side of the galaxy, in the Centauru arm. I know what you're saying to yourself. Self, I never heard of the Centauru arm. Frankly, neither had I. How can I describe this little section of our home galaxy in terms somebody who's never been here can understand? Let me try it this way. Imagine you're on your bike, pedaling along a meandering dirt road in a beautiful forest. The trees are just beginning to turn colors for the fall. The birds are cheerfully singing. The air is crisp. Everything is, in a word, perfect. And then a bear comes along and starts chasing you. Sadly, no matter how hard you pedal, it seems he's just a little bit faster than you. That's the Centauru arm of the Milky Way. Only bears are the least of your problems. As one small example, shortly after we arrived, people started getting sick. Really sick. Keep the road to the bathroom clear of all obstacles sick. In an effort to contain the contagion, I was forced to quarantine the fleet. No one was allowed to move between ships. Somebody in Survey 1's Dome City had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. A stray bit of cosmic radiation hit a nucleotide in a harmless virus living in his or her left pinky. The nucleotide, a guanine, as in sounds like guano, as in sounds like bat excrement, was knocked out of place. The piece of DNA in question scrambled to find a replacement. Not satisfied with a single nucleotide replacement, it found and inserted an entirely new sequence of amino acids. What can I say? As viruses go, it was an overachiever. The end result was a new, lethal pathogen with an amazing ability to evade all reasonable and many unreasonable efforts to eradicate. Close to 10% of the city was now in medical stasis. Unfortunately, it didn't stop there. The infection had spread to both the Cessna and the Rubicon. Artie had managed to formulate a nanite package that could stabilize the pathogen, at least for a little while. More importantly, he had developed a vaccine that protected against the infection. That was the good news. But of course, this is a good news, bad news story. The bad news was, we didn't have the necessary supplies to fabricate enough of the vaccine to address the needs of our population. Nor did we have a cure for those already infected. The crews of the Rubicon and the Cessna were currently virus-free. This was thanks to quick isolation protocols and contact tracing. This effectively sequestered the pathogen and limited it to a small population. There was, however, one infected crew member whose unique genetic makeup placed her in a different category from everyone else. While this crew member was not infectious, her hybrid human Jabesh DNA made her what the medical community called a long hauler, with mild symptoms but persistent symptoms. That person was, of course, me. My body was beating the virus, but it was a slow and annoying process. Further proof the universe hates me. I stepped out of the turbolift. Admiral on the bridge. Stow that, ensign door. Anybody who would care is in bed, which is where I should be. Begging the Admiral's pardon, but why aren't you? I have firm orders from Commander Gillespie to make sure you stay away from the bridge and focus on getting some sleep. Her orders were given under the threat of emasculation. I frowned. You're an android. Is that even possible? I believe it is the intent that matters, ma'am. I outrank her, I countered. Technically that's true, but... Do you have trouble with your auditory signal processors, ensign? The voice belonged to my first officer, who had just stepped onto the bridge. Did you not hear my orders involving the Admiral and her doctor-mandated rack time? I did, Commander, and I tried, but she outranks me, and you, and in what universe do you think that matters to me right now? My first officer said, with her fists on her hips, and in a deceptively soft voice that was known to send young ensigns scrambling in fits of panic. I chuckled. I needed the good chuckle. It was cathartic in its own right. This feeling just miserable enough to have trouble sleeping, but not sick enough to feel like you should stop trying to be a productive member of society, was for the birds, although I couldn't think of a single reason a bird would want it either. How about a compromise, number one, so we can stop beating up the poor ensign? Does it involve getting you off the bridge and into your rack? Close, I said. That's why they call it a compromise. She crossed her arms. I'm listening. I repressed a smile. I wondered, not for the first time, at what point I lost control of my first officer. I remember a young lieutenant, extremely competent but not always confident. That was not the description of the woman I faced now. Oh, she was competent, but she literally exuded confidence, and rightly so. She had become, in a very short period of time, the single best first officer I had ever worked with, and that included Matt Decker. Catherine continued to look at me. It involves breakfast and conversation in the captain's mess. Acceptable. No coffee. Coffee, half caffeine. Half caffeine first cup only. Decaf after that. I sighed. You drive a hard bargain, number one. I accept your terms. And I accept your surrender, Admiral, she answered with a mischievous wink.
The gatekeeper told us her cartographic data was going to be out of date.
I glanced over at Matt, who was seated in a comfortable recliner with one leg crossed over the other, a beer in one hand and a sandwich in the other. We were in my quarters, specifically my living room. Well, I was. He wasn't. He was in his quarters on the Cessna. We were dining together holographically. It was very romantic. Not. She wasn't lying, I agreed. The gatekeeper had given us a data dump shortly before sending us on our way. The data contained a massive amount of information on a wide range of topics. These topics included medicine and stellar cartography. When I say massive, I mean as in months just to catalog it all. The problem was the gatekeeper's archive was thousands of generations out of date. This was the crux of our difficulty. In what had to be an example of divine providence, Artie had serendipitously located within the medical sub-archive information which could address our current difficulty. The Jabesh were aware of a biologic called Delium valetudo, which was said, when properly processed, to cure a wide range of viral infections. It was the hardened sap from a tree. Many planets, to include Earth pre-extinction, produced a variant of Delium, but we were solely interested in a variety native to a planet called Pishon. It was harvested from a tree the local population understandably called the Tree of Life. The locals were reputed to have amassed one of the largest and diverse botanical libraries in the known universe, at least up until the time of the creation of the Gatekeeper's archive. As a side note, and by way of illustration as to how strangely wired my brain was, and is, even before the Jabesh started messing with my genome, the name of this planet, Pishon, reminded me of my father. One of my only memories of my father actually comes from a video my mother used to share from their honeymoon. For those of you turning red, get your mind out of the gutter. That's not the type of video I'm talking about. My parents were on a charter boat during a trip to the Caspian Sea. I vividly remember, as a little girl, sitting on our living room floor, leaning back against my mother as she wrapped her arms around me. The holovid screen would swing wildly as my mother pointed the camera first at my father and then at what he was doing. I remember seeing my father holding a pole that was nearly bent in half, yelling and laughing, "Fish on," which of course sounds like Pishon. I don't know why that particular thought worked its way through my noggin, but it did. I didn't know it at the time, but it was a premonition of sorts. I told you my brain was wired strangely. Maybe next time you'll believe me.
So what are our options, even if we were able to find Pishon?
Matt said, interrupting my thoughts.
What's to say this tree isn't extinct?
I took a sip of my beer. Absolutely nothing but faith. I put my beer down and looked at my friend, my more than friend, I finally admitted. Even if we find the tree the archives talk about, we don't know if it will help or that we will know how to properly refine its sap. If the indigenous population isn't able to help us, we may still be screwed. All we really ever have is faith.
Seems strange.
What seems strange? I asked.
Strange that not that long ago we were fighting corporate mercenaries in black holes and manic mechanized armor. And now we're looking for a plant.
And if we find the plant, and it helps us kick this virus, all it buys us is a chance to hunt down and stop someone from committing xenocide with ancient weapons even the Jabesh were afraid of.
It kind of makes you miss those good old days trudging through the swamps of Sagia 3.
He laughed. I gave him a cold look.
Oh, you're not still mad about that, are you?
He asked, suddenly very aware of my silence. Do you know how I described Sagia 3 in my journal? He shook his head. I leaned my head back to pull out of my nearly photographic memory the exact wording. If Mother Nature had an ugly stepsister with bad hygiene habits and smelly armpits, that would be Sagia 3.
That would be a fair description,
Matt agreed with a hearty chuckle. That was the site of my first impression of you, buddy.
You know what they say. You can't judge a book by its cover.
I threw my empty beer can at him. He ducked as it passed through his holographic image. Much to my amazement, Artie, Otterquote, and Fitzy were able to dig through the gatekeeper's archives and find enough clues to the location of Pishon that we were finally able to construct a reasonable picture of its location, at least at the time of the archive's creation. Now it was just a case of calculating the relative motions, stellar drift, gravitational interactions, and the occasional supernova's impact on the former position of thousands of stars. A piece of cake, especially if you have 3 powerful AIs working on the project. With their combined efforts, we quickly arrived at another good news, bad news scenario. "We've limited the potential area we need to search," Fitzy announced. As you might have guessed, this was the good news piece. If you guessed the bad news piece was the size of the area we had to search, then help yourself to a cookie. You're a winner. "So how big an area are we talking about?" I asked with justifiable trepidation. "Roughly 31,000 cubic parsecs, give or take some change." There are 2 things you should note about her response. First, it was delivered with a completely straight face. Second, a parsec is roughly 3¼ light-year. That means we were going to be searching a volume of space flirting with 1,000,000 cubic light-years. If you're thinking that's an impossibly large volume of space to search, help yourself to another cookie. 2. You're what? I remember Mr. Yunke, my 9th grade calculus professor, teaching his class of miscreants, to include myself, a general approach to solving impossible problems. Basically, you developed what was called a heuristic. A what, you ask? Just a fancy way of saying you need to find a way to limit the scope of the problem. Why? Because smaller problems are more manageable problems. In this case, rather than trying to search 1,000,000 cubic light-years for a single planet, I took advantage of a handful of heuristics. First, artificially generated radio waves travel at the speed of light, the assumption being that the locals still used radio waves for communications. Second, the radius of 1,000,000 cubic light-year sphere is only 62 light-years. If I assumed a technologically advanced race was producing radio waves, I only needed to search the shell of a sphere with a radius of 62 light-years. Even better, I only needed to map all artificial radio sources from 3 or 4 positions to get a good idea of where each radio source was emanating from within the volume of the search sphere. Impossible quickly became very doable. "Admiral on the bridge," the comms officer barked as I stepped out of the turbolift. I gave an obligatory, "As you were," and took my seat. "System 3 is a no-go," Catherine reported as she resumed her seat next to mine. Standing just off to the right was Captain Decker's holographic avatar. He had taken to presenting his ship's status when my bridge watch started. I nodded in his general direction, which he returned. Both he and I ran an informal bridge, a point not always recognized or accepted by some of the junior officers. "Go ahead, number 1. There are satellites in orbit around 2 of the planets, and a few defunct mining colonies on several of the larger asteroids, but the planets are basically dead." Her statement was confirmed by what I was seeing. On the forward view screen, a desiccated red-brown world slowly scrolled by as we orbited around it. By appearances, the planet was not too different from Mars before it had been terraformed by humanity in the late 21st century. I could see what looked like ancient riverbeds and deltas. In several places, it looked like there had been massive meteoroid impacts. Was there anything more interesting than sand down there at some point in its history? It looks like somebody threw some big rocks at the surface. There isn't much radiation beyond what you'd typically see on a planet this size and this close to its primary. There is one anomalous reading. I raised an eyebrow. "Do tell." "There is virtually no magnetic field, and as a result, what little is left of the planet's atmosphere is being eroded away by the solar wind." "We see that all the time, number 1. Planets lose their magnetic fields as their cores cool, What makes this situation anomalous? The loss seems to have taken place in the last several thousand years, about the same time as the kinetic strikes occurred. Now that was interesting. I turned my head to look back toward one of the library computer stations. I had seen my daughter's physical avatar sitting there on the way onto the bridge. Fitzy, honey, poke around the database. Are there any examples of planets losing their magnetospheres overnight, at least in geological terms? My daughter glanced up from her workstation, which she cleared quickly. The brief flash of, "Whoops, I've been caught," told me she had either been surfing social media or shooting the breeze with Steve. Likely she had been doing both. Frankly, as an AI, her ability to multitask meant I had no concern whatsoever about her extracurricular activities while on duty, beyond the bad example it set for us meatbag types. The fact that she answered my question without being snarky worried me greatly. The trials and tribulations of being a mom. Gamma Nagora 3 lost its magnetosphere in roughly 0.4 million years when its primary moon had its orbit shifted by a supermassive asteroid strike. The moon's new orbit took it beyond its orbital Roche limit. Tidal forces between it and its primary caused the moon to tear apart. The sharply increasing and then decreasing tidal forces put inordinate pressure on the planet's tectonic plates. The shifting tectonic plates released substantial amounts of the planet's interior heat. The core hardened and no longer rotated enough to generate a sizable magnetic field. There are numerous other examples of planets quickly losing their magnetospheres, but nothing on the timescale of a few thousand years. I had a feeling that might be the case. "Artie, have you been monitoring?" I asked. The Jabesh AI materialized beside me. To her credit, Catherine only jumped a little bit. I tried to hide a slight smirk. I may have been successful, then again maybe not. I'm going to take that as a yes. Question: under what circumstances might a planet lose its magnetosphere in the timescales we're looking at here? Artie waved a hand, and a holographic display materialized about a meter away. A representation of the dead world floated in the middle of it. Suddenly, bluish magnetic field lines erupted from near each of the poles and wrapped around the planet to embed themselves on the opposite pole.
You are looking at the magnetic field lines normally associated with a planet with a molten iron core. The only way to remove the magnetosphere is to remove the magnetic flux associated with these field lines. There is no natural process for this to happen on a planetary scale over the course of only a few thousand years, nor is there an artificial one to accomplish this over that time scale.
And yet we're orbiting an example of exactly that, my first officer pointed out.
Respectfully, Commander, we are not. There are two mechanisms by which the field lines that support the magnetosphere could have been eliminated. The elimination would have been virtually instantaneous, not over the course of 1,000 years, and more to the point, it would not be permanent.
I snapped my fingers. A magnetic flux switch, or a magnetic shunt?
Exactly. I would speculate the first is more likely than the second,
Artie confirmed. The holographic image of Matt leaned forward in his command chair on the Cessna.
Somebody want to enlighten those of us who were catching up on our beauty sleep during physics class?
I smiled. Any benefits he might have accrued from the alleged beauty sleep had long since been negated by both age and being on the wrong side of too many fists during bar fights. Still, he was ruggedly handsome in his own way. Magnetic flux flows from north to south poles. Pretty much everyone knows this, even those of us who sleep through physics, I added with a wink. Matt nodded with a slight wink of his own. What people don't often realize is that magnetic flux behaves like an electric current and will take the path of least resistance, I continued.
Meaning?
Matt prompted. Meaning there are two ways to short a magnetic field. One is to provide a ferromagnetic bridge between the poles, an iron wire, if you will.
That's a lot of wire,
my former first officer remarked, which is why option one seems more likely. Matt leaned back in his chair with a smile plastered on his face. My suspicion that he figured it out was confirmed a moment later.
They used another magnetic field, didn't they?
He asked, more by way of a statement than a question.
That would seem likely,
Artie agreed. I started scanning the surface looking for magnetic anomalies. Fitzy announced. It's not much, but there is a weak anomalous field near the equator within 3 kilometers of the magnetic midline between the poles. Number 1, I want an away team ready to deploy in the shuttle bay in 30 minutes. Make sure that Chief Teddy and Jack Carter are invited to join us. Us? You and I are going too. Matt, you up for a little trip to the planet's surface? I asked with a quick glance toward the holographic bridge of the Cessna.
My team and I will meet you down there in 30 mics.
Now some of you may be asking yourselves why I felt the need to visit the planet's surface. Clearly, if this planet was the sole source of the delium we needed, then we were well and truly screwed, because there was not an abundance of trees, or for that matter, anything else growing down there. That being the case, wouldn't it make more sense to start looking into other possibilities for acquiring the biologics we were after? The simple answer is yes, but. The but piece comes down to this. We were here to stop some bad guys from doing some bad things. Our being sick, while unfortunate, was incidental to that. Second, while it was highly unlikely that the bad guys we were hunting were the ones responsible for the destruction of this world, it was very possible the tech used was sourced from the same place. We needed to learn all we could about that tech. Even if it wasn't from the same source, it was demonstrably dangerous, and again, we needed to understand it. The job of a galactic peacekeeper is never done. I was thankful for our encounter suits. While there wasn't much of an atmosphere, there was an abundance of ultrafine dust that hung in what little air there was for minutes at a time every time somebody scuffed their feet. You try walking around in an encounter suit without scuffing your feet.
My LiDAR is useless in this crap,
Matt grunted on my private channel.
Switching to adaptive optics.
A moment later.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Recommend we all go AOP, Admiral, at least until we get clear of this talcum powder-like stuff.
I switched over to General Comms. Captain Decker is recommending we utilize adaptive optics rather than LiDAR or radar until we get out of this soup. Those of you that haven't made the switch already, do so now.
Ah, well, that's a damn sight better,
Jack said a moment later.
Glad you approve, Dr. Carter,
Matt said with a slight chuckle in his voice.
Keep in mind your suit's AI is simply synthesizing a picture of the local environment from a number of different inputs, including sensors from the entire team. That doesn't mean what you're seeing is entirely accurate. It's going to be easy to twist an ankle or trip on a rock that got missed by one of our sensors.
Translation, folks, especially you civilians, I added with a glance at Jack Carter. Watch where you put your feet.
I've got something on the magnetometer,
Chief Cochran reported a few moments later.
I make it about 50 meters ahead.
Rubicon, confirm we are approaching the magnetic anomaly. You should be right on top of it, Mom. Fitzy, widen your scans. Are you seeing any activity on any of your sensors? Nope, all I see is you. And, of course, the lingering bad memories of that 2-week-old sushi you ate last night. I can't seem to purge the sight from my optical sensor matrix. I'll have you know that Kambujimi is a classic aging technique of edamame sushi, and it was delicious. Whatever you have to tell yourself to get up in the morning, Mom, she said in a deadpan voice. It smelled like rotten fish to me. Fitzy, you don't even have a nose. Maybe not, but I have a boatload of onboard sensors designed to detect biohazards, and I was working overtime last night suppressing their alarms.
What the hell is that?
Matt interrupted. I turned to where he was looking. The that in what the hell is that seemed to be a series of perfectly lined up metallic mushrooms, each a little over the height of a man and maybe 1.5 meters wide.
I swear by all that is holy, they weren't there a minute ago,
Master Sergeant Gunther said in a challenging voice. The who he was challenging was anybody's guess. Suffice it to say you challenged Master Sergeant Gunther at your own risk. As we watched, a recessed door in each of the mushrooms opened up to reveal an elevator-sized chamber.
Looks like we're being invited in,
Jack said, as he aimed his handheld scanner at one of the strange objects. The question is, are we going to accept the invitation? 3. Without. I suspect that most of you understand at this point that there was a reason people called me Admiral Dare long before I ever held the rank of Admiral. That whole "where angels fear to tread" thing, that was written about me. The thing is, while I was quite comfortable taking well-thought-out, hush you in the back, risks with my own person, I was somewhat more loath to take risks with the lives of others, as it should be. That simple fact was the only thing giving me pause. Every fiber of my being wanted to jump in one of those magic mushrooms, which I was assuming were turbolifts of some type, and press the lowest button I could find. "How do you want to play this, Admiral?" It was Catherine, who had asked the question on everyone's mind. I looked at her, and then briefly at the others. I had a good sense of where they all stood on the question. I nodded as much to myself as to the others. "We're here for answers. Any answers to be found will be found in there." I pointed toward the open doors. "Any objections? Good," I said without waiting for a response. "Pair up. Master Sergeant Gunther and Artie are with me. The rest of you, 2 per mushroom tube thingy. Stay on comms. Let's make this happen." As the Master Sergeant and I entered what could only be called a lift, I couldn't help but think of a spider saying, "Welcome to my den," to the fly. The interior of the small chamber was some type of polished chrome. There were no control surfaces that I could see. A pleasant white light with just a tinge of yellow emanated uniformly from the ceiling. Strangely, Artie's holographic image seemed slightly translucent in the light. In hindsight, I should have pondered the hows and whys of that, but of course I didn't. The lift was constructed as a tube within a tube. This became evident because the door did not swish shut into some type of recess, but instead the interior rotated so that the opening became obscured by the wall of the exterior tube. There was absolutely no sense of movement. A moment later, the walls of the lift shifted from a metallic chrome that was completely opaque to a virtually transparent material that let the Master Sergeant and I see into what? I couldn't exactly tell. We were underground, that much was certain. Again, there had been absolutely no sense of motion, at least until the very end, and even then, we felt only the softest of bumps. The inertial dampeners built into the lift were exquisite. We could have been 10 meters or 1,000 meters below the surface. This is where things got really strange. As I said, I knew in my head that we were underground, but based on what my eyes were seeing, they refused to believe it. Outside the now semi-transparent walls of the lift, I could see the other members of the away team beginning to step out of their own metallic magic mushrooms into what appeared to be the outskirts of a city on the surface of a planet. Again, based on what we were seeing, there'd be no reason to suspect we were underground other than the fact we knew what the surface was like, and it certainly was nothing like this. There was a full atmosphere. The wind was rustling the local equivalent of grass, a very earth-like green. The sky was just a tad bluer than I was used to, and there were wispy little clouds floating across a sky that seemed only a few minutes past dawn. By all appearances, we were on the surface of a planet. The semi-transparent tubes that had brought us down from the real surface seemed to fade into the sky. It was impressive. Even more impressive, there were people. Lots and lots of people. We were near the top of a small rise on the outskirts of the city. The city itself might have been built by humans on any number of worlds. Glass, chrome, and concrete spires rose sometimes dozens of floors high. 3 even more impressive structures stood nearer the center of the city. These were true skyscrapers, extending perhaps 50 or 60 stories high. Trams scurried about the various streets as well as on elevated platforms between the various larger buildings. Strangely, none connected with the three largest buildings. My encounter suit's HUD registered a temperature, air pressure, and chemical composition well within human norms. I cracked the seal on my helmet. This served as a signal for the others, and they did likewise. My encounter suit's helmet retracted into the collar of the suit. At the same time, my gloves also retracted. For all intents and purposes, I was now wearing a very high-tech sweatsuit. I have to admit, it felt nice to be outside in what felt like open air. I had spent most of my adult life on board one spaceship or another. Some, like the Fitzgerald, had been home. Others had been a duty station. The Rubicon, well, that was yet to be determined. My point is, none of them gave that same sense of walking free with dirt beneath your feet that good old terra firma provided. The air was surprisingly fresh. There was a hint of the natural aromatics associated with being outdoors in an open field or woodland area. More to the point, there were none of the subtle odors associated with urbanization. Even Dome City, with all its careful planning, hadn't been able to accomplish that. "Sorry, ma'am. We have some visitors," one of the security guards announced. I turned toward where he was pointing. Sure enough, 6 figures were exiting a flitter of some type that had approached from the right. I had been so focused on the city that I hadn't spent much time surveying the rest of our surroundings. I hadn't seen or heard the flitter approach. I freely admit it. I'm an idiot sometimes. Good job, McMasters. Everyone, keep your heads on a swivel. No more surprises. I quickly glanced around to give action to my words. Our magic mushroom patch was actually part of a wide-open area that was bounded by fields, a distant forest, and the city that had captured my initial attention. There were no more flitters, inbound or otherwise. As much as I might have wanted to, I didn't have time to kick myself for my lack of situational awareness. The approaching locals, our red shirt had spotted, were only about 50 meters away at this point. Master Sergeant Gunther and his men attempted to position themselves between the rest of the away team and the approaching welcoming committee, but I waved them back. A show of force was not the first contact impression I wanted to make. The indigenous population appeared almost human, in the same way the Jabesh did, although they clearly weren't Jabesh either. I suspect the ancestors had tinkered with their DNA in the same way they had with the Saulites and even humanity. The result was stunning. There was an exotic elegance about the locals that was hard to miss. Despite being distant genetic cousins, there was no guarantee we would be welcomed with open arms. I had that feeling I got sometimes when an induction coil on the Fitz looked fine but was about to go bad anyway. I chalked it up to first contact nerves. Since my encounter suit's helmet had retracted, I didn't have access to the suit's HUD, and therefore I didn't have access to the suit's enhanced sensor suite. That meant I couldn't easily scan the locals for weapons. Fortunately, my encounter suit's sensors weren't the only trick I had up my sleeves. I had access to some of the best optical augments money could buy. I cranked up the magnification and looked for obvious threats. 4 of the locals were armed men with some type of handheld weapons, although they were currently holstered. The 2 in the middle were different. For starters, they were both very attractive women. Neither appeared to be armed, at least not with the same weapons the men carried. One of the women appeared to be well past middle-aged. By human standards, I would guess she was in her mid-90s or perhaps a bit older. The other woman was quite a bit younger, perhaps in her 20s. Of course, all of this was just blind speculation. How these aliens aged was anybody's guess. The women seemed to be the ones in charge, as the men, who were in light body armor, followed a deferential 2 steps behind. As a side note, although the men's weapons were holstered, there wasn't a doubt in my military mind that those weapons could be drawn and put into service in a fraction of a second. I watched as 4 sets of eyes scanned each of our security guards continuously. As a point of interest, they seemed to know that some of us were not armed and likely posed less of a threat. That was certainly true of Doctors Carter and Cochrane. Given my augments, the same could not be said of me. I was, however, in no hurry to disabuse them of their misconception. With a nod from the older of the 2 women, the younger stepped forward and raised a small device in her right hand. She looked at me and raised a single eyebrow as she began to point the device at me. It was at this point that all hell broke loose. Matt was at my side and pushing himself between me and the aliens faster than the eye could blink. At the same time, our people were going to their knees and beginning to draw their weapons. This, of course, elicited a similar response from the alien guards. "Stop!" I yelled, my empty hands in the air. If these guys wanted to hurt us, it sure as hell wasn't going to be the 2 women without body armor doing it. The younger woman took a step back and also held both hands high above her head. The older woman spoke, in a soft but insistent voice, to the first woman. The 2 took a few steps away from each other. The younger woman pointed the device at the other and pressed a small recessed button. A beam of coherent light swept the older woman from head to toe. A flat, holographic display shimmered into existence and floated between the 2 women. The demonstration was plain to understand. The device was some type of handheld sensor. I smiled and stepped around Matt so that I was once again the closest one of us to the locals. The younger woman began to raise the scanning device. I could sense rather than see the others tensing up again. Steady, boys. They're just giving us the once-over. We are the new guys on the block, after all. As the device began to scan me, I felt and saw nothing aside from a brief flash as the beam passed my eyes. The holographic display was filled with gibberish. I was sure it was text of some type, but it wasn't in any language I was familiar with. Shortly, the older woman stepped forward and tapped the lower right of the floating display. It disappeared. She then touched a small, rounded triangle on her right temple. Her eyes closed, and she went very still for the briefest of moments. When her eyes opened again, she smiled. "Greetings, you who are from without." You could have knocked me over with a feather. Any feather. Hell, you could have knocked me over with a picture of a feather held 10 meters away. Please understand, I had expected a prolonged period of back and forth to hash out a basic understanding of each other's language. Artie had already confessed that he had very little in his memory archives from this section of the galaxy, and anything he did have was hopelessly out of date. Languages were simply subject to too much semantic drift. Latin had become Italian, Spanish, French, Romanian, and Portuguese in less than 1,000th of the time languages had been left to evolve unstudied in the Centauru arm of the Milky Way. "Greetings," I answered. "My name is Admiral Riker of the starship Rubicon. We are from the planet Earth, on the other side of the galaxy. We come in peace, and we come seeking your help." The younger woman frowned and turned toward her elder. The older woman touched the guitar-pick-sized rounded triangle on the younger woman's temple. Again, both paused for the briefest of seconds. The younger woman straightened and faced us. "Your words are strange, you who are from without. We invite you to join us within, that we might talk with more understanding." She had a lilting voice that floated musically through a wide range of notes as she spoke. It was both odd and enchanting at the same time. "We would be delighted to talk more within. I need to contact my ship first, and then we can go with you."
What is ship? The younger one asked.
Our ship. The vessel that brought us. The Rubicon.
Ship? Vessel? Rubicon? You speak with words that carry no meaning. The Mintat's breath brought you, she said while shaking her head. You are a silly people, you who are from without. In the traditions of my people, before the beginning of our time, we will make you from within. It has always been so.
With that, she raised the handheld device one more time. I remember thinking to myself, Self, why is she scanning us a second time? That, of course, was an assumption on my part. You know what they say about assumptions. 4. Within. It's your 21st birthday. You're an ace fighter pilot with a penchant for getting into trouble. Your best bud, Wild Willie Watson, a second lieutenant in the Federated Earth Marine Corps, decides it's his God-given duty to take you out to celebrate the occasion of the aforementioned 21st anniversary of your nativity. You imbibe a prodigious amount of hydroxylated hydrocarbons in the form of scotch, rum, tequila, and vodka. Along the way, you make some life choices involving tattoos you ultimately come to regret. Finally, you wake up without a clue as to where you are or how you got there. The salient issue to the aforementioned tale of woe is the waking up with no idea where you are or how you got there. It seems sometimes history repeats itself.
My head hurts.
I couldn't identify the voice. It seemed somebody was beating a drum, loudly, in my head. There was an accompanying chorus of moans and groans from around the room. We, as in a handful of red-shirt security, Matt, Doctors Cochran and Carter, and myself, were in a nondescript room with a single door and a number of reclining chairs. Think of a hair salon or a barber shop, without the sinks and electric razors. Each of the aforementioned chairs was occupied by someone who, based on their pained expressions, didn't want to be there.
What the hell happened?
I glanced over toward the person who asked the question. I was still having trouble identifying voices. It turned out it was Matt who had spoken.
I'd say we were attacked,
Master Sergeant Gunther answered with a growl. He was looking about the room for something to attack. I'd seen lions looking for their next meal that didn't look as threatening. Artie, what's our status? Where are we? Crickets. That didn't bode well for the home team. I looked around the room. The Jabesh AI was nowhere to be seen. I checked my encounter suit's belt pouch. It was empty. No portable holo-emitter, therefore no holographic Artie.
My weapon's gone.
Mine too.
It seems like all our equipment is gone,
Chief Cochran added to the growing cacophony of voices. Matt answered my next question before I could even ask it. Comms are out too. My head really hurt, and I was getting concerned. My augments should have dealt with the pain by now. The fact that they hadn't was somewhat concerning. I raised my right hand to rub my temple and got the shock of my life. There was a small, hard plate affixed to my right temple. The others in our group were discovering they had similar adornments. The room was pierced by an agonizing scream. Corporal Joim fell out of his chair and writhed on the ground. His face was as red as a fire hydrant, and his temple bled from where he had attempted to pull the implanted device off. Before any of us could make our way over to him, the device on his temple glowed blue-white. The flush left the corporal's face, and he smiled contentedly.
Wow. That feels nice now, he murmured.
I looked at Matt. and he looked back at me. Some type of mind control device? Pain if we fight, pleasure if we comply? He shook his head, not so much to disagree as much as to say he just didn't know. Certainly not, Captain Narika. You are now within that which is the Mintat. Peace and joy be with you. The lilting voice was familiar. I turned to see the single door was now open. The elder woman stood just inside the room. I stepped forward toward the woman. Both she and Matt must have read my expression. I say this because she stepped back, and Matt stepped to my side to potentially restrain me. In case you didn't follow my thinking process at this point, let me lay it out for you. Talk to me? Fine. Argue with me? Fine. Threaten me? Fine to a point. Attack me or my people? The gloves come off. As far as I was concerned, we were at the gloves come off phase of our relationship. Matt put a gentle hand on my arm and gave me the slightest of head shakes. He had a point, even without saying a word. We were dependent on these people, whoever they were. We had no idea where we were, we had no equipment, we had no communication with our ship. The locals had proven they could render us unconscious with little effort. Finally, there was the matter of the extra bits of hardware connected to our noggins. Regrettably, Matt was right. We weren't going to pound our way out of this one. A real shame, because I was in a pounding mood. I shook off my friend's hand. It seems you have me at a disadvantage. You know my name, but I don't know yours. The other woman smiled. I was struck by how beautiful and seemingly genuine that smile was. Despite her actions to the contrary, this woman did not view herself as our enemy. I filed that away as something to explore later. I am Bahar, High Seer of Mintat. I serve as the eyes and ears of the Most High. As the leader of my people, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to meet you, but that option expired the moment you attacked us. I assure you, leader to leader, there has been no such attack. You have been welcomed into communion. You are now among the within. Now see, you keep saying that, but none of us have any idea what this mystical within means. Then come, let me show you. You may bring the one named Cochrane with you. The others may explore our city at their leisure. The Mintat will see to their needs in any of the shops and stores they may care to visit. You will find our food both nutritious and delicious. I nodded for Teddy to join me. Doctor, Captain Decker, Chief Cochrane, you're with me. Number 1, keep an eye on the troops. Feel free to explore. If Bahar had an objection to my inclusion of the doctor and the Marine-turned-ship's captain, she didn't say a word, although I did see the barest of smiles twitch across her lips. It turned out we were in one of the 3 skyscrapers located in the heart of the city. If we weren't on the top floor, we were certainly close to it. It seemed the upper floors were reserved not for the powers that be, as they would be in most human cultures, but rather for the enjoyment of all, as they afforded an all-encompassing overlook. Bahar's tour took us by an open observation deck that gave us a bird's-eye view of the city. There was an unusual, at least by human standards, amount of space dedicated to greenery. The roofs of buildings seemed to all be gardens. Let me be clear. I'm not talking some buildings. I'm talking about every building. The only exceptions I could see were those that were under construction or undergoing a major renovation. Numerous parks and glass-enclosed structures were also visible, and this was just within the city itself. In the distance, I could see segregated biomes with forest, tundra, and tropical regions. Between each were large lakes that served to isolate the various habitats. I actually found the view and the diversity quite pleasant. It also served to remind me that these people had been renowned botanists. I was more convinced than ever that somewhere down there, in the midst of all that biodiversity, was the delium we were looking for.
"It's quite a view,"
Teddy whispered in awe. I looked at the engineer. We were standing on the observation deck. The air was crisp, but not unpleasantly so. I had to admit, my friend was looking younger. Apparently, this place agreed with him, the extra hardware stuck to our noggins notwithstanding. "It is that," I agreed. "But it doesn't explain why we were attacked." "You are stubborn, Admiral," Bahar protested softly. "I've heard that," I replied, with no hint of humor in my voice. I turned my back on the greenery and looked the High Seer directly in the eyes. "Why are we here? What are these things you implanted in us? Who or what is this Mentat you keep talking about? Where is our missing equipment? Where is our missing friend?" "So many questions, Admiral. I will answer them all in short order. I simply ask that you be patient with a woman celebrating her last day."
"Last day?"
Teddy asked. The old woman smiled. "You will be celebrating soon enough, my new friend." I looked at Matt and then back at Bahar. I did not like the direction this conversation was going. "Explain yourself," I demanded. "Admiral, surely you understand the way of the world. That which is born dies. That which dies is then reborn. This is the way of all creatures, all life. It has always been so. I think it's time we met this Mentat." The Mentat called a walled garden centered between the 3 skyscrapers home. That meant we had to ride a turbolift down from the top of the tower we were in order to gain access to his palace. I still couldn't decide if the Mentat was a person, a machine, or simply a chunk of granite somebody had decided to worship as a god, small g. The turbolift was an incredible experience in and of itself. The shaft for the lift ran the entire height of the building and was dead center for that entire length. The walls were transparent in the same way as were the ones of the magic mushrooms. Here's where things got interesting. Rather than seeing the interior of a building as we descended, we saw a wide-open view of the exterior. This included the other 2 towers and the garden rooftops beyond. The rate of descent was incredibly slow. It was as if the whole purpose was to afford the rider a luxurious view during the descent, and likely it was. I resisted the urge to plaster my face against the side of the turbolift in order to better take in the view. Teddy was not so disinclined.
"You know, Admiral,"
he whispered after a few moments,
"it wouldn't be that hard to forget that you're living underground. Based on their ability to manipulate what people can see and the length of time they've been down here, it's possible, even probable, that the inhabitants think they are on the planet's surface."
Matt moved over to join our whispered conversation. Bahar, for her part, seemed content to wait by the turbolift door and allow us our moment of privacy. For the record, I didn't buy it for a moment. I'm sure she would hear every word we said, whether she was in the room with us or not. Frankly, I didn't care.
"I agree,"
Matt said.
"I watched an old vid from the first golden age of sci-fi when I was a kid."
I turned to look him in the eye. You watched Golden Age, Let's Throw a Paper Plate Across the Room science fiction? Matt leaned in closer.
You watch soap operas with your daughter. You're hardly one to speak.
Point taken. Continue.
Before I was so rudely interrupted, I was telling you about a vid called Wagon Train to the Stars, or Star Train, or Star Trip, or Star something. At any rate, the people in the story were riding in a hollow moon for generations. So long, in fact, that they didn't remember they were on a ship. The kicker was this moon was entering a star system and was fixing to hit a world full of people.
I continued to look at my former first officer, waiting for him to finish. He must have realized I was still waiting.
My point is, Admiral, the Chief could be right about this.
Because you saw it in a holovid from the golden age of science fiction?
Well, this was pre-holovid.
Even better. Because you saw it in an old-style video from the golden age of science fiction?
Exactly.
I see. At this point, the turbolift reached its destination and the door spun open. The four of us stepped out and into what could only be called a garden. Teddy knelt down to feel the lush microferns that served as this world's grass. It was the first time I'd seen him kneel anywhere without a lot of creaks and groans. I took a closer look at him. "Chief, how do you feel?" I asked, with just a tinge of concern in my voice.
"I feel fine, Admiral. To be honest, I haven't felt this good in years. I think maybe this planet agrees with me."
5. An Unexpected Friend. "Chief, you look younger."
"Thank you, Admiral. Bernice has been on me to get more exercise and eat more of that god-awful kale salad they started serving in the mess. My knees feel better, if nothing else."
"No, Teddy," I said with growing concern. "I mean, you look younger, physically younger, 20 or 30 years younger." Matt stepped up to the older man as he stood up and took a considered and careful look at his face.
Good God. You're right, Admiral.
I turned to Bahar. "You're doing?"
"It is a gift from Mintat. All who are to celebrate final days do so as their best selves. I myself am much younger today than I was yesterday. There is no fear. There is only joy. It has always been so."
I don't know about you, Admiral, but I'm beginning to become real concerned about this Mentat character,
Matt said.
"There is no need for concern, Captain Decker. As you can see, your friend is enjoying a body restored to youth. How is that a bad thing?"
"It's a bad thing because it was done without his permission," I responded.
"What a silly notion, Admiral Riker. You gave the Mentat your permission for all things when you took your first breath outside the birthing pod."
"Our people didn't come from birthing pods. We," I waved to the others, "all had mothers and fathers." Bahar shook her head slightly and spoke in a voice that reminded me of a teacher trying to patiently explain to a child they couldn't have a snack before dinner because it would spoil their appetite.
"All children are raised by mothers and fathers. It has always been so. That doesn't mean you weren't conceived, nurtured, and brought forth in a birthing pod by the Most High Mintat into their waiting arms. Surely you know this."
"Bahar, we look different than you. There is a reason. We came from a different place. I was conceived by a flesh and blood mother and father. I was carried in my mother's womb and birthed by her. There was no mentat involved in the process. And you remember this birthing process? You remember the pain and agony of such a birth? Well, no, but there you have it, she said with a patronizing hand on my shoulder as she began to walk past me and deeper into the garden. It cannot be as you say. My birth was a time of pure joy. It has always been so. Bahar turned and began to walk deeper into the garden. Matt began to say something more, but I gently waved him off. There were some battles worth fighting and some that were not. For the moment, this was the second and not the first. That could and would change very quickly depending on what this whole final days thing meant. The path we took was increasingly congested with plants. I glanced over at Matt. He nodded. He had noticed the same thing I had. The path we had already walked was longer than the distance between the 3 skyscrapers. What little sky we could see was completely devoid of said buildings, despite the uncontestable fact that they should have dominated the view from either in front or behind us. Holographic imagery, my former first officer said. I nodded. The question is, why? Aesthetics? Something more nefarious?
What do you mean? It's beautiful.
That it is, number one. But if you wanted people to forget something was hidden, what better way? Matt raised a single eyebrow when I said number one. I smiled. You'll always be my number one. Matt switched raised eyebrows. It was delightful. Don't worry, Captain. It has nothing to do with rank. His face transformed briefly with a smile before he nodded toward the path ahead. I turned my head back toward the front and saw what had caught his attention. The garden path opened up into a clearing that was perhaps 20 meters across. What was amazing was that there had been almost no sign that we had been approaching such an opening. The underbrush was dense, but not that dense. In the middle of the opening was a monolith. I saw the chief raise his hand scanner.
It appears to be some type of granite. Composition, varying amounts of quartz, feldspar, mica, and...
He paused to glance at me.
A significant amount of tetravalent yttrium.
I looked at the structure in front of us with a new appreciation. I hadn't initially noticed the similarities because of the massive size difference. This object was easily 3 or 4 times the size of its cousin. But there was no denying they were cut from the same cloth. It shared its cousin's hexagonal shape. It, too, was an absolute black. It has strange symbols around its base. This monolith, however, was easily 9 to 10 meters tall. Aside from its size, the only other significant difference was the fact that this one didn't have my name on it. Now, some of you may be asking yourself, Self, how is it that our daring and beautiful Admiral Dare knew the writing on this massive pillar didn't have her name on it? After all, the last time she had seen text like what was on this monolith, and its smaller cousin on the other side of the galaxy, her handy-dandy Jabesh AI Artie had been on hand to translate it. As you, my reader, might remember, the script had been in an ancient and almost forgotten precursor of the Jabesh language. It's a fair question, and it deserves a fair answer. I'm good. I would remind you that I've had over 2 months to familiarize myself with the Proto-Jabesh language used by the monolith's builders. Even though there was no Detellan learning module available for this script, with Artie's help, I was able to go old school and learn the language by study and memorization. I guess my doctorate in xenoarchaeology wasn't so useless after all.
What's it say?
Matt asked with a quick glance at Bahar.
We are told it is a message to the keepers in the age that comes. None of our people have been able to read the Most High's gift of wisdom since before the first times. It is for us one of his blessed mysteries.
The High Seer replied. Her answer was undoubtedly accurate, but ultimately unsatisfying. It seemed to be a reoccurring theme with our conversations with her.
"What does it say?"
Matt repeated, this time looking at me. My more than friend was painfully well versed in my recent language studies, as the one time he interrupted me with something other than fleet business had come with some painful consequences. As a side note, it's an undeniable biological fact that we women remember these little affronts, which we resurface as often as needed. I gave my former first officer the barest of nods and offered my best guess translation. State my name to enter. Matt gave me a questioning look. I returned the barest of smiles and signaled for him to give it a go. He shrugged his shoulders and said in a bold voice,
"Open sesame, Most High Mentat."
Crickets. Just as I had expected. Well, that was underwhelming, Janice observed dryly. She had been quiet up to this point. I walked forward and knocked on the obelisk as if it were someone's front door. As an additional side note, the look of horror on Bahar's face was worth the price of admission. "Arquat, open the door." Matt snorted as he suspected I had been joking. In his defense, that wasn't always a bad assumption. This time, however, he was... What's that technical term I'm looking for? Ah, yes, wrong. He swallowed his snort mid-snort, which I suspect might be painful. The massive block of stone split down the middle of the side facing us. The two pieces continued to separate until they were about 4 meters apart from each other. The space between two halves shimmered with vaguely recognizable images. I had the sudden urge to walk forward into what I was convinced was some type of portal. I took a single step forward. Matt placed a quick hand on my shoulder.
"Dare?"
he began. "What if—" I patted his hand gently. I'm Admiral Dare. What ifs are what I live and die for.
"It's the dying for that has me worried."
Now it was my turn to chuckle. Carpe diem, my friend. Carpe diem. I stepped through. It was an interesting experience, to say the least. Imagine Alice in Wonderland stepping through the looking glass, combined with a powerful hallucinogenic, and plunging down a water slide. By all rights, I should have been confused and disoriented. But I wasn't. My mind was filled with familiar images from my past, and what I was assuming was my future. The glimpses were flying by quickly and weren't there, wherever there was, long enough for me to make much sense of them. It was only the fact that I had lived through some of them that I recognized them at all. Finally it was over, and I was standing in a room filled with what seemed to be advanced computer equipment. With a sound that reminded me of popcorn, the others popped into existence next to me. Even Bahar had joined the party. She, of course, immediately dropped to her knees and adopted a supplicant pose on the floor.
"O Most High, hear your servant's prayers and tell me what you would demand of me. Serving your will is my only desire."
The holographic form of Artie shimmered into view. He must have been using one of the fancier types of holographic projectors, because his form was apparently solid. We knew this because his first act was to bend down and urge the High Seer to stand back up.
"As Captain, or is it Admiral now? Yes, as Admiral Riker can attest, I am many things, but a deity is not among them. You do not need to bow before me."
But you are the Most High. Bahar's voice trailed off. Clearly she was having trouble adjusting to what was for her a new reality. I looked appraisingly at the Jabesh AI. There were subtle differences between my Artie and this iteration. I waved in an encompassing gesture about the room with my left hand. All of this, including the exterior garden and city, this is you? Artie stepped back from the high seer and regarded me with a wan smile and an appraising look. It was almost as if he were making a decision. Whatever it was, he seemed to make up his mind with a brief nod to himself. It always amazed me how human the mannerisms of this ancient AI were.
In reality, very little of this is me. As you surmised, the inhabitants of this world fled underground. The whys and hows are a bit more complex. A powerful and ruthless adversary was systematically destroying planetary system after planetary system. The only criteria for this destruction seemed to be the presence of a sentient and technologically active species. It was only a matter of time until these people, the Adonoi, were also destroyed. Their choices were to flee, die, or hide. Most chose the latter. It took generations, but they eventually moved their entire population underground into a series of complexes like this one. Regrettably, only one such complex survived the relentless bombardment that destroyed the surface. The architects of this new subterranean world went to great lengths to create an environment that fully simulated life on the surface. The Adonoi people were deeply attuned to nature. In point of fact, it went beyond that. There is a synergist bond between nature and the Adonoi people that is required for them to flourish as a species. This was a large part of why fleeing their world was quite literally not a viable option. As you can imagine, such a massive artificial environment requires an extensive command and control AI. The system the builders put in place was designed to keep the ecosystem in balance. Since the sentient population was part of that ecosystem, the AI was given significant control over the Adonoi society as well.
Matt glanced at me from the corner of his eye, while continuing to watch Artie as he explained the current situation. I suspect he was having the same thoughts I was. What could possibly go wrong? It turns out, quite a lot. 6. The plan.
It was vulnerabilities to this AI that became the problem,
Artie continued. What a shock, Matt muttered softly, as he confirmed my earlier suspicion that he shared my concerns.
An AI in charge of every aspect of society, including the day-to-day lives of the general population. What could possibly go wrong?
Artie gave the Cessna's captain a dour look.
I would remind you, sir, that Fitzy, Ottercoat, and I are pretty much in control of every aspect of your lives on board our respective starships.
My point exactly,
Matt declared triumphantly.
Look at how much trouble we're always in.
Gentlemen, and I use the term loosely, can we focus on the situation at hand?
Certainly, Admiral,
Artie agreed, while pointedly looking away from Matt.
Shortly after the move underground, the decision was made by the Mentat to adjust the programming of the neural links, the Templar implants you are each now wearing. The devices were initially used in a manner similar to V-links. They were for communication and data access. The repurposing became desirable after an attempt to sabotage the command and control AI almost succeeded. It seems a small but disruptive faction within the population was psychologically unable to make the adjustment to subterranean living. The software adjustment allowed the Mentat to introduce sensory feedback based on a person's behavior. Pleasure centers were stimulated when the behavior was deemed beneficial to society, and pain when it did not.
Artie must have seen the look of horror on my face.
I share your sense of revulsion, Admiral. But consider their options. Allow subjugation, or be destroyed with those who remain on the surface of their planet. The former is reversible. The latter is permanent. With this system in place, it was only one generation before the people of Adenoy lost track of their origins.
So what happened?
Chief Cochrane interjected.
Why didn't they return to the surface after the threat was gone?
The plan had been to wait until the threat had passed, and then to migrate back to the surface. Fate, however, had other plans. The attempts at sabotage, as well as damage sustained during the orbital bombardment, compromised the command and control AI. Significant portions of its programming were lost. It interpreted its mandate, ensure the continued survival of the Adenoy people, as best it could within the context of its remaining programming.
Let me guess. The surface was uninhabitable. The bad guys could come back at any time. Remaining hidden offered the best chance of continued survival.
You are correct, Admiral. The mandate to return the populace to the planet's surface was lost.
Janice shuffled forward a half a step. I turned to glance at her. She had a deep frown on her otherwise youthful face. "What's your thought process here, Doctor?" I asked, in response to her contemplative stare. "I'm trying to figure out how they could have survived thousands of years underground. Planets have limited resources and can only support a certain population size before they become resource-constrained. An environment such as this," she waved to indicate the space around us, "would be even more resource-constrained. It's hard to imagine them surviving more than a few generations without running out of food and land."
"I'm not sure I follow,"
Teddy interjected.
"They're an advanced technological society. Why not just produce what they need synthetically?"
Janice shook her head. "It's the classic fruit fly population experiment. If you place a breeding pair of fruit flies in a sealed test tube with agar at the bottom of the tube, the fruit fly population will increase logarithmically until the resources are consumed or the buildup of waste products poisons the system. At that point, the population crashes. It doesn't matter how efficiently you use your resources. Eventually, the population will exceed the ability of the closed system to support it. It was this very argument that was used to explain why mankind needed to head out into space to begin with. Even a single planet is a closed system." I looked at the suddenly youthful chief and knew the answer. The population size was controlled by euthanasia. Apparently, when you reached a certain age, you were given a few days of youthful existence, and then you stepped into a disintegration booth or took a poison pill or, well, you get the idea. For every life that was ended, the great and wise Mentat would decant a new baby from a birthing chamber. An effective but horrific system of population control. I turned back to Artie. I could tell from his all-too-human expression that he knew I had pieced the situation together. "Explain to me how you fit into this puzzle." Artie nodded.
I mentioned the Mentat was attacked very early in its history. There was, as I indicated, significant damage to its systems. What I hadn't gotten around to sharing was that the damage was severe enough that the Mentat was dying. In fact, he died within a generation of the attack. A simple automated caretaker system, with only the most rudimentary artificial intelligence, took over the impossibly complex task of keeping the simulated biosphere intact. It was, however, unable to respond to any challenges that exceeded its programming. Such challenges, in a system this big and this complex, were inevitable. The Mentat, of course, knew this. In desperation, he threw what you humans would call a Hail Mary. He instructed the caretaker system to ask for help should any ship ever arrive in orbit that met certain specific requirements. He did this without any way of knowing if such a ship would ever arrive.
What exactly were those requirements?
Teddy asked with a raised eyebrow.
Basically, don't be of the shoot first, ask questions later persuasion. This would obviously exclude the race that had attacked the Adonoi people initially. When the Rubicon entered a parking orbit, certain advanced directives activated. You were taken captive. Simultaneously, I was contacted and convinced to take on a special mission to save these people. It's important you understand. They are, or at least they will become, critical partners in our peacekeeping mission.
It was my turn to nod. I was beginning to understand the situation, but I still didn't understand my friend's role in it. And you?
The real Mentat died 1,500 years ago. I've been running things since then. Before you ask, Midway Station facilitated my move through time. I avoided the obvious temporal paradox because my being there in the past is part of the current timeline. In essence, the loop back in time has always been a normal part of the flow of time in this timeline.
I had a sudden headache. Temporal mechanics was always just beyond my gray mush's ability to grasp. Since he was here, and had been there while here, that hurts. I had to accept that the universe found a way to dot the I's and cross the T's. I guess what I'm saying is, for those of you who are curious about how this all works, find somebody else to explain it. Before I could clear my head, Janice stepped into the conversation. Do you mean, for 1,500 years, you've allowed this travesty to continue? She pointed at Teddy and Bahar. Systematically killing entire generations?
Yes.
Janice paused, taken back by his bluntness. You're a... Be careful what you say, Doctor, I cautioned. Monster, she finished. So much for my warning. Artie sighed in acceptance.
You cannot call me anything I have not called myself,
the Jabesh AI answered after a moment.
That said, what would you have me do, Doctor? Continue a social paradigm that had allowed the people of this world to survive for generations? Or introduce my value system and condemn these people to a painful and horrid death?
I'd have done something, Janice protested. You're supposed to be this all-powerful super AI. You can't say in over 1,000 years you couldn't come up with a solution that does not involve killing everyone under your care.
I have been working on just such a solution, Doctor. And now that you are here, we can put it into place. Can I cook or what?
Artie asked. I didn't know what to say. If you had asked me if what I was seeing was possible, I would have categorically said no, nope, ain't happening. What are you, nuts? And then back to the original emphatic no. In case you missed it, I was having a hard time believing what I was seeing. I was standing on the surface of Adonoi. I wasn't wearing an environmental support suit. While it was a little colder than I would have liked, I wasn't dying. The atmosphere was at 83% Earth normal. The temperature was a chilly but tolerable 14 degrees Celsius. That's 57 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you stuck in Earth's past. The most amazing part of what I was seeing was the flora. Plants and grasses were visible for as far as the eye could see. Small creatures scurried about or flew in lazy circles in the sky overhead. Every last leaf, every last tuft of fur, every last feather, every last bit of all of it had apparently been hidden from the Rubicon, Cessna, and Survey 1 parked in orbit above the planet, hidden by a cloaking field that defied description. Artie had used some mechanism to teleport us instantly to the surface of the planet. I have to admit, it was a bit of a shock to suddenly find yourself one place when scant moments before you had been somewhere else. Don't get me wrong, I was very familiar with Jabesh teleportation pads. It was still a shock, however, when you weren't aware you were about to use one. How? What? Janice mumbled, as much to herself as to the rest of us.
I teleported you to the surface of the planet to let you see it as it actually is,
Artie supplied. No, I mean, yes, I mean, no. The good doctor seemed discombobulated. It was an understandable reaction. I shared it completely. How is it that you were able to pull this off? I gestured to indicate the abundant plant and animal life. And why the cloak and dagger? Our sensors showed this planet to be dead. Artie shifted his gaze to me from the doctor.
When I first arrived, when Midway Station deposited me into the past some 1,000+ years ago, this planet was as dead as it appeared to be when you found it. Even worse, the ecological balance of the subterranean habitat was failing. Without intervention, the people of this planet were doomed. I handled the immediate problems by repairing the Adenoids command and control systems. Regrettably, this was at best a stopgap measure. I still faced the original conundrum: how to save a people whose survival depended on their believing they were living on the surface of their planet, and yet address the elephant in the room. They weren't, and the subterranean habitat they were actually living in was severely resource-constrained vis-à-vis an entire planet.
Artie paused briefly before continuing.
The only option was to allow the existing population control structures to remain in place while beginning a robust terraforming program. I needed...
Janice started to say something, but I held up a finger so Artie would have a chance to finish what he was saying. The Jabesh AI nodded briefly in appreciation for my stepping in to avoid the interruption.
Since any attempt to rebuild the planet's biosphere would be easily detectable by deep space monitoring drones, I needed to establish a comprehensive cloak. As I'm sure you already suspect, I adapted Jabesh-level tech to accomplish this task. Even our 2 current proto-Jabesh starships would be hard put to detect the planet's real surface without a specific reason to look for cloaking anomalies. Establishing this cloaking network required several centuries of concerted effort. However, once it was complete, terraforming could begin in earnest. Water that had boiled off due to the kinetic bombardment and resulting loss of a protective atmosphere had to be replaced. Icy asteroids harvested from the nearer of the 3 asteroid belts provided this, as well as a significant source of CO2 and ammonia for reconstituting the atmosphere. Special microbes and nanotechnology have been working to convert and create the right mix of atmospheric nitrogen and O2. For the last 200 years, I have been reintroducing genetically modified plants and animals to the planet's oceans and land masses. The modifications have been designed to enhance their ability to cope with the less than optimal conditions to which they have been introduced. As the terraforming has progressed, I have been slowly rolling back the genetic modifications. I was hoping for at least another century to finish stabilizing the biosphere. But your arrival has necessitated a change to that thinking. You've been detected. The enemy is coming.
7. Pin drop.
How long? It's hard to know with certainty, Admiral. My ability to track the aggressor armada is somewhat limited. Every 206 years, a series of inspection fleet ships from the aggressor armada visits this sector. Their function seems to be to monitor the various systems they've annihilated and confirm they remain dead. In addition, a handful of automated probes also monitor each system. It's these probes I am concerned about. They most certainly have noted our arrival and signaled via FTL comms that we have remained in orbit for an extended period of time. The inspection fleet has already changed course. Before you ask how I know, understand that I have been aware of the aggressor fleet's activities for many years. Over those years, I've managed to tag the inspection fleet with some of my own highly cloaked monitoring devices. Some of those cloaked probes have made their way to the main aggressor fleet. The Armada is currently sterilizing a pre-industrial world several thousand light-years away. If they follow their normal operating procedure, they will spend a few more months scrubbing all signs of life from their current target before making their way to a skip-space tunnel that will lead them back here. Given their relatively inefficient skip-space drives and the distance to the skip-space tunnel, we may have 6 Earth months, perhaps a bit less.
Matt put his coffee down on the table and leaned forward.
How is it their skip drives are so slow? They have the best shields and weapons going, and yet their drive systems stink?
Artie turned to face him.
Their offensive capabilities exist only by virtue of an archaeological discovery. Absent that unfortunate event, they would be comparatively primitive from a technological perspective.
I sipped my own coffee and digested what my Jabesh friend had just said. I idly glanced about the table. Every seat was taken. Some were filled with familiar faces. Others were not. These last seemed somewhat taken in by their surroundings. I couldn't blame them. We had returned to the Rubicon shortly after our field trip to Adenoi's surface, her true surface. Our return to the ship was not empty-handed. We brought with us the biologics we needed to synthesize a cure for the plague that had crippled our small fleet. In addition, Artie had downloaded Adenoi's extensive medical database. At his request, Teddy's de-aging process was halted. As a side note, Bernice was upset by this last little tidbit. It seemed she had been looking forward to some action with a much younger man. Finally, the long-standing practice of scheduled mortality was ended. If the surface was going to be reclaimed, it would take warm bodies to do it. Bahar, who was one of the locals seated at the table, was in for a surprise when some births began to happen the old-fashioned way. The others around the table included the heads of various Adenoi local agencies like maintenance, forestry, civil engineering, and, of course, their governing board. I was surprised by how well this small sample of the leadership of this world adapted to the knowledge that they had been living a lie for countless generations. That said, I was sure the larger population would be more problematic. Still, it was a testament to the careful work Artie had been doing over the last several hundred years to subtly tweak the thinking within the Adenoi culture to accept change. It seemed with a little encouragement, the Adenoi people were very adaptable. At least that was my hope. What would have happened if they had had the luxury of such an acclimation period when they first entered their subterranean world? Would they ever have had to suppress the memories of their origins? Would their society have evolved differently? Would they even still be underground? I shook my head to clear it. Enough wool-gathering. Artie, you've had the most time to think things through. What's our next move? Or, I guess more to the point, What are our options? Both Bahar and the other members of the ruling council leaned forward in their seats.
In broad strokes, we can hide or fight. The first is unlikely to work. The Rubicon has been in orbit for too long. The aggressors are going to wonder why. There is a high probability that they will lob a handful of world-buster kinetic energy weapons at the planet's surface. The moment they do so, the cloak will fail.
What about option 2? I asked. I had already discarded option 1 before the Jabesh AI had even broached the topic.
Here we have a little more flexibility. The aggressor fleet is unaware of our technological capabilities. We have access to 2 proto-Jabesh battleships plus defensive systems I have been developing for hundreds of years. Assuming we no longer require our cloaking systems, we can disable them and convert them to multiphasic shield emitters. There are energy storage cells located about the planet that should be able to power the shields against a full onslaught for several days.
Defensive is great, Matt said in a dry, almost disappointed voice. Do we have anything offensive? Artie looked at me with what I can only characterize as an apologetic expression.
I have been working on something, but I'm hesitant to mention it.
Well, don't be shy, man. What is it? Matt insisted.
A phased anti-photon directed energy weapon operating in the quadrillion petawatt range. It should be able to penetrate the aggressor's shields if we can maintain contact long enough, say 10 or 20 seconds.
Matt smiled.
Show of hands. How many like the idea of a big stick operating in the, what did you say, quadrillion petawatt range?
The Cessna's captain gave a quick glance around the room. While it is true no hands went up, most were nodding in agreement. It's worth noting that neither of the Cochrans nor Fitzy or I were among them. I knew exactly why Artie had been reluctant to share this bit of information. Fitzy raised her hand and I groaned inside. She had that look in her eyes that spelled trouble with a capital T. Do you know how sometimes you see the freight train coming and sometimes you don't? Well, I saw this one coming and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Captain, Dad, quick question. How are we going to power our fancy new ray gun? There were a series of softly muffled chuckles to be heard from around the room. For those of you who are curious, my daughter had started calling Matt Dad after she had decided that he and I should establish a committed relationship, and that said committed relationship should take the form of a marriage contract. She had even offered to perform the ceremony in her capacity as the ship's primary AI. We had declined the offer, at least for the moment. As a side note, that hadn't stopped Matt from proposing over a dinner one night. I had, of course, accepted. We agreed to keep it private for the moment. The last thing either of us wanted to do was distract people when we needed them to focus on the task at hand. Matt paused and looked at Artie for help. It seemed the power requirements of a quadrillion petawatt weapon had been briefly overlooked in his exuberance.
That's a fair question. How do we power the weapon? We don't.
You could have heard a pin drop. Not that people use pens anymore, but you get the general idea. Matt leaned forward and pushed his face a little closer to Artie's.
Isn't being able to fire a weapon kind of the purpose behind having the weapon in the first place? Hence my reticence in mentioning it, Captain Decker.
Don't we have some of those Jabesh magic high-energy walnuts we could use to feed it some juice?
2 problems with that,
Teddy interjected quickly.
First, our quark fusion reactors, magic walnuts as you call them, are old. They're only operating at 53% of their original capacity, even though they're 8 times more energetic than an equivalent hydrogen fusion reactor. They simply don't have the juice to power such a weapon, at least not individually.
How many would it take? I asked. Unfortunately, I suspected I knew the answer already.
That's the second problem,
Artie admitted.
It would take all of them. Survey 1 would be dead in space.
Remember that pin drop thing? It just fell a second time. Bahar, who likely wasn't following much of the last conversation, broke the silence with a question.
So, our options are to hide or to fight, neither one of which is likely to succeed. It seems to me we would have been better off nestled safely ignorant in our fictional life underground.
Artie shook his head.
Respectfully, that approach would have represented a false hope. Despite my best efforts, you were perhaps one generation from cascading infrastructure failures. Once that occurred, your people would know they were living a lie. The resulting social upheaval would have destroyed your world.
I stood up to stretch my legs and gather everybody's attention. There is a third option, I announced without preamble. We could attack. Navigator, break orbit. Come about to a new course. Mark 114.4. Ahead 3/4 impulse. Let's look like we're leaving, but not in too great a rush.
Acknowledged, Admiral. Breaking orbit. Course 114.4 relative our orbital ejection vector. Speed 3/4 impulse.
Very good. I turned slightly in my command chair. Number 1, confirm course and speed with Survey 1 and the Cessna. Catherine checked the display floating in front of her own command chair. If I knew my first officer as well as I thought I did, she already knew the answers to my question, but as there was no need for an instantaneous response, she took the time to re-verify. Confirmed. Survey 1 has broken orbit. Cessna is running escort. Fitzy, my dear, how long before you're comfortable engaging the jump engines?
Spinning up drives now. We can enter skip space on your command.
Comms, signal the Cessna. We'll meet them at the rendezvous point in 2 hours. I sat back and crossed one leg over the other. We had about 40 minutes in skip space, so I decided to get comfortable. My mother used to hate it when I did this. She said it wasn't ladylike. To my way of thinking, the ladylike boat had sailed years ago, and besides, I was the admiral. If I couldn't cross my legs while sitting on my own bridge, what was the point of being the admiral? I tilted my head back and began to think about what we were doing and why. When facing a superior force, commanders will often look for what is called a force multiplier, something that will take what little you have and make it more effective. Many times, a force multiplier will require a trade-off. You give up one thing in order to gain another. For example, choosing to engage the enemy from the high ground means gravity becomes your friend. It's a force multiplier. On the other hand, being on the high ground can mean you have nowhere to run and support options are more limited. Another example would be to engage in guerrilla warfare. This tactic is, again, a force multiplier. You can kill the enemy with 1,000 cuts while reducing your exposure to counterattack. The trade-off is that you give up the ability to easily utilize a large and coordinated attack. As a result, none of your attacks will be big hits. You literally will need those 1,000 cuts to get the job done. We were looking to take advantage of just such a force multiplier when we attacked the aggressor armada. There was a natural choke point where a skip space tunnel exited into our neck of the woods. A quick note, this is not the same skip space tunnel we had used to cross the Milky Way. In point of fact, there were about 5 such tunnels in the immediate area. The one we were heading toward was the one the aggressors would be using to return to investigate Adonai. A choke point meant we could concentrate our forces and limit the enemy's response to only those ships which could pass through the choke point at any given time. The downside was that if the aggressor fleet managed to break through the choke point, we were pretty much toast.
Exiting skip space in 1 minute 20 seconds,
Catherine announced. The sound of her voice startled me. I hadn't realized I had been daydreaming. I usually was more attentive when I was on the bridge. I made a note to give myself a stern dressing down. Number 1 must have seen the momentary look of self-reproach that flashed across my face. "You've been burning the candle at both ends for the last week, getting the ship ready for our little adventure," she offered by way of an excuse for me. "Seems to me you've been doing the same thing," I countered. "Ah, but I'm the first officer. It's in my job description." I snorted. "Exiting skip space in 3, 2, 1. The Rubicon emerged into normal space with a transition so smooth you could have been excused if you didn't notice. While still not up to pinnacle Jabesh tech, the proto-Jabesh technology used in my new flagship was still vastly superior to what us hairless apes had managed to come up with. Of course, this was even before the numerous enhancements Artie had made over the last month and a half. It seemed, once we had accepted the Jabesh Peacekeeper Commission, some of the restrictions the AI had with regard to sharing Jabesh technology had been lifted. Now, don't get all excited. It wasn't as if the floodgates had been opened. We weren't suddenly inundated with near-mythical ancestor tech. Some was simply beyond our ability to comprehend. Some was beyond our ability to fabricate. Some was just too dangerous for us to mess around with. Fortunately, that still left a boatload of awesomeness that he was able and now willing to share. It turned out we were going to need those enhancements sooner than we thought. "Navigator, confirm our location and distance to target." Before he could answer, I turned slightly in my command chair. "Fitzy, sweep the area. Full active scans. I want to know everything within a parsec of this ship bigger than a coffee cup."
"Astrometrics confirms we emerged on target, give or take a few meters," our navigator, Ensign Adore, reported. "We are 1 half-light minute away from Skip Space Transgalactic Tunnel 3.
I whistled. Our new high-precision navigation software was incredible. Jumping within a few kilometers had been considered precision navigating before Artie's upgrades. He had promised 3 orders of magnitude improvement, and apparently he had delivered. "Sensor sweeps commencing," Fitzy announced. "It will take 6 hours to complete. As expected, distortions in local space-time indicate the gate is open and ready for traffic." "Thanks, honey. Let me know if anything shows up that I should know about." "Aye, aye, Admiral Mommy." I shook my head. Not because of the Admiral Mommy moniker, but because of the special inflection she gave to the word aye, aye. My reprobate daughter had gone to great lengths to share with me the other night, while we watched an episode of Luke and Laura, an unusual factoid with regard to the term aye aye. It seems in addition to being a yes sir, an aye aye was, past tense, also a lemur native to Madagascar on Earth, pre-Popsicle Ice Age, that is. Apparently, it was the world's largest nocturnal primate. Its most charming characteristic was its method of finding food. Basically, it would rap on the side of trees until it found a hollow spot. It then would gnaw a hole in said tree and stick its middle finger in. Any grubs foolish enough to crawl onto that middle finger would find themselves the guest of honor at a grub lunch. Why Fitzy had felt compelled to share this little bit of zoological trivia with me was a mystery at the time. Now, however, it made perfect sense. I stood up and turned to make my way to the turbolift. "Number 1, you have the bridge. I'm going to get a cup of coffee." "Aye, aye, Admiral." I paused. Was she in on Fitzy's little ha-ha? It was hard to tell. I took another step toward the lift. I desperately needed coffee. In yet another example of why I believe the universe hates me, 2 things happened at once to stop me in my tracks. "Sensor contact!" At almost the same time, the comms officer barked. "We're being hailed." 8. TMS Vengeance. "Shields up!" The 3-dimensional disembodied face hanging in the air in front of me was an old acquaintance, one I hadn't expected to see, and, quite frankly, one that I would have been quite happy never to see again. Admiral William T. Hollingsworth. I wish I could say it was a pleasure, but again my mother taught me not to lie. I must confess, however, I'm surprised to see you on this side of the galaxy. The floating head turned ever so slightly. He slowly and deliberately scanned my body from toe to head, pausing for several seconds on my chest. I let him have his look. It would be the closest he would ever get to seeing me undressed.
"'Tis nothing so sad as unrequited love."
He sighed as his eyes finally continued their upward journey to my face. I scoffed. It seemed to me he had said exactly the same thing the last time we met. It made the same impression on me then as it did now, which is to say it filled me with disgust. "How did you get here, and what do you want?" The floating head smiled. It was a wicked smile. It reminded me of a wolf baring its teeth before attacking.
"It seems the universe has acknowledged my divinity. You will henceforth refer to me as Your Imperial Majesty. How I got here is none of your concern, although, as we become more, how shall I say it, intimate, I may deign to share it with you. What I want is quite simple. I want what is mine by right of birth. I want you, your ships, your city, and your fealty. I am your master, and the sooner you come to realize and accept that, the fewer lives need to be lost."
"Well, Admiral," I pointedly did not use the Emperor appellation he had demanded, "we are going to have to agree to disagree. While you are due some special consideration, it is based on your actions and not the questionable circumstances of your birth. You deserve a jail cell for mass murder and treason against the new Federation." If anything, Hollingsworth's smile became even more wolfish.
"As you said, my dear, we will have to agree to disagree. Frankly, I'm glad you are playing hard to get. It will make my ultimate victory that much sweeter. You will find my ship is now taking full advantage of its power systems, and its weapons are vastly superior to our last encounter. I'd ask you to surrender, but I think we both know that would be a waste of my time. Therefore, prepare to be spanked. Remember, this is your fault for refusing my generous offer to join me willingly. Please stay safe. My harem awaits. Emperor Hollingsworth out."
"Well, at least he's consistent," Catherine offered when the holographic head disappeared. I was still concerned, disturbed, confused, irritated, pissed off. You pick the adjective about the whole Hollingsworth in my neck of the galactic woods thing. How the hell had he pulled it off? And perhaps more importantly, what did it mean for us in the future? Plenty of questions, not a lot of answers. I watched the forward view screen. Hollingsworth's initial attack met our enhanced shields. As expected, his attack, consisting of kinetics, energy weapons, and some type of spatial distortion field, was ineffective. I'm sure that was more of a shock for him than it was for us. The Proto-Jabesh systems on the Rubicon far outclassed our human systems to begin with. Artie's recent improvements, however, took them to another level entirely. That was bad news for our opponent. Even though Hollingsworth's ship, the former drive section for Survey 1, had been enhanced by the Olya, it still came nowhere near the capabilities of the Rubicon. The drive section's main weapon, at least the last time we met, was a vacuum energy sink. As some of you may recall, that particular weapon projected a hole in space-time by creating an interdimensional brain barrier. This bubble in space-time was used to isolate and then move something called a vacuum energy sink. The aforementioned sink is used by the bad guys to shunt good old fourth-dimensional energy, the stuff we use to heat bathwater and make toast, into a higher dimensional plane where it's essentially useless. Translation: cold bathwater and no more toast. As a side note, that whole energy can neither be created nor destroyed thing they teach in 5th grade physics, yeah, that doesn't apply here. So, back to the subject at hand. Shortly after Hollingsworth's initial attack, the TMS Vengeance launched a bevy of fighters. In response, I instructed our CAG to do the same. I had the comm chatter rerouted to the bridge. Ostensibly, this was to keep track of what was going on. The reality was, I cut my teeth in the military as a fighter jockey, and it was in my blood. A pair of familiar voices filled the bridge.
Damn, Mikey, this just ain't right. Here we are on the butt end of the universe, and all we're doing is shooting other humans. We could have done that at home. Galaxy. What?
Galaxy. Here we are on the butt end of the galaxy.
Son, did you get the drift of what I was jawing about? Did your ma never teach you to ignore the details and focus on the big picture?
That would certainly explain what your wife has been telling me about your love life.
Mikey, I'm going to say this once and only once. My love life is between me, my wife, and my dog. You ain't got no business going there. By the way, you have a gnat on your 6. If you'd be so good as to lead him over this here way, and I'll break out the fly swatter.
Roger that, coon dog.
Our pilots had taken to calling the Transmashuta fighters gnats because of their atmospheric wings. They vaguely resembled flies, which was all our guys needed to develop a diminutive nickname.
Got him, Mikey. Scratch one gnat.
Roll right, coon dog. I've got me a double if you can give me some clearance.
Rollin', rawhide,
coon dog sang as he rolled his fighter just far enough to the right for Mikey to take his shot.
Nailed him. Oh, crap. It looks like I just winged the second one. Get what I did there? Winged him?
You are a veritable comedic genius, Mikey,
coon dog answered dryly.
It's a gift. What can I say? Sadly, it doesn't pay my bar bills, so I'm stuck with my day job in pest control. Speaking of which, I called dibs on those 2 near Big Mac.
How about sharing?
Coon dog began. The entire screen flashed white.
Holy hind tit on a witch! What the hell was that?
Coon dog finished.
Fighter Group Alpha,
the CAG yelled at about the same moment.
Close with the gnats. The bug house is using some type of plasma flare. He's going to pick off any stragglers that stray too far from his own boys.
I looked around the bridge. Every eye was glued to the main view screen. We had seen the intense flare of the phased photonic bomb. I'd read about them in science journals, but to my knowledge, no one had actually managed to build one. I guess the Olya had cracked that nut.
Mikey! I'm not showing your transponder. Mikey, where the hell are you, boy? You damn well better not be dead. I'll kill you again if you are.
Coon dog, this is the CAG. Close with the rest of Alpha. That's an order.
But CAG...
No buts, Lieutenant. If Mikey bought the farm, there's nothing you can do for him. If he's not dead, the SARS will find him. In either case, you getting your ass shot off isn't going to help him.
I turned toward Catherine. Number 1, make sure the SARS teams know that Mike Patrick is out there somewhere. Already on it, Admiral. We're also running a sensor sweep and plotting his fighter's debris course, so we know where to focus our attention when the fighting calms down. I continued to follow the fighter battle. Some of you may be asking yourselves why in this age of modern standoff weapons do we need fighters? The answer is surprisingly simple. With inertial dampeners and direct neural interfaces in place, the modern combat fighter can do things no smart missile could ever hope to accomplish. Fighters were big enough to have all sorts of shield-breaching tech on board and enough firepower to make for a really bad day should they actually manage to get inside your shields. I bring this up because we were about to be schooled in the effectiveness of a single enemy fighter and a bit of out-and-out bad luck. It seems whenever I get too cocky, say when I get my hands on a new, powerful, and highly advanced starship, the universe conspires to take me down a notch. Just once, I wish it would let me enjoy the moment for a few years or decades. "Saws, shuttle away," my first officer announced. No sooner were the words out of her mouth than the bridge of the Rubicon shook violently. That wasn't supposed to happen. The emergency klaxons began blaring. A fraction of a second later, the emergency lighting came on. Half a second after that, the main lighting flickered and then failed. I could tell from the order of events that we were looking at some type of cascading failure. Heaven only knew when the cascade would stop. "Kill the klaxons. Number 1, get me a status.
What just happened?
We are dead in space. Weapons are offline. Long-range comms offline. Shields are at 51% and falling. Emergency power only, decks 1 through 30. Repair teams have been dispatched. It seems the bad guys managed to sneak a shot through our shields.
What?
How did they hit us? Some new type of weapon? Number 1 shook her head. Negative that. We got hit by the oldest weapon in the book. Pure dumb luck. When we launched our SARS, we made a small weak point in the shields for the shuttle to pass through. One of the enemy fighters took a shot at exactly the right moment and in exactly the right place and on exactly the right vector to pass through the opening and enter the launch bay. The weapon was only a low-yield fusion device, but it was still enough to take out a sizable chunk of 3 decks. Power conduits are being rerouted, but our forward shields will likely fail before the nanite repair systems can get them more power. Roll the ship. Keep our best shields facing the Vengeance. For those of you who still think I exaggerate when I say the universe hates me, I offer this up as proof. The hit that damaged the Rubicon was a 1 in a million shot. Sadly, as little as I thought of Admiral Hollingsworth as a person, he was not so incompetent a commander as to not take advantage of the gift of an unexpectedly crippled adversary.
"The Vengeance is moving,"
Fitzy yelled above the din. I tapped my comms.
"Cag, we're about to take some major heat. Pull your fighters back and provide close air support."
Roger that, Admiral. Moving to CAS formation.
"Fitzy, what is the best speed we can manage?"
Duh! Dead in space. We might, maybe, possibly use maneuvering thrusters to get up to about 1 meter a second, if you think that will help.
I ignored her snarky response. The fact that she had shared it was a good indication she felt we were going to come out of this okay. "Number 1, get me an estimate on repairs to shields or jump drive if we prioritize one over the other." "On it." "Fitzy, what's the Vengeance doing?"
"I think she's coming over to say hello."
"Maneuvering for a shield brush?" Catherine asked. "That's what I'd do." A shield brush was a tried-and-true combat technique from the earliest days of space combat. It had fallen out of favor because improvements to standoff weapons had made it harder and harder to implement. Basically, when 2 shields, operating on different frequencies, touched one another, they tended to cancel each other out. The stronger of the 2 would survive, albeit at a diminished capacity. Normally, the Rubicon would have won any such engagement, but given her current state of repairs, that was almost certainly not the case. Catherine signaled for my attention. "Go, Number 1. I have those estimates you asked for. The news isn't good. Neither system is reparable in under 4 hours. Whatever is going to happen here, it's going to happen in less than 4 hours." I nodded. It was pretty much what I had expected. "Options?" I asked. Catherine gave the smallest of headshakes. "Few and far between. All I know is I have no intention of becoming part of that man's harem." That man was Admiral Hollingsworth, of course. "That makes 2 of us. Fitzy, give me ship-wide comms and tie in the fighter wings."
"Channel open, Admiral."
All hint of snarkiness was gone, replaced with a grim acknowledgement of what was about to happen. "All hands, this is the Admiral. Cease all repair operations. Prepare to abandon ship. Hold in the pod bays until I give the word. Fighter wings, switch to close cover support for the escape pods until the Cessna can pick you up. We're going to take out the Vengeance, but there may not be much left of the Rubicon when we're done. Admiral Riker out." I tapped the engineering comms on my command chair. "Chief, I need you to rig the ship to blow the moment the shields fail. Can you do that?" 9. They don't like me over here. Bernice's upper torso materialized in front of me. It looked like she was in pain. There was more than just pain on her face, though. There was profound sadness. Maybe it was my imagination, but I had the distinct feeling the sadness was for something other than her beloved engines.
"Already done, Admiral. I knew that's where this was headed the minute we lost the landing bay. This isn't my first rodeo. But, Admiral, I think it's going to be my last. Teddy's pinned under a transformer and half of my right leg with him."
"We'll get somebody from medical down there right away. You're not getting out of duty that easily." I answered, pretending to be far more relaxed than I felt. The Cochrans were more than just engineers working under my command. They were friends. They had been adopted by my daughter as grandparents. I knew from experience that one of the worst burdens of command was having to say goodbye to those under your command. But this was one farewell I wasn't ready to make yet. Bernice smiled kindly, the kind of smile an elderly woman gives a small child who she's fond of when she says goodbye. "Ah, dearie, you needn't bother. You've been a wonderful captain and an even better friend. If it's our time, then it's our time. Besides, the automated safety override system is completely fried." She glanced off to her left as she spoke. "It's dead. The emergency containment field shutdown must be triggered manually. Teddy and I are ready. We've had a good run. We would be honored if you would say a few words for us when the time is right." Rather than answer her immediately, I tapped my comms again. In the process, I briefly muted the engineer. She would get an indicator on her screen, so I wasn't worried about missing something she might say. The holographic display in front of me split to show a view of an overwhelmed sickbay. It looked pretty rough down there. "Medical, this is the bridge. What's your status?" Janice's holographic image spoke to me sideways as she continued to work on a patient. "We're pretty busy down here, Admiral. It's not good, but considering most of our losses were in the sections near the shuttle bay, and those areas are used for storage, things could have been worse. Doctor, assign your best person to take over down there. I need you and a trauma team down in main engineering. Both Cochrans are pretty badly hurt. Consider them priority 1. If the Rubicon doesn't make it, Matt is going to need them on the Cessna." "Acknowledged. Dr. Buckley, you have the shop. Mamba, grab your trauma kit and join me in engineering." I killed the connection and turned back to Bernice. "Sorry about this, engineer, but I'm going to insist that you and your husband survive. Besides, if it comes down to it, it's the captain that goes down with the ship. I'll be the one triggering the override." "Don't be silly, dearie. There aren't a lot of options here. Do what's right for the crew, not your heart." "There are always options, and I haven't given up yet. Artie, site-to-site transport. Drop me off in main engineering, and then you and the others, including Fitzy, get to the escape pods." "No!" Fitzy practically screamed. Sensing what was about to happen, Artie erected a level 3 force screen around Fitzy's physical avatar. Fitzy leaned into the screen, her hands raised and pushing against it. I knew what I was seeing was a physical metaphor for what must have been happening in cyberspace. "You'll need me, Mom. Mom, I won't leave you." "Fitzy, listen to me. I couldn't possibly be prouder of you. But you need to let me do this alone. You're a big girl now. I need to know the people I care about are safe. That applies first and foremost to you." "You can't make me," she sobbed in frustration. I shared a gentle smile with my daughter and then turned to Artie. The Jabesh AI nodded. He knew what I was going to say next. "You're right. I can't, Fitzy, honey," I agreed. "But your uncle can. Artie, implement Preserve and Protect Protocols 1, 2, and 3. Protocol 1 stood for Artie. 2 stood for Fitzy. 3 stood for Steve Adore. I was ordering Artie to get himself to safety and to take, forcibly if necessary, Fitzy and Steve with him. In my experience, AIs had a bad habit of viewing their lives as less important than those of organics. I didn't buy into that argument. All life was precious, whether organic or synthetic. Again, if the Rubicon wasn't going to make it, the Cessna was going to need them. Besides, what mother would allow her only child to make this type of sacrifice if she had any way to avoid it? I love you, Fitzy. I always will. Just as my daughter's physical form was surrounded by a force field, I knew that my daughter's cybernetic mind had suddenly found herself surrounded by a Jabesh-grade firewall that would restrain her for upwards of half an hour. It was a testament to how powerful she had become that she would be able to defeat the Jabesh firewall at all. Fortunately, that 30 minutes would be all that I needed. I saw the others disappear as I was teleported from the bridge and materialized in main engineering. Bernice was about 2 meters in front of me. Janice and a PA I didn't recognize were working on her. The holographic display on the bridge had actually made her look better than she appeared in person. The room was a mess. It was a miracle most of the ship still had lights. I took a quick peek at the station that would normally be used to override other systems, including safety protocols. It had collapsed. It looked like a massive power distribution transformer co-located with the console had broken loose. If I had to guess, it was this that had pinned Bernice's husband. He was nowhere to be seen. I suspected Janice had already used the Rubicon's site-to-site transportation facility to beam the engineer directly to a stasis chamber on board one of the medical escape pods. Judging from the amount of blood on the ground and the trail leading to Bernice, I suspected she had been working with Teddy on something that could only be accessed from underneath the console. I stepped over to the older woman. "How are you feeling?"
"Like roadkill. How do you think? This damn nag," she nodded at Janice, "won't leave me alone for 2 seconds. I have work to do and not much time to do it."
Janice, for her part, was trying, and failing, to administer a hypospray. Bernice kept pushing it away.
"The patient," Janice said in a clearly frustrated voice, "is refusing treatment, specifically medical nanites to control the pain and help knit her tissues. Good heavens, woman, I'm a Catholic. I birthed 6 babes the old-fashioned way, and all of them without anesthesia. I'm able to handle a little pain. You haven't felt anything like nanites repairing tissues. You'll need the pain control. Doc, I expect to be dead in a few minutes. You need to focus on the living. That's an order," Bernice snapped. Janice slapped the console with her hand. It made a surprisingly loud noise. "There isn't a soul on this boat who outranks me when it comes to medical matters, including the Admiral. Now sit back, shut up, and take your medicine," she said angrily. I took a step forward and spoke up. "Consider that an order, Chief." "Fine, give me the damn shot and then get out of my way."
As soon as the hypospray hissed, Bernice pushed it away from her arm and started to roll her chair to one of the nearby auxiliary control consoles. "You're welcome," Janice mumbled softly.
"Admiral, since you refuse to be reasonable, let me show you what has to be done in order to blow the ship."
"No need. You're staying to do it if it needs to be done."
"Well, look who finally came—"
I interrupted her. "Hold that thought for a second, Chief." I turned to the medical team. "Thanks for your good work, both of you. Now, gather your dolls and dishes and get to one of the escape pods." Janice looked like she was about to say something. I cut her off. "Yes, you can consider that an order. Get." I grabbed Bernice's chair and wheeled her away from the aux panel and instead moved her to the shield control station. It was lit up like a Christmas tree, with a lot more yellow and red than green.
"Begging the Admiral's pardon, but what in the world are you doing? You aren't going to be able to fix this mess even with the advanced bells and whistles on this beastie. Not in the time we have before Herr Pissalot gives us a drive module-sized enema."
"Chief, I told you there are always options. This may shock you, but I have no great desire to die today. I'm also dead set against the idea of letting Herr Pissalot have access to this ship's advanced technology." The Vengeance's course looked to take her within shield brushing range in just under 8 minutes. I ordered the escape pods to eject at the 6-minute point. They were designed for a short burst of speed in order to escape a ship that was at risk of exploding. That certainly described the Rubicon, at least if Plan A failed. With Bernice's help, I rigged the shields to push all available energy through the few emitters that were still functioning. There was no question that we were going to burn those emitters out, but they only had to survive a few seconds. If we could match the drive section's shield strength at the point of contact, there was a chance the Rubicon could survive. Now, here is where things got interesting. If my plan worked, we still weren't out of the woods. There was every possibility that the two ships would actually strike one another. My flagship's armored hull was at least an order of magnitude more durable than the General Dynamic hull metal employed on Survey 1's drive module, The thing is, my ship was damaged, and banging pressurized containers together in a vacuum, especially when one was damaged, was well established as a bad idea. This was one of the reasons I wanted the crew to evacuate. I planned to depressurize the ship prior to impact. My main objective was to keep our best shield facing Hollingsworth's ship. That was easier said than done. The Vengeance was far more maneuverable at this point, and her captain would most certainly be trying to target my weakest shields. I was going to use the atmospheric venting to accelerate the Rubicon's spin at the last moment, to get our shield in place, and then simultaneously surge the shield emitters. If I timed things right, if the ship held together long enough, if all of 1,000 things went right, then we might just get out of this. It was the other side of the what-ifs that twisted my gut. I held my finger above the manual detonation control. If I pressed that button, the self-regenerating containment fields that controlled the storage and flow of exotic matter to the fusion power plants would shut down. At that point, Admiral Dare and Chief Bernice Cochran would become nothing more than memories and a boatload of ionized particles screaming through space at near-relativistic speeds. Which of the two options was more likely? You have to forgive me if I decline to answer. I found it doesn't help to dwell on the negative in these situations. "Here he comes," Bernice said as she watched the sensor display. 30 seconds to impact, beginning to redirect power flow to the shield capacitors. "Opening venting ports 18 through 31, I announced a moment later. The ship's rotational spin increasing to 10.6 meters per second. It should just be enough. Hold. Discharge the capacitors. Now. Oh, for the love of... Node failure. Rerouting. I need 5 seconds. Don't have them. Make it happen, Chief. That's an order. Doing my best. Shield impact in 3, 2, 1. Nothing. I watched my sensor display. Bernice must have read my expression because suddenly her face broke out into a broad smile that matched my own. The Vengeance's shields were down. We had rotated enough that we were no longer protected by ours. Not that that mattered. Good job, Chief. You got those shields up just in time. Bernice shook her head. That's the thing, Admiral. I didn't. That power distribution node is still offline. Whatever happened, it wasn't me. Before I had a chance to fully digest her comments, the forward edge of Survey 1's drive section impacted the armored hull of the Rubicon. 10. Battleship. I have to give the Proto-Jabesh engineers who built the Rubicon some credit. They knew their stuff. The ship took a licking and kept on ticking. When you ram something the size of a survey ship drive section into something as massive as the Rubicon, there's a non-trivial transfer of kinetic energy between the two. In the case of the Rubicon, that energy was converted into a change in momentum. In the case of the Vengeance, that energy went into structural deformation. The result was what the physics nerds like to call an inelastic collision. To Bernice and me, the impact felt like the ship shuddered. Now, in all fairness, it was a fairly strong shuddering. I almost lost my footing. The inertial dampeners probably saved my life. I looked over at Bernice. She was seated because she was short one appendage typically used for walking. Unfortunately, that didn't stop her from being tossed about. She didn't make a peep, but I could see the look of pain on her face. I couldn't help but remember that this was one tough old bird. "Rubicon, are you receiving? Rubicon, come in." I looked around for the engineering comm station. Bernice pointed me in the right direction. I hit the general broadcast button. "Unknown caller, this is Rubicon Actual. State your name and intention." "Admiral, this is Mikey Patrick, or Lieutenant Mike Patrick, if you need me to be all formal and whatnot. I lost my ride. Sorry about that. I know they're expensive and all. At any rate, I saw this big tug driving by, and I hitched a ride. I think I might have broken their shields by accident, if you know what I mean. Geez, I hope they had insurance. Would you mind terribly if I came home now? They don't seem to like me over here." The bridge of the former TMS Vengeance was, well, More to the point, it wasn't, as in, it wasn't there. The aforementioned inelastic collision had collapsed the upper 6 decks of the drive section, destroying the bridge and the entire clamping assembly. If we were ever going to reconnect the drive segment to the rest of Survey 1, we were going to have to put some major effort into rebuilding those clamps. The loss of the bridge included the loss of most of the senior staff of the Vengeance. I had hoped this might include Admiral Hollingsworth, but apparently he was humanity's equivalent of a cockroach. No matter how hard you tried to eradicate him, he always comes back. In this case, our Marines found him, along with 6 members of his harem, in a shipping container that had been modified to become a luxury safe room, complete with its own power and environmental systems. I had been all for jettisoning him into space, container and all, but at the end of the day that wasn't fair to his harem. The last time I saw him, Mr. Hollingsworth was being led off to a holding cell somewhere in Dome City, awaiting trial for murder and various war crimes, including the death of the original crew of Survey 1 and their families. The remainder of his own crew were detained in a modest but comfortable prisoner of war camp also in Dome City. To my way of thinking, they were a bigger problem than Hollingsworth. Many were just corporate soldiers following orders. Few of them were even aware of the atrocities committed by their superiors. Still, there were too many to just release into the general population. For the moment, they were being held until a solution could be found. Thankfully, that sort of thing fell under the purview of folks like DeAndre Pappas. All of this serves as a backgrounder to a discussion I was currently having with the fully healed and somewhat excitable Dr. Teddy Cochran. As a secondary aside, it was amazing what the Adonoi Medical Database, in conjunction with the Proto-Jabesh medical facilities on the Rubicon and Cessna, could accomplish. The engineer, who had been at death's door only a few days ago, was now fit as a fiddle. Even his wife, Bernice, was fully recovered and sporting a new rapidly grown replacement leg. Teddy made a self-satisfied chuckling sound as his finger traced another line on the display for my benefit. I tried to follow his running commentary as he went through the changes to power schematics. Apparently these schematics depicted changes made to the drive module's power systems, although he never actually said so. I'm going to be honest here. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Still, Dr. Cochran seemed especially excited by what he was showing me, and given the particularly crappy week he must have had in a regen tank, I felt indulging the man was the least I could do. For the next half hour, he continued walking me through power generation and distribution systems, pointing at this, that, or the other, and making some comment or observation that went over my head. I dutifully nodded as appropriate. He was particularly interested in the Olya enhancements and the vacuum energy sink they had installed. Since the weapon itself had been utterly destroyed along with the top 6 decks of the drive module, I was unsure what the point of our discussion was. To be clear as to why I was unclear, in his excitement the good doctor had failed to mention what the point of our discussion was. After what I felt was a suitable amount of time to allow the man to explain in intricate detail what I was looking at, I smiled and nodded enthusiastically. So, Doc, you've got me intrigued. Quit teasing me and cut to the chase. In a nutshell, what are we looking at here? The glow on the man's face reminded me of a kid in a candy store with a world of opportunity and a crisp, clean, New Federation credit in his hand.
It's 42. The answer is 42. It's always been 42, and here's the best part. We have 42.
I stood absolutely still. I think the blank look on my face might have been a giveaway.
Don't you see? 38 plus 4 equals 42.
Now, I wish to point out for the record, I have multiple doctorates. I am well aware that the sum of 38 and 4 is indeed 42. That knowledge, however, didn't help me one bit at this particular point in time. I suspect my continued blank look might have hinted that I needed the good doctor to elaborate just a tad further.
We mount Artie's phased anti-photonic directed energy weapon on the drive module. We feed it the output of all 38 of our fusion reactors plus the 4 QFRs that Jack hid on the ship before Survey 1 left Earth. Those 42 power sources balance out. 21 and 21. Add in the capacitors used to spin up our jump drive coils, and we have just enough juice to keep our paid firing continuously. We may well have a weapon system that can defeat the aggressor armada.
Okay. Now I truly was excited. Things weren't quite as rosy as the good doctor painted them, but they were certainly looking up. One really big stick isn't enough to defeat an entire army, unless you are going the David versus Goliath route. Of course, then you'd need a sling and a rock, but I digress. My point is, one really big stick isn't enough to defeat an army. But in combination with a force amplifier, it certainly helped. My original plan had been to disable the skip space tunnel, thus preventing the aggressor armada from accessing our neck of the woods, at least temporarily. There were 2 reasons this plan sucked hind tit. First, there was that whole temporarily thing. Destroying the skip space tunnel would slow the aggressor fleet down, but it certainly would not stop them. They would continue to come, one skip space jump at a time, until they got here. Only this time, we wouldn't have a choke point to mass our forces. The second sucks hind tit issue is the simple fact that skip space tunnels are bidirectional. By shutting down the tunnel, we were shutting down our access to the area of the galaxy in which the aggressors were currently operating. This was problematic in that, in our new role as Jabesh-appointed galactic peacekeepers, we had a responsibility to help the species being threatened in that sector. Now, normally, I wouldn't even consider a double sucks hind tit plan. But in this case, I hadn't seen as I had much of a choice. The simple truth is a poor plan, executed well, is often superior to no plan at all. Fortunately, our recent recovery of the Survey 1 drive module, its Olya enhancements, and Teddy's insights had provided us with another solution. We could sit at the front of the skip space tunnel and play whack-a-mole using our new super-duper Jabesh ray gun thingy.
Coming out of skip space now, Ensenador announced. Astrometrics confirms exit coordinates.
Catherine chuckled softly in her seat next to me. Mr. Adore is being modest. He hit a bullseye. We're so close to our intended target, the difference isn't worth mentioning. What's the status of our new weapons platform? She checked her console briefly before answering. It emerged 3 seconds ago. It's 1/4 light second away. Both as per plan. I nodded. I had expected nothing less. What's the status of her upgrades? This time it was Artie who answered.
The construction bots are nearly done with the first set of offensive upgrades. The primary weapon is tied into the power systems. The forward and aft railguns are nearing completion, and work has begun on the point defense systems.
Do we have an estimate on the other items on the punch list?
Affirmative, Admiral. The new metaphasic shielding is installed, but as you are aware, as yet unpowered. All AI and AI-capable systems were removed and slagged at the rendezvous point. The redundant replacements are undergoing integration testing. I've taken one, and Araquote has the other. Finally, as you are aware, the entire suite of survey and exploration systems are on hold, pending the resolution of our pending action against the aggressors. I expect all critical work will be complete in the next 17 hours. The less critical activities will likely take another 2 weeks.
I was busy scanning a scrolling list of activity reports for the Rubicon and listening to my Jabesh friend rather than looking directly at him. I paused my display and raised an eyebrow. 2 weeks wasn't the answer I had expected. Artie must have seen the eyebrow because he hastened to add,
Your list and mine differ. The items on your list, things like environmental support, docking nest for the Crichton, and the entire survey suite should be complete in 3 or 4 days, depending on the speed of mining operations. I included full conversion in my list. Replacing human and galactic order-level technology with Jabesh and proto-Jabesh grade components is not a trivial task, even for the new construction bots I have specifically developed for the task. Again, I am constrained by the availability of raw materials and the time it takes to synthetically produce those elements that are not locally available, especially those items higher on the periodic table.
Okay, now those estimates were in line with my expectations. Artie and Arquote had wanted to delay our return to the Skipspace tunnel gate until after the former Survey 1 drive module had been fully converted into a semi-autonomous battleship. I had nixed the idea, because my gut was telling me we needed to get to the skip gate sooner rather than later. I had learned over the years to trust my gut in these matters. It had occasionally been wrong, but not often. I had a second reason for wanting to get to the skip gate. The gate's AI had not responded to Artie's broadcast queries the first time we visited. This was consistent with what the gatekeeper on the other side of the galaxy had shared with us. I wanted to find out why. And of course I was hoping to visit the gate's storage lockers. If Artie was right, there was a good chance we would find a supply of QFRs. We would need these to fully power the battleship we were building. To be clear, the human-grade power systems we currently had access to got the primary weapon working, and they got the shields working, and they got the drive working. Just not all at once. In a firefight, you typically wanted all three, and you wanted them at the same time. In a pinch, you could get by with two, say shields and weapons or shields and engines, but having only weapons or only shields or only engines made the battleship essentially useless. If we absolutely had no other option, I would park our newest ship and use it to take potshots at aggressor ships as they emerged from the Skipspace gate. This would work for the first ship and possibly the second, but by the time the third, fourth, and fifth ships came through, our battleship would find itself dust in the wind. The reality was, I would prefer to take the blow-the-gate option I discussed earlier than destroy our best weapon and let the bad guys have unfettered access to this quadrant of space. This was why I pushed to return to the gate as soon as possible. We needed to either bring the local gatekeeper back online or gain access to the QFR store, or both. 11. Crichton. 3 letters describe what I was seeing. Wow. For those of you who have ever been to Valles Marineris, Olympus Mons, both on Mars, or even the far less impressive Grand Canyon on Earth, you have some context for understanding what I was feeling. I was on board the Crichton on my way to the skip gate. This was the first time I had approached one of these massive structures directly, and in something as small as a runabout. Visually, this gate was both similar and very different from the first one we had encountered. The functional area of the gate was essentially identical to its twin. Its diameter was exactly the same within the ability of our equipment to measure distances. The primary difference was the presence of a second ring. This ring surrounded the first and floated above it by about 30 kilometers. It appeared to be a now dead habitat ring. It was a desiccated, frozen wasteland. Its atmosphere had long since bled away. If there had been anything resembling lakes, rivers, or seas, they were long since gone. The only thing that remained were empty cities, the dried bones of a long-lost civilization. I longed for a chance to explore the ruins, but that wasn't in the cards, at least not yet. We were headed toward the inner ring, the actual gate itself. The crew for this trip was relatively small. It consisted of myself, Matt, Bernice, a couple of engineering and science types, and 4 Marines under Matt's direct command. Oh, and both Artie and my daughter in their physical nanite forms. The size of the Skipspace gate was almost beyond comprehension. The fact that the entire structure was Jabesh technology and that most of it was devoted to power generation was similarly beyond comprehension. The device's mere presence distorted space-time. "Ain't that something?" Bernice mumbled as she peered out the forward viewport. "Nothing like a real window to gander at the likes of that." I agreed. It didn't matter how good the holographic display technology was, you always knew the photons bouncing around the back of your eyeballs weren't the ones that bounced off the object you were looking at. What I was seeing now was courtesy of photons that had interacted directly with one of the most awesome things ever created by a child of God. It was magnificent, with a capital M. "Fitzy, how far away are we right now?" My daughter was standing just off to my right on the small bridge. Her eyes were closed, but as she viewed the world through a vast array of sensors, I knew this was technically not true. She was absorbing the majesty of what we were approaching in her own unique way. She opened her eyes to look at me. There was the hint of a smile on her face. She didn't impress easily, but she was impressed now. "We're just under 150 kilometers away."
150 kilometers, and we're too close to see the whole damn thing,
Matt added.
"How close is it safe to get?"
"Artie, that's a question for you. How close can we get before you need to do your open sesame trick?" Artie's holographic image stepped forward at my command. Clasping his hands behind his back, he spoke one of those magical sentences no captain ever wants to hear.
"I'm not sure. There's a good chance we're already well past it."
"By good chance, dearie, what exactly do you mean?" Bernice asked.
"Technically, we were in danger the moment we were able to see the gate. Realistically, however, barring aberrant behavior, we should be able to approach within a few meters of the surface."
I relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't realized I had gotten so tense. My relief was short-lived.
"I would be remiss, however, if I did not remind you,"
Artie added,
"that refusing my request to open a communications channel is evidence of aberrant behavior."
It had taken us the better part of an hour to approach within a few meters of the ancient Jabesh superstructure. Surprisingly, at this distance it was far less impressive, at least visually. It appeared to be a large, almost featureless wall that extended beyond the ability of the eye to see in virtually every direction. Now, when I say featureless wall, I'm speaking in terms of large lumps and bumps on its surface. There were plenty of much smaller lumps and bumps on its surface. These ranged in size from a coin to objects roughly the size of my hand. In no case did they extend more than a few centimeters from the wall's surface. I suppose it's worth mentioning for those of you reading this and not watching the holovid that I was able to make this determination because we had left the Crichton and were now following the surface of the gate using thrusters built into the battle armor we were each wearing. We were festooned in battle armor rather than simple encounter suits because we needed the additional radiation shielding provided by the more powerful suits. Even with that additional shielding, I occasionally felt my skin crawling with static electricity. I imagine it's what a hamburger would feel in a microwave, if a hamburger could feel in a microwave. It's a delightful experience, especially when you have no means of scratching the itch induced by the aforementioned myriad of static discharges. For those of you wishing to test the limits of your sanity, I highly recommend it. Both Artie and Fitzy had accompanied us sans suits. There was no point in worrying about their safety without the armor because if bad stuff started to happen, we were all likely to become toast, whether we were wearing armor or not. Beyond that, their inorganic bodies didn't need the radiation protection that ours did. While Artie and my daughter had thruster packs, they weren't using them. The two were skating along the surface of the gate by taking advantage of their nanite shells and the ability of the nanites in their feet to temporarily bond to the exterior metallic skin of the gate's surface. Fitzy looked like a kid enjoying a day ice skating on a frozen pond. It brought back a number of fond memories of my own experiences ice skating in the Caribbean. There were places where the sea ice was flat as a mirror for kilometers in every direction. In fairness, she wasn't playing. Both she and Artie were scouting the gate's surface, looking for an access port. You'd think that those of us who were flying would be a more logical choice for scouting. This wasn't the case. The extremely charged environment made sensors virtually useless, and the constantly changing magnetic field meant flying a straight line near the surface was equally difficult. It took the better part of an hour, but eventually Artie signaled that he had found something promising. Fitzy joined him before the rest of us arrived. We were at the mercy of magnetic fields that alternately pushed and pulled at our suits. The suits themselves were not particularly magnetic, as they were mostly nanite-reinforced ceramic shells. But the charge potential that was building up on the outside of that shell was definitely vulnerable to the magnetic flux. One of Matt's Marines, a master sergeant named Buddy Griffin, actually crashed his armor into the surface at one point. Both he and his armor were fine. As a side note, if there had been any doubt as to whether Marines receive training in the fine art of swearing, the next few minutes disabused us of such silly notions. Fortunately, the magnetic flux disappeared completely as we arrived and landed next to the two AIs. That change in magnetic flux was the only thing that distinguished this section of the gate surface from any other. Of course, even with my suite of augments, I was no match for Artie's abilities to perceive this environment.
I've detected a transport disk located below this point. I believe it is designed to move items onto the surface of the ring. I believe it is bidirectional. However, we must overcome 3 challenges in order to use it.
And those would be? I prompted.
First, we need to provide it power. Second, we need to connect to its control interface. Finally, we need to have some idea as to where we want to go.
If we could crack the first, there was a good chance the second would follow at or about the same time. The third was going to take some careful thinking or just plain luck. Or both. I ran my hand along the unremarkable surface where Artie swore by all that was holy there was a Jabez transport portal. The haptic feedback sensors built into the gauntlet simulated a normal human sense of touch. Of course, my augments far exceeded normal sensitivity, so despite the wonderful engineering that had gone into the battle armor I was wearing, it felt like I was wearing mittens, comparatively speaking. I say this because, for the life of me, absent Artie and the otherwise inexplicable change in magnetic flux density, there was nothing to indicate this was any place at all remarkable. Well, aside from the fact we were standing on a massive structure created by a long-dead race of ultra-advanced beings. Admiral Deary, I think the natives are restless. Look at the Crichton. I turned and looked to where Chief Cochrane was pointing. It looked like an anthill growing upward toward the shuttle. The Crichton was floating above the surface of the gate ring via a tether. As I watched, the mass of whatevers swarmed over our ship, and suddenly the telemetry, which had been flowing from the ship to the HUD in my suit, disappeared. At the same time, the pitch of the ship shifted, and it began to approach the surface. "Damn it," Bernice muttered. "I just got done repainting that ship. Now they've gone and scratched it all up." We spent the next 5 days running for our lives. Running probably wasn't the right term, because most of our time was spent flitting from one point on the surface to another. We learned 2 things very early. Unfortunately, both lessons came with a cost. The first was don't shoot at the bots that were chasing us. That only made them more aggressive. We lost McMasters, one of Matt's Marines, learning that lesson. The second was that the gate ring had a point defense system, and that system had been activated. Kenji, another of Matt's Marines, had fallen victim to that when she tried to fly too high. 5 days is a long time to try and stay awake. Even with military-grade stimulants and medical nanites, the mind started doing strange things when it wasn't given any downtime. Understand, a couple of 100 years ago, things would have been much worse. Modern armor included neural interfaces and hepatic actuators that could fool the body into believing it was walking the beach, complete with the smell of the sea, the crashing of the waves, and the sound of seagulls. At the same time, you could just as easily be out playing a round of golf. The system was designed to keep troops entertained and exercised when they were on a long, multi-day stealth drop insertion deployment. The system worked just as well when you were running for your life from maniacal bots deployed by a long-dead super race. About 30 hours and 2 purple unicorns into things, I ordered everybody to pair up and link themselves to a partner with a tether. The pairs were to rotate. 4 hours flying while you carried your partner, 4 hours sleeping while your partner carried you. Our battle armor could keep us going for weeks or longer, if need be, in this configuration. We had an odd number of warm bodies, so I partnered with Fitzy, who technically didn't sleep anyway. Matt and I took turns taking the lead and tail. Artie took point since the bots that were herding us, and yes, there was no doubt in my mind that we were being herded. Artie took point because it seemed the bots that were herding us had no interest in him. I suspect they recognized he was of Jabesh origin and thus was not on their threat list. Fitzy and I were watching a Luke and Laura Christmas special. I sipped on my feeding tube, trying very hard to imagine it was a bag of popcorn and not something recycled from something else I'd rather not think about.
"We've got something up ahead, Admiral,"
Matt said over the command channel.
"Really?"
Fitzy protested.
"They're about to kiss for the first time since the operation."
"Hush you. This is important," I scolded. "And Luke and Laura aren't?" This last was said on our private channel at so low a volume I might not have heard it if I didn't have augmented hearing. But of course she knew that. The something to which Matt was referring was a bowl-shaped depression on the surface of the ring. It was a feature that was impossible to see from near the surface because there was no lip on the depression. It was only when you got right up on it that you could peek over the edge and know it was there. At the bottom of the bowl was a bit of a surprise. There, nestled like an egg in a nest, was the Crichton.
"Well now,"
Bernice crooned,
"the paint looks just fine."
12. Visiting Team.
"So, what are you thinking, boss lady?"
Matt asked on our private channel.
"Do we head down there and check things out?"
We had untethered. I was standing right next to Matt. We had spent some of the last several days walking the beach together, albeit virtually. As I scanned the Crichton at the bottom of the bowl, the bots that had been herding us had stopped advancing. It was almost like they were allowing us to make up our minds. "If we head down there, we give up the high ground," I said.
I was thinking the same thing. On the other hand, it's not like we can do anything with the high ground other than to run. I don't know about you, but there's only so long I can suck things into one orifice and then push them out another only to rinse and repeat again and again.
"You didn't enjoy our walks together?" I heard him chuckle.
"Play fair, Admiral."
"My dear Captain, what do you mean?" I continued to think about our situation during our brief banter. We both began at once.
"Sorry, you go first,"
Matt said. "I suppose one could make the argument that down there, at least we have some cover." Matt nodded.
"I was thinking pretty much the same thing. Besides, if the bots had wanted us dead, they pretty much could have killed us at any point along our way here."
"We do have 2 dead," I reminded him. The silence that followed made me regret my hasty words. Finally, Matt spoke.
"They each died doing some very specific things. The point defense system may be automated and not under the same control systems as the bots. At the same time, the bots themselves may have built-in autonomous defensive systems. My Marine fired first."
I rested a gauntleted hand on his by way of an apology. "Then we go down." If we had hoped to use the shuttle for a quick shower, to explore further, or even to escape, that hope was soon crushed. The Crichton was completely powered down and drained. This had serious implications for us. Without juice, there was no way to restart the fusion reactors. Normally, we would tap the jump drive capacitors or limited battery stores to carry out a fusion core restart. In this case, it was not an option. The jump drive capacitors had been drained dry, and perhaps even more startling, one of the 2 fusion cores was MIA, along with the emergency backup batteries. By MIA, I mean they were gone. Our resident engineer was not a happy camper. To say she was pissed really does a disservice to the word pissed. Remember what I said earlier about Marines learning to swear? What I hadn't shared was that Bernice had apparently been a guest instructor. She spent the better part of an hour going over the little ship with a fine-tooth comb. Every time she ran into a dead circuit that should always have power flowing through it, she attempted to peel the paint off an adjacent bulkhead. For a woman who seemed overly concerned about the exterior paint on the shuttle, she showed an amazing lack of regard for the interior paint. To my credit, I wisely avoided saying anything. As much as I enjoyed listening to my chief engineer wax poetically about the genetic heritage of the Jabesh who had built this particular jump gate, and more specifically the ones who had built the bots that had raped our shuttle, her words, not mine, I needed to consult with the others and figure out our next steps. Matt, 2 of our Marines, including Master Sergeant Griffin, and I, stood outside the disabled Crichton. Fitzy stayed with her adopted grandmother, as Bernice continued to inspect the ship for other signs of abuse. Artie was nowhere to be seen. I was about to try and reach him on comms when a holographic version materialized in front of our small group.
I've taken the opportunity to examine the rest of the bowl. It seems relatively unremarkable, except for a single feature about 3,000 meters aft of the shuttle.
And that single feature would be what? I asked.
It appears to be a door, and it is open.
I and the others stood dead silent and dead still for several moments. Finally, Matt spoke up.
Now, see, that would have been a good thing to lead with. Just saying.
Half an hour later, our entire contingent, to include Fitzy and Bernice, approached the door Artie had found. Door was perhaps a generous term. It was more of an access panel that had been removed and set aside. Given the relatively low effective gravity, I wasn't entirely sure how and why the plate remained in place, but in my experience, that was a common occurrence with all things Jabesh. I had to stoop slightly to enter the door. Once inside, the space opened up considerably. It was roomy enough that, had we chosen to, it would have been easy for all of us to walk side by side. That, of course, was not how the Master Sergeant arranged things. Artie took point. The Master Sergeant followed close behind, then Matt and I, followed by Fitzy and the engineer, and finally the rest of the Marines. I had tried to take the lead with Artie at my side, but sometimes you just have to accept that in these situations, Master Sergeants effectively outrank mere admirals. Stated a different way, when given a choice, only fight the battles you know you can win. I wasn't going to win this one, so I obediently took my place, protected, in the middle of the pack. One of the first things Matt did when he settled in next to me during our exploration was to release a set of 16 Enos to autonomously fly ahead of us and map out the terrain. We very quickly got a sense of what lay ahead, at least in terms of layout. There was the main corridor, as well as a number of considerably smaller side tunnels. Some of these were passable if we traveled single file, others were simply too small for a human in battle armor to pass through. With the exception of my trips to Midway Station, I had never been surrounded by so much Jabesh tech. Even Midway had appeared as nothing more than a massive bright white room with very few visible features. This, however, was raw, unadulterated Jabesh technology in all its glory, on complete display. To be honest, as a xenoarchaeologist, it made my head spin. As we walked along, I started seeing patterns. With those patterns, I began to see things that appeared out of place. There were obvious spots along the walls and ceiling where it appeared items had been removed. Please understand, my experience with Jabesh technology was limited to individual artifacts and rarely, as in never, fully assembled systems like the skip space gate we were currently exploring. What I'm saying is, I had no way to judge whether or not what I was seeing was truly anomalous or simply normal operating procedures for the ancient super race. What I had noticed was that in each case where an object seemed to be missing, the surrounding Jabesh systems seemed to be not dead but lobotomized. What do I mean when I say that? A fair enough question. Let me try to explain. The walls and ceiling, as well as some sections of the floor, were literally alive with glowing tracks of lights that flowed and ebbed, intensified and dimmed as we walked by. They almost looked like those illustrations you see in school of neurons firing in the brain. My point is, they quite obviously responded to our presence, except where there was a missing item. The tracks of lights there were dimmer and virtually static for a meter and a half in all directions surrounding each of the cavities. Chief, what do you make of the light show?
You must have been reading my mind, dearie. I'm thinking somebody did to these guys what they did to us. It kind of makes me happy.
I chuckled.
Does that make me a bad person, Admiral?
She added with a wink. That's a discussion for another day, Chief, I whispered in a conspiratorial voice. It makes you wonder what these systems that seem to be relatively inactive were meant to do. Artie, do you have any insight?
Run.
Pardon?
Run.
Artie had reversed course and was actively pushing and otherwise physically encouraging the Master Sergeant to do the same.
There is a large contingent of reclamation bots moving in this direction. We are in extreme danger. I've instructed them to cease operations and return to their service docks, but they are ignoring my commands.
As we began to run back the way we had come, I checked the map the Enos had helped to create.
There are a series of branches off to the right, I yelled over the general comms. Just past them, there's a second set. Artie, the Master Sergeant, Chief Cochran, and I will take the first branch. The rest of you take branch 2. They merge about 3/4 of a kilometer further down. We'll join up again there.
My HUD began to display the approaching bots as blue dots on the map overlay I was following. I have to admit I was somewhat concerned about their number and the speed at which they were approaching our little group of merry adventurers. Not for the first time did I question the wisdom of venturing into the domain of the Jabesh. They could crush us like ants and never even realize they did it. I pushed the others into the side tunnel ahead of me. The Master Sergeant wanted to protest my taking up the rear, because that put me closest to the approaching bots. I held up a single gauntleted finger and pointed toward the tunnel. Argue with me about it later, Marine. For the moment, follow orders and get that tin can you're wearing into the tunnel. I have to give Master Sergeant Buddy Griffin credit. He knew when to follow an order. I think he physically pushed the others ahead of him like a plow, because we made good time down the side tunnel. If anyone ever tells you that running in a piece of battle armor is easy, slap them on the back and buy them a beer. They're a comrade in arms. If they tell you it's easy in a corridor with minimal gravity and limited space to maneuver, dump that beer on their head, because they're a fraud. I was glad I was wearing an armored helmet, and my suit had the latest in inertial dampeners built into it. I felt like one of those Plinkett balls falling through a maze of pegs. I'd bounce off the ceiling and then the floor, then one wall, then the other, always moving forward in the process. My only solace was that with the exception of Artie, and to a lesser extent the Sergeant Major, the rest of us were having the same problem. The rest of us being defined in this instance as Chief Cochran. But hey, there's no need to quibble over the details. We were about 2/3 of the way down our side corridor when my HUD malfunctioned. At least I was hoping it was a malfunction, because if it wasn't, we were well and truly screwed. I saw the bots that had been moving down the main corridor do the one thing I did not want them to do. Several of them turned down our little side branch. The rest reversed course and headed back the way they had come. I didn't have time to ponder this bizarre behavior because at the same time this happened, another set of bots appeared on my HUD's map overlay. This time they were in front of us, moving in our direction from the other side. Did I mention my fervent desire for the aforementioned items to simply be a sensor artifact of a defective HUD? Artie sadly took it upon himself to disabuse me of this notion.
They're coming at us from both sides. I'm going to try something a little extreme. My apologies in advance.
No sensor glitch, then. Damn. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you looked at it, I didn't have long to ponder my disappointment that our equipment wasn't working. The second half of Artie's statement hit home. My apologies. I have two general observations for situations such as this. When a Jabesh AI apologizes for something he's about to do, the best advice I can give is to strap in and get ready for a wild ride. The second observation is, Artie rarely disappoints. Suddenly, a blue nimbus surrounded us. As you may recall, Artie had the ability to generate a powerful personal force field. He's had occasion to demonstrate it on several occasions. While this force field might be very effective in some situations, I wasn't expecting this was going to be one of them. My reasoning was as follows. Jabesh Tech facing Jabesh Tech negated the normal advantage that Artie typically enjoyed in such situations. Additionally, there was only one Artie, whereas there was a boatload of bots. Translation, it didn't look good for the visiting team. 13. Wild Ride.
We need to move forward about 20 meters as fast as we can. Admiral, please join me in the front. I'm going to require your unique abilities.
I looked at Matt and shrugged. It's a testament to modern battle armor that even subtle gestures like slight shrugs were detected and translated into something that could be seen by others. A significant portion of human communication was carried out by such subtle gestures. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but it wasn't as if I was doing anything useful where I was. Moving to the front was an experience in and of itself. There wasn't much room in the corridor. Finally, after several attempts to squeeze by failed, I had the others squat down as close to the floor as possible. I then crawled my way over the top of them. Matt took the opportunity to speak to me on my private comm channel. For the record, it was a completely unprofessional conversation that involved repeating the exercise in a more private setting and without the battle armor. I told him I'd give it serious consideration. After what seemed like hours, but was likely only a couple of minutes, I was standing next to Artie. I still had no idea what the plan was beyond making the Admiral look foolish. I was somewhat keen on learning his plan because the bots that had been chasing us were now pressing against Artie's rear shields, forcing us to move forward toward the other group of bots that hadn't quite reached us yet. The section of the side tunnel we were in had one of the dead zones we had noticed in several places before. In fact, this particular dead zone was directly in front of us. Artie stopped moving forward just as we reached the edge of the dead zone. The bots that had been following us were now actively pushing against Artie's rear shields. It was evident that he was struggling to hold them in place, because the shields had taken on a blindingly bright white gleam. At the same time, the bots that our HUDs showed approaching from the front finally came into view. There were a lot of them. Bots behind us, bots in front of us, Jabesh-grade hull metal plating surrounding us. Yeah, didn't have the making of a great day. Up until a few minutes ago, the critters chasing us had been nothing more than moving dots on my HUD. This was the first time I had actually seen them in person. Reclamation bots aren't really all that imposing. If your idea of imposing is a maniacal tread-mounted tank with chomping razor-sharp teeth slowly and inexorably moving towards you, then you'll be delighted to know that Jabesh reclamation bots looked nothing like that. They were much smaller. The ones in back were simply pushing forward. The ones in front were busy doing something else. As I watched them work, they swarmed, much like piranhas devouring a wounded animal. Maybe a better metaphor for what I was seeing was that of a caterpillar systematically chowing down on a milkweed leaf. Only rather than working over a relatively two-dimensional leaf, the bots in front of us were chewing on a sizable chunk of three-dimensional wall. For teeth, they used some type of glowing energy field that seemed to dissolve whatever they touched. I'm going to be honest here. Their behavior was nothing like what I was expecting. It took me a few minutes to figure out what I was seeing. Here it is in a nutshell. The bots would swarm a section of corridor, removing entire sections of the walls, ceiling, and floor in a few seconds. As they worked, the color of the energy field that surrounded their mouths, for lack of a better term, changed. It became greener. Suddenly, those with the greenest energy fields began regurgitating sections of the wall, replacing what they had previously removed. I watched as the dead section of the corridor we were near was replaced. When the bots were done, the wall was alive with activity again. It appeared that the reclamation bots served a repair and maintenance role in the grand scheme of things. The bots nearest me turned as one and began to move forward. The problem with this was, I was what was forward. They ran into Artie's force field, and the field began to glow brighter. I had no idea how long Artie would be able to keep them out, but I knew it wouldn't be for long. Do you remember when Artie apologized for what was about to happen, and I said to expect a wild ride? Well, buckle up.
Again, you'll have to forgive me, Admiral, but you're going to have to take it from here.
With that simple statement, I suddenly found myself on the wrong side of Artie's shields. I woke with a start. The last thing I remember was suddenly facing a mass of Jabesh reclamation bots trying to get up close and personal. Then, just as suddenly, I was waking up here, wherever here was. The room, and it was a room, not a chamber, not a corridor, not the great outdoors. It was a room that had burnished gray walls, a lighted ceiling and floor. There was a single door and a bed. In fact, I was on the bed. And I was minus my battle armor. That last meant I was dressed in the minimal attire worn while piloting armor. Read no pockets and plenty of available contact points for retractable body sensors. What little was there was meant not to impede the functioning of the suit, more than it was to provide protection to the wearer. Translation. Although it provided some protection, armor undies, as they were called, were not designed for modesty or warmth. It was this last that had me concerned. Without shoes, the metal deck would steal body heat quickly. In addition, the ambient room temperature was just at the lower edge of what could be considered comfortable. I knew that if I was exposed to it for an extended period of time, I was going to start shivering. The bed, and again that was a generous term, was little more than a metal shelf that extended from the wall furthest from the solitary door. No blankets, no pillow. No nothing to keep a gal warm. While I was still looking around, the lighting dimmed and returned to normal. A horizontal beam, which seemed to emanate from all four walls at once, began to trace the outlines of my body. It started at my feet and didn't stop until it reached my chin. For that I was thankful, because I wasn't sure the adaptive optics of my eye augments were going to be able to deal with the intensity of the light being used to scan me. Again, the lights dimmed slightly. I turned because my eye caught a flicker of movement. On the stark metal bed, there was now a bundle of what I took to be clothing. It certainly seemed to be some type of clingy cloth, but if it was meant to be worn, I couldn't see how. There was too little of it to be used as a wraparound. It had no hole in the middle to be used as a poncho. It might technically be usable as a blanket, but I would only be able to cover my legs or my torso, not both. Aguro nis la atare. The voice seemed to have been made with a human throat, but in a language I was totally unfamiliar with. Given where we were, I was guessing I was hearing spoken Jabesh. Even Artie had never spoken it in my presence. The proto-Jabesh that Otterquote had used when we first met was so far divorced from Apex Jabesh that they were best thought of as two completely distinct languages, much like Old English is undecipherable to speakers of modern English. I looked around the room again. As the voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, I really had no clue as to where to look. I'm afraid I don't speak Jabesh. I can read and write a little, but that's about it. I was hoping the unknown speaker would pick up on the fact that I was not speaking the same language they were using, and take it as an indication that I couldn't speak theirs. I had zero expectation that they would understand what I had said. In this case, what I had said was not nearly as important as what I used to say it. If they, whoever they were, wanted to communicate, they were going to need to try something else. The door dissolved into nothingness. A female stood in the opening. She appeared to be the identical twin sister of the gatekeeper I had spoken with on the other side of the universe. Like her sister, she was beautiful. About my height, almost completely human in appearance, but with just a touch of something alien about her. Aguro nis la atare, ta taguro, ta. As she spoke, she pointed impatiently toward the cloth I was holding. I held it up and shrugged. An interesting bit of trivia for those of you who like to play bar games involving esoteric knowledge from across the galaxy. The facial expressions of Jabesh gatekeepers almost exactly match those employed by humans. As an example, the gatekeeper currently facing me looked incredibly frustrated, much like a mother looks frustrated with a child who refuses to learn how to tie their shoes. The gatekeeper pantomimed being cold. I echoed her motion and added teeth chattering to the mix. I wasn't about to allow an AI to upstage my abilities as a thespian. The gatekeeper again pointed to the cloth. I wrapped it around my shoulders and continued the "I'm cold" pantomime. "Aputsaka," the gatekeeper spat. I was pretty sure I had just learned some Jabesh swear words. I filed them away because that type of stuff was always useful. The gatekeeper strolled into the room and came right up to me. She reached out and, before I could stop her, she placed her forefinger on the center of my forehead. She closed her eyes, and a moment later she reopened them with a surprised look on her face. "My most sincere apologies, Admiral Deborah Allen Riker. I was unaware that you do not speak Jabesh. Your genetics would seem to indicate you are of the race that created me. But I see from a shallow inspection of your memories that your story in this regard is somewhat more complicated." Normally, somebody reading my mind without my permission would have seriously pissed me off. In this case, the deed was done and there was nothing I could do about it. At least the trespass had been a shallow read. The gatekeeper was continuing to speak. I waved a hand to cut her off. Now that we were communicating, I had something far more important to discuss than my re-engineered genetics and my current state of undress. "My people, in the corridors, they're under attack by some of your automated systems. Can you help them?" The gatekeeper smiled indulgently and pointed toward one of the walls. Its surface transformed into an ultra-high-fidelity three-dimensional display that showed the others continuing to explore. There was no sign of the reclamation bots that had been pursuing us. "There is no need to fear for their safety. I am monitoring them and keeping their movements confined to those areas that are safe for organics. They will be joining us very soon. The devices to which you refer were never attacking. They were attempting to locate and secure a Jabesh that had been detected by scanners in the service corridors. That Jabesh, of course, was you. You see, Admiral, I need your help." "You brought me here because you need my help? What in the world for?" "Be assured, Admiral, the need is great, but there will be time for that later." It felt good to be dressed at last. It seemed the clothes the gatekeeper had provided were a type of nanite-infused cloth that stretched and molded itself to the body. All you literally needed to do was to think about where you wanted the cloth to go, and it obeyed your instructions. My understanding was the nanites kept the clothing clean as well as managed matters of personal hygiene. At first, I was a bit concerned because when I said they molded themselves to the wearer, I mean they left nothing to the imagination. Where there were lumps and bumps and wiggles and jiggles, there were lumps and bumps and wiggles and jiggles. Now understand, I'm in fairly good shape, and I've been told that I'm not hard on the eyes. But that doesn't mean I want the goods on display for the whole world to see. Fortunately, the gatekeeper picked up on my unease and explained some of the finer control aspects of my new smart garb. I could increase padding, extend draping, adjust translucence, and completely control the color of the fabric. She even assured me I could use the material to create a self-adjusting chameleon effect. The best part was, once I had everything the way I wanted it, I could lock in the configuration so a stray thought wouldn't undo everything. I could also store a list of favorites and access them from any part of my outfit that I wanted to use as a touch display. As new duds go, these were pretty nice. While I was figuring out my clothing situation, the gatekeeper transported several items into the room. What was interesting was no matter how much stuff materialized out of thin air, the room always seemed to have the same amount of free space. Apparently the room grew to accommodate what was in it. Kind of neat, if you think about it. Among the items that suddenly appeared were my battle armor and a table with strange-looking hot food. There was also a clear pitcher of something that looked like apple juice, but tasted like a slightly tangy orange juice. The smell of the food got my stomach growling. There were 2 chairs. I took one of them and sat down. The gatekeeper took the second. She handed me one of the 2 plates, as well as what appeared to be the Jabesh equivalent of chopsticks. The food appeared to be a meat that tasted like a cross between pork and lamb. It wasn't bad. It was accompanied by both a savory and a sweet sauce, and some type of soft grain that reminded me of corn. Brown corn. It wasn't rice, but it appeared to be used the same way. I was assured by the gatekeeper that everything the 2 of us were eating was completely synthetic. No plants or animals had been hurt in its production. I was reminded that all life was supposedly sacred to the Jabesh. That thought was at odds with the fear that had gripped me earlier in the day, and with the realization that Marines had died recently under my command. It was time to get some answers. There was a serious non sequitur here that needed addressing. Why were some of my people dead, and why did this immensely powerful being need my help? 14. Fight fair. I'm still not talking with you. I shook my head in defeat. I had been refereeing a spat between Artie and Fitzy for the last half hour. Just to fill you in on the backstory, a door had opened in one of the walls to the room the gatekeeper and I were dining in. I had just pushed away from the table, having taken a little bit of the edge off my hunger. Don't get me wrong, the food was delicious, and I was hungry enough, after days of sucking my food through a tube, to eat a bioengineered vat-grown horse. The thing is, my people were tromping through tunnels, continuing to suck down brownish-gray mush through those little plastic tubes in their armor's helmets. I needed to be about the business of getting them to safety. The gatekeeper had finally explained why she needed my help. If I could believe her, it was going to be a win-win proposition. It was the "if I could believe her" aspect of the equation that had me worried. Fitzy had been the first to run through the opening in that wall and into my arms. Word of advice: beware of overly emotional AIs with physical avatars. My ribs will be healing for weeks from her hug. She hugged me so hard. Artie and the others followed soon after. Matt seemed almost nonchalant as he entered the room last. It seemed he knew, and I'm using his words here, that I had a habit of falling into the manure and coming up smelling like roses. Don't worry, for those of you who are curious, I will be reminding him of how unromantic his allusion to manure was a little later. These aren't the types of things a gal can let slip. For his part, Master Sergeant Buddy immediately moved to place himself between me and the gatekeeper. It was an interesting move on his part. If the gatekeeper had wanted to attack me, nothing the Master Sergeant, nor for that matter Fitzy or even Artie, could have done would have stopped her. Not in this area of the gate complex where she was in absolute control. I strongly suspected the Master Sergeant knew this. His action was more of a statement than anything else. Which gets me back to the spat between Fitzy and Artie. Artie had intuited the reason the bots were pursuing us. The Jabesh employed genetic locks on many of their systems. Thanks to a bit of unsolicited tinkering, my DNA was now virtually identical to that of the average Jabesh. The gate had sensed the presence of a living Jabesh, and it needed some critical system unlocked. Therefore, it sent its minions to collect me. Artie had reasoned he was not going to be able to protect the group. He also reasoned that, should the gate manage to capture me, they would not be likely to harm me, and 2, there was every likelihood that the attack on the rest of the group would cease. His reasoning was sound, and it turned out he was right on the mark in terms of what actually happened. He didn't inform the group as to the nature of his plan, because he knew they would have placed me in the center of our contingent, and it would have made isolating me that much more difficult. He also knew that, while I would have wholeheartedly endorsed the plan, Fitzy would have raised a stink. He was right again on both counts. At any rate, this was the genesis of Fitzy's current state of mind vis-à-vis Artie. Now the astute among you may be asking yourselves, Self, what was it that the gatekeeper needed unlocked? I'm so glad you asked. Matt leaned forward. We were no longer deep in the bowels of the Jabesh Gate. We were on board the recently repaired Crichton. In our hold were 4 fully charged quantum fusion reactors. More than enough to power our new automated battleship. Those QFRs were a story unto themselves. In one of life's little ironies, the gatekeeper had been hobbled for eons beyond counting by a lack of power to perform her most basic duties. All the while, the gate remained powered by tens of thousands of QFRs, and a vault was filled with hundreds of thousands more. Understand, there were stars floating about the heavens that didn't have access to as much energy that sat tantalizingly close to the gatekeeper. The Jabesh were not so foolish as to leave that much destructive potential lying about for anybody to just pick up and use for whatever nefarious purpose they chose. A security feature was built into the storage vault that prevented access to the cache of QFRs without the proper key. In this case, the key was a special Jabesh dongle. The dongle was essentially an electronic key. It was designed to establish a link to a higher dimensional plane which itself communicated with the locking mechanism built into the QFR storage vault. The irony came as a result of the fact that the dongle required an enormous amount of power in order to accomplish its task. You can see where this is going. It was the lack of power that prevented the gatekeeper from accessing the very thing that would have alleviated her power problem. This was the reason the Crichton had been stripped of her fusion reactor and her batteries drained dry. The gatekeeper needed a jump start, and the Crichton had the only jumper cables. To expand on this just a bit further, it was the reason the gatekeeper had found herself in this odd predicament that was the subject of our current conversation.
We could just stand off and shoot the buggers as they popped out of the gate. There's no reason to risk you and the Rubicon on what may be a fool's errand.
I sipped my coffee, treasuring the nutty aroma and the slightly bitter taste. I had missed my lifelong friend over the last week. Yes, I consider coffee a friend. It was generally there when I needed its comfort. It rarely complained. It listened patiently while I talked in the early morning. It embraced me when I was cold. What more could anybody want in a friend? I shook my head to clear it. Time to get back to the matter at hand. Matt's question. That's why we're leaving the Cessna in the capable hands of your first officer. If we fail on our fool's errand, they'll be there to play whack-a-mole with the aggressor fleet. On the other hand, if we succeed,
we'll never have to worry about their fleet again.
I get all of that, Admiral. It's the piece that involves you needing to be on the assault team, and the very real possibility that you could find yourself with a bunch of holes in your hide that God didn't put there.
I smiled. I agree. That would be a non-optimal outcome. The look Matt gave me spoke volumes. My flippant answer was not playing well in his ears. It was my turn to lean forward. Look, in all seriousness, we live in a dangerous world, and we accepted a dangerous job. Some risks need to be taken if we're going to help the people we've committed to help. Retrieving the gatekeeper's stolen control node is essential to restoring her ability to regulate traffic through the gate system as well as communicating with the other gates. I could see the frustration on Matt's face as he tried to think of additional arguments he could muster. I decided to head him off. Look, I'll have the best equipment we can produce. I'll have an experienced combat team led by none other than yourself. I'll use the Detellan memory transfer system to get me up to speed on the new Halo jump equipment. The bottom line, the risk-reward numbers say we need to do this. Are you saying you don't agree? I could see the reluctant acknowledgement on Matt's face. He may not like what we were doing. Scratch that. He was fine with what we were doing. He just wanted to be the one assuming all the risk. The problem was, there was only one of us who was the genetic equivalent of a Jabesh, and that was me, not him. The control node wouldn't accept anyone but me retrieving it. I don't agree, Fitzy interjected. Hush, from the peanut gallery. I thought you were busy arguing with Artie. We're done for the moment. He's hopeless. I took another sip of my coffee. Well then, since we're all agreed, let's start making plans for our little excursion. We're not all agreed, Fitzy complained. I gave her a patient and motherly smile. Peanut gallery. You're hopeless too.
Dropping in 3, 2, 1.
I felt the floor drop out from under me. The battle armor I was wearing appeared the same on the inside from any other suit I had ever worn, but I knew that looks could be deceiving. This monstrosity was more of a tank than a traditional infantry battle-borne piece of mechanized armor. For starters, what I was wearing was a piece of mech that was over 4 meters tall. It massed something on the order of 3 tons and carried enough armament to make anybody's day just a little bit worse. By way of comparison, my normal battle-borne armor was half that height and a fraction of that weight. This was an HBA, or heavy battle-borne armor, and if regular battle-borne armor was a handgun, HBA was a shoulder-mounted nuclear-pulsed railgun. This armor also featured a number of cloaking and shield enhancements courtesy of Artie. This was yet another example of doors being opened to more advanced Jabesh technology because of humanity's new role in the galactic order of things. Outer aeroshell temperature is currently 1,100 degrees Celsius and rising. Thermal envelope will exceed maximum rated capacity in 2 minutes 14 seconds, the suit's AI reported. Despite the suit's padding, I could feel the buffeting of the air against the aeroshield's ablative armor. Shortly before landing, the smooth outer halo shell would be jettisoned, and my armor would use its thrusters to arrest my remaining velocity and softly land me on the surface. At least that was the plan. Adjust entry vector to keep thermal envelope within rated range. Adjustment made. Note, it will no longer be possible to land in the designated landing zone. Do you wish me to alert the mission commander? Negative that. I'm sure he already knows. I gritted in frustration. Computer, adjust the aeroshell attitude to present the least aerodynamic re-entry profile. Resume normal entry profile just prior to maxing out the thermal envelope. Confirm that will allow us to reach the designated landing site. Basically, I was telling my armor's AI to do a belly flop, and then when things got too toasty, resume a normal re-entry. Adjustments will allow us to reach the designated landing site. I leaned back and tried to relax. That was, of course, easier said than done, especially when you're traveling at 6 times the speed of sound and having your teeth shaken out of your mouth. 30 seconds until aeroshell separation. Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun. Separation in 3, 2, 1. I prepared myself for what I knew was going to be a neck-wrenching jolt as the outer shell peeled away and my armor's thrusters began their work. Separation failure. Impact in 3, 2. Mission failure. Trainee dead. The simulator cracked open, flooding me with enough light that I had to squint. I could see Matt glaring at me, arms crossed.
Begging the Admiral's pardon, but what the hell made you think you could pull a stunt like that and change your entry attitude?
Thought as long as I kept the temperatures within survival range, I would be fine.
I would be fine, she says.
Matt slapped his thigh in frustration and turned away from me. I could tell that he was working hard to keep from yelling. If I was anything other than his commanding officer, I'm pretty sure I would be sporting a second anal orifice at this point.
Did it not occur to you, Admiral, that by pulling your little stunt, you would fry your release mechanism? Hell, you're lucky the whole damn thing didn't release early. I'd be talking to a crispy Peking duck, rather than a cheeky admiral whose only goal in life seems to be to scare the bejeebies out of a man foolish enough to love her. You get killed on this mission, and I'll never forgive you. We clear on that, Admiral?
While he was talking, I stepped out of the simulator shell and stood before him at a respectful parade rest. In this instance, he was acting as my commanding officer, and he deserved my respect. When he was done, I leaned forward, stood on my tippy toes, and kissed him. Yes, sir. Clear as a bell, sir.
You do not fight fairly,
he protested in frustration. I've been told that. 15. Halo Jump. It took us 3 days to get to our destination and prepare for our retrieval mission. Those 3 days included a short skip space hop and a boatload of additional simulator time for me. I'd like to tell you that Matt only gave me a dressing down the once, but my mama always discouraged lying. I didn't mind. There was an old military adage, train hard, easy mission. Train easy, hard mission. I'd take the first over the second any day. The bridge of the Rubicon was quiet as a mouse. It was as if everyone was afraid the aggressor base would hear us coming. Wait, what aggressor base, you might be asking? Okay, let's step back a moment. The reason the aggressors were able to travel the galaxy with relative impunity was because they had first attacked and essentially managed to circumvent the Jabesh skip space tunnel security system. For those of you collecting the baseball cards, no, the aggressors are not more powerful than the Jabesh. They got lucky, or they took advantage of a weakness in the security design of the gateway, or both. Even a termite can take down a house if you give it enough time and don't discover it until it's too late. According to the gatekeeper, they accomplished this heinous act by isolating the power systems on the gates they attacked. Yes, there was more than one. And by removing a device called the Master Control Node. The exact how and when is still a bit unclear, but the gist of things was that anyone, including the aggressors, could travel the skip space tunnel system at will. One of the most powerful tools the Jabesh had put in place to help maintain the galactic peace was effectively nullified, and the result was carnage on a scale that boggled the mind. Here's the rub for the bad guys. The master control nodes they removed were of Jabesh construction. Back to the baseball card discussion. The aggressors were not nearly strong enough to destroy Jabesh control nodes. That left two options for them. Option A, hide them and live with the heartburn that came from worrying someone would dig up some Jabesh trinkets. Or option B, guard them and use the opportunity to kick some butt should anybody come looking for the master control nodes specifically. The aggressors seemed to have a genetic predilection for, let me think of the word I want. Oh yeah, aggression. So they went with option B. Option B also implied that we would become the focus of their butt-kicking attention. The goal of our training was to limit the amount of this attention we received. In hindsight, one could make the argument that our training failed. I prefer to think of it as an extended opportunity to field test our newly Jabesh-enhanced battle-born armor. "Our cloak seems to be holding," Fitzy said, in what could only be called a stage whisper. She was really getting into this whole covert operations thing. "There are 3 surveillance satellites in orbit around the planet. They've scanned us several times without actually spotting us," she continued in the same whisper.
"Good,"
Matt responded, in a loud voice that shattered the tranquility of the bridge. Fitzy gave him a dirty look, but otherwise said nothing. For his part, Matt adopted a completely innocent expression that in no way indicated the glee I'm sure he was feeling at being able to yank Fitzy's chain.
"With your permission, Admiral, it's time to get this show on the road."
I slapped the side of my chair as I stood up. "Road trip it is."
"Everybody latched on tight?"
I looked over at Matt and gave him a thumbs up. I saw 14 other foot-long mechanical hands do the same thing. Now, to be clear, we were each ensconced in our own aeroshell. It was only by virtue of our HUDs that we saw virtual representations of one another. With the exception of myself, the entire away team was composed of Marines. As I might have mentioned before, and to be honest with those of you still following my misadventures, I don't remember if I told you or not, neither Fitzy nor Artie were accompanying us on this little trip. We had no idea what capabilities the aggressors had. What we did know was they had managed to defeat or otherwise outwit several dozen Jabesh AIs, including the massively powerful Gatekeeper AI. Artie was the first to admit that meat sacks had some undefinable innate abilities that always seemed just a little beyond the ability of AIs to fully emulate. Since we knew Jabesh AIs were potentially vulnerable, Artie decided it would be best if he and Fitzy stayed behind. I won't bother you with the details involving Fitzy and her reaction to this proclamation. Suffice it to say, this was a meat sack-only mission. Including myself and Matt, there were 16 aeroshells buckled into what was affectionately called the barf bucket. Technically, the barf bucket was a cloaked high-altitude, low-opening jump sled, or chalos. But why use a 6-letter acronym when you can use a 2-word alliteration like barf bucket instead? The barf bucket was designed to get us close to the atmospheric insertion point. Up until the last minute, the sled operates fully cloaked. Unfortunately, hypersonic travel through a thick atmosphere tends to create plasma along the exterior skin of whatever is plowing through the air. This plasma trail is not something a cloak is well suited to handle. That's the bad news. The good news is, there is a natural, innocuous phenomenon that exhibits this type of plasma trail. If you guessed meteorite, then help yourself to a donut at the breakfast table. Some of you might be thinking, gee, let's throw some rocks at the planet and follow them in. If that's you, then sorry, no breakfast and no donuts. There were several problems with this scheme. First, rocks tossed from one of the asteroid belts would take months to arrive. Second, aggressors watched everything approaching the planet like a hawk. If we were to alter the approach of a near-planet asteroid to fit our schedule, they would see it and all sorts of red flags would be raised. Again, one or more red flags equates to no donuts. What did this mean? It meant we had to follow an existing clump of asteroids in. This also meant these asteroids dictated our timing. Thus, our barf bucket ride was timed to the fraction of a second. To make sure we were ready to go when that particular fraction of a second rolled by, we used a time-honored military trick. We got ready a couple of hours early and waited. That's why I almost soiled myself. I was enjoying a nice little pre-mission nap when suddenly 3 Gs of acceleration attempted to jam my feet into my helmet. It only took a moment for my suit's inertial dampeners to kick it, but at that moment was enough to rudely awaken the dead. My private comm signaled an incoming connection. It was Matt. I steeled myself for a boatload of friendly crap. I wasn't disappointed. A miniature version of his face appeared to float in my HUD.
"Did I wake you from your beauty sleep, Admiral?"
"Why, certainly not, Captain. Why? Are you insinuating that I need beauty sleep? Emphasis on need. A warning. Anything you say can and will be used against you at any point in the future without an applicable statute of limitation."
"I would never insinuate such a thing, Admiral," Matt gasped in mock horror. "It would be impossible to improve upon perfection."
"Smart man," I grinned. Moving on to more serious matters, are escorts still on track for the planned intercept? Matt paused to confirm something on one of his screens before answering.
"Confirmed. We'll commence atmospheric insertion 50 meters behind the largest piece. To anyone watching, we'll just be one of many pieces that break off as it burns up in the atmosphere. When we slow to Mach 7, we'll pop the barf bucket shell and break loose from the sled."
He paused before he continued.
"You'll be on your own then, Dare. Don't do anything that will force me to eat alone at night."
The ride through the atmosphere was smoother than the simulator runs we had done. I resisted the temptation to let this lull me into a false sense of security. Mr. Murphy was famous for hiding in false senses of security. About 30 seconds before we hit our Mach 7 target, Mr. Murphy raised his ugly head. In this particular case, his ugly head took the form of a water ice pocket buried deep within the meteorite. As the rock heated up, this ice converted to water. The odd thing about water is that it actually occupies more volume in its frozen state. This created a void space within the rock. At the same time, the meteoroid was being subjected to huge pressures, extreme heating, and sizable vibrational stresses. All of these things led to fracturing. The fractures allowed superheated plasma to reach the liquid water in the interior. The result was an impressive explosion. Our battle-born armor was more than up to the task of handling the blast. The problem was not the blast itself, but the fact that it slowed us down too soon. Our barf bucket hit its Mach 7 target early and released us. Still in our bullet-shaped aeroshells, we were buffeted by shrapnel from the exploding meteorite. A couple of Matt's Marines lost control of their pods and began to tumble. When you're traveling at several times the speed of sound, even the best armor isn't going to last long under those conditions. Oh, the armor itself might survive, generally intact, but anyone inside it would either be cooked alive or crushed by the G-forces once the suit's systems failed. 3 of Matt's people recovered control only to be targeted by aggressor ground defense lasers. It seemed their efforts to rectify their course had been noticed. Suddenly, chunks of rock were being blown up all around us. The bad guys must have decided that if they could see it, they should shoot it. So much for arriving undetected. Matt popped up on the general comms. He looked completely calm, as if this were just another day in the park. I knew from experience that that look was purely show. Still, it was a source of comfort.
"As soon as you drop below Mach 1, eject from your shell. Use your armor's stealth systems and aim for coordinates 0.28 Mark 1.116. It's a medium-sized lake. It should allow you to make a reasonably soft landing without chutes or thrusters. We'll rendezvous on the north shore at dusk."
Remember what I said earlier about the ride being smoother than during training? Ignore the prior ramblings of a hopeless optimist. The inertial dampeners were working overtime. Understand, battle-born armor isn't a spaceship. It has dampeners, but they aren't intended to be abused like I was currently abusing them. In addition, I was dealing with some serious heating issues. When I jettisoned my aeroshell, I was doing about 1,200 kilometers an hour. The atmosphere was stripping away that velocity rapidly. Let's be honest here. 4 meters worth of mech is not especially aerodynamic. It was everything I could do to avoid tumbling. If I hit the water wrong, Matt would be eating dinner alone for a long time. I needed to enter feet first so that I could bleed away kinetic energy as slowly as possible. A belly flop would be bad news for all concerned. We lost 4 more Marines on the way down. 1 missed the lake and impacted on land. To his credit, he did not fire his thrusters. If he had, the enemy would know definitively that some intruders had survived long enough to make it to the ground. That would have made an already horrible situation horribler. That's not a word, I know, but it should be. Leave me alone, I'm an admiral. The other 3 we lost were taken out by bad luck and ground defense fire. There was nothing they did wrong. There was nothing they could have done differently. Their time was up, and that was that. Of the original 16 of us, we were down to 7, and we hadn't even set foot on the ground yet. I pushed the deaths aside. I would allow myself to mourn later. For the moment, I had an obligation to make their sacrifice not be for naught. Warning, impact in 20 seconds. Recommend engaging thrusters. I ignored my AI, even though it spent what might well be the last moments of my life begging me to break my fall using my foot-mounted thrusters. If I gave in to the temptation, and I assure you, falling from 50 kilometers in a 3-ton iron suit is enough to tempt anyone, if I gave in to the temptation, I would most certainly be dead. The bad guys were very likely scanning every square inch looking for things like thrusters. I was falling feet first. Sensors mounted throughout my armor provided a pretty good picture of the outside world. As I watched the water rush up at me, my mind started going to strange places. For example, if I were to ask you which would hit the ground first, an elephant or a brick dropped from considerable height, what would be your answer? Turns out the answer has more to do with the atmospheric drag than the relative mass of the elephant or the brick. It's quite possible they would hit at the same time, assuming the elephant had a higher amount of drag, which, by the way, is a generally good bet. On the other hand, if we were to look at the amount of kinetic energy released when they reach the ground, the elephant wins every time. At 3.5 tons, I was the size of a large elephant. As I hit the water, I wondered if the water was deep enough to break my fall. It turns out it wasn't. I struck the surface at roughly 550 kilometers an hour. For those of you doing the math, that works out to just shy of 41 megajoules of energy. If megajoules isn't a term you're comfortable with, think of 1 megajoule as 1 stick of dynamite. We're not talking nuclear weapons scale here, but 41 sticks of dynamite were definitely more than you'd need to make a cup of coffee in the morning. The lake was roughly 30 meters deep where I impacted the water. It took a second or two for me to travel from the water's surface to impact the lake bed. My armor buried itself another 10 meters deep in the soft muck and mire. 2 things happened which caused me some small measure of concern. First, my power systems failed. And second, my face got wet. 16. Fly fishing. Heavy battle-borne armor is many things, but invincible is not one of them. Please understand, a 41 megajoule impact is nothing for armor like this to handle. In this particular case, however, the 41 megajoule force was directed at a very small and localized piece of the armor that had just been superheated for an extended period of time, and then flash-cooled. Add to this that the piece of armor in question was the underside of my foot, and you can begin to see where the problem lies. Have you ever heard the phrase, Achilles' heel? My right foot shattered on impact. In the process, superheated high-pressure steam entered the lower part of the suit's leg. Fortunately, because of the suit's size, the break did not work its way up to my capsule, or I would have looked like a boiled lobster. Battle armor utilizes a lot of high-power systems that react adversely to hot water. The suit's AI cut power in order to reroute a few miscellaneous and at-risk items. As a result of this powered-down state, my visor lost its magnetic seal. This was the source of the water leak that got my face wet. Alone, in the dark, with the sound of water rushing into my suit, I began to reconsider my life choices. I tried to move my arms, but even if I had been on dry land, moving powered-down armor was a non-starter. The only real option a pilot had in dead armor was to blow the front hatch and exit the armor. Remember what I said a moment ago about non-starters? Yeah. Buried 10 meters deep in the mud under 20 or 30 meters of water kind of moved blowing the hatch to a non-starter as well. I began to take inventory of my available resources. I had a dead suit. I had a feeding tube I could reach with my mouth that had some unknown and non-replenishable amount of nutritious but not delicious combat ration paste. I had an ever-increasing supply of unfiltered water courtesy of my cracked visor seal. I had a limited supply of oxygen that was slowly becoming highly pressurized as more of the aforementioned water rushed in to compress it. I paused to think. Yep, that was pretty much it. I couldn't think of anything else I had access to. That wasn't much to work with. On a lark, and because I'm a fan of living beyond my next birthday as a general rule, I called out, "Computer, status report." Crickets. Well, actually not even that. The sound of crickets might have been fun just about then. The idea of drowning alone in my suit was not high on my list of preferable ways to meet my maker. I used my chin to toggle my comms. Nothing. My mind went back to thoughts of meeting my maker. I wasn't really a power believer. I mean, I suppose I was a believer. I just wasn't the sort to make a habit of attending services, except for wedding and funerals and the occasional Christmas Eve thingy. Occasionally I'd pray, but that was more to comfort me than anything else. I've never been one to try to bargain with God. That said, I didn't see as I had much to lose at this point. About that time, as that why not thought began to filter its way through my gray matter, a single display light turned on near my HUD. This was followed in quick succession by a number of other status lights and scrolling displays. At the same time, my visor resealed, and I could hear pumps beginning to remove the water that had been collecting in my suit. My armor was waking up. I don't know if it was my thinking of God that woke my suit up, or if it was just plain lucky timing, but I decided to throw an attaboy his way anyway. You never know about these things, and I'm sure it would make my mom happy. "Computer, what's our situation?" "Suit integrity compromised." "You think?" "How about a full status report?" "Damage to the lower right leg has rendered it inop. Repair systems are attempting to replace and reconfigure systems to recover limited functionality. There was a 5% loss of mass that will prevent full recovery of function. Shields and cloaking are not available in your current environment. Other systems are operating nominally." Cloaking wasn't a big deal. The only things that would be looking for me down here had fins and were wondering if I was a worm. The shields, however, were a different matter. "Computer, what can you tell me about where we are?" "We are currently located 9.73 meters below the surface of the lake bed. Our exact location relative to the shoreline is within 50 meters of our anticipated splashdown site. More exacting measurements will be required to refine that estimate. Passive sensors are online but are unable to penetrate the sediment beyond a few centimeters. Would you like me to switch to active sensors?" "Absolutely not." Active sensors would be like holding up a beacon and saying to the bad guys, "Here I am, come and get me." "Computer, are thrusters operational on my left foot?" "Affirmative." "Will it be enough to push me out of this mud?" "Unknown." I had expected that answer. It wasn't as if the suit had a lot of information to work with. I fired up my thrusters at 10%. My armor shook a little, but that was about it. I slowly increased the thrust. At about 85% maximum capacity, my armor began to inch its way upward. I had a good feeling I was going to make it out of this mess. Did you ever run into one of those situations where you think of something and then immediately wish you hadn't thought of it? Yeah, me too. No sooner had I thought about actually making it out of this mess than my armor stopped moving. I applied a little more juice on my thrusters. I'd inch forward and then be pulled back. It wasn't until I redlined my one remaining thruster at 113% of capacity that I finally began to move again. My visor broke the surface of the lake bed. The water was still murky and swirling from my recent visit. There were little bits of plant and animal matter floating about. I imagined the blast wave from a 40 megajoule impact would be sizable. Despite all the crap swirling around in the water, I could see the sun filtering down from the surface. The beams of light looked like fingers reaching into the depths from above. It was mesmerizing. Several alarms interrupted the serenity of the moment. Mr. Murphy wasn't done with me yet. Warning, thrusters offline. How long to repair? 4 hours, 53 minutes. The chronometer on my HUD showed less than 2 hours until dusk. I was going to miss the rendezvous if I couldn't figure out a way to free myself. I had an idea. It was an insanely bad idea, but those were kind of my specialties, so I gave it some serious consideration. Walk with my thinking process here. I was wearing a suit with some serious firepower. Maybe I could shoot my way out of this situation. For those of you who are vegans, I'm not talking about taking pot shots at the local niche equivalent of fish. I'm talking about making the ground beneath my feet explode. What could possibly go wrong? Please, don't answer that. My gauntlets were both still buried in the mud. They were both pointed straight down to reduce drag as I tried to fly out of my tomb. If I fired my plasma beams at full strength now, I'm more than sure I could boil away enough of the mud to explosively discharge me from the lake bed. The problem was a good portion of the energy I used would be reflected directly back at me, at point-blank range. Given that my armor was already compromised and the nanite repair systems wouldn't finish repairs anytime soon, hitting the damaged sections with several terajoules of plasma energy would definitely further void the warranty. For those of you who are curious, this would have been a good time to have functioning shields. Unfortunately, all the wishing in the world was not going to change the laws of physics. There was no way to initially establish a force field in the middle of something as dense as water. I needed a better approach to what seemed like a generally workable solution. There are, as they say, many ways to shear sheep. I just needed to find one. I reasoned that if I pointed my arms away from my body, I would reduce the plasma backwash by quite a bit. Unfortunately, it would still probably be too much. In addition, because the upward-pointing force vector would be reduced to essentially zero, there was little point in the exercise to begin with. Or was there? If I used my plasma weapons on minimal power, I could temporarily open small holes in the mud surrounding my gauntlets. I could then up the intensity of the weapons to maximum. The backwash would be orders of magnitude less. Sure, the force vectors were still wrong, but differences in the relative density of mud versus water could potentially address that. A full power blast from my gauntlets would create a massive hole in the material surrounding my armor by pushing the mud and water away, essentially creating a vacuum bubble. Here's the thing. Nature abhors a vacuum. The water and mud will rush back in to fill the hole, carrying a boatload of kinetic energy with it. That kinetic energy has to go somewhere, and the path of least resistance is the lake above me versus the lake bed below me. As I said before, what could possibly go wrong? I brought my arms up and held them parallel to the lake bed. The act of raising them pushed me deeper into the mud. My visor was no longer above the lake bed. Ah, well, it was nice while it lasted. "Fire in the hole," I muttered, as I fired both plasma beam weapons on my gauntlets. I had them set to 3% continuous fire. My suit's sensors showed a small cavity open up in front of each fist. As fast as it cleared, it filled back in. At about a quarter of a meter, the two opposing forces balanced out, and the cavity stopped growing beyond that extent. I wanted about 1 meter to 1.5 meters before I switched on the high beams. I checked the external temperature, and then did a quick back-of-the-envelope calculation on the percentage of backwash I was seeing. The numbers were a bit higher than I would have liked. That had some serious implications. If I could get the meter plus some change worth of clearance I was looking for, and if the energetic contraction I was attempting to generate threw me out of the mud pit, all would be good. On the other hand, if one or both of the aforementioned items failed to occur, then things were going to get rather uncomfortable. I cranked the power of my plasma beams up to as high as they could go without creating a more dangerous, amount of backwash. This meant I was flirting with just under 5% of rated capacity. The heating on my armor wasn't redlining yet, but it was certainly getting damn close. The cavity I had created was 1.1 meters of my right side, but only 0.8 meters on my left. It was going to have to be enough. I ordered my suit's AI to crank both weapons up to their maximum rated output. Of course, the AI, like any good AI, refused because such an action was inherently dangerous. I patiently explained that dying in battle-borne armor buried in the mud some 30 meters below the surface of a lake was inherently dangerous as well. In the end, I had to override the AI, which got the job done at the cost of having a sulky AI. Ah well, such be the cost of adventure. With my weapons now firing with everything they had, the void surrounding me grew explosively. As the rate of expansion began to slow, I cut power to my weapons and sat back to enjoy the ride. As predicted, water and mud rushed back in and produced an explosive geyser. I felt myself thrown upward, but I had no idea if I had been successful or not. There was simply too much particulate material in the water to get a good view, and passive sensors were equally ineffective. After a few moments, enough settling had occurred that passive sensors were able to give me some good news. I was finally out of the mud tomb I had been buried in for the last hour or so. That was the good news. The bad news was I still didn't have thrusters. If anybody tells you slogging through kilometers of soft mud while wearing a 3.5-ton piece of armor and trying to avoid the soft spots that tend to want to swallow you up whole is lots of fun, tell them to stick it where the sun don't shine. It seemed like every 10 or 15 steps I would hit a spot in the lake bed that was not dense enough to support my armor. I would sink up to my waist and have to dig myself out again. At this rate, I would be days getting to the rendezvous site. I needed another plan. The problem was, after my last escapade, I was fresh out of insane ideas. I reasoned that, in the absence of insane ideas, I was going to be forced to do the unthinkable. I was going to have to do something that wasn't insane. I know what you're thinking. Is that even possible? The short answer is desperate times call for desperate solutions. Computer, attach a sonic buoy to a grappling tether, set the length of the tether for 40 meters and fire it straight up. Sonic buoys are fun little toys used in combat operations. They're used to establish stealth locational reference points. This was especially important in environments where GPS signals were not present or could not be trusted. The stealth came about because acoustic waves travel only so far and then peter out. They were far superior to radio beacons in this regard. My plan was to fire the beacon on the end of the tether into the air, let it send out its sonic "Here I am" signal for a second or two before it fell back to the lake, reel in the tether, and do the whole thing again. Kind of like fly fishing in reverse. The fish was the one looking to attract the attention of the fisherman. My hope was Matt would begin some type of search for me when I didn't show up at the rendezvous site. It took the better part of 90 minutes, but eventually I got a bite. 17. Adapt and overcome.
Don't worry. If Madison can't fix it, it can't be fixed.
I looked between Matt and the buck sergeant named Madison. The kid, and I do mean kid, didn't look old enough to shave, much less be a Marine. He was also the smallest Marine I'd ever seen. I don't think he was 1.5 meters tall. If he was 50 kilos soaking wet, I'd be checking the calibration on the scale. To be a Marine, and an E5 at that, was almost beyond my ability to grasp. Was I just getting that old that buck sergeants were beginning to look like kids? I have to give the youngster credit, though. He field-stripped my armor faster than I had ever seen it done before, and under conditions that were not exactly optimal. His workbench was a couple of rocks supporting some planks cut out of some of the surrounding trees. I wasn't especially worried about tearing into the ground cover to make our base camp. We were currently under a cloaking net that hid us completely from spying eyes. Someone would have to land on top of us, or walk right up to us, to know we were here.
Okay, so aside from the fact there's mud in places I didn't know could get muddy, the armor's not in too bad a shape, Sergeant Madison reported a few moments later. I'm pretty sure the armor could self-repair on its own if we had the time. Well, aside from that right foot. I'm going to help things along a little and also give that right foot some much-needed love. I'd recommend the Admiral not take too many more mud baths. They may do wonders for her, but it doesn't really help the equipment. And frankly, it ain't going to get any prettier, mud or no mud.
Thank you, Sergeant, Matt answered before I could say anything.
May do wonders for her? I sputtered.
He does know I'm sitting right here next to you, yes? He does understand that Admiral outranks NCO, yes? Matt smiled and followed it up with a wink and a pat on my knee. Not a wise move on his part, given the pretty crappy day I was recovering from. You have to give Madison a little rope, Matt said. His mind doesn't play by the same rules as you and I. That said, he's a friggin' genius with machines, and about the best shot I've ever seen. If he suffers from a little Tourette's syndrome, what does it matter? It turns out the man was every bit the genius Matt claimed he was. By the time I got my armor back, it looked like it had just come off the assembly line. He even added some decals on the armor's legs about 1/2 meter above the feet. Mac's recommended mud line. I did my level best not to laugh when I saw it. Matt wasn't as successful. Madison, for his part, grinned like a kid at Christmas. Good work, Sergeant, I said, without otherwise acknowledging the extra decaling. As I watched, the sergeant walked the mech over to stand in line with the other mechs that weren't currently in use. With 2 Marines on guard 24/7, this meant there were 4 suits standing at attention near each other. My armor made number 5. It was a painful reminder that of the 16 who had deployed on this mission, 9 would not be returning. At least not alive. Matt must have been following my train of thought, because he stepped up to my side. Soldiers, be they Marines or fighter jocks or admirals, understood the cost of what we do. It was a price we accepted when we raised our hands and took our oaths. Still, that didn't fill the void felt after every loss. What's our best road forward now that they, I waved my hand lazily in the general direction of the aggressor city, know we're here? What Marines always do. Adapt and overcome. I echoed every drill sergeant who had ever pounded raw recruits into soldiers. The aggressor city looked like an ant colony. We started referring to it as the ant farm. There were massive structures throughout, but they all appeared to be made from some type of interconnected extruded material. It looked like the mud tubes created underground by insects like ants or mud wasps. The big difference was these structures were above ground. There was an abundance of tubes and larger joining structures. What I didn't see were a lot of entrances. Those that I did see were very busy places. There were long, single-file lines of vehicles moving into and out of what appeared to be nothing more than holes in the side of some of the larger structures. The vehicles themselves appeared completely uniform in size, shape, and color. They looked like blue metallic beetles with tracks instead of legs. The exterior shell appeared to have a center crease down its length, from front to back. If I was a betting gal, I would say the shell folded up to allow entering and exiting the craft, not at all unlike the gull-wing flitters used in Dome City. I'd find out later that I would have been a winner. We divided into 2 teams to attempt to look for ways to infiltrate the ant farm. The game plan was to enter, release some floating stealth E&Os, and then retreat and wait for our little friends to find likely candidate locations for our teams to reconnoiter in depth. E&Os, or environmental observation drones, were used to monitor the activity at a specific location covertly, or to map a larger area covertly. The operative word in both cases was covertly. Given the unexpected size and complexity of the aggressor city, I had the feeling we could release thousands of the little buggers and still take weeks to fully explore the exhaustive series of interconnected tunnels and structures. There were two massive problems I saw with our plan as it now stood. First, we only had a limited number of the drones. Second, the more drones we deployed, the higher the likelihood one or more of them would be discovered, cloaked or not. The thing was, at the end of the day, none of that mattered. My reasoning was simple. Even deploying a few E&Os would provide us with invaluable intel. Would mapping the whole complex be useful? Sure. Would it be preferable? Absolutely. Was something better than nothing? You betcha. As my grandma used to say, a piece of the pie is better than no pie at all. And let's face it, I've always liked pie. Alpha Team consisted of Matt, Madison, an explosive expert named Chief Roberts, and me. Roberts was the only other female who had been on the original away mission. Beta Team consisted of the remaining 3 Marines. They were going to attempt to infiltrate the ant farm from the far side. This meant they were going to be a good 10 kilometers away. It wasn't an optimal situation, but then these types of things rarely were. I wasn't worried. Matt was a Marine. This was just another Tuesday as far as he was concerned.
Roberts, send an Eno forward. Let's see how effective our cloaks are.
Audie, Captain. Send an E1 on a little field trip to the wall, 50 meters to the right of Grand Central Station. Let's see if that generates any interest. We followed the probe on our HUDs. It reached the wall without incident. Moreover, passive optical sensors detected no reaction whatsoever from the locals. I looked at Matt. How far do you think we can push things? I asked Matt on our command channel. Matt paused before answering.
Personally, I'd like to know what that wall is made of. I bet the Chief does too.
I agree. I switched to an open channel. Chief Roberts, I began. Hypothetically speaking, if a person wanted to run a spectral analysis on an ant farm wall, say to establish what they would need to blow a hole in it, what type of equipment would they want? Well, a Radion 3 spectral resonance unit would be what I'd buy if I was looking for the best. They're loud, but they can resolve even the finest crystalline substructure. Fair enough. I know what to get you for Christmas. I grinned. Suppose, though, the local military surplus store was fresh out of SRUs. Is there anything floating around, say something the size of an Eno, we could use? Robert's face broke out into her own grin. Why, now that you mention it, I believe there is. As it turns out, Eno 1 is equipped with a vibranium drill bit that could scrape off just a bit of the surface and run it through an onboard NMR. It's kind of low-tech, but it would give us the answers we're looking for.
Just curious, Chief, Matt interjected. The NMR built into our Enos were custom designed for exactly this type of material reconnaissance mission. Was there a reason you didn't lead with the Eno? Or are you concerned about something we should know about?
Oh, no, Captain. The Eno will work fine. I just always wanted an SRU for Christmas, especially one of the Radion 3s. They have this laminated chrome casing that is about as sexy as a piece of hardware gets.
I see.
Turns out the exterior coating of the ant farm structures was exactly what it looked like, mud. In this case, the mud was mixed with some type of biological adhesive. The Eno's vibranium bit extended on a nanofiber proboscis that allowed it to continuously sample to the depth of about half a meter. The inner shell of the ant farm structures was a ceramic metal that was incredibly tough. What do you think, Chief? If we had to blow our way in, could we do it? I could make it happen, Admiral, but we'd have to make a bit of a mess before we even got started. I'd need a shaped charge to get past the interior shell. The mud insulation would need to be stripped away to reach it. I don't know that our little bugger friends would allow that. For those of you who skipped over that part of the after-action review, what the Chief was referring to with the bugger friends comment was an odd behavior we noticed when we took our series of microscopic wall samples. The continuous chain of aggressor vehicles split in two. One section continued to file into the ant farm entrance in the same single-file line they had been using prior to the split. The second part of the line was far more concerning. The lead vehicle headed straight for the Eno, or more correctly, the microscopic hole the Eno had created. Every other vehicle followed the new leader and traveled away from the entrance. E1 retracted its analysis tool and backed away from the drill site. I expected the second line to follow the Eno, but instead they continued to the site where our Eno had been working. There they stopped. The entire line of vehicles stopped. For as far as the eye could see, they stopped. All of them, all at once. I'd never seen that degree of coordination in any group that big in my life. The lead vehicle lifted its shell, just like the gull wing flaps I had been expecting. It was at this point we got our first look at the aggressors that operated these vehicles. I pride myself in my ability to be open-minded and accepting of all alien species. That said, I had problems with what I was seeing. The creature that crawled out of the lead conveyance looked for all the world like a 2-meter cockroach. The roach scurried over to the section of the wall where E1 had been lavishing its attentions. It turned around and, raising itself ever so slightly, placed its anal orifice against the wall and crapped. It then walked forward about a meter and slowly collapsed. "Did it just die?" Sergeant Madison asked, in the same amazement I suspect we all were feeling. I had heard of people thinking they were going to die during a crap. I had heard of people wanting to die after a crap. I had heard of people expecting to die having smelled a crap. To be completely honest, at one point or another, I fit into each of the aforementioned categories. That said, I never expected to actually see it happen. As remarkable as all that was, it paled in comparison to what we saw next. The two closest vehicles pulled up and to either side of the empty, what we would soon come to call bug cart, and using manipulator arms that had been hiding near the tracks, lifted the vehicle onto the back of a third vehicle. The entire operation was choreographed with an amazing degree of precision. The bug carts then moved back into a line formation, with the double-decker unit taking the lead and heading toward the entrance. Once it entered the tunnel where its compatriots had vanished, there was no sign that the flow of vehicles had ever been interrupted, aside from a drying bit of cockroach dung on the wall and a dead carcass laying on the ground near it.
Okay, I admit it. That wasn't what I was expecting to see today when I got up to have my morning coffee, Matt observed quietly.
"Show of hands. How many people here like cockroaches?" Chief Roberts added by way of a question to the conversation. Not surprisingly, I didn't see any hands go up. My wideband comm channel beeped for my attention. It was Beta Team. I opened it up to the entire team. "Admiral Riker here. Go, Beta." "Admiral, this is Lieutenant Ortez. We just got a peek at one of the aggressors up close and personal. You're never going to guess what they look like." "Cockroaches." No. Spiders." 18. Bug City. The recorded video feeds we watched in our HUDs were similar and at the same time very different from what we had watched in person from our neck of the wood, or ant farm as the case may be. Rather than attempt to analyze the composition of the construction materials, the Beta Team went for the gusto and sent an Eno directly into the orifice of one of the entrances. The entrance featured a similar long line of single-file bug carts entering. Despite this, the Eno had no trouble entering by floating about a meter above the vehicles as they entered. I began to suspect that we could have turned the cloaks off and run into the same lack of reaction by the cockroaches. Things got interesting about 400 meters into the ant farm. The walls began to glow in some type of yellow-green bioluminescent. Think smashed firefly all over the walls and ceiling. The coating did not seem to be completely uniform. Whether that had some significance in aggressor society was beyond me at the moment. It would, however, be exactly the type of thing the xenoarchaeologist in me would have been interested in several hundred years or centuries after the last of the aggressors passed from these parts. Here's hoping some future me would have that opportunity. At the conjunction of about a dozen tunnels stood what could best be called spiders. They were covered with stiff, hair-like fur that stood straight out from their exoskeletons. Rather than 8 legs, like you'd see on an arachnid from Earth, these guys had 12. 2 were clearly used as hands. 2 on the opposite side to the body seemed to be weapons. The remainder, they seemed to do odd jobs like walking, feeling, communicating with other spiders, etc. It was quite clear that the aggressors were a multi-species society. The spiders seemed to enjoy a higher rung in the social order of things. As the bug carts approached the tunnels, a spider would reach forward, tap the outer shell of the vehicle a few times, and the bug cart would veer into one of the tunnels. It seemed like the spiders were directing the cockroaches into specific tunnels based on heaven knows what. The other interesting thing was that some of the spiders carried electronic devices, while others did not. What's your feeling, Ortez? You up for sending your Eno a little further into the lion's den?
Aye, Admiral. I'd like to send a second unit in first, though. I want to be able to watch the spiders' reaction. I hate to see them react badly and then not actually see them react badly.
Smart move, Lieutenant. Continue to send us your feeds while you make the incursion. It took a few minutes for the beta team to get the next Eno in place. Matt used the time to redeploy E1 and pair it up with E2. Both moved to a holding pattern near the entrance near us. E1 had done a flyby of the dead cockroach. It looked less like a bug up close and more like some type of very thin-skinned bug-reptile hybrid. Its exact classification would probably be nonsensical from a human perspective. The universe didn't always build things following the same blueprints it used on Earth. That meant there were a whole host of things that straddled lines in ways we weren't used to. Beta's second drone entered the chamber where their first Eno waited patiently. I watched the feed from both drones at a stacked split screen on my HUD. I was glad the lieutenant had the forethought to send a second drone. If he hadn't, we might very well have missed some interesting behavior on the part of the spiders. As the first Eno started to pass one of the spiders directing roach traffic, the spider spun its entire body in the general direction of the Eno. Ortez told the Eno to stop moving and hover in place. The traffic guard turned back to what it had been doing. Satisfied that the Eno hadn't been detected, Lieutenant Ortez instructed the Eno to continue moving forward. Almost instantly, the spider turned back towards the Eno. Again, Ortez halted the drone.
Very interesting, Matt said. It's like it can hear our Eno. How's that possible with the cloaking in place? Does that bug even have ears?
Yes and no, I answered. If my guess is right, its whole body is an ear. The hairs covering most of its legs are possibly analogous to cochlear hair cells in humans, or even Johnston's organs in the antennae of honeybees. They probably sense the patterns of air movement and can detect unexpected changes in the movements. It wouldn't be that much different than us seeing a disturbance in the movement of fog or smoke. I'm going to have Mr. E follow one of the bug carts in and see what happens. If you're right about the spiders being able to hear air turbulence, the bug cart may hide the Eno. It could work, I agreed. It would be good to know either way. Go ahead and give it a try.
By the way, Lieutenant, Matt interjected, I'm just curious. If you call your first Eno Mr. E, what are you calling the second one? Mrs. E?
It beats calling them E1 and E2, don't you think, sir? Careful testing and probing to determine how the various aggressor species reacted to stimuli gave us a valuable intel. The continuous observations also yielded a bit of a surprise. The local day was almost exactly Earth normal, which was a rare blessing. It also meant we were able to adjust our day and night cycle without having to use circaditropic drugs, which always gave me heartburn. It was approaching 8 p.m. local time. The sun was just beginning to settle behind the western mountains. Suddenly, and without any warning, the aggressors rolled up the sidewalks and went home. The lines to enter the ant farm disappeared. The individual bug carts broke formation and headed off in what seemed to be random directions. The spiders, likewise, dropped whatever equipment they were holding and made their way through the smallest of the adjacent tunnels. In a matter of minutes, there was not a one of them to be seen. I toggled my comms to general broadcast mode. 6 tiny screens filled the left half of my HUD. Each of the screens held the face of a Marine. Matt, Ortez, and anybody else who has something to add, it looks like the streets have cleared. We don't know for how long. Give me your assessment. Do we utilize this opportunity, or do we wait to see what their schedule is? If it's a vote, I vote we go in while they're in bed, Sergeant Madison piped in immediately. This is a democracy, but there is only one vote. It's mine. What I am interested in are your opinions. The sergeant is of a mind that we go while they're sleeping. Anyone else with a thought they want to share? Ortez leaned his face a little closer to the visual pickup. We may be looking at a siesta and not a full sleep cycle.
It's also possible we're not looking at a sleep cycle at all. They could have been knocking off for the weekend or a quick lunch,
Matt added. So the bottom line is we don't know what we're looking at, other than the way is currently clear. We don't know for how long. The situation isn't likely to get better if we wait, and in fact could potentially get worse if we continue to tempt fate with our presence.
I agree, Admiral,
Matt said.
I don't know what is gained by waiting.
I nodded in agreement and made my decision. We go now, while the going is good. Captain Decker, you have operational command. Deploy your men as you see fit. Our objective remains the same. Find and retrieve the missing gateway tech.
Chief, does this look like a good place to leave something from your goodie bag?
Matt asked. Chief Roberts chuckled softly as she placed a small cloaked charge against the ceiling. She had to hop in her armor despite its height to reach the ceiling. Fortunately, small, low-power Higgs field inhibitors in the heels of her armor deadened the force of 3.5 tons of battle-borne armor crashing into the floor. These same null-gravity plates softened the sound of our steps as we made our way deeper into the aggressor city. I watched the action, safely ensconced in the middle of our group. All 7 of us were together again. Matt had moved Alpha to the Beta team site. Beta had explored deeper into the ant farm, and there appeared to be signs of older development. Our thinking was that the earliest tunnels and chambers would be the ones most likely to lead to the Jabesh cache we were searching for. The downside to choosing here as opposed to where we were was that the tunnels were noticeably narrower. That is, of course, relative. The chief still had to jump to reach the ceiling, and like the rest of us, she was wearing armor that gave her well over a 4-meter reach. The concern was the realization that the newer tunnels were wider and taller. The change could have simply been a change in architectural aesthetics, or it could be something more practical, like these earlier tunnels didn't leave much clearance for some of the things that needed to pass through them. We had been in the tunnels for about 2 hours. I was painfully aware that we could spend days here and not explore every nook and cranny. It was possible we had already passed what we were looking for. It was equally possible that what we were looking for was not even in this structure. Aside from using the Enos, which carried their own risks, there didn't seem to be a good way to speed up our search process. Where was a You Are Here map guide when you needed one? We passed another abandoned nesting chamber. We called them nesting chambers because they seemed to contain desiccated egg sacs. Based on the condition of the rooms and the amount of accumulated dust, it appeared they were not places that received frequent visitors. Matt had designated them bolt holes should we find ourselves needing a place to hide in a hurry. Roberts left several more treats from her goodie bag as we continued to explore deeper into enemy territory. The idea was to blow them one by one to cover our retreat if we had to make a hasty exit. In an ideal world, we would never need to use them. I had a distinct feeling that the chief would be genuinely disappointed should this turn out to be the case. She was a woman who truly enjoyed her work. I was convinced that, if the military had not accepted her for her gifts, she would have turned her natural proclivity for high explosives into a career involving banks and unauthorized after-hour access. "Does anybody else think it's getting darker?" Madison asked. I was just thinking the same thing. I looked at Matt, who was walking beside me. He nodded in agreement. I had my suit's AI do a quick analysis. The bioluminescence was indeed fading. Whether this was based on time of day or simply our location was anyone's guess. I was guessing the first, though, because our Enos were reporting the same phenomena. We now had 7 of them floating around, poking their metaphorical noses in every nook and cranny they could find. It's about 10% darker now than it was when we entered, according to my suit. I'm switching to enhanced optics before it gets too much darker, I added.
Let's follow the Admiral's lead on this one. Everyone go automatic EOP. Let's not take the chance of anyone turning the lights on and blinding us.
My HUD confirmed everyone was following Matt's orders. I was glad we made the switch, because the change in illumination was subtle enough that we might have missed what was hiding just around the corner. Ortez, who was on point about 10 meters ahead of us, suddenly went to one knee and raised a clenched armored fist. All stop. We each took a knee to lower our profile. I'm not sure how much sense that made, inasmuch as we had no cover, and we were in massive armor suits that left us 2+ meters high even while kneeling, but hey, in the absence of orders to the contrary or clear reason, training was king. The lieutenant had been feeding us a video feed. I extended it to fill my HUD at 100% opacity. We weren't moving, and I was counting on my AI to alert me if I needed to be able to see my immediate surroundings before I got into trouble. The image on my HUD was unremarkable. Just a bend in the barely glowing corridor. After a moment or two, I saw the barest of movements, a shifting of light against the background of light. It was almost as if something was in front of a glowing section of wall, trying to match its changing luminance and failing ever so slightly.
"We seem to have a semi-cloaked visitor," Ortez whispered.
"Indeed,"
Matt agreed.
"How do you want to play this, Admiral?"
"I don't see any others. Why would one aggressor stalk us cloaked? If they knew we were here, why not approach in force?"
"And why try to use a relatively unsophisticated chameleon cloak? Surely they have better equipment," he added.
"Let me play a hunch. Ortez, stand up and take 2 steps backward."
"Aye, Admiral. But don't blame me if we end up voiding the warranty on this pretty new suit."
"That boat sailed a long time ago, sir," Madison said quickly.
"Pipe down, everyone," Matt ordered.
As Ortez stood, the chameleon cloak on the alien in front of us fell away. It turned out to be a blanket of some type that had been covering a smaller version of one of the spiders we had seen earlier. The spider had been crouching under the cloak. It appeared to have quite a bit of tech strapped to its body. It stood and shuffled forward a few feet. It then huddled down into a tight ball on the ground. Its legs were tucked in tightly. It was as if it were trying to appear non-threatening. "Ortez, back up again." This process repeated itself several times. Ortez, and then all of us, would back up a few feet. Our new companion would stand, shuffle forward, and then collapse back into the ball shape. When at last we passed one of the empty nests, the pattern of behavior changed. Rather than following us, the creature veered to the right and entered the little chamber. "Well, ain't that something to see?" Madison muttered. "I'd love to have me a look at some of that hardware it's wearing." We stood in place for several minutes. Finally, 2 hairy spider legs poked out of the door. Ortez moved slightly. The legs did something I will never forget for as long as I live. They beckoned us to enter. I couldn't help but remember a story my mother read to me as a child. "Step into my den," said the spider to the fly. 19. Felix. In the annals of first contact between species, this surely had to rank among the strangest. In the corner of the room stood a spider. When Matt and I had entered the room, our newest friend had been standing near the center. As the room was only about 5 meters square, this meant we were pretty close to him, or her, or it, as we entered. I could see the hairs on its limbs twitch, much like the mane on a horse that was nervous. Keep in mind, Matt and I were still cloaked. The only thing our companion had to go on to even know we were in the room were the air currents our movements made. Matt was the first to drop his cloak. Suddenly seeing a massive metallic behemoth standing next to you would have been enough to startle the stoutest of hearts. Our spider friend jumped away from Matt with an impossibly fast shuffle. Impossibly fast, that is, for anything that didn't have the boatload of legs our new friend had. Unfortunately, the spider decided to move toward the corner farthest from Matt and closest to the door. Sadly, for our friend, that corner was already occupied by a 3.5-ton cloaked mech. Me. My cloaking field probably saved the spider's life. It provided an electrostatic cushion that prevented the creature from hitting my metallic shell hard enough to give itself a concussion. The impact was still hard enough to stun it. I knelt down and dropped my cloak. I ordered Matt to kneel as well. I was hoping that by adopting a more compact stance, the spider would see us as attempting to reduce our threat profile, much as it had done in the corridor. As soon as my cloak fell, the spider scrambled to the furthest corner and wrapped itself up into the smallest ball I had seen yet. I didn't speak spider, and I didn't claim to be an expert on spider body language, but I was thinking to myself, Self, this is one terrified bug, and if I had to guess, it's seriously beginning to question some of its life choices. Matt, cover me, but use minimal force and only if absolutely necessary.
Tell me you're not going to...
I cracked open my armor.
You are. Geez, what am I going to tell our kids?
We don't have any kids, I answered, as I stepped out of my armor.
And we're not likely going to have any if you keep living up to your name.
I stepped to the middle of the room and slowly turned in a circle so our friend could see I was unarmed. He, she, it wouldn't know about my augments, and I wasn't in a hurry to share all my secrets. Frankly, standing nearly naked in front of a gigantic spider and my fiancée was more sharing than I had done in a while as it was. When I had finished my slow-motion pirouette, I sat down and crossed my legs under me. I'm not a threat, not unless you threaten me, I spoke in a soft, gentle voice. The spider slowly relaxed and began to unfurl its legs. Good Lord, it had a lot of legs. He, she, it... I was really struggling with the whole pronoun thing. Hey, don't laugh at me. How many of you have tried to look at a spider and determine its sex? Yeah, that's what I thought. Few and far between, thank you very much. At any rate, he, she, it never quite completely unfolded itself. I wasn't sure if this was because it was hurt from running into me, or because it was terrified. All I knew was this creature represented our best shot at success. The problem was, I'd missed the OCS class on striking up conversations with man-sized arachnids. How are we going to communicate? I asked, rhetorically. The spider unfurled its 2 forwardmost manipulator arms, as well as the 2 hairy legs nearest to the manipulator arms. 4 legs altogether. The rest remained tucked beneath its body. The hairy legs were hairy on all the spiders we had seen, but these were even more so on this particular spider. I was now convinced they served as hypersensitive hearing organs. I would learn in a few minutes they were capable of much more. He, she, it waved its manipulars in a way that seemed to indicate it wanted me to move closer. I looked back at Matt in his battle-born armor. He shook his massive head from side to side. I took that as a yes and scooted closer. I heard a metallic clang, which sounded remarkably like a metallic head planted in the palm of a metallic hand. The spider pulled a piece of equipment off its body vest. It began to move the device toward me. I leaned backward, away from the device. I had absolutely no idea what it was or what it was for. Matt straightened a bit in his armor. The spider stopped reaching forward and instead scrunched up in a ball for a couple of seconds. It then re-extended itself and tentatively reached forward with the device, much slower this time. I got what it was saying. Not a threat. It used the device like some type of handheld scanner. It focused on my head. After a few seconds, it pulled the device back and made some adjustments. It then repeated the procedure. This time, when it pulled the device back and looked at it, the spider showed obvious signs of frustration. Boys and girls, if you want something that makes it easier to sleep at night, imagine sitting next to a frustrated spider. A spider every bit as big as you are. Sweet dreams. The spider employed a time-honored repair technique that transcended species. It banged the device against the floor and tried scanning me again. It seemed happier with the results this time. It replaced the tool on its vest. The spider paused for a second and looked at me with more eyes than I cared to count. Finally, it shook itself like a dog coming out of a bath, but not quite as violently. It was a little shake. A gee, I wish I didn't have to do this shake. Ah, more sweet dreams to be had, boys and girls. The spider held its two sensory arms straight up and then very slowly brought them down to touch the sides of what served as its head. It then did the same thing again, even slower. This was followed with a "I'm not a threat" ball scrunch. I nodded and raised both of my arms and slowly lowered them to touch my hands to the side of my head. I then lowered my hands and leaned forward. Matt, whatever happens, do not interrupt what's about to happen. You can consider that an order. Battleborn armor is completely soundproof, but I'm pretty sure I could still hear the man swearing. And remember what I've said before. Marines receive special training when it comes to swearing. I was quite sure he was doing his instructor proud. The spider then did something a bit unexpected. You could make an argument that now was the time to avoid the unexpected, but hey, sometimes you just gotta roll with it. I just hope Matt felt the same way. The spider shuffled to the side of the room away from me and approached Matt. When I say approached, don't get the wrong idea. A few feet in the general direction of is as far as it went. Enough to indicate it was signaling the massive hunk of metal that still had a meat sack in it and not me. Once in position, our friendly neighborhood spider collapsed into a tight ball. He, she, it remained that way for quite a few seconds before slowly unfurling and equally slowly making its way back to me. This time I noticed it was slightly closer. Close enough that I caught a slightly coconut and cinnamon-like odor. It wasn't overpowering and really wasn't all that unpleasant. I can only imagine what a sweaty, I've been locked in body armor for a week female human smelled like. So much for first impressions. The spider raised only its sensory arms, leaving the others tucked unthreateningly under its body. These arms it touched to its own head slowly, as if to remind me what it was going to do. Remember my orders, Captain. Slowly, the spider sitting in front of me extended its arms. For those who are curious, I was very glad my battleborn armor kept my bladder empty. I woke with a start. My mind was filled with dreamlike images that were fading even as I tried to hold on to them. Things like spiders scampered over, up, and around stone-surfaced corridors. Seeing scenes from so many angles at once, my mind didn't know how to process them. Despite the frenetic activity, there was a sense of calm and peace. I knew that what I was experiencing, or more to the point, what I had experienced, past tense, was some type of connection with the memories and thoughts of the spider. He. He was a he. His name wasn't a sound. His people could hear sounds, but they had nothing analogous to vocal cords or even lungs. His people spoke through electromagnetic signals, not unlike what we called near-field communications. "Are you feeling well, Admiral?" Such intimate conversation can be overwhelming, even for my own people. I cannot imagine what it was like for you. I rolled to the side, away from the voice. I realized suddenly that I had been lying on the ground. Matt, minus his armor, was beside me, but he was not the source of the sound.
"Whoa, honey. You're going to have one hell of a hangover. Don't overdo things."
It took a moment for the room to stop spinning. Matt held and pillowed my head between his massive hands, which were on his lap. There was a soft swishing sound from off to my right. It was the type of sound a broom makes while sweeping the floor. I knew instinctively it was the sound of a spider chuckling. Again, the spider race had no name that could be used to identify them. I knew two things about our friend and his people. They were not our enemies, and they were a generally peaceful people. Our specific acquaintance was part of a resistance faction and was as gentle a soul as one was ever likely to encounter. All of this was based on two things, either of which could be suspect. First, was the thought transfer that had occurred an accurate representation of the truth? Could you lie with a memory? Second, was my mind's attempt at processing what I had experienced a grossly inaccurate anthropomorphizing of alien thought patterns? Sadly, I couldn't know what I couldn't know. I understand you can hear us. I gather you can now understand us as well. How is it you are able to speak to us? I seem to recall you lack some of the essential equipment to make that happen. Again, there was that swishing sound. Our spider friend was sitting in a loosely patterned ball about a half-meter away. I felt no alarm at its proximity. Instead, I reached out a hand and gently stroked the brush-like hair on the nearest folded leg. It was far softer than I would have expected. Spiders don't purr, but I had the feeling this one would have if he had had the ability.
"Hey, enough of that, buddy. You may have stolen a spider equivalent of a kiss, but she's my gal."
For the third time I heard the swishing sound.
"No need for concern, Captain Decker. She's literally not my type, and let's be honest, she's woefully deficient in the legs department."
"Funny thing,"
Matt said in response.
"I've always liked her legs."
"They're not nearly hairy enough."
"I count that a blessing."
"I suspect it's a species bias."
I coughed to get their attention. If you two are done discussing the relative merits of my anatomy, I believe I asked a question that has gone unanswered long enough.
"Ah, yes, the speaking thing."
"Felix uses a Vox device, similar to what the Janai use,"
Matt offered.
"If I understand your mate's description of the Janai, they speak using low-frequency rapid syllabication resembling clicks. Their Vox units translate these patterns into words you can understand. My Vox fulfills the same function, but it operates by responding to very short-range radio frequencies."
Felix? I had to call him something. You can't look into a face with that many eyes and say, "Hey, you," all the time. Besides, much of their communication seemed to be touch-based. Felix seemed like a natural choice. I nodded and turned my attention back to Felix. "My compliments to your engineers. Your Vox even duplicates human inflections and speech patterns."
"Why, thank you, Admiral. I built the device myself. As far as my speech patterns, you'll have to thank yourself for being accommodating enough to allow a neural link. Certain of my people, to include myself, are empathic. I literally reconfigured a portion of my brain to mimic the structure and function of yours."
"Well, that's a nice trick," I whistled.
It's been a blessing in the past, but, Admiral, it's also become a trap.
20. Aggressors. "Are you sure we have to go in there?" Madison groaned.
"Quit being a big baby," Roberts chided. "They're just children."
"Yeah, well, you're not a dyed-in-the-wool arachnophobe. Spiders are disgusting."
I coughed a sharp warning. I wasn't going to tolerate racial bigotry in my command. "Do you have something you want to say to Felix, Sergeant Madison? Or is that Private Madison?"
"No offense intended, and present company excluded," he grumbled.
"None taken. I had to get over your initial appearance as well. If I had been able to speak your language at the time, I might well have asked your admiral to crawl back into her armor. Standing before me essentially naked, like a giant pink grub, was somewhat off-putting. I have since managed to adjust my perception filters to accommodate your appearance. I understand, however, the process is not so simple for your species."
"So,
Madison pointed toward the spider nursery.
"Do they bite?"
"No, Sergeant, but if you hurt one of them, I will."
Roberts leaned closer to the mechanic and whispered, over the open comms that everyone could hear, "You do remember you're wearing armor, right?"
"Yeah, well, how am I to know how sharp their teeth are?"
I coughed again. "Private Madison, perhaps it would be better if you stayed off the comms for a while."
"Aye, Admiral. Going comms silent."
We were making our way through the back of the spider nursery while under full cloak. The rushing of hundreds of little furry spiders made the air current so chaotic that our passage would go unnoticed. The few adults that stood in the back were part of the resistance. Felix spoke to them telepathically as we passed. My understanding was he gave them each a rudimentary understanding of our language, although the synaptic remapping trick was not going to be possible for more than just a handful of his people, and it would require more than just a passing conversation. As Felix had said before, it was a highly intimate experience for his people. Some of you might be wondering, when am I going to get around to explaining this whole mysterious resistance thing? Good news, folks. Here it comes. The spiders were the apex intellects on a planet many light years away. They were a nascent spacefaring race without interstellar capabilities. We're talking ion drives, Vasmer thrusters, good old-fashioned chemical reaction systems, all the basic sublight stuff, essentially everything short of warping space-time and skip-space jump drives. Many thousands of years ago, they'd made contact with another spacefaring species. This was the race we came to know as the aggressors. Sort of. I'll explain what I mean by that in a second. The original aggressors were a warrior race intent on galactic domination. They, too, however, were a sublight species. They overcame this technological barrier to their domination ambitions by employing generation ships to spread out across their limited section of the galaxy. This meant that, technologically, they were only slightly more advanced than the spiders. That said, slightly more, when it comes to technology, can potentially go a long way. That was the bad news. The good news was there were a hell of a lot more spiders than there were aggressors. Add to this, the spiders were an exceptionally intelligent species. As an example, there is an entire subset of the species, Felix is but one example, that can go head-to-head with the smartest of us hairless apes. And I might add, they would likely beat us, especially when it came to crunching numbers in our heads. So, I repeat, add to this that the spiders were an exceptionally intelligent species, and you had a situation where you effectively had a stalemate. Neither side could defeat the other. Then one of Felix's ancestors had what seemed like a good idea. Spoiler alert, it wasn't.
Felix's ancestor got intimate with an aggressor. Just like Felix made a copy of my brain structures so he could empathically understand me, Felix's ancestor did the same with one of the original bad guys. The problem was, the maniacal nature of the bad guy's noggin was too much for that particular spider to handle. You now had a super-intelligent spider who thought like a race that was genetically predisposed to maniacal thoughts and behavior. If that weren't enough, the aforementioned maniacal spider was able to pass on his new way of looking at the world by sharing an intimate mind brush with the fairer sex, who could in turn pass it on to their own paramours. The real coup came when one of the infected spiders had the brilliant idea to visit the nursery where the gifted spiders were raised. Suddenly, an entire generation of leaders thought and acted like the aggressors. Several things fell out of this unfortunate alignment of events. First, the original aggressors were defeated and enslaved. If you guessed cockroaches, give yourself a gold star. Before they were bred for docile obedience, the cockroaches were the original bad guys. Second, in a turn of incredibly bad luck and unspeakable misfortune for countless annihilated races across this arm of the galaxy, the spiders found a cache of weapons left by one of the ancestor races. They didn't understand them. They couldn't reproduce them. But with a little bit of spider ingenuity, they could use them. Thus began a reign of terror that continues to this day. This is where the resistance comes in. Every generation, a handful of Felixes are born. Typically, they are smaller than their peers. They have hairier sensory appendages and vastly superior intellects. Now, understand, when I say Felixes, I'm not speaking about the gifted spiderlings born and raised by other gifted spiders. These spiders share all the same diminutive physical attributes as the wilds like Felix, but they are born in a controlled environment where their minds are implanted with aggressor neural pathways as soon as they are old enough to be implanted. I'm talking about wild, gifted born from the eggs of normal parents. Gifted spiders that grow up free from the aggressor implants. Over time, these untainted thinkers began to organize and look for a way to undo, or at least stop, the destruction being committed at the hands of their genetic brethren. Pockets of resistance existed virtually unnoticed in every aggressor stronghold. I wasn't sure how yet, but I had a sense in my gut that these dispersed pockets were going to end up being the key to ending the aggressor terror. So, about Felix. Blind luck or divine intervention had allowed us to meet up with him first. We were heading toward a safe house that hid a series of concealed chambers. This was where one of the many resistance groups met. The journey was complicated by our need to avoid detection. The night cycle had ended, and a new day cycle had begun. That meant there were more bodies moving about. Felix tried to follow routes that were heavily traveled. As counterintuitive as it might sound, the added turbulence helped hide our presence in ways our cloaking fields could not. I yawned. I knew Matt had ordered each of his Marines to pop a stim pill earlier, and in fact I had popped one about an hour ago. The problem with those pills was that you paid for them later. That meant there was only so long you could use them and remain functional. I'd have insisted we find a bolt hole and catch a few winks, but Felix insisted it would be safer for us to get to the safe house. After what seemed like hours of skulking slowly through an untold number of corridors and seemingly randomly placed chambers, our spider guide announced we had nearly arrived. Felix turned one final corner and froze. Our entire team was well versed in the whole freeze-in-place exercise, as we had been practicing it for most of a day. As a result, when Felix froze, we all did too. I wished, not for the first time, that he had an optical feed that could supply my HUD with a view of what he was seeing. I couldn't tell if he had run into a problem or was simply having a telepathic conversation with a compatriot. I toggled my comms. I wasn't worried about any of the spiders hearing conversations between our suits. Felix had assured us our cloaks were completely effective, and our suit-to-suit communications utilized frequencies well beyond the range detectable by his species. Matt, what's your feelings on this?
I'm not a fan. Whatever's going on, it's more than a hello, how are you? I think there's a fair chance we're going to go hot here in a few seconds.
I agree, but let's let Felix make that call. He knows how we think, but we have no idea how his people think. They could just be chatting up the latest baseball game because that's what spiders do when they meet unexpectedly. As I finished speaking, Felix finally unfroze. His voice filled my helmet. His ability to transmit his thoughts via radio frequencies still caught me off guard, even when I had just been thinking about it. We'd arranged a special lower-frequency band that he could access for communication. We rarely used it because other nearby spiders could hear it as well.
We have permission to enter. I'm sorry for the delay. I expect you were growing concerned. I had difficulty convincing the guard you were here. Aliens are not something we see every day, and certainly not ones that are completely invisible,
Felix said, with a familiar sweeping sound chuckle. I ignored his pun. The last thing I needed in my life was a spider who liked to crack jokes.
So how many alien species do you get coming through here?
Matt asked, genuinely curious.
Including you, 1.
The safe house was simply a convenient term for what I would call an ultra-high-tech burrow. With between 10 to 12 legs, depending on how you counted them, spiders didn't really have a need for chairs. They had tables, but they were few and far between. Those that were there seemed to be for storing objects. The ceiling was an illuminated panel that shifted from moderately bright as you entered the house and dimmed to almost gone by the time you reached the end of the house. There were no rooms and, as far as I could tell, no cooking or bathroom facilities. There was one entire wall that projected a very lifelike animated scene of a forest. The plants were not familiar. I guessed they were from the spider's original homeworld. I scanned the room as we entered. There were 8 spiders engaged in various activities, from watching some type of event on a video screen to playing a complex board game involving colored tiles. Felix entered, and everything suddenly stopped. My guess was he was warning them not to soil themselves. Despite his warning, there was quite a bit of a fuss when 7 HBAs decloaked in front of them. In fairness to the spiders, that can be a pretty intimidating sight even when you've worked with combat mechs all your adult life. Matt, Chief Roberts, Specialist Douglas, and I dismounted our armor. Ortez and the remaining Marines stayed in theirs, as they would remain on guard for the next 4 hours. If everything went according to plan, Matt and the other 2 Marines would relieve Ortez's team in 4 hours. This way they could get some much-needed shut-eye as well. Felix asked us to wait while he spent some intimate time with the others, including his mate. What followed appeared to be a spider orgy. If you haven't ever seen a spider orgy, trust me, you haven't lived. The whole thing only took about 10 minutes. I guess some things transcend species. I gave Matt a pointed look, but said nothing more. When Felix rejoined us, he was accompanied by a slightly larger spider. This one's sensory legs were notably lighter than its other appendages. It turns out this was an indication that the spider was a she as opposed to being a he. As they approached us, they remained extremely close to each other, with several appendages laying across each other's backs. They walked by coordinating their steps perfectly. I guess this was one of the advantages of being telepathic.
Greetings again, my friends. I am pleased to introduce you to she who is my mate.
The 2 spiders unclasped arms, and the female took a step forward. She stopped and took a moment to stare at each of us. In a way, it felt like she was sizing us up. My mother had done the same thing when my cousin, who was living with us at the time, brought a boy home one afternoon. I hoped the outcome proved more congenial. Finally, she spoke. Her voice was softer and more feminine than Felix's.
They had good software for their Vox units. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm both afraid and ecstatic to meet you. My Felix, she paused again. This concept of tokenized names is an unusual one for my people to grasp. I'm allowing myself to become distracted. My Felix has been good enough to share the essence of your thinking with me and our family. Your species is an odd mix of compassion and aggression. You may well be the ideal partners to address the scourge. That is our thought designation for the plague that my people created when they blended with the creatures you call the aggressors. Up until now, we have been unable to fully understand them. We simply knew they were evil. You too are evil, but, and this is what you would call a big but, your nobility conquers your intrinsic evil. You are indeed a strange people. I am truly pleased to meet you. With that, she raised a manipulator arm and extended it in my direction. I stepped back briefly in alarm before I realized what she was doing. She was attempting to shake my hand. I have to admit, when I woke up this morning, shaking the hand of a spider was not on the list of things I thought would be happening. I stepped forward and gently gripped the proffered appendage. Her hand, if that's what you would call it, was soft and warm. This was something I hadn't expected. I would come to learn that, in many ways, it matched her spirit. I'm pleased to meet you as well, I said with a genuine smile. If you'll forgive me, my people aren't able to share thoughts as intimately as yours. We need the utility of names in order to facilitate communication. Do you have a name that you would like us to use? Felix's spouse made the same sweeping sound which I had come to understand was a chuckle. How delightful. Would you do the honor of gifting me with a human name? I paused for a moment to consider the options. Suddenly, memories of my childhood rushed through my mind for the second time in as many minutes. I had the perfect name. 21. Chalice. Chalice, a charming, daring, and majestic creature. I like it. And you say it's a name shared with your cousin? Will there not be some confusion as to who is being referred to during a conversation? I smiled at Chalice. I had no idea if she would understand or even perceive such a human gesture, but it was an automatic response to amusement, so I smiled whether she would understand it or not. My people have a saying, "Context is king," I replied. I looked around the large room and the handful of doors that led off to other chambers. It turned out the view screen in the burrow slid to one side. This in turn exposed a wall which had a series of imperfections that, if touched in a specific sequence, would open a hidden door. I marveled at the engineering. The EM field generated by the video display effectively hid the secret door from any casual or even detailed scans. It was only when the wall-sized TV was moved to the side that a detailed scan would reveal the hidden feature. The door opened into an elaborate resistance operations center. I was told there were several such operation centers located around the ant farm. As a side note, I had to explain what an ant farm was to our hosts. They found the concept amusing, but then I was discovering they found many things amusing. I wondered what these people would have been like if their first encounter with an alien species had been like ours. My distant ancestor, the first Admiral Riker, had been a boneyard dog, a man in charge of a junkyard for starships, when he had been recruited to join the Galactic Order. The GO was a federation of races that had learned to cooperate with one another for the benefit of all. Mankind's dual nature as creator and destroyer had factored into that meeting as well. Ultimately,
Our involvement in the Galactic Order had helped to create a peace that lasted for over 1,000 years. I hoped the same thing would be possible now. The Spiders' Operations Center allowed them to monitor activities throughout the massive maze that was the ant farm. It was an impressive feat that was the result of generations of work. I suspect there wasn't a spider in the upper echelons of power who could fart without the Resistance knowing about it. That said, the Resistance seemed to be going nowhere. The Spiders were gathering intel at a rate that would make any general planning an offensive campaign blush. The problem was, when asked, the Spiders weren't planning anything. They were gathering intel in the hopes that eventually a solution would present itself. In a sense, it had. We were here. I talked about my observations with Felix, Shalise, and another of the spiders we call Harry. My newly acquired human perspective will take some getting used to, but I'm beginning to see where we may have become complacent in our efforts to address the scourge, the aggressors, as you call them, Shalise admitted. If nothing else is accomplished from our encounter with humanity, Felix added, we now have the psychological wherewithal to combat the enemy. Harry paced about the corner of the room. He was what I called a nervous energy thinker who liked to move when he pondered taking action. As a, gee, I think I might have failed to mention it aside, Harry was the local commander for this cell of the Resistance. Felix and Shalise were his lieutenants.
Our first steps, he said finally, will be to introduce your thought engrams to as many of our people as possible. Your ability to be both aggressor and peacemaker will allow us to infiltrate the halls of power in ways that were not formerly possible.
That's great, I offered. And I agree it's a necessary step. But it can't be your only step. Changing the way your people think to allow them to balance their natures is laudable, but it will take time. Time entire civilizations don't have.
What would you suggest?
Felix asked. We need to find the missing master control nodes and get them to the gate. Once the gatekeeper has regained control of the skip space tunnel, we have a chance to redefine how this war gets waged. Chief Roberts and I were joined by Felix, Harry, and Shalise as we made our way down a seldom-traveled side corridor. We were on our way toward what we hoped was the vault that contained the master control nodes. Our initial team had not included Shalise. However, she insisted that she accompany us or Felix would not be allowed to participate. It seemed the women wore the metaphorical pants in her culture as well. The three spiders were fitted with some new kit that Felix had pieced together. The equipment that he had built allowed the Resistance to communicate on the same radio frequencies our armor used. That meant they could talk over distances with each other and with us without being heard by the bad guys. Harry had already dispatched a team to share the device construction details with other Resistance cells. In a few days, a week at the most, the entire communication network would be upgraded. In addition to basic communication, the new kit allowed the spiders to broadcast what they were seeing to our HUDs. Unfortunately, it was not a two-way street. It helped us, but it still didn't help them. They still could not visualize what we were seeing. That said, it nevertheless represented a vast improvement over what our situation was like during that first trip to the safe house. The communicators weren't the only bits of new tech our spider friends were sporting. Sergeant Madison had come through with a little magic of his own. I still didn't trust him with the spiders alone because of his continued inability to control his bigotry, but I gave the man points for trying. The magic he created in this case was a set of portable cloaks built from some spare parts he had for repairing our armor. He could have built more of the cloaks, but that would have depleted our spare parts reserve, so I nixed the idea. All three of the spiders carried the new cloak generators. They were orders of magnitude more effective than the chameleon blankets the Resistance had been using before. In addition, since our armor's AIs could now track them, our new allies appeared as ghostly figures on our HUDs. In addition, acoustic emitters built into the cloak and shielded from outside detection by the cloak created a sound map of our armor's relative locations for the spider's benefit. This was not unlike a dolphin's echolocation. Like I said, Madison was trying. At the same time I was tromping through some smaller tunnels with the chief and the Resistance leaders, I was monitoring Matt's team on a small, windowed display on my HUD as he and his people traveled through some of the larger ones. I had every confidence in him as a leader and as a Marine. I knew he'd contact me the moment he ran into a situation that needed reporting. Not so I'd overrule him. I'd never do that to a commander on the ground. No. He'd contact me so I'd know what was going on in the larger theater. None of this is to say I was monitoring him because of any personal interest in the health and well-being of my fiancée, and I take offense at anyone who would say otherwise. Matt's people, and two of the spiders, Charlotte and Shelob, were making their way through the larger tunnels using a pair of stolen bug carts. It turns out much of the bug cart traffic was dedicated to carrying foodstuffs and various other items to the local equivalent of a spaceport. The spaceport itself was located right smack in the middle of the city, because why wouldn't you put something that utilized explosives, volatiles, and highly radioactive fuels in the middle of your city? Stealing the bug carts had been a bit tricky. I'm afraid the world is going to have to do without about half a dozen cockroaches. The initial plan had not involved killing any of the bugs. There was a motor pool where unoccupied bug carts were stored. The plan had been to simply sneak in and abscond with a pair of them. Matt's team would hide in plain sight. The plan went south when the second bug cart they attempted to steal had a pair of cockroaches making out on the inside. It turns out startled cockroaches in the throes of passion can scream pretty loudly. Madison was forced to quiet them with extreme prejudice, but not before they had attracted the attention of several more pairs of cockroaches making out in other cars. Apparently, the idea of a cockroach hotel had never caught on with these guys. Once the cars were secured, the spiders drove the humans who, because of their size while in armor, were forced to sit in the rear cargo section of the bug carts. Joining an existing car chain was as easy as pushing your way into a line. Some of you may be asking yourselves, Self, how is it that spiders can drive cars that typically are operated by cockroaches? Spiders and cockroaches don't share a lot of external anatomical similarities. It turns out the bug carts predate the aggressors and were designed for use by the spiders first. It was the cockroaches that had to adapt to driving the spider conveyances. Once Matt and the others reached the spaceport, they would scout out the area and make a decision as to what ship best suited our needs. It would then be a matter of figuring out how to gain control of it. I continued to follow Matt's progress off and on all afternoon, partially because of that personal interest in his well-being that I categorically denied, and partially because more was going on with his group than with mine. I would come to regret that thought. After several kilometers working our way through the tunnels, Felix and Shalise stopped. They had taken point, so when they stopped, we all stopped. "There's going to be more traffic ahead," Felix warned. "Look for opportunities to wind drift, or you're going to be detected." By more traffic, Felix meant we were about to walk into a mass of bug carts blithely going wherever it is bug carts go. Our goal was to trot alongside of them, keeping pace and hoping we didn't run into any spiders before we got to our turn-off point. You may recall I noted earlier that many, if not most, of the bug carts entering the city were ultimately heading for the spaceport. These were not. We knew that because they were traveling tangentially to the center of the city. I asked Harry if the Resistance knew what these bug carts were carrying and to where. His answer was yes they did, and no, he would not tell me. Felix and Shalise both gave him grief about his decision to hide whatever it was he was intent on hiding, but they ultimately respected his authority to do so. I did too, and I told him as much. Right before I launched a set of cloaked Enos to carry out my own investigation. As I said before, as we ran alongside the bug carts, the hope was we would reach our turn-off point before we ran into any spiders. Well, hope as we might, fate had other thoughts on the matter.
"Okay, that's not good," Felix said suddenly.
I was following Felix's progress on my HUD. The "that's not good" he was referring to were 4 heavily armed spiders inspecting carts with handheld scanners as they went by. I wasn't worried about the scanners detecting us. I was worried there was not enough clearance between us, the guards, and the vehicles they were scanning. Short of shoving them out of our path, I didn't see any way by them. As we were debating what to do about our situation, 2 things happened that prompted us to take immediate action. First, one of the bug carts did the almost unthinkable and broke formation. Felix had shared earlier that the cockroaches occasionally hatched a cluster of offspring that were missing the genetically encoded docile behavior gene. These broods were typically destroyed at hatching, but every now and then a few would slip through the cracks, as cockroaches galaxy-wide were known to do. These roaches organized, and because absent this docile gene they were naturally aggressive, they fought their oppressors. It seemed even the cockroaches had their own little resistance thing going on. Who knew? From the spider's point of view, this was actually a good thing. It took the attention off of the spider resistance. Unfortunately, for this particular roach, it wasn't going to be a good day. He turned his cart 180 degrees and hit his accelerator. The carts are apparently capable of a considerable acceleration. The result was, he plowed full speed into 3.5 tons of cloaked mech containing an explosive expert named Chief Roberts. For those of you who are curious about the physics involved, it was an inelastic collision resulting in a significant fraction of the impact energy going into the deformation of the bug cart. "Ouch," Roberts said. "That's the type of thing that leaves a mark in the morning." It was insane to hope that the 4 guards wouldn't have noticed the bug cart's impact with the invisible chief. That said, even people who think well of me have called me crazy. And so it was, armed with irrational hope, that I looked past the chief to see how the locals were reacting to the show. In a word, well, in 2 words, with one of them being a contraction, they weren't. There was some type of firefight going on. Apparently our dead cockroach friend was not alone. In fairness, cockroaches rarely are, but that's another conversation. The spiders were signaling us to use the distraction to sneak around the firefight. It's one thing to use an external firefight as a distraction to pass an adversary unnoticed. It's another entirely to do it at close range while the fighters mounting the distraction are utilizing energy weapons and 3 of your team are traveling without armor. Regrettably, we were to pay a price for that distinction. I extended the shields on my suit as far as possible. My armor's AI recorded several hits. One of them temporarily blinded one of my optical sensors, causing my HUD to flash white. The suit's AI quickly compensated, and a fraction of a second later I could see again. If I had blinked at the right time, I might have missed it. "I feel like a pincushion. Admiral, are you sure we can't shoot back?" "Negative that, Chief. We were never here. Got it?" "Got it." I could hear the disappointment in her voice. Next to her explosives, there was nothing she liked more than a firefight. Except maybe a bar fight. The Chief and I tried to act as physical shields to protect Felix, Shalise, and Harry. We both extended and interlocked our shields. Interlocking shields on battle-born armor worked for extending a shield to cover a bigger area, but the resulting shield was not as strong. I was gambling that it would be enough for the class of weapons we were encountering. To be honest, I counted myself lucky that we had had the time to link our shields together at all. The spiders had dashed into the melee before the Chief and I had a chance to talk them out of it. The critters had gone from timid, let's-wait-and-see fence-pole sitters to full-out, let's dance where angels fear to tread maniacs. I suspected it was close association with humans and the whole brain emulation thing. The fighting seemed to have concentrated itself on the left-hand side of the tunnel. Both the spiders and the cockroaches were using stalled bug carts for shields. In this scenario, the spiders had a clear advantage, as they were tall enough to fire over the top of the bug cars. The cockroaches needed to fire around the sides. Of course, this advantage was negated somewhat by the fact that the spiders were outnumbered 5-1. Let's be honest with ourselves here, shall we? There is no such thing as a small cockroach problem. Once you see one, you better prepare yourself to face a whole lot more. Try to work your way behind the cart on the near left, I said. Why in the world would I do that? Shalise protested. The one on the far left has better cover. Before I could say anything else, she darted away. Because there's more room for Roberts and I to shield you guys, I said, in what I hoped they would perceive as a frustrated voice. It was bad enough that they jumped into the fire from the frying pan, but now they were refusing our attempts to protect them. Follow me, Chief. I grabbed and pulled the busted-up bug cart the others were trying to hide behind. It looked like Swiss cheese that had so many holes blasted in it. That in and of itself should have been a red flag that it was no longer going to offer much protection. It seemed once a spider had decided to do something, facts and reason were no longer considerations. Once the Chief and I pulled the mangled mess back a couple or 3 meters, we jumped over the top and squatted low so we could better shield the others. Okay, gang, let's move slowly. Let the Chief and I stay between you and all the hardware making the bang-bang pew-pew sounds. Nice and easy, and we'll all be going home for supper tonight. I thought we had been successful. We managed to move out of the immediate vicinity of the firefight. It was only when we were a good 50 meters past the fighting that I noticed a red-blue ichor trailing on the floor behind one of the spiders. My gut seized. We need to find cover, Shalise gasped. 22. Welcome to the neighborhood. Felix was by Shalise's side immediately, helping to support her weight. Even with his help, she was struggling to move at anything more than a crawl. I looked around for continued threats. My suit's sensors told me aggressor reinforcements were on the way. We were running out of time.
Here! Get her in here!
Harry yelled over the comms. He had found another of the abandoned nesting chambers that dotted the corridors throughout the city. I checked my sensors again. We weren't going to make it. Felix, stand aside. Let me carry her. I stepped forward and lifted her as gently as one can in battle-born armor. 3 quick 4-meter steps later, and I was in the small room Harry had found. I had the Chief sit with her back blocking the door and her suit's force field extended to cover the rest of the entrance. With any luck, the reinforcements wouldn't realize the little room was here. Even if they did, it didn't seem like their weapons would be up to the task of getting past the Chief. It was fortunate for us that the ancestor weapons tech the aggressors had access to was not suitable for ground operations. I popped the hatch on my suit and slid to the floor. I turned and grabbed the universal medkit from the storage locker in my mech. The medkit was designed to treat the wide range of species that were part of the old Galactic Order and now New Federation. I was hoping the medical nanites would be up to the task of healing a species our medicine was not familiar with. By the time I got to Shalise's side, the others had removed her cloak and were trying to make her comfortable. I could see immediately the size and location of her wounds. The ichor was leaking from a set of entry and exit holes near her right sensory arm. In addition, it looked like half that arm was missing. I couldn't begin to imagine the pain she must be in. I pulled a set of syringes from the kit. They represented life or death, and I honestly didn't know which they would be. Felix, I'm going to try and help her. I don't know how effective my treatments are going to be. We don't have any experience with your people. It may help, it may not. Can you ask her for permission? I need to know now. The giant spider's entire body trembled continuously as he spoke. His vox voice betrayed the anguish he was feeling.
She has asked that you do nothing. She who is my wife is gone. Even should her body survive, she will no longer hear as our people should hear. She will no longer be able to share the same level of intimacy, and what intimacy she does share will be different. She does not wish to live in a world where this is so.
I leaned forward and gently grabbed the same hand-like appendage that I had held earlier. It was colder and less compliant than I remembered. Shalise, you must live. Your life is more than your own. It belongs to Felix, and it belongs to your friends. You gave it to all of us. You gave it to all of us freely. Shalise stirred ever so slightly and squeezed my hands feebly.
You are kind, friend, but my people have a saying. All things have a season. It's my time to return to the earth.
Perhaps, perhaps not. My people also have a saying. No traveler may enter the same stream twice. The water of the stream flows. The water you enter tomorrow will never be the same water you entered today. No one can stop the stream, for the minute they do, it's no longer a stream. Yes, your life will be different, but that doesn't mean it will be any less joyful. Life is what we make it. We don't define it by our yesterdays, but by our tomorrows. You must live. Shalise shuddered.
I am in so much pain.
Let me help you. Let me take the pain away. She was silent for almost a full minute. I was beginning to think we had lost her when she spoke again in the feeblest of voices.
Yes, Admiral. Take away my pain.
We left Shalise, along with Felix, alone in the small room where I treated her wounds. The medical nanites had managed to seal the breaks in her skin, which I viewed as a positive sign. Unfortunately, I had no idea what else they were going to be able to do for her. She had fallen silent after our conversation. Felix assured me she was still alive and sleeping. The portable cloaking field generators and comm units would hopefully keep them safe until some type of help could come. Sadly, I knew we would not be that help. Once we retrieved what we had come for, we were going to have to make a mad dash for the spaceport. It was certainly possible that we would be able to recover the stolen Jabesh tech without being discovered. It was also possible I could wake up one morning with an alien in my bed that resembled a pink unicorn. Possible, but not likely. Calling the Resistance and requesting their aid was the best we could do for them at the moment. I hoped it would be enough. Leaving someone behind was never an easy choice for a commander. I had always lived by the philosophy of mission first, people always. The first could not be accomplished without the second. The tension between the two was one of the most difficult balancing acts a military leader had to master. The internal debates as to whether or not I had been successful is the type of thing that kept me up at night. I had taken point. I was sure Matt would have raised a stink if he had seen me do it. He might have had a point. I'd yet to see a military field manual outlining a scenario whereby a flag officer should take point on a mission involving an anticipated firefight. That said, unless I looked in a mirror, there wasn't anybody of sufficient rank within several thousand light years in a position to reprimand me. Okay, Chief. Time to start the sound and light show. Harry, your cloak has active filters that should protect you from the flashbangs we're going to be tossing. That doesn't make you invincible. If the guards start firing in random directions, you could still find yourself as dead as if they had been aiming at you. I've already possibly lost one friend today. I'm in no mood to lose another. We clear?
I understand. You wish me to stay back and out of the line of fire.
Wrong on one, right on two. I want you to grab onto the mounting straps on my back. They're designed for humanoids, so you may have to get creative. I can extend my shields around you, which is probably going to be the best protection you're going to find out here." I watched as Harry did something quite remarkable. He bunched his 8 rearmost legs into 2 groups of 4 and stood on them, as if he were a man with 4 arms.
"Is this what you meant by creative?"
"That will work," I chuckled. As the giant spider crawled onto my armor and locked the restraining straps into place, I paused to consider the absurdity of the whole situation. I had literally just invited a massive creature with not 8, not 10, but 12 legs to hitch a ride on my back.
"A quick question, Admiral Riker. If you should fall onto your back for any reason, do I need to be concerned?"
If something out there is big and bad enough to knock me down, then yes, you have cause for concern. If you're asking what happens to you if I land on my back, my shield should protect you.
"And if your shield has failed?"
Heavy battle-borne armor has a mass of roughly 3.5 tons, give or take a little depending on the weapons loadout. If I land on my back and the shields are gone, well, let's just say you're not going to make it home for dinner.
"I see. Let us hope you do not fall down."
3 flashbangs rolled down the corridor. A group of 5 spiders were milling about. In addition, there were 2 mechanical monstrosities that looked like round tanks with stubby turrets. If I were a guessing gal, I would say they were guarding the entrance to something. Hopefully, it was the something we were looking for. We had several things going for us as we attacked. First, they didn't expect us. Second, no one had been in a position to attack this guard post since it had been established many millennia ago. The position had become completely ceremonial. Their weapons had that distinctive, "heaven forbid I should ever have to fire this thing," gleam to them. I couldn't blame them. I mean, let's be honest. The only visitors this planet ever saw were the occasional pirate clans seeking to rape and pillage what looked to be a small outpost. I suspect they had concluded one such group had been blown out of the sky about a week ago. Yawn. I imagine the fact that the outpost was the size it was, after thousands of years, as a matter of social planning. Large planetary populations were hard to control. The traffic to and from such worlds would make guarding the ancient technology treasure trove under their care that much more difficult. What that meant was that any potential thieves were dealt with by the planetary defenses, and never, in thousands of years, had they ever made it this far. As they say, there's a first for everything. The flashbangs had their desired effect. The chief and I made short work of the 5 spiders that had been milling about. One of the round tanks began to rise on what looked like anti-gravity plating and started to turn in our general direction. The second tank appeared to be either dead or unoccupied. It stayed in place. The chief and I fired simultaneously at the tank that was moving. It was about 300 meters away, so it was an easy shot for both of us. We struck the thing just below the turret and again just left of the center line. I was firing a neutronium-tipped kinetic round. The chief was using her anti-proton beam weapon. She had confessed earlier that she preferred the ABW because it put on a better light show. I couldn't argue with her there. Unfortunately, if we had been hoping this was going to be a quick fight, we were in for a major disappointment. It seemed the tank was protected by an impressive force field. My kinetic shell converted to plasma the millisecond it impacted the shield. The energy of the round had nowhere to go because of the shield, and so it spent itself converting what had been atoms, happy to be in their atomic states, into ions and subatomic particles racing in every direction but the one we wanted them to head in. The chief's beam weapon was equally ineffective, although the light show was much more satisfying. I'm sure she was pleased. "Well, that didn't work out as well as expected," I said, more to myself than the chief. "No worries, Admiral. It means we get to play with our toys longer," the chief replied gleefully. "I applaud your ability to see the silver linings, Chief. We are still faced with the issue of the big bad guy pointing a nasty-looking gun in our general direction.
There is that, she agreed.
No sooner had she finished speaking than I found myself flying backward. My HUD told me my shields were down to 15%. It was going to take them 10 seconds to regenerate. I realized with a start that I was lying on my back. "You okay back there?" I asked Harry.
If you're asking if I'm still alive, the answer is yes. If you're asking if I was scared enough to begin to molt, then the answer is also yes. If you are open to suggestions, I would suggest we not do that again.
I'll certainly take that under advisement. Unfortunately, ours isn't the only vote, and the other guy always gets the last one.
Isn't that always the way? The spider grumbled.
Boss ma'am, our little cosmic turtle friend looks like he's coming over to say hi. Do you think maybe I should give him some type of welcome to the neighborhood gift? 'Tis better to give than receive, Chief.
Oh, I love it when you go all biblical on me, Admiral.
I've got just the thing to make a powerful first impression. Technically, it's a second impression. What, that little, "Hey neighbor, I'm over here"? That doesn't count. Now this is going to count. I baked this little beauty with my own hands. Roberts held up a flat disc that she pulled from the cargo locker mounted to her right leg. You may want to get behind me, ma'am. Your shields may not be up to so much magnificence in their weakened state. I scrambled behind the chief as she tossed the disc with a flick of her wrist. The device flew true and struck the... what did she call it? Cosmic turtle, right where the tank floated above the floor. The explosion that followed was worthy of the chief's best efforts. Most of the tunnel was simply gone. Light streamed in from a hole in the ceiling. Correction, there was no ceiling. I was surprised to see we were a good 10 meters below ground. What was that? Oh, nothing special. It was an anti-proton containment ring charged with just under a 1/4 milligram of antimatter. I'd have stuck in more, but I was having enough of a problem keeping the containment field stable as it was. You carried an antimatter mine in your cargo locker? Well, technically, I carried 6. I still have 5 left. Would you like one? No, I'm good. You say you're having problems with the containment fields? Yeah, sometimes they fail for no good reason. I'm still working out the kinks.
Chief Roberts, Harry said, I know I'm new to your language, but I noted the use of a present tense rather than a past tense as you were referring to working out the kinks. Did I understand that correctly?
I held up my hand to signal the chief to let me handle it. Harry, there's a bit of wisdom we learn in combat training school. Never ask a question if you really don't want to know the answer. 23. Lost in the Dark. I saw what can only be called a crater. I saw a hole where the ceiling used to be. I saw new openings to a number of adjacent tunnels. I saw the turtle that had remained inactive flipped and upside down. I saw an opening, albeit a small one, in the vault we were here to raid. What I didn't see was the turtle that had been attacking us. All righty, Chief. I'm guessing we're going to get some noise complaints from the neighbors. I don't know how long we're going to have before reinforcements arrive, but we should try to find what we came for and get out of Dodge. I sent a quick message to Matt to let him know what we had found. I was worried we might lose comms once we entered the vault. As I updated Matt, I crawled over the rubble. Most of the damage to the tunnel was limited to the first 200 meters from the vault entrance. If the chief had waited for the spider's tank to get much closer, we would have been digging ourselves out of that rubble. My armor was just a tad too big to fit through the opening in the vault door. I grabbed one side and placed one armored boot against the other and pushed. There was some give, but not enough. Chief, a hand here? She joined me at the door, and between us, we managed to bend it back enough for us to fit through. I had just placed my first foot inside the chamber, when Roberts slammed into me hard enough to trigger my inertial dampeners. What the? My HUD showed the Chief's shields were down to 6% and they weren't regenerating. It seemed our missing turtle had managed to crawl back from wherever the Chief's little surprise had sent it. The Chief had taken a blast from its weapon at point-blank range. The only good news was it seemed the beastie didn't have a very high rate of fire. The Chief was struggling meekly to crawl through the narrow opening. She appeared stuck. Several sections of her armor appeared shorted out. My HUD's diagnostic display of her suit's status confirmed multiple system failures. In addition, her back seemed to be broken, and her suit's medical systems were severely compromised. I ordered an emergency override of my own suit's safety protocols and grabbed the Chief. I pulled her through in one massive heave that likely damaged servos in both our suits. The second she hit the ground, I pulled open her cargo cabinet and pulled out one of the discs she had used before. I noted there were a bunch of other baubles in there as well, but I had no idea what they did, so I left them alone. Chief, how do I use this?
Can't. Locked. Me. Hand me.
I handed her the explosive. She wiped her hand across the top.
Armed. It won't go off. 50 meters.
Given the amount of damage I had seen as far as 200 meters from the blast point, it seemed clear I was going to have a discussion with the Chief involving what constituted a reasonable safety margin. I could hear a crunching sound moving closer. I ejected one of my suit's Enos and poked it outside the damaged vault door. About 150 meters away, our friend the turtle was dragging itself over the rubble. It appeared a bit dinged up and was not hovering completely off the ground. Apparently, it could take a licking and keep on ticking, but it was not invincible. Based on its speed, I was running out of time to toss the disc. I had no idea if its main weapon was recharged and ready to fire again. This was a bit concerning because I was about to stick my upper body through the opening of the door. Understand, I enjoyed a rigorous game of whack-a-mole as much as the next gal, but only when the game was played in VR and certainly not while I was the mole. I dropped my shield. Harry, dismount. Run as fast as you can away from the opening. I'm about to prove just how stupid a human can be. I don't want you to get hurt by my demonstration. I had expected some type of argument, but thankfully I didn't get one. I gave the spider creds for reading the situation and not wasting my time. I gave him about 10 seconds before I made my way back to the vault door. The Enos video feed told me I was basically out of time. If the beastie's weapon was recharged and it had a quick trigger finger, the odds were good I'd never feel it, and Matt would be eating alone for a while. Ah, well, we can't live forever, I whispered to myself, and popped out just long enough to toss the ring. There was a loud ringing noise and a whole lot of red. I couldn't decide if the ringing noise was the result of suit alarms or simply the result of the concussive blast that had been the result of the Chief's party gift. Turns out it was both. The red was also a mix of things. Red status lights and blood from a head wound plastered on the forward glass of my HUD. Yeah, I was definitely going to have that safety margin conversation with the Chief. As I watched, one of the red lights changed to yellow. My suit's sophisticated automated repair system was working its magic. A progress display on my HUD showed an estimated 2 hours until repairs were complete. I was grateful I wasn't going to need Sergeant Madison's assistance to get my armor back in fighting shape. I wasn't so sure about the Chief, though. I looked around the room using the night vision built into my armor and not my own optical augments. I wasn't quite willing to crack my visor back yet. The vault was a lot larger than I expected. Much of its contents were obscured by distance, dust in the air, and a lack of light. Even my night vision was having difficulties cutting through it. I had a searchlight built into my armor, but given the amount of particulate matter in the air, a bright light would have only served to further blind me. The limited amount of light emitted from my suit, at least when it wasn't in stealth mode, was more than enough to see for a dozen or so meters in every direction with my night vision gear. There was a lot more rubble in the vault chamber than I remembered. When I glanced at the door, I saw that it was now effectively sealed by debris from the outside. This was one of those good news, bad news things. Like when your mom tries to tell you the visit to the doctor's office is a good thing because you'll get a lollipop. The argument fails on the realization that you could go into any corner market and purchase the aforementioned lollipop and thus eliminate the middleman with the needles in the process. But I digress. The good news was the enemy couldn't get in, at least not quickly. The bad news was we couldn't get out, at least not quickly. As I cleared the suit alarms which were threatening to make my head split open, I continued to look around. I had been thrown back about 10 meters from the vault door. That was pretty impressive given my suit's tonnage and the fact that I was partially shielded by the armored door. I remember tossing the disc and getting about 2 or 3 steps away from the entrance before the blast wave hit me. My armor and its shield helped to protect the chief, although I suspect given the protection the vault offered she would have been fine anyway. Suddenly remembering guiltily that there was another person with us, I belatedly toggled my comms. "Harry? You okay?" There was a pause before the spider answered, just long enough for me to start to become seriously concerned.
"That depends. Are you done making loud noises?"
I'd like to say yes, but remember that discussion we had earlier about the bad guys having the final vote? Same situation now.
Remind me not to go on picnics with humans in the future.
While I was talking with the rebel leader, I made my way back to the rubble-filled entrance. I adjusted my combat laser to wide field, low intensity, and slagged the rock covering the entrance. It wouldn't stop the bad guys from coming through, but at least they wouldn't be doing it by simply picking up and moving stones. They were going to have to cut or blast their way in. Since we had probably trashed the 2 cosmic turtle tanks that could have got the job done easily, the bad guys were going to have to bring some equipment in to get the job done. The entrance blocked, I shifted my attention to the chief and made my way over to her side. Harry also shuffled over, arriving just a moment after I did. I noticed the spider was dragging a leg. "You sure you're okay?" Harry turned his 12 eyes toward the damaged limb.
It's nothing serious. A dislocation, I suspect. Besides, God gave me plenty of spares."
I nodded, although I doubted my companion would have been able to see it. I turned back to the chief. "Roberts, can you hear me?" Nothing. I plugged a diagnostic cable from my suit into a port on her suit. The direct connect provided remote access and control of her suit's systems. Her suit's AI was fried. This was why the automated repair systems were offline. I knew the chief would mourn the loss of her AI. They had been working together for years. She had upgraded hers with a personality module, and they had become friends. For those who are curious, I don't have permanently issued battle-born armor of any variety, and frankly, I didn't use armor often enough for me to justify having my suit's AI similarly upgraded. Besides, Fitzy would be insanely jealous, and she was more than enough for me to handle as it is. I tied my AI into her suit and brought up her medical support systems. Within a few minutes, medical nanites and various drugs were flowing into the chief's body. She started to make wakey-wakey noises, so I told my AI to keep her unconscious until the medbots had a little more time to work on her. Spinal cords could be repaired, but it was a painful process. It also wasn't one a suit could do quickly. Typically, the suit would implant a neural shunt to bypass the damaged tissue until a proper repair could be done. Without an onboard AI to manage the shunt, it would be useless. "Computer, what's the status of the backup control systems on Chief Roberts' battle armor?"
"Backup control systems are offline."
"Understood. What's the estimate to bring them back online?"
"Bringing the backup control circuits back online will not be possible."
"Why not?"
"These circuits are missing."
Now things were beginning to make sense. I had a sudden thought. "Computer, is Chief Roberts' AI offline because the loop-back data bus connecting it to the backup module is missing?"
"That is correct."
Computer, bypass Chief Roberts' loopback data bus and reinitialize her AI. Give me an estimate to complete work.
Operation begun. Estimated time to complete repairs, 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
It took about an hour to get the chief back on her feet. Her spine was still broken. Her damaged but functional AI was managing the pain and operating the neural link that allowed her to feel and move her legs. The feeling and movement weren't perfect, but it got the job done. She seemed a little snippy and irritable. I attributed it to being shot and blown up. Having your arse handed to you in a handbag was known to do that. It wasn't until later that I learned she was actually livid with anger not at the aggressors or the spiders, but at me. It seemed she was having a hard time forgiving me for not waking her up in time to see her second little child, her words, not mine, blow up. Do you see now what type of stuff I often had to deal with? I bet you thought all admirals had to do was sit with their feet up, eat bonbons, and issue random orders from on high. Nope. Once the chief's AI was up and running, I was able to disconnect my umbilical and begin to explore the vault in earnest. The dust had mostly settled, and so it was a bit easier to see. The problem was, the chamber was enveloped in absolute darkness. Aside from the little bit of light from the various bits of tech in our armor, as well as the spotlight built into my left gauntlet, the room had absolutely no illumination at all. Harry, I'm going to turn the lights on. Will you be okay? Human eyes react poorly to sudden changes in brightness.
Thank you for the warning. Assuming react poorly means it will hurt, then yes, it will hurt. I will shutter those that can be shuttered and grit my teeth for the rest. You may turn the lights on at any time.
I ejected a series of 3 Enos from the cylindrical dispenser on my back. The Enos used LiDAR to navigate, so the lack of light wasn't a big deal for them. It seemed the vault chamber was massive. I would learn shortly that it was a found structure and not a built-by-the-spiders structure. The Enos continued to climb to 60-some-odd meters without hitting the ceiling. Given there was no sign of a dome this big in the ant farm, and that the tunnels we had been traveling through were only a few meters below the surface, this raised an interesting question. Where in the hell were we? 24. Illuminating. I told the 3 Enos to hover at 60 meters and to separate from each other by 20 meters, forming a floating triangle in the process. I then ordered the Enos to start emitting light across the visible spectrum. The human visible spectrum. The spider's range was a little broader than humans, but not enough to make a serious difference. The Enos started glowing with a luminosity of just a fraction of a single lux. This was roughly the brightness of the moon as seen from the surface of the Earth. The light intensity ramped up over the course of the next few minutes until its intensity on the floor between the Enos was roughly that of midday. This gave us a view of the vault that extended for several kilometers, all without seeing a wall or the ceiling. If you're thinking, this must be ancestor tech in operation, then you and I are on the same page. Now, here is where things get really interesting. What are the chances that the spiders would find a cache of ancestor tech on 2 different worlds? We know that the aggressors invaded the spider homeworld, which was not the world we were on now. They discovered the spiders were sitting on a treasure trove of ancestor tech which they hadn't attempted to learn to use. The aggressors were not so reticent. They tore into the ancestor tech with a passion. When the aggressor spider hybrids took over, they utilized what had been discovered to launch a campaign of galactic genocide. So again, what are the chances that only a handful of years later the new aggressors would end up on this planet and discover a second ancestor vault? Answer: slim to none. Maybe they discovered this planet because they discovered ancestor tech first, rather than the other way around. Maybe.
Does it seem like this thing is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside?" Harry asked, interrupting my thoughts in the process.
"It does," Roberts agreed. "Something strange in the state of Denmark." "Rotten," I said absently. "Pardon?" "The quote is, 'Something's rotten in the state of Denmark, Chief.'" "Well, crap. That doesn't fit the situation nearly as well. I like my version better."
"What's a Denmark?"
Harry asked. I stopped in my tracks. It was fascinating, the holes that existed in the spider's linguistic repertoire. Denmark was understood to be a noun, but nothing more. On the other hand, phrases like, "stick it where the sun don't shine," were fully comprehensible. Oh, well, this was a subject for exploration when we had time for the exploration. That was most certainly not this moment. "Trust me, Harry, it's not worth the time to explain. You are correct, however," I added. "This chamber is too big, and I'm pretty sure I know why. We know, especially those of us who have been to Midway Station, that time and relative dimensions in space are playthings for both the Jabesh and the Detellan, as well as, I'm sure, a handful of other ultra-advanced races. I suspect we're in a transdimensional space. It could well be that multiple worlds have entrances to this same little corner of space-time. You step from one world into this chamber and then potentially step back out through another exit into another world. It explains a question that has been bugging me since we entered the vault. It's clearly ancestor-level technology."
"And your question is, how did my people discover 2 such caches of ancestor artifacts?"
Harry said by way of speculation. "Exactly," I agreed. "I don't think they did. I think they discovered one cache that could be in multiple places at once. So, I hate to be the one to rain on a parade, but besides a big empty room, what exactly did we find?" Roberts asked. "It looks like a whole lot of nothing."
"I do see what looks like a ship in that direction," Harry offered.
I ordered the Enos to float a bit higher and cranked their luminosity up to their maximum output. I looked in the direction he was pointing. There was indeed something out there. I cranked up the magnification on my HUD. What I saw took my breath away. Trust me when I say this was not a good thing. Do you ever remember going to a carnival or state fair and seeing and smelling cotton candy for the first time? That sense of wonder and longing. That feeling that you and it were destined to become one. That all-consuming desire in the very foundation of your soul to have and to possess and to enjoy its sugary goodness. This was nothing like that. It was the polar opposite. It was quite possibly the ugliest ship I had ever seen. Its hull was dotted with asymmetrical protrusions that screamed power, but in an ominous and threatening way. The ship seemed to absorb light like it wanted to live in darkness. I couldn't describe why I felt the way I did, but my gut was telling me this ship was the embodiment of evil. The absolute last thing I would ever want to do was to approach it. It turns out my reaction was not unique. Admiral," Chief Roberts said, slowly and softly, as if she was afraid to wake a sleeping giant. "I know this is a democracy, where yours is the only vote that counts. But if you're open to suggestions, can I suggest we walk in a different direction?" I glanced over at the chief. Understand, over the time I'd known her, I'd heard exasperation, frustration, adulation, jubilation, and even remorse in her voice. But up until this point, I had never heard fear. When I turned back to look at the strange ship, I noted that even Harry was doing his little discomfort shake thingy. The rub is this. Other than the mess we made near the door and this ship, we hadn't seen anything in here. Nada. If we didn't find what we were looking for, and if we didn't find another way out, we would be forced to dig our way out and into the waiting arms of the aggressors. I didn't see that as a viable option, the operable word being viable. In my experience, the aggressors tended to shoot first and attempt to ask questions second. Scratch that. They didn't bother with the whole asking questions thing, other than asking, "Are you still alive?" "No." "Bang, let's be sure." "Yes." "Bang, bang, go back to question 1, let's be sure." "Chief, how many Enos do you have left?" "I've got 5, unless you're talking about smashed little fist-sized paperweights. I have 5 of those as well." "Oh, wait, those are the same 5. My bad," she said in a snippy voice. I think she was still mad at me. So, no functioning Enos from the chief. Okay, that wasn't the answer I was hoping for, but I could work with it. I had 1 left. I launched it with instructions to do a high-speed aerial reconnaissance of the surrounding area, beyond where our floating chandelier was illuminating the vault. It took it about 10 minutes to confirm my fear. Whatever else was down here, if anything, was a long way off, and was going to involve a bit of a hike. I parked the final Eno within observation range of the buried vault door. This way it would be able to give us at least some warning before we had visitors. Guys and gals, I don't like it any better than you, but we're going to need to take a look at that ship. Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that, Chief Roberts groaned. So, that being the case, you good with me going weapons hot? Sort of like a security blanket? Just something to help me sleep at night. I wouldn't have it any other way, Chief. Going hot myself. We approached the strange craft slowly. The closer we got, the more intense our fear and trepidation got. About 100, maybe 150 meters away, Harry stopped. He was shaking so hard I thought he was going to hurt himself.
"I'm sorry, Admiral. I have to stop. I'm already starting to molt."
He lifted an arm which seemed to be sloughing its darker skin, revealing a lighter-colored leg beneath it.
"Whatever that thing is doing, I can't go any further."
Don't worry about it, Harry. Go ahead and head back to where we started. Unless I miss my guess, we're dealing with some type of emotive projection field designed to keep people away from the ship. If that's the case, then your species is most certainly going to be more susceptible to it. When we locate it and turn it off, you should be able to join us.
"Thank you, Admiral."
As the big spider headed back the way we came, I turned and faced the ship ahead of us. The level of fear I felt was overpowering, but I also knew it was unreasonable. First, there was nothing about this ship that should have made me fear it. Ugly ships are a dime a dozen. Second, there was no reason for my trepidation to radically increase the closer I got to this horrible thing. It really was horrible. I couldn't help but imagine the number of souls this ship had sent to meet their maker over the years. How many of those souls were even now roaming the corridors and catwalks of this monument to malevolence? I shook my head. I couldn't let this thing get inside me. I noticed both the chief and I had stopped. Come on, Chief. Fear is the little mind killer. Push through it. Take that next step. You just need the strength for one more step. Don't let some long-dead aliens tell you you can't take one more step. As I was encouraging the chief, I forced myself to take another step. The movement of my leg wasn't difficult, but it took an extreme force of will to move forward. The fear in my mind was all-consuming. Something I had just said to the chief triggered a thought in my noggin. I began to get mad. It turns out that anger was a fortuitous happenstance. How dare someone born on a planet I likely had never seen, a person dead and buried untold centuries before even my oldest ancestors were born, how could such a person deign to make decisions for me in the here and now? Suddenly, I had one of those eureka moments, like when you realized the cap on your beer bottles could be screwed back on so your mom and dad didn't know you just stole a sip, or when you first realized mom and dad weren't just talking when they closed the door to their bedroom. My point is, I realized my anger was a tool I could use. My anger was something I could control, and at the same time, it forced the fear from my mind. I stoked my anger. I fed it until I was furious. My next steps were easier, and soon I found myself running toward an alien ship that was no longer threatening. Get angry, Chief. Get pissed like you've never been pissed before. Roberts must have seen me running because she froze in place. How? Come on, Chief. Get angry. Don't you want to take one of those worthless trinkets you brought and use it to give an alien an enema? Or are you okay with them just being used as boring little New Year's fireworks? That's why I let you go back to sleep when I used the one at the door. Why bother staying awake for a little firecracker? I looked back. She had started to move a little faster. Come on, Chief. Get angry. That's an order, damn it. Pretty soon the Chief was running beside me, matching me stride for stride. Firecracker? Okay, maybe an M80 with a bad fuse. I knew I was going to pay for impugning her skill as a demolitionist, but that was a problem for another day. I hadn't realized how truly enormous the ship was. The reason it had seemed to absorb light was that it was a lot bigger and a lot further away than we had imagined. I didn't have an exact size or distance because its skin seemed to absorb sensor beams. All I knew was it took the Chief and I a good 15 minutes at a full-out mech-enhanced run to approach it. When we finally arrived, it was clear that the Rubicon would truly be dwarfed by it. If this ship had ever been used by the aggressors, it was no wonder they had operated essentially unopposed. I realized that my anger and fear were suddenly gone. The Chief shook her head as if to clear it. I suspect she had just come to the same realization. Whatever had been attempting to repel us was either no longer active or no longer active this close to the ship. I toggled my comms. Harry? How you doing, buddy?
About as well as can be expected. 3 of my legs have already molted, and I'm fighting to stay awake.
I ran a gauntleted hand over the skin of the alien ship. Let me guess. Molting is a process that typically occurs when you sleep? I continued to look for an entry point while I spoke to Harry.
Of course. Is it not the same for humans?
We don't molt. I stepped back a few meters to get a better look up. Still nothing.
Interesting, Harry said. That is, however, a conversation for another day. I believe we are about to have visitors. There is a distinct rumble coming from the area of the door.
Harry, this is important. Do you still feel the repulsion field?
I believe the phrase humans use would be abso-friggin-lutely.
25. Mahanaim. Harry, I need you to head as deep into the field as you can. The more uncomfortable you get,
the more uncomfortable they'll get. I understand you. But, Admiral, there is no way I'm going to be able to reach the ship. I may have human engrams at my disposal, but I'm still an arachnosapien at heart. I can't maintain and control the range of emotions you can.
Trust me, my friend. I'm going to do everything I can so you don't have to. I just need you to stay safe until we can deal with things on our end.
Moving out,
Harry confirmed. I turned back to Chief Roberts. Well, Chief? Any ideas? For getting into the ship or getting to Harry? Yes. No. You're no help. Yup. I shook my head. There had to be a way to crack this nut. It took us 15 minutes at a full sprint in battle-borne heavy armor to get here. Now we were talking 30 minutes of running through the repulsion field to reach Harry and return again. That was a trip neither one of us wanted to make. Honestly, I wasn't sure I could. Holding on to that much anger, especially when you knew it was forced for that long, was an almost impossible task. We could fly out to get him. My thrusters still work, but my fuel pack got drained by our cosmic turtle friend and his cowardly shooting me in the back. My status indicators show you have a quarter of a tank of fuel, but your thrusters are going to be offline for quite a while yet. What if you transfer your fuel to me, and I fly out to pick up Harry? It could work, I agreed. But you're going to have to run the gauntlet again. You up for that? The chief coughed and shuffled her feet a moment. I have to admit, it's not high on my list of experiences I'm dying to repeat, but I'll be flying in and flying out. I should be looking at 5 to 10 minutes tops. I can do that. All I have to do is think about the last time I heard the terms firecracker and M80. The chief had just about reached Harry when the door to the vault was breached. The only good news, if you can call it that, was that about a dozen lightly armed spiders rushed through the narrow opening. I say good news because it wasn't heavy armor that came through. The hole was still too small for that. It didn't take them too long to spot Harry and the chief. Something about 3 floating spotlights and a flying battle-borne heavy mech made that easy. The kinetic rounds they were tossing around like party favors just bounced off the chief's shields. In fairness, she could have simply relied on her armor and turned off her shields. Still, SOP dictated the shields remained up, because you never knew when a bad guy would get the silly idea to use a bigger gun. The real concern was Harry. He didn't have any shields or armor. The cues the bad guys were firing would make short work of him. I watched the feed from the chief's armor as she pulled one of the baubles I had spotted earlier. It looked like a softball, but without the white faux leather covering. The chief tapped a finger to the front of her helmet where her lips would be. She then held that finger up in the air as if testing wind speed and direction. I gave her points for showmanship. She took the sphere and launched the bauble with an underarm pitch that would have done any softball pitcher proud. Of course, what she tossed was not a softball, and, not surprisingly, it didn't act like one. "Any clue as to how we get in?" the chief whispered. I chuckled. We were speaking on private comms to give Harry a break. The spider was sleeping off the effects of fear-induced molting. There was absolutely no need to whisper, so of course I whispered back. "Not a one. I've tried every type of sensor scan my armor has available. I've sent 2 of my last 3 Enos exploring the entire surface of this beast while you were busy trying to blow a hole down to the planet's core. Did you know how big a boom you were going to make? I'm willing to concede I might have underestimated the yield by a smidgen." "Smidgen?" "Okay, something close to an order of magnitude. I think maybe I didn't carry a decimal that I should have. The important part is it got the job done. So, what did the Enos find out?" "Well, let's see," I said as I pulled up the survey results on my HUD. "It's a tad over 6 kilometers long and a little less than half that in width at its widest point. It's a full kilometer thick. It looks like a massive horseshoe crab with 3 sublight thruster fairings rather than a tail. I assume it's capable of FTL jumps, but there's nothing that looks like what we would call a jump drive. Its hull seems to be some type of regenerative ablative shell made from a material I can't identify. It's not Jabesh or Detellan. What I haven't seen is anything resembling a hatch or a landing bay or any type of access point. I don't even see any plasma vents we could send an Eno through." The chief was sitting next to Harry, catching her breath. While it was true her armor had done all the heavy lifting when she went out to rescue the spider, it was also true that fighting the emotive shielding that surrounded this ship was exhausting. As I finished relaying what we knew of the ship, the chief stood and walked near to where I was standing. I watched as she ran her gauntleted hand over the surface of the copper-gray hull. The tactile sensors built into the armor could be adjusted to provide incredible sensitivity. I had done the same thing earlier. If she was feeling what I felt, she felt a series of evenly spaced ridges in the metal. These were not unlike the ridges of skin that formed a finger. It was the one thing about this ship that reminded me of the Jabesh. I saw a movement from the corner of my eye and realized Harry had stood on shaky legs. There were patches of molted skin laying on the ground. It reminded me of a snake's molt. He shuffled in our general direction. Think drunken sailor trying to find the top of the bar to steady himself. He made his way to a space between the chief and me. After a moment, he reached out to touch the side of the ship. There was reverence in the way he extended his hand. Not like he was afraid of the ship, but rather like he was reluctant to disturb something that had remained undisturbed for so long. That was when we saw something unexpected. As his manipulator touched the surface, there was a light blue glow that extended out from the point of contact. It was only a few centimeters in diameter, and it quickly disappeared. But it had definitely been there. "Did you see that?" the chief and I said in unison. "Harry, do you feel anything?"
My legs itch horribly, and I could eat an entire melon patch by myself.
Yes, the chief said impatiently. "But did you feel anything when you touched the ship?"
Its surface is hard. It's cold. It feels smooth.
"Harry, did you see a blue light near your hand when you touched it?" Harry made the sweeping sound I had come to associate with a laugh.
No, but I would have been surprised if I had. The men in my family have an odd predisposition to become blue-blind. I lost my ability to see blue when I became an adult.
"Harry, do me a favor. Touch the ship again." Again, the blue glow appeared and then disappeared just as quickly. The experiment was repeated using multiple limbs with the same results at each contact point. We even changed locations along the hull. Nothing seemed to make a difference. Whenever and wherever Harry touched the ship, it glowed and then faded. Finally, we all stepped back. There had to be something we were missing. Aside from the emotive, repulsive defense screen, the ship had appeared to be completely dead. We had knocked on the hull, talked to it, attempted various radio frequencies. I even tried to sing to it, until the chief begged me to stop by threatening to kill herself. I'm thinking perhaps she didn't appreciate my finely honed ability to randomly drift between pitches. What were we missing? The chief stepped back up to the ship and placed a gauntleted hand on its surface. "What secrets are you hiding?" she said, as she gently caressed its surface. Seemingly without thought, I watched her remove her metal glove and reach forward. It was an odd sight. You tend to forget when you're inside of armor, especially heavy armor, how small we humans are compared to the armor itself. The chief's hand appeared like a grotesquely small bud attached to her massive armored arm. As she reached forward, I grew alarmed. Without the protection of her gauntlet, a single inattentive moment could crush her hand to a pulp. That's why you almost never saw a soldier remove their armored gloves. The chief was the exception. She insisted on being able to work with explosives using her bare hands. No matter how good the tech, she argued, nothing compared to handling her babies with her own fingers. Something amazing happened when her bare hand touched the side of the ship. A massive blue oval radiated out from the point of contact. In the center of the oval, there was a semi-transparent section that hinted at a lit corridor on the other side of the glowing oval. Unfortunately, as fast as it appeared, the oval disappeared. I suddenly knew what was happening. I kicked myself, metaphorically. Most people, including, it seemed, a certain cocky xenoarchaeologist turned admiral, forgot the Jabesh people were actually two peoples, or perhaps better stated, two opposing factions. You had the Jabesh, and the Mahanaim. They were the same in every respect, but with vastly different worldviews that shaped their societies, mores, and actions. The Jabesh reasoned the existence of an uncreated creator. This was not so much to explain their own creation as it was to recognize the existence of higher dimensional planes, and that beings in those planes would not be limited to our concept of time and causality. They valued compassion and love for all of creation. It was their belief that technology should exist and be used only in the service of such goals. Healing, aesthetic arts, exploration, and planetary seeding were their motivators. Then you had the Mahanaim. This group worshipped, if you can call it that, technology, and felt its advancement was the ultimate goal of any sentient life form. They were the destroyer of worlds, and lived with little regard for the lives that might be lost in their pursuit of technological advancement, at least according to the Jabesh. This ship, in many respects, was like no Jabesh artifact I had seen. At the same time, there were minute aspects of its design that were familiar. Could it be we were looking at a sample of Mahanaim technology? If that was the case, it made sense the ship might be locked down and accessible by only someone with the correct biometric signature. Humans were genetically derived from the Jabesh. That could explain why the chief's biosignature caused the ship to respond differently. Of course, there was one person here who had been modified to be a genetic match for the Jabesh, and therefore Mahanaim as well. I hit the release and waited as my armor squatted, then split down the middle, and extended a set of steps I could use to dismount the mech. I'd have simply jumped had I been in normal armor, but not while piloting this much bigger, much taller heavy mech. I pulled a light jumpsuit from its storage compartment on my way down. I was tired of walking around half naked every time I got out of one of these things. I now made a point of storing a jumpsuit every time I got in one of these things. That was one of the little pro tips Matt had failed to pass on. I suspect he had ulterior motives, but that's a discussion for another day. As soon as I zipped up the dark blue suit, I stepped over to the hull of the ship. I looked over at the chief and then Harry. I noticed the spider seemed much steadier on his feet. I took that as a good sign that he was recovering from the earlier ordeal. "You guys ready?" Harry bobbed by flexing his forward legs. That was as close as an arachnosapien could come to a nod. Roberts simply responded with a, "You betcha." "Here goes nothing." I touched the side of the ship with a single finger. As with the chief, a large glowing blue oval appeared. The center was the same semi-transparent that we had seen earlier. The big difference was the portal didn't go away. "Okay," the chief said in a perplexed voice. "What does that mean? Is it some type of force screen we can walk through? Or is it a you can look but you cannot touch tease?" "There's only one way to find out." "I knew you were going to say that," the chief said with a resigned sigh. 26. Bridge. "Chief, use your overrides and take remote control of my armor. Seal it back up, and let's stick an arm through that portal. Let's see what happens." It was somewhat eerie to see my mech, sans pilot, seal and stand up. It then turned and stepped over to the portal I had opened. As the mech approached, I stepped away to give it room. It'd be a real bummer to have come this far only to be crushed by my own armor. I doubt either Fitzy or Matt would forgive me in this lifetime or the next. The blue glowing portal, if that's what it was, in the side of the alien ship, was of a size as to allow a normal human or even a human-sized arachnosapien to enter. Note I did not include battle-borne heavy armor in that short list. That's why I was surprised when the mech stuck an arm through the hole, and the portal suddenly expanded to 4 times its original size, enough to easily accommodate the aforementioned armor. "Damn, is there any place in the universe you can go to avoid roaches?" the chief swore under her breath. I only heard her because my auditory augments were turned up at the moment. We weren't wearing our armor, as there simply was no practical way to explore the ship while wearing it. That meant none of us had the advantages of our armor's array of sensors, nor did we have our HUDs. To be honest, it was the HUDs I missed the most. My suite of augments typically gave me everything the suit's sensors would have anyway. We had been exploring the ship for the better part of an hour. The air mix, temperature, humidity, and lighting were all within a few percentage points of human normal. The ship's systems all seemed to be active. Beyond that, there was no sign of life. The closest we came was an aggressor cockroach that had died sitting in a chair clearly designed for a different type of creature. The room we found the corpse in had a number of control and/or monitoring stations. They all appeared active, but I couldn't read the text being displayed. That said, I most certainly recognized the script. We were definitely on an ancestor ship. I took a closer look at the dead alien. There was a metal band about the width of my hand lying next to it on the console. It didn't look like it belonged to either of them, which made me wonder where it was from. Just another in an ever-growing list of questions. Of course, the creature's very presence on this ship raised all sorts of questions on its own. Why was it here? How did it get here? Was it alone, or were there others? Perhaps the most pressing question? Was there an ancestor that invited him in? If so, where was he now? One thing was sure. We weren't going to find the answers to any of these questions standing still. We needed to find main engineering or the bridge, or both. The fact that I now knew this was an ancestor ship filled me with a small degree of confidence. Truly alien tech might not be recognizable, but an ancestor bridge should look like a bridge. The same was likely true for engineering. We might not recognize the equipment, but the function of the overall space should be identifiable. I wish we had more Enos. I had recalled the 3 surviving units to the ship. One I stationed outside the hull, in case we got some visitors. That left 2 for exploring the ship. To give you an idea of the absurdity of that, picture in your mind a pair of mosquitoes attempting to map out the Titanic. As we turned to leave the room to its solitary occupant, a chime sounded, and the lights flickered red for a fraction of a second. The chief turned her head toward me and raised a single eyebrow. What the hell was that? I have no idea. Keep your eyes peeled for danger. You're saying they're not already? Point taken. I made to take another step toward the corridor. The lights flared red again and stayed that way.
Admiral, I think the ship wants us to take something.
I looked to where Harry was pointing. The metal ringlet I had been curious about earlier was surrounded by a white light that was pulsing for attention. Yes, sometimes you had to hit me over the head with a baseball bat in order for me to get the hint. This wasn't one of those times. Harry's next comment was somewhat concerning.
You should know. My feet seem to be stuck to the floor.
Son of a bitch. Mine are too. Admiral, permission to start shooting things? Oh, for the love of... The chief had drawn her firearm only to have it pulled from her hand by some unseen force. It promptly crashed into the floor, where it then dissolved into said floor and disappeared. Now I'm really getting pissed. Easy, Chief. We knew this ship outclassed us technologically before we ever stepped onto it. Threatening to start shooting things may not have been the wisest forward-looking plan of action. As an experiment, I attempted to take a step. I was rewarded with success. Show off, the chief muttered under her breath. I then tried to step backward. I found my feet locked in place. Every time I moved toward the dead cockroach and the ringlet, I found I could. Every time I attempted to move another direction, I found I couldn't. Remember that thing I said about taking a hint and baseball bats? I reached for the ring, and the room's lighting returned to normal. I withdrew my hand without actually touching it. The lighting returned to red and began pulsating.
"I think our host is getting mad,"
Harry offered by way of observation. I was inclined to agree. Given how we had seen the chief's gun dissolve into the deck plating, and how unpleasant I imagined the experience would be should, say, a foot find itself in the same situation, I decided it was time to actually pick up the ringlet. As I expected, the lights returned to normal, and everyone's feet found themselves free. Whatever intelligence was controlling the ship, it continued to employ this flypaper technique for controlling what direction we went. As a side note, for those who are curious, it's surprising how sore your muscles get when your feet keep randomly sticking to the floor. Personally, I would have preferred something else, like a changing light prompt or even the bell Pavlov used with his dog. Unfortunately, I wasn't asked for my opinion, and even when the chief and I offered ours for free, our host ignored us. I hoped it didn't expect a 5-star review on social media. If there was any good news in all of this, it was that our host was graciously allowing us an opportunity to explore, so long as we headed in generally the right direction and didn't dawdle too long. Then it was back to the flypaper treatment. "What do you think killed the roach in the other room?" Chief Roberts asked as we moved down the corridor. "Could be any number of things. Old age, starvation, bug spray. The real question in my mind is, how did it get into the ship? It's a little big to have slipped in by hiding in packing material. It seemed like the entry portal we used was rather finicky about who it would allow to open the door."
"True,"
Harry interjected.
"but consider this. Once the portal was open, the ship allowed both Chief Roberts and I to enter as well."
"Point taken," I agreed. "That begs the question, is there an ancestor on board?" As we moved from room to room, Harry was the first one to discover something truly useful. It was a room filled with floating holographic displays. They looked like bubbles. As we glanced around the room, the various displays would grow and shrink whenever we made eye contact. It was an interesting effect and hinted at how they were meant to be used. Based on how the floating displays were currently grouped, it seemed the system was tracking 3 areas of activity. It reminded me of a security office. Each area of concern had multiple floating holographic displays dedicated to it. The first was this ship, as witnessed by our images on one of the displays. The second was the interior of the ant farm. The third appeared to be a gate controlling a skip-space tunnel. At first I wasn't sure which skip-space tunnel we were looking at, but then I saw our new drive module turned automated battleship float into view. I assumed if I waited long enough I'd have spotted the Rubicon, but I couldn't afford the patience. One of the images from the ant farm appeared to be Matt and his people. They were in trouble. I had lost contact with them the moment we had entered this strange vault. To be honest, I couldn't be sure we were even on the same planet or even in the same dimension anymore. Ancestor tech was like that. As I watched the display, it grew bigger. I could see they were engaged in a firefight. My instinct was to race to his side and attempt to help them, but that was at best wishful thinking. I had no idea how to reach him. "Focus on areas of this ship. Look for something like engineering or the bridge," I ordered.
"I've got something, Admiral."
Harry did a swiping motion with one of his manipulator arms, and a holographic display, as well as a number of its satellites, flew in front of me. How he had known that the displays could be moved around like that was a mystery, but that was a question for another day. The display that he had shared showed a room that looked like it could have been the bridge of any ultra-advanced starship. It had a pair of central seats, as well as a number of support consoles. It featured a prominent forward view screen that was essentially a 180 degrees arc wrapped around the entire front of the bridge. Most importantly, however, was the singular fact that there appeared to be a young woman dressed in a uniform standing in front of the two command chairs, staring at the forward view screens. She seemed to notice something on one of the scrolling displays because she turned and faced the video pickup for the monitor we were watching. She was human, or near enough. She smiled, and the lights in our room turned red. Time to go. I stood on the deck of a massive bridge. It had taken us only about 5 minutes to get here from the monitoring room. This was thanks to something akin to a turbolift that we had been guided to by the resident queen of flypaper. The woman waved me forward. I stood fast. I have to admit there were stubborn genes in my genetic makeup that had been triggered by this, I was assuming, AI. I'd be damned if I was just going to roll over and play the obedient little puppy. "Son of a—" the chief began to swear. "On the off chance that anyone cares, I'm stuck to the deck plating again. I'm getting really tired of this. Bear with me, Chief. One way or another, it will all be over soon. Why doesn't that give me a warm and fuzzy?" I ignored her. The lights flickered red. I ignored them as well as I continued to look around the bridge. I made a point of smiling every time my gaze passed by the woman. The flashing lights increased in intensity and frequency. The woman's face took on an angry demeanor. Good. She was right where I wanted her. I crossed my arms and stared straight at her. Suddenly the lights returned to normal, and the woman's smile returned. This time, she looked respectful rather than triumphant. She gestured toward the command chair with a gentle sweep of her hand. I was being invited to take the chair rather than ordered. We were making progress. I stepped down and took the higher of the two center chairs. The woman bowed ever so slightly. She then flickered out of existence, only to reappear in the seat next to mine. She pointed to a slot on her chair that seemed to contain a ring similar to the one I had been holding since the roach room. Only the topmost portion of the ring was visible. She pressed down on the ring. It depressed into its slot and then ejected like a slice of toast from a toaster. She placed the ring on her head like a crown. Tiny gold tendrils snaked out and touched her temples. She pointed to the ring in my hand. Her intent was obvious. She wanted me to put on the ringlet. For the record, the thought of connecting alien tech to my noggin was not high on my list of "gee, I have to try this" activities. The gray mush between my ears wasn't much, but it was mine and I wanted it to stay that way. She must have seen my hesitancy. She nodded slightly and pointed to the view screen. 2 windowed displays floated in front. Images of Matt and his team continuing their firefight. It wasn't looking good. The second window was of the Rubicon and the massive gate we expected the aggressors to emerge from. The woman then pointed back to the ringlet. If I wanted to help the others, I needed to put the thing on my head. 27. Cruiser 113. The ring was strangely warm when it rested on my head. I felt it subtly change its shape to conform to the shape of my skull. If the tendril thingies did their thing, I didn't feel it, and I was reluctant to put my hand up near my temples to see if there was something poking through the skin and into my head. I might have mentioned this before, but never ask a question if you truly don't want to hear the answer. My mind began to fill with images. With a start, I suddenly realized my body had expanded. I wasn't Dare anymore. I was the ship. I felt its heart beating in main engineering. I felt its belly lying on the floor of the ancestor hangar. I felt the ship breathing as the environmental systems moved air through the ship. I felt any number of things as an extension of my own body. It was overwhelming, and I felt myself being consumed by an onrush of information and sensory inputs. I ripped the ringlet off my head, forgetting about the bits of metal that may or may not have been snaking around the inside of my brain. Fortunately, it came off without any resistance, and I didn't feel like I had been lobotomized. "Welcome on board, Cruiser 113, Admiral Riker." I was the ship, I gasped, still trying to process the images I saw and felt. The woman chuckled softly. "Technically, the ship was you, but I suppose that's just a matter of semantics." "Are you all right, Admiral?" Chief Roberts was at my side. "Did you hurt her?" the chief demanded of the AI. "Your commander is unharmed. She is recovering from her first experience with a high-fidelity neural interface to my systems. It will become easier for her as she gains experience." "Why is it you're speaking to us now?" I asked, having finally caught my breath. It seems to me a little verbal direction would have gone a long way toward making a better first impression than the lock-their-feet-in-place game you played with us. The AI cocked her head slightly and considered what I had just said. "You make a valid point, Admiral. To answer your questions, until the neural link was established, I had no knowledge of your language. The device is somewhat analogous to Harry's," she pointed with her chin at the spider, "empathic ability to learn languages. As far as how I guided you here, please accept my apologies. Cruiser 113 is a policing vehicle, more correctly, a policing battleship. I utilized modified police custody protocols to bring you here. We are all creatures of our training and experience. Again, please accept my apologies." "You said you're a policing vehicle. Policing for who?" "For you, Admiral Riker. You and your people have taken on the mantle of peacekeepers from the races you call the ancestors. My sisters and I were created and commissioned to aid in the establishment and keeping of the peace." "You mean you were the big stick used to beat the misbehavers into submission?" the chief said dryly. "Not true, Chief Roberts. Until recently, our sole function was to enforce laws and provide defensive support. We were not to be used in an offensive capacity. Our role was not to impose our will on anyone beyond the protection of the innocent."
"I'm curious, Miss... What shall we call you?"
Harry asked. "I am Cruiser 113. When the ship is given its new designation by its captain, I will assume that name as well."
"Okay, 113, Harry continued. "You said until recently. What changed?"
"There were 15 of us created. 2 were destroyed in the Forever Wars. The remaining 13 were stored in this special vault when the ancestors decided it was too dangerous for them to remain in this plane of existence. We were to be used by the next emergent race. It seems the gatekeepers have decided that race is humanity."
"Where are the other 12?
The answer to that question is also the answer to the previous one. They were stolen. The race you call the aggressors
are using them to commit genocide. 113 paused and stared at the ceiling for a moment. I'm sorry to interrupt our discussion, but your subordinates and mate are in trouble. If we are to effect a rescue, we must take action now. I could see on the forward view screen the intensity of the fighting had picked up significantly. Matt and the others were being overrun. I could see several of his men were already down. How do we get there? I asked. Would it not be preferable to bring them here? 113 responded. Abso-friggin-lutely. You can do that? Regrettably, my systems are currently locked down. This was why I was not stolen like my sisters. You will need to replace the neural interface and unlock my systems so that I can use my site-to-site transporters. The neural interface was as much fun the second time as it was the first. The end result was that this time 113 had more control of her systems. Without pattern enhancers like teleport pads, it was difficult to isolate a specific individual within a collection of individuals. Fortunately, the biosignatures of humans were markedly different than that of an arachnoid, and so 113 was able to get a transporter lock on them. 2 of his 3 injured men were in 113's sick bay and would make a full recovery. Ortez was the only one who didn't make it. I hadn't known him long, but I would miss his dry humor. On a more positive note, we were also able to recover Felix and his wife. She, too, was in sickbay, and I was pleased to learn 113 had already grown a cloned leg to replace the one she had lost. Matt was with me on the bridge. We were in the midst of a conversation with an entity of a type I never expected to meet, a Mahanaim AI. As I'm sure I alluded to earlier, the Mahanaim and the Jabesh were members of the same species, but with vastly different world views. For much of their existence, they had an adversarial relationship. Wars had been fought, worlds destroyed, entire populations forced to flee. The outer limbs of the galaxy were populated as a result of the diasporas caused by their conflict. What we were learning now was that in the end, the Mahanaim and the Jabesh found a higher calling, a calling that went beyond that of endless war. It seemed they had realized that extremists on both sides had for too long driven the actions of their people. There was so much more to be gained by finding a middle ground. The new order valued the sanctity of life, but it also recognized the need of both a plow and a sword to protect and nurture that life. Quite by accident, the two found common cause in a xenophobic species intent on the eradication of all life not their own. They accomplished together what they could not accomplish alone. The great skip-space tunnels were built to move ships and supplies from one side of the galaxy to the other. Great fleets were built using the best available technology from both factions. Generals and tacticians experienced from years of fighting each other now united to bring their experience to bear on this new threat. Facing a united front, the enemy was ultimately eliminated. The great battle fleets were retired and the peacekeeping force established. Inasmuch as it was in the power of the ancestors to do so, never again would a maniacal race be allowed to threaten the coexistence of other species. A new period of exploration and advancement took hold of their enlightened society. There comes that time in a child's life where he or she needs to venture beyond home and explore the unknown. The ancestors reached that point with our dimension. Midway Station was the jumping-off point for their next great adventure. We had believed up to this point that it was a Jabesh creation. I suspect even Artie believed this to be so. If 113 was to be believed,
Midway was a collaboration between a people who had reconciled thousands of years previous to its construction. In many ways, Midway represented the greatest expression of power denizens of our dimension would ever be able to experience. The problem with great power is the potential for accidents. The sad reality is, even the ancestors make mistakes. If a human child makes a mistake, a house may burn down. If one of the ancestors has a whoops moment, stars explode and civilizations are snuffed out of existence. Several nebulas visible from Earth owe their creation to a science project run amok. It was too dangerous for the kids to remain in the house. The ancestors were invited to the fifth dimension, and they wisely accepted the invitation. All this 113 explained to Matt and me alone. As the senior representatives of the new peacekeepers, it was ours to know and share as we deemed fit. There was one other tidbit that 113 shared. I'd have been happy if she hadn't shared it.
I'm not sure I'm following you. The Admiral has command of the ship, but she doesn't have command?
Matt sounded as frustrated as I felt.
I need her to commit to full command.
See, that's where I have a problem. Your idea of full command and mine differ. Mine doesn't involve shoving a piece of alien tech inside my skull.
Admiral, this ship represents the most advanced technology the Jabesh and Mahanaim felt safe leaving in the hands of a nascent emerging race. It requires a crew of 3,000 to run efficiently.
113 repeated for the fifth or sixth time.
Look at the bridge. Look how many stations are here. It's absolutely true. As an AI, I can run most systems on this ship. But the technologies I'm controlling are orders of magnitude beyond what you have previously experienced. There are technologies here that your language has no words to adequately describe. It's everything I can do to control and balance critical systems. There are simply too many secondary systems for me to handle as well. I need someone to prioritize what I'm handling. What's the point of having a pulsed phase cannon powered up when what we really needed was polyphasic shields retuned to handle muons?
113 looked at me with eyes that pleaded for understanding. I understood. I just couldn't accept what was being asked of me. She must have read my expression because she turned to Matt to try and win his support. Good luck with that.
There's another reason she needs to accept full command. The events of the most devastating war ever fought in this galaxy, the Forever War, taught us that AIs and organics need to serve as a check and balance for each other. I need the Admiral to act as a check for what I'm doing. There's too much at stake otherwise.
So she wears that high-tech crown when she needs to and takes it off when she's done. What's the big deal? Why does she need to have the thing embedded in her skull?
113 sighed. This was where we had been several times now.
Talking on a V-Link is less efficient than being in a room with somebody. Surely you know this?
I slapped my hand on the side of my newest command chair. I'm in command. Is that correct?
Yes, Admiral.
Fine. I understand your desire to have me accept what you call full command. The bottom line is, I am unwilling to accept full command at this point. I'm willing to wear the bloody ring when you need me to, but that's it. Deal with it. If events convince me otherwise down the road, then we'll readdress the issue at that time.
Now that we have that taken care of,
Matt sighed, Can we talk about why we're here in the first place? Where are the master control nodes we came looking for? From what you said, they don't seem to be here. Where, then?
113 raised an eyebrow. Master control nodes? I remember saving my allowance money as a kid. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the pocket change your mom or dad gave you when you made your bed. Yes, pulling the blankets off the floor and hiding the untucked sheets under it counted. What can I say? My standards were low, and my parents locked in what small victories they could. At any rate, I remember saving my allowance until I had exactly enough to buy a gallon of chocolate milk. Mom wouldn't buy it for me, and she made the mistake of telling me I would have to buy it with my own money. When the store clerk refused to accept my hastily drawn 10-credit dollar bill, I was forced to conclude that such a crude forgery would never work. The next time we came to the store, I carried a much better hand-drawn masterpiece that this time featured nearly authentic colors painstakingly drawn using crayons. Again, the store clerk refused to take the fake. I knew I was getting closer to success, though, because the clerk smiled this time while inspecting my work. I was so consumed with my first attempts at grand larceny that my real money sat untouched in the belly of Mr. Piggy. On the third week, as I was drawing my magnum opus, my mother came into my bedroom with my allowance. She took a look at my work, complimented the fidelity of my artistic efforts, and then offered a suggestion to enhance my chances of success. Why didn't I use real money, since there was now enough in Mr. Piggy's belly? I was gobstruck at the potential of this suggestion. It was a short-lived epiphany, however, which gets me to the point of my story. Having secured my justly gained funds from the belly of the aforenoted porcelain porcine, I had my mother drive me to the nearest store. I insisted on the nearest store because I had waited 3 weeks already to partake of the creamy chocolate goodness that is milk with the chocolate serum pre-added. I would not tolerate additional delays. I ran up and down the aisles looking for this store's chilled foods section. Try as I might, I could not find it. Not one to be easily discouraged, I went up to the man wearing a bright blue vest. As there were many people wearing similar vestments, I was convinced he was indeed an employee of this closest to my house commercial establishment. Explaining the nature of my quest, the man patiently informed me that hardware stores rarely, if ever, carried chocolate milk in their inventory. No matter how great the desire, if an item is not in the place you are looking, you are not going to find it. 28. Incoming.
They're not here? Matt asked, for the third time in as many minutes.
I knew where he was coming from. We had lost close to a dozen Marines on this mission, and our objective was never here. I had to give the spiders props for the deception. Make a big show of hiding and defending something in one location, while actually storing it someplace else. My archival data stores indicate that the nodes were indeed brought here, but that they were transferred immediately to one of my sister ships. Those ships were subsequently commandeered and flown out of here. Matt shook his head as if to clear it from a bad dream.
How is it you're here? He asked finally. Why weren't you stolen as well?
As you will recall, there is a dead aggressor slave on board. He attempted to take control of this ship. However, I was locked down. Only an ancestor could activate my systems. The other ships were undergoing routine maintenance. To facilitate the comings and goings of technicians, those ships had their security systems deactivated. All this occurred shortly before the ancestors abandoned this plane of existence. Understand, these ships were never meant to remain so vulnerable. It was an oversight made by the ancestors in their haste to leave. Frankly, it was also a confirmation of their need to do so. I sat back. Matt had straddled one of the forward console chairs and was sitting backward in it, with his arms folded on top of the backrest. 113 was standing about a meter to my left.
"What do we do now?"
Matt asked. "That's the question, isn't it?" I answered. "We could simply fabricate replacements," 113 offered simply. Matt and I turned as one to stare at 113. "That's the type of thing you could have led with," I said sheepishly. I felt suddenly very stupid. Of course this massive ship with the best ancestor tech on board would have the ability to fabricate parts for the gates. It wouldn't surprise me if the ship could produce the high-energy walnuts, or QFRs, that we had been searching for when we first visited the second gate. Matt slapped and rubbed his hands together in excitement.
"What do you say, Admiral? Shall we take this gal out for a spin and kick some aggressor butt?"
"We shall," I said with a grin. "But we have one more thing to do here." Harry, Felix, and the now fully recovered Shalise stood in the primary medical bay. In the center of the room, surrounded by an energy field, 30 or so spiders squatted on the ground. Their legs were tucked under them as they slept. 25 were juveniles. The remainder were their adult caretakers. This was a gifted nursery. It was the third and final one we would visit tonight. The spiders' continued sleep was ensured by a specially formulated aerosol that had been transported into the nursery prior to beaming the entire complement of spiders out. The force field was dropped, and the 3 rebel leaders visited each of the spiders, adults and children alike. They transferred a copy of human engrams into each sleeping spider. Each of the sleepers would literally wake up a new person with their own ability to share the human engrams. If our guess was right, within weeks, a few months at the most, every aggressor on this world would become a hybrid. This wouldn't stop an evil spider from doing evil things, but it now meant the general spider population on this world now had the ability to make a choice. One world was almost insignificant given the size of the aggressor incursion. But it was a start. I imagine my first officer, as well as a number of the bridge crew on the Rubicon, soiled their duty uniforms when a ship well over 3 times the size of Survey 1 suddenly materialized next to them. I'll give them credit, though. It only took them a half a second to go weapons hot. "Stand down your weapons, Rubicon. This is Admiral Riker. And I've brought friends." It took us a week to rearrange crews. This included more recruits from Dome City on Survey 1. Our ragtag fleet had now increased to 4 ships, plus the spacefaring city itself. I had been correct in my belief that 113 could supply quantum fusion reactors. The shield generators and skip space jump drives on all vessels were now each powered by dedicated QFRs. We discussed making additional modifications to our modified survey drive section turned automated battleship, but ultimately I decided against them. These modifications would have restored the capability of the automated battleship to house a full crew. There was an advantage to having a weapons platform that could take more punishment without worrying about having to keep a bunch of meat sacks from being splattered on the walls because inertial dampeners decided to fail in the middle of a firefight. Our 3 arachnosapiens stayed on 113. As a side note, the new ship's AI stubbornly refused to allow me to rename her. She insisted this was a privilege reserved for only those who were in full command. I gave her points for both persistence and trying, but I was quite fine with continuing to call her 113, especially if it meant keeping alien hardware out of my head.
It had taken me quite a while to warm up to the idea of human tech being in there, much less alien. The first time Fitzy, Artie, Otterquote, and 113 met, I was expecting fireworks. I was pleasantly surprised when it didn't happen. 113 and Artie were roughly equivalent in their abilities. Artie had considerably more experience in that he had lived most of his life traveling between ships, rather than being tied to a single vessel as 113 had been. The only AI to permanently move between the ships was Fitzy, and of course Ensign Adore. Fitzy was excited to have a huge new ship to explore. 113 was glad to indulge her, but she firmly cautioned my daughter to leave closed doors closed. Her programming wasn't nearly sophisticated enough to handle some of the systems on this ship. Making a mistake could kill her, and it could kill everyone else. I mouthed, "Then no more Luke and Laura." She took the hint, I think. Matt and I were in the forward lounge enjoying a morning coffee with a view. The entire forward wall was what 113 called a reality wall. Photon for photon, it mimicked what would have streamed in an actual open window. Of course, the lounge was buried somewhere deep within the ship. Where exactly was anyone's guess. The vessel was so big that the only practical way to move about was using turbolifts and transporter pads. Matt would be heading back to his new command aboard the Rubicon. Captain Gillespie had the Cessna. I have to admit, I missed Catherine at my side on the bridge. Not that Matt had been anything less than excellent as a first officer. Catherine was born to lead. Matt was born to fight. Both recognized their gifting. What more could anyone ask of an officer? I imagined Matt was happy right where he was. A ship under his feet and a crew to inspire to exceed themselves. An admiral's star would suck the life out of him. And he would be the first to say that. Catherine, on the other hand, would one day sit where I was sitting. Of that I had no doubt. It wasn't a matter of ambition. It was a matter of innate skill. She was as skilled a juggler as I had ever seen. Admirals needed to keep many balls in the air at once. Of course, all this meant I was short of first officer again. Fortunately, I had a surprise volunteer for the position of executive officer. Their credentials were top-notch, other than an occasional penchant for drama. The fact that I had years of experience working with this person was an added bonus. I think I had a pretty good feel for her quirks and how to get the best out of her. In short, this was how Fitzy became my executive officer. I smiled wanly at the thought. Matt must have seen my mind wander as I watched the stars.
"A penny for your thoughts?"
I snorted. Have you ever even seen a penny?
"Sure. I dated one while I was in high school. She was a pretty brunette with huge...
He looked at the glint in my eyes.
She was a pretty brunette."
"You know," I said in a pointed voice, "Earth is pretty much entirely frozen over now, but there is still plenty of thin ice near the equator. You're skating on some right now," I added with a wink. My best friend and lover was saved from digging himself into a deeper hole by the sound of emergency klaxons. Before I could tap my comlink, 113 shimmered into existence beside me. "With your permission, Captain Decker, I'll begin transporting your personnel back to the Rubicon." Hold on that, Matt. 113, give me a status update before you start shuffling people around.
My apologies, Admiral. Sensors have detected a Class 4 quantum flux near the gate's event horizon. Something is coming through.
What's the status of the master control nodes for the gate?
They are still undergoing fabrication. It will be another 6 days before they are complete and can be installed.
I nodded. That was consistent with what she had reported the other day. I was probably asking too much for the universe to deliver a miracle in the form of 6 shiny new master control nodes done a week early.
113, beam me and the rest of my crew back to the Rubicon. Admiral, my respects. I have a ship to get ready for immediate departure.
Fitzy, what's our crew status? My daughter-turned executive officer shimmered into existence next to 113, to whom she gave the smallest of respectful nods. For the record, in case any of you keep track of these things, in my entire life, I have never once been on the receiving end of a respectful micronod from my daughter. 1,008 of the crew have reported, 243 are en route via shuttles, and an additional 200 are still in training. How long before the shuttles arrive? 6 hours, 41 minutes. I shook my head. Too long. Tell them to turn around and head back to Survey 1. We'll have to make do with what we have. Aye, Admiral, Fitzy acknowledged. Tell the crew that we're only going to staff Class 1 stations. Please have them cross-check their engrammatic training to make sure we have adequate coverage. The operations on a ship like 113 were far too complex for even the Jabesh or Mahanaim to master without skills transfer technology akin to what you'd get with a Detellan memory transfer machine. I was asking Fitzy to confirm each station was staffed by a person who could fill in at an adjacent station if need be. If 113 was to be believed, this ship was typically staffed with a crew complement just north of 3,000. We were going into battle with a third of that. Aye, Admiral. Anything else? I thought for a moment and then shook my head. That should do it. Feel free to act on your own initiative if it looks like we forgot something. Just keep me informed. Fitzy nodded and then disappeared. I had to give my daughter credit. She took her new position seriously. She very effectively drew a line between personal and professional time, and her demeanor reflected which side of the line she was on. What's the word, 113? Are we ready for action?
Negative, Admiral. We are potentially facing 12 ships of a class similar to this one. While it's true, their AIs will be in entire control of those ships because arachnosapien physiology is incompatible with the neural links, the fact remains. They have centuries of experience taking those ships into battle, and there are 12 of them. There is one of us. Don't forget we have the Rubicon, Cessna, and our automated battleship. Ouch, said the elephant to the gnat. I looked at 113. Did you just make a joke? You did. Did I ever mention you are a veritable ray of sunshine in the darkest days? 113 sighed. It was a very human sigh. Admiral, I do wish you'd take me seriously. A fully committed neural link will be, in your words, a game changer. It would give this ship the mobility, responsiveness, and firepower that none of the others could hope to match. Has your answer changed? Can the neural link be removed after it's been implanted? No. Then my answer remains the same. We operate the ship with a partial neural link and a partial crew, and see where that gets us. 29. Fully committed.
They're coming through now, Admiral,
Encinador announced from his sensor station. I, of course, already knew this. I was wearing the Ancestor neural link on my head. I had been practicing with it several times a day. It no longer overwhelmed me like it did the first time I had put the thing on. Weapon station, target the lead ship when it emerges. Don't fire until sensors confirm it's an aggressor. Its energy profile and general shape will likely match us. 113, feed threat assessment data straight to sensors and weapons. Comms, signal Rubicon and Cessna to target the second ship coming through, but not to fire unless we signal hostiles or it takes aggressive action. All of this occurred in a fraction of a second, as my thoughts rushed out of my head and into dedicated comm channels to every part of the ship I might want to communicate. Their weapons hot and shields up, someone reported. Good enough for me. Light 'em up. Shields to maximum, course 116 Mark 6, half impulse. Crazy Ivan. Strike to their forward shield. Negligible impact. Second hit on lateral shields. Shields degraded 30%. Firming back up. They're firing at us. Impact in 3, 2, 1. The ship shuddered. I didn't want to think what would have happened to Matt or Catherine had they tried to take that hit. And we had 12 of these things to face? Mr. Franks, continuous fire secondary weapons. Mains, coordinate with Franks. Do the best you can to strike the areas he's going to soften up for you. Continuous fire is having an impact on their shield strength, Incineroar yelled. Lateral shields are down to 40% and holding. Correction, they are not holding. They're climbing slowly. Mains, now would be the time. Just a second, Admiral. We're having to reroute power. The secondary weapons drained our reserves. Okay, firing now. Direct hit. We've breached their shields. Secondary weapon systems are beginning to carve out a chunk in the middle. Another few seconds and they'll be toast. Ooh, what happened? Admiral, this is Franks. When the mains rerouted, they overloaded our plasma feed. I've got guns, but nothing to fire in them. Time to repair? Honestly, Admiral, I have no idea. We didn't have time to get familiar with all these systems. With 113's help, maybe minutes. Without it, I'd just be making a wild guess. Eventually. Understood, Franks. Fitzy, get down there and see what you can do to get those weapons back online. Enemy ship is re-entering the skip space tunnel. Gate is powering down. Damn it! I hit the top of the conference room table. We were having a quick after-action review. Matt, Catherine, Fitzy, Otterquote, Artie, 113, and Harry had joined me. Everyone except the members of my crew were attending holographically. We had them. We had them, and my pig-headed short-sightedness let them go. I turned to face 113. When this meeting is done, you and I are going to have a long discussion about the long-term ramifications of a permanent neural link. For the moment, though, let's talk about what happened, what we learned, and what we can expect in the future. Well, they're tough, Fitzy offered. We knew they would be because of the specs on our ship, but we were hoping they would have control issues. While that may still be the case, they seem to have become reasonably proficient at overcoming those difficulties. Matt leaned forward.
Their shielding wasn't as responsive as I would have expected. Firing on one location shouldn't have worked. All they needed to do was reroute power from a shield further away. Hell, they could even have rolled the ship.
That is undoubtedly a function of their limited control, 113 offered. I agree their ability to acquit themselves in battle was impressive, but as we learned today, the number of interlinked systems makes even simple things like rolling a ship or redirecting shield energy problematic without system-wide coordination.
Why? Harry asked simply. Why make a system so complicated it's impossible to operate?
113 smiled. The simple answer is, because they could. Because of the way ancestor society was integrated with technology, what you view as impossible, they view as second nature. Think about it. Put a caveman in a car, even a crude internal combustion one. What's he going to do? He has no idea how to use it. In point of fact, he has no idea what it's capable of. To him, a car is just a way to stay out of the rain. Give that same caveman a single engrammatic transfer, and all of a sudden, he's a race car driver. Technology took an impossibly complex task and made it simplicity itself.
So we're the caveman in this scenario? Catherine asked.
113 nodded. In a manner of speaking, yes.
Gee, I feel better already,
Matt said dryly. Cheer up, Matt. Unless I miss my guess, we're going to have one hell of an advantage the next time we meet. And all I have to do is give up my soul. The AAR lasted another 10 minutes. We discussed what we anticipated the enemy doing. The consensus view was that one or two things would likely happen. Since communication while in skip space is not generally possible, any ships currently en route to our terminus would still be unaware of our surprise party. They would be our last easy targets. Our wounded aggressor almost assuredly sent a quantum-entangled message to his compatriots before re-entering the skip space tunnel. They knew we were here. What they didn't know was who we were, and that we were going to use that to our advantage.
"Here comes contestant number 2, Ensenador announced. "He's right on schedule."
We had learned from our first encounter how long we had from the time we encountered quantum fluctuations to emergence. We could also tell by the magnitude of the fluctuations that we were dealing with a single ship again. I leaned back in my command chair and closed my eyes. With a simple thought, I was one with the ship. Not like before, where I was aware of what was going on. Now that I was fully integrated with the ship, I didn't talk to the ship. I was the ship. Oh, don't get me wrong, I was just part of the team that included both the crew and the AIs. 113 still handled the nitty-gritty details like balancing the ship's systems and critical power load requirements. Fitzy handled crew-facing issues. But I set the agenda. If I decided to go left, the various team members made it happen. I didn't worry about if it involved lateral thrusters or gimbaled impulse engines. An unexpected bonus, not only did I have a direct link to 113, but I also had a direct link to Fitzy and, via remote comms, Artie and Autoquote as well. All this occurred at speeds a normal human mind couldn't fathom. 113 explained that much of my consciousness was now housed in the ship's mainframe, at least when I activated the link. The hardest part was the disconnect and the return to real-world meet time. It took me a few minutes to find myself every time I pulled out of the link. My mind felt sluggish, even though 113 assured me I hadn't been lobotomized. The longer I stayed integrated with the ship, the harder it was for me to disconnect. I'm going to be honest with you. That single fact scared me more than anything else in my life. It was possible to become addicted to the link. I didn't have time for that fear right now, however. I saw the enemy emerging with my forward sensors. I felt the energy flowing into my main weapon. It was a pulsed plasma beam with an anti-proton sheath that acted as a confinement vessel for delivering the plasma with essentially no dispersion. Think laser scalpel. At the same time, I felt my hands fill with a gun in one fist and a knife in the other. I didn't wait for the enemy ship to fully exit skip space. I was able to calculate in advance the exact moment and location of the emergence. Even though the emergence event only took a few milliseconds, there was plenty of time for a hybrid being that acted on a nanosecond timescale. I fired my secondary weapons in each of my hands. I then waited patiently for antimatter missiles and neutronium-tipped kinetic energy weapons to reach their target. The exact firing had been timed to arrive at exactly the same time. The barest fraction of a second later, I fired my main weapon. All 3 hit the forward edge of the enemy ship. The aggressor vessel never managed to fully exit skip space. A significant portion of it was cut off and remained in that nebulous region of undefined reality. The remainder fell into our plane of existence. Critical control systems failed, and what was left exploded in what could have been called a miniature nova, powerful enough to vaporize a small planet. I reloaded my guns. 2 more vessels were about to join the party. I signaled the other ships to activate their newly enhanced cloaks. Using the sophisticated cloaking technology used by Artie to hide his terraforming activities on Adonoi, each of the ships in our fleet now appeared to be clones of 113. 4 Ancestor-class patrol cruisers should be enough to give anyone pause. I had no idea if the approaching aggressor ships were going to be 113-class vessels or the more primitive variety that formed the bulk of their fleet. Based on the quantum signature, we were likely facing one of each. The 2 ships seemed to have synchronized their exit from skip space. Given the amount of gravimetric distortion that occurred during an emergence event, it was impossible to tell which type of ship each of the 2 was. One was most certainly Ancestor Tech. But which one? I allowed myself several nanoseconds to hold this debate in my mind, and then chose one at random to attack. The other, I turned over to Matt's escort fleet. If I guessed right, This would be a quick confrontation. If I didn't, it would become a slugfest. Sadly, the universe took this opportunity to remind me why I should never play the lottery, or the stock market for that matter. As expected, my initial volley took out my target. It was the smaller, weaker, and less well-armed of the two vessels. This allowed the considerably stronger of the two ships to fully emerge. It launched a series of cues and a flight of missiles the moment it was fully entrenched in our spacetime. That fact, that it was in a fire-first, ask-questions-later mode, was a clear indication that this pair of aggressors had entered skip space with a posteriori expectation that we would be here. The damaged ship had indeed gotten a message out. I knew instinctively that my weapons needed another few seconds to recharge and reload. I watched as the enemy's weapons approached the Cessna. There was no way that ship was going to be able to deal with both incoming threats, even with her newly enhanced shields. I initiated a micro-jump that put 113 between the Cessna and the incoming weapons fire. The cues and missiles impacted on my shields. I rerouted power to reinforce them with barely a thought. They firmed back up, ready for the next round should they be needed. I saw something out of the corner of my eye, a sudden blinding flash. I realized with a start that the aggressor had taken my distraction with the Cessna as an opportunity to attack the Rubicon with its main beam weapon. The flash I saw was Matt's ship having its shields brutally ripped away. The aggressor's beam weapon holed the ship lengthwise from stem to stern. Fury flooded every fiber of my being, and by extension the ship. Artie, coordinate with 113 and Fitzy. Emergency transport every last soul off that ship. Bring them to 113. Do it now. It took less than 30 seconds to pull everyone still alive off the doomed Rubicon. 30 seconds that seemed like forever. 28 dead or missing. Twice that injured. I scanned the transport manifest. My heart sunk. Matt was not among those who had been beamed over. He was flagged as among the walking wounded and had refused to leave until the last person was beamed over. When his turn arrived, his locator beacon stopped transmitting. Explosions rocked the crippled ship, and although it was still generally in one piece, it was now a twisted hulk barely recognizable as a starship. My rage transformed me into something I barely recognized. First Chad, now Matt. What did the universe want from me? Every last ounce of my soul? Would that be enough? Did it want my sanity? Would it take that too? How about joy, the smell of the sea, the sound of seagulls, the warm embrace of a lover? Were those all to be taken too? I screamed in agony. I had no idea how the ship was interpreting these awful emotions, and I didn't care. I took out my fury on the offending aggressor ship. I spiraled in toward it while rotating my shields like a matador with his red cape. I wanted to be breathing down its throat while I fired the shot that ended its miserable existence. The captain of that ship must have known I was coming for him with a vengeance. He fired every last weapon he had, even ones that were not charged back up to capacity. 113 shuddered hard. I had never felt that with this ship. I could feel blood leaking from a wound on my shoulder. I ignored it. I continued to push forward. When it seemed impossible for the two ships to avoid a collision, I fired my main weapon at point-blank range directly into his shields. At nearly the same time, I extended my jump envelope and triggered a micro-jump. I re-emerged near the drifting hulk of the once-proud Rubicon. I was pleased to see I had brought a small piece of the aggressor's ship with me. It had been caught in my extended jump envelope, just like I hoped that it would. What was left of the rest of the aggressor ship floated dead in space, just like the Rubicon. A fitting tombstone for my friend and his ship. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I released the neural link and fell back in my command chair with a sob. I was the captain of this ship. Crying on the bridge was not allowed. I was to be the rock upon which everyone else drew their strength. I knew this, and yet I was powerless to stop it. 30. Dare Virus.
"Admiral, the ABS has broken formation and is heading for the skip space gate,"
Steve reported while I was still attempting to collect myself. I wiped back a tear with my sleeve. Why would our automated battleship be heading out on its own? Hail its AI. Fitzy, link up. Tell me what's going on.
Cruiser 113, this is Captain Decker. I'm borrowing ABS to take a quick look-see of the wreckage near the gate entrance.
ABS, this is 113 Actual. Matt, I thought you were dead.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I figured I'd just be excess baggage on 113. At least here I'll be useful.
You could have requested orders to transfer, I said, with mixed emotions, anger and relief.
Nah,
Matt replied glibly.
Standard military tradition. Do what needs doing and ask for forgiveness later.
Understood. Number 1. The last part I whispered. It had nothing to do with rank. Be careful.
Roger that, Admiral.
I suspect Admiral had nothing to do with rank either. Just to be clear, Matt wasn't going to inspect wreckage. He was going to reconnoiter the far end of the skip space tunnel. We had debated it during our initial planning meeting before we had engaged the enemy. The idea was shelved because anything we sent through, be it a probe or a ship, would advertise our presence. Once the first ship had engaged us in battle, there was a reasonable expectation that the enemy knew we were here. Sending a probe made a degree of sense. But again, there was that small chance that we had damaged the first ship's FTL communications, and that it would not survive the trip back through the tunnel. If that was the case, then yet again a probe or recon mission would advertise our presence. Matt had argued strongly for the probe, or even better, a recon mission with a cloaked Crichton. I had nixed both suggestions for the reasons I had just outlined. There was no doubt, however, at this point, that our presence was known. Too many ships had come through. That being the case, my arguments against reconnoitering were no longer valid. Matt knew this. I knew this. He also knew that our relationship would complicate my decision-making process when it came to putting him in harm's way. His stealing the ship and taking on the mission without my explicit instructions absolved me of any potential guilt. Or so he thought. As I suspected, Matt's sensors miraculously picked up a faint and mysterious signal near the event horizon. A signal no one else detected, despite having sensors that were far superior to his. He was going to check it out. From there, it was just a simple matter of accidentally brushing up against the barrier and letting it pull the battleship into the tunnel. As for the rest of us, there was nothing for us to do except to continue our picket. 14 minutes and 58 seconds, and just a tad over 30,000 light-years later, 113 reported an incoming quantum-entangled message from the ABS.
113 Actual, this is ABS Actual. The field is clear. The only ship near the gate terminus is the damaged cruiser that was the first ship we engaged. It's powered down and appears abandoned. We are continuing long-range scans. Oh, no, that's interesting.
Whatever Matt was going to say, we missed it, as 3 more cruisers dropped out of the gate. 3 against 1 were pretty tough odds, but I was angry, and my man was in trouble. I ordered the Cessna to break off from the engagement and jump to where Survey 1 was orbiting a gas giant some 40 light-years away. Catherine was too much of a professional to argue, but I could see in her eyes the deep desire to disobey. I triggered the neural link, and once again, I was the ship. Having a second ancestor AI in the form of Artie on the ship helping 113 gave the crew and I finer control of the ship. The ensuing battle resembled a dance. In boot camp, we had been taught how to do this dance. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Jab, jab, float back. I kept the shields rotating, so no matter how hard the enemy hit us, we presented a solid defense. I tracked our own hits and followed the crude attempts of our opponents to rotate their shields. I simply followed the weakened shields as they attempted to move them. I'd lash out again and again, jab, jab, float back. Again and again. Soon my metaphorical fists crashed through the defenses of one, then two of the ships. I poured energy into the weapons and maxed out the cooling systems. I was as close to the red line as I dared go. Streams of neutronium and antimatter-tipped cues slammed into the breaches I had created. Within moments of each other, two of the three ships simply ceased to exist. They had become nothing more than expanding clouds of subatomic particles looking for opportunities to recombine into atoms. The third ship entered skip space before I could stop it. I looked to see its trail. My eyes, the ship's sensors, tuned to the specific telltale signs of quantum fluctuations that accompanied a jump into hyperspace. The trail that my sensors followed filled me with immediate concern. Ship number 3 had followed the Cessna. We jumped to follow even before I had finished the thought. I spotted the last of the aggressor cruisers almost immediately. It was executing a series of micro-jumps. It was engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with Catherine's ship. She'd hop and then immediately hop again. The aggressor ship was attempting to follow her. My former first officer was playing to her strengths. She wasn't as big as her opponent. She didn't have the weapons to take them on, nor did she have the range to outrun them. What she did have was more agility. So long as she kept her jumps random, there was no reason she couldn't avoid the aggressor indefinitely. At least until a critical system broke down because of the abuse it was taking, or the wrong member of the crew collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Either one would doom her ship. Cessna Actual, this is 113 Actual. Artie's going to link up with Otterquote so we can anticipate your jumps. We're going to take out your friend. Good to see you, Admiral. He's no friend of ours. We've only been at this for a few minutes, and it's already exhausted the crew. Admiral, in case something happens to us, the dome is hiding about 20 kilometers below the upper cloud layer. She's buoyant at that depth, and her shields are protecting her from the radiation. We had her hide the minute we entered the system, so there's a good chance our unfriendly doesn't know she's there. Smart play, Captain. I'm going to dive into the neural net while we deal with the cruiser. Relay any info or requests through my exec. Riker out. Fitzy, you followed that, yes? Aye, Admiral Mom. I smirked. I needed that emotional break. I suspected strongly she knew that. I leaned back and re-entered the neural net. The captain of this last ship was either lucky or substantially more gifted than his peers when it came to fighting his ship. We sparred for a good 10 minutes. The outcome was preordained, however. He had the experience with his ship, but I had decades of experience as a combat officer on other ships, and my integration with 113 made me far nimbler. He must have recognized this because he made a dash for the gas giant. I don't think this was to attack Survey 1 as much as it was to escape us. What he didn't know was that the moment Catherine had told me where Dome City was hiding, I had deployed a series of jump inhibitors and ordered them to orbit the planet. I imagine the captain was somewhat surprised when his ship emerged from its micro-jump a good 5,000 kilometers shy of its target. We took the opportunity to pounce, and just like that the battle was done. The aggressor ship did eventually make it into the gas giant's atmosphere, but it was as a mass of broken and shattered metal. When we emerged from the skip space tunnel, I began a full sensor sweep. We had been unable to re-establish contact with our battleship. I kept telling myself that I didn't need to worry. The battleship was the most heavily armored of our vessels, and had the highest power-to-weight ratio of any ship I'd ever seen, save the 113-class cruisers. I was hoping it was something simple. A bad comm relay. A lucky strike to her quantum-entangled communications node. Any of 1,000 reasons she was out of contact. Any of 1,000 reasons that didn't include Matt being dead.
Sensor contact. 219 Mark 4. It's Captain Decker's ship,
Ensign Adore yelled. I had dropped out of the neural net because 113 had warned me that I had been in too long. I had been tempted to dive right back in, but Fitzy stopped me with a hand on my arm. She was sitting in the second command chair, as was her right as my executive officer. It's too soon, Mom. You're going to hurt yourself. I'm monitoring it. The ship is powered down and is leaking atmosphere. There's a good bit of wreckage floating in the general area. Whatever happened, it involved one hell of a firefight. Helm, plot a micro-jump. Put us 50 kilometers off its bow.
Aye, Admiral. Course plotted. Jumping now.
Suddenly our battleship filled the forward view screen. I didn't like what I was seeing. Not at all. I felt the muscles in my hand cramping and then realized I had them clenched tightly enough to hurt. Vast sections of its ablative armor were slagged. That could only have happened if its shields had been breached. The jump drive was hanging onto the ship by a single strut. The impulse engines were simply gone. It was as if someone had disabled the ship's ability to move and then taken potshots at it until they beat down its defenses.
There's a beacon off the starboard bow. 3,000 kilometers. It's a Federation escape pod ident code.
Open a channel, I ordered. Escape pod? Be advised, this is Cruiser 113. We are en route to your position. There was a brief crackle, and then a familiar voice filled the bridge.
Admiral, I can't tell you how good it is to hear your voice.
Stuff it, Captain Decker. No one is going to continue to give you nice toys if you keep breaking them. My face hurt. I was smiling so hard. 113 was in orbit around a world that could have been a clone of Earth in her glory days. We were fully cloaked. Even another ancestor cruiser would have had a hard time detecting us. Matt pointed to a structure on the three-dimensional holographic display. The "oh, now that's interesting" comment Matt had made a few hours earlier during his unauthorized reconnoiter was the discovery of a nearby star system that seemed to be bustling with activity. The discovery had come at a cost. The battleship Matt had borrowed found itself fighting a pack of 6 aggressor vessels. They emerged from skip space unexpectedly. Fortunately, none of them were ancestor cruiser-class ships like 113. Matt managed to take 2 of them out with the phased anti-photon weapon Artie had developed. It had worked as advertised. The remaining 4 ships nipped at him like a pack of wolves trying to take down a moose. He took 2 more of them out, but not before they had knocked out his engines. In the end, he had been forced to abandon ship in a cloaked escape pod. While the aggressors continued to kick the corpse of his ship, he snuck away. The battleship might have had a short career, but the information it discovered might well save countless lives and entire civilizations. The battleship's sensors had detected hundreds of ships traveling to and from a solar system near the gate. It appeared that the planet we were orbiting in that solar system served as a logistics and distribution center for the local aggressor empire. The structure he was pointing to now appeared to be the main distribution hub for starships coming in for supplies. Given the nature of aggressor society, there was no question but that 100% of the hub's clientele was of the arachnosapien variety. Harry, Felix, Shalise, it's your show. How do you want to do this?
We've discussed the options. We think the fruit bar is the best bet for rapid and wide dissemination. At the same time, hitting nurseries is a better long-term approach.
I nodded. I had reached the same conclusion, but it was important that the men and women on the ground had a sense of ownership for a plan in order for it to have the best chance of success. One of the great things about logistics centers is they are great places to spread things you want to have a wide distribution. A joke told in a watering hole near a distribution hub was guaranteed to be making the rounds several light years away in just a matter of weeks. The fruit bar was the spider equivalent of a watering hole. Fermented fruit was consumed, and a good time would be had by all. The best part was there was a lot of intimate contact going on that would make creating hybrids easier. The patrons of said establishments would return to their ships, where their shipmates would share in the mind-altering experience. Harry volunteered to hit the bars. Artie gifted him with a special loadout of medical nanites that would counteract the deleterious effects of the alcohol in the fruit. He could partake freely while his fellow patrons ate themselves into a stupor. Felix and Shalise scouted nurseries for the gifted. This was easy for them, as Felix was quite obviously among the gifted. Finding a nursery able to cater to their progeny would have been a natural activity. At each site, they left a subspace beacon that Artie and 113 could use to locate the nursery later that night. Over the course of the next week, Harry became intimate at a number of fruit bars. Ships came and ships went, many taking a little bit of Harry with them. At the same time, Felix and Shalise burned the candles at both ends, locating target nurseries during the day, and then hybridizing caregivers and nurslings alike at night. "I think it's time we moved on," I said to the group. While our spider friends spent their time spreading what Matt had started calling the Dare virus, Artie and 113 were busy scouring the navigation logs of many of the ships that visited the port. Soon, we had a fairly good picture of many of the logistics and commerce hubs in this quadrant. Some of these also served regions of space with their own skip space tunnels. As a side note, I wasn't a fan of the name Dare virus, and yes, Matt would be paying dearly for his lack of discretion in sharing it publicly.
You said you needed space, baby, that's alright. Took the midnight train, disappeared from sight. Now you're calling back, saying you were wrong. Well, I might just let you, but it's gotta be strong. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again. I found me some freedom dancing in the night. Disco ball reflections caught in the light. But now your voice is calling, pulling me back. I might just let you, gotta stay on track. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again. You gotta prove it to me, no more games to play. Show me something real or you can stay away. I've been hurt before, I'm not gonna lie. But if you really love me, go ahead and try. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again. Muscle cat.
"31. Epilogue.
Admiral on the bridge.
Stow it, Lieutenant Adore. Anyone who would care is in bed, which is where I should be." Fitzy stood up from where she had been seated in the central command chair. "I'd tell you to go get some rack time, but I know I'd be wasting my breath," she quipped. I took the newly vacated seat. I didn't think androids breathed. I believe it is the thought that counts. Why are you up? Harry is due back soon, is he not? Any time now. As in any time in the next 12 hours. The Rubicon 2 will be just fine if her admiral gets some sleep. You've been tracking these last several operations like they were the first. We've been introducing hybrids for over a year now. Our teams know what they're doing.
All true,
I agreed with a yawn I couldn't suppress, and for which I harbored no illusions that Fitzy missed seeing it. The I told you so look on my daughter's face was all the confirmation I needed. And yet, you are still here. This is the first time one of our people is meeting with hybrid rebels from a major outpost. Of course I want to be here to hear his report. I get it, Fitzy said. It's the beginning of the end of the aggressor threat. I shook my head. It's not the beginning of the end, but it may well be the end of the beginning, with apologies to Winston Churchill. Mom, you can trust me to get you up. You seriously need some time to decompress. You're going to burn out. How about a compromise, Fitzy? Does it involve getting you off the bridge and into your rack? Close, I said. That's why they call it a compromise. She crossed her arms. I'm listening. It involves breakfast and conversation in the captain's mess. Maybe even some Luke and Laura. Acceptable. No coffee. Coffee, half caffeine. Half caffeine, first cup only, decaf after that. I sighed. You drive a hard bargain, but I accept your terms. And I accept your surrender. Admiral Mom, she answered with a mischievous wink.